Sunagakure. Ryoma, recently promoted ninja. Congratulations on your promotion, Jonin Ryoma. The man on the other side of the desk was not a particularly intimidating man, on first look. His messy hair was a desaturated shade of rust red, his features rather plain, and his frame distinctly average. He was neither a tall nor a broad man, and his robes were rather plain save for the emblem on his wide-brimmed hat. That emblem read Wind Shadow, and that was reason enough to fear him. Ryoma looked down at the new standard issue Jonin vest held in his hands. Another desaturated shade, this time of olive green, with a high collar and wide pauldrons. The vest itself was somewhat thicker than the standard issues of the previous years and of other hidden villages, a manufacturing decision made in hopes of keeping their dwindling numbers of elite ninja alive for a bit longer than normal. Doubtlessly, he'd be spending some of his paycheck on adding some bracers and greaves to the set. It would look a bit odd on its own and the extra protection would be welcome. Respectfully Lord Kazak, I really don't believe I'm qualified for this. Ryoma brought his gaze back up to his sworn lord, brows furrowed and lips pulled down in a concerned scowl. Explain your reasoning. The master of Sunagakure demanded, swiftly and casually. He reached for the pipe end of a delicately carved hookah, inhaling with a practiced draw, then exhaling slowly. The smoke that came from his lips was flecked with gold, and smelled faintly of scorpion venom. I believe the traditional requirements for Jonin is mastery of 2 elemental releases and to be reasonably capable of completing A-rank missions without support. My abilities with earth release techniques are rudimentary at best, and my ability to complete A-rank missions is usually uncertain. Ryoma explained diligently, keeping his head slightly bowed as he spoke. Best to not be rude to one's uncontested military commander. Your lacking ability in a secondary element is amended by your capabilities in puppetry and sealing, and you have completed 3 A-rank missions successfully thus far. Said military commander was hearing none of his concerns today, dismissing both points with sharp rebuttals. Do you have any other concerns? Ryoma has a great many concerns, most of which would be laughed off. There was no need to elaborate on all the many reasons those last 3 missions were won on luck more than anything, or talk about his various nerves and jitters that high-stakes fast-paced combat would naturally bring, or anything else that the child soldier turned military commander would raise a brow in a most unimpressed manner at. Most pressingly, however. Lord Kazak, I'm 15. He said this knowing full well what the response was going to be. Many are more capable than you at a younger age. The Kazak repeated an age-old truism, often repeated by veteran shinobi time and time again for any number of reasons. There was always someone younger and more skilled, so any kind of slacking off was a sin. There was always someone younger and more talented, so you better not get an ego. And of course, there was always someone younger and more powerful, so you'll just have to rise to the occasion. Ryoma was careful to contain his sigh, merely nodding instead and quietly responding. I have no further concerns, Lord Kazak. A promotion in most careers was normally a very good thing. Better pay, more privileges, and once you leave middle management, less responsibilities. As a special operations child soldier, a promotion simply meant responsibility for the completion of more dangerous tasks with less support from allies. That alone wasn't great, but at least the pay was somewhat better than before. As he was a special operations child soldier in service to a hidden village with a currently retracting economy, the increased pay just meant higher taxes, which meant it evened out to about the same amount of personal budget as he had before. There were no real positives other than the fancy title and nifty jacket, if he was being critical. He was going to have to keep stealing random bits and bobs while on missions, if he wanted to have enough spending money to keep all his equipment in good repair. Puppets and poisons were expensive, but they were easily the most useful things he owned. Your first mission is tomorrow, be present again at 0800. Dismissed. The Kazak brought the tube of the hookah back to his lips with the final word, reaching into his desk drawer as he did. Ryoma saluted and turned sharply, leaving the Kazak's office and stepping into the sandstone halls of the Sunagakure command center. His old vest had already been stripped off in the office, and the new vest slipped easily over his arms. It was nice and weighty, which would be excellent during the cold desert nights and horrible during the blazing desert days. Much as he had been expecting, the vest was perfectly sized for his barely pubescent frame, credit to the tailors? Tailors or armorers? After a moment of walking and debating the question, he settled on manufacturers. He stopped at a window and looked out over the village hidden in the sand. A densely packed urban space filled with various oblong buildings made of packed earth and dotted with many very small windows. Windows in the lower, well-shaded stratas of the stacked earth buildings were filled with many types of colorful glass, but the upper layers only tolerated tiny deep-set portholes. The whole of the village was set in the basin of an immense crater, the walls of which sheltered the buildings from much of the flaying desert sandstorms and the furious heat of the sun. The command center was set in the dead center of the immense circular basin, and connected all parts of the village with 8 raised and shaded roadways. Its primary export was glass, gold, and violence. Its primary import was food, water, and stolen goods. An impoverished military city with a daimyo that preferred their neighbors and prospects that weren't going to improve any time soon unless some tremendous and dramatic change in their fortunes occurred. The Third Great Shinobi War was declared finished 1 week ago. In a year, the son of the legendary 4th Hokage would be born and have a great fox demon sealed within him. In 13 years, that son would graduate from the Konohagakure Ninja Academy and begin a long series of shenanigans that would eventually conclude in a rabbit goddess being reborn and almost destroy enslaving the entire world complete with kaiju, lasers, and teleporting reincarnated gods. Ryoma, average shinobi of Sunagakure and mere reincarnee with knowledge of future events, had basically nothing he could do to contribute to that particular clash. It was kinda overwhelming if he stepped back to think of it all, and there were doubtlessly a billion tiny ripples he was already making simply by being alive in this particular time period that he couldn't possibly completely account for. So the best policy was to simply not worry about all that bigger picture stuff, and worry much more about his pressing issues of paying for rent and preparing for the upcoming mission whatever it would happen to be. Good for him, he got a free daily ration of water and foodstuffs simply by being in the military. Oh. That's a benefit. He gets 3 ration shares per day as a jonin instead of 2 as a chunin. Everything was coming up Ryoma. His apartment was pretty nice, all things considered. Decently spacious for the price point, something he could reasonably afford to live in, and with all the basic utilities required to live in a desert. The higher apartments were cheaper, because they were more exposed to the sun and sand and provided shade for the somewhat higher-end apartments below him. He opened the door with a lazy twitch of the finger, carrying 2 bags of not quite groceries into the door. 1 bag of his daily allowance of rations, which was nice to have, and the other bag full of replacement bits and bobs. Blocks of wood and steel screws and otherwise, ready to be carved and attached to ball joints that were in turn attached to other wooden blocks and so on. The apartment was rather crowded with these bits and bobs, drawers and drawers of scrap wood and metal bits that might be useful in some other crafting somewhere else one day. Currently all they were useful for was crowding up his already scant living space with boxes of labeled things. That was usually fine, it was rare that he had visitors. The last person to regularly come over was his senpai, and he went rogue 3 years ago. That was the same year that the previous Kazakage went missing, and that he graduated to become a genin. It was a somewhat awkward affair, being heavily investigated and interrogated about the whereabouts of his now missing nin acquaintance for his first year of ninja duty. It was lucky though, because the people watching him stepped in a few times to pull his ass out of danger, which saved his life on several occasions. Were it not for that, he'd probably be dead like his old genin teammates now were. Honestly a shame for them, but Ryoma lived a life defined by silver linings. Those rescues were the silver lining to being investigated for being friendly with Sasori of the Red Sands before he decided to run off and perform a secret assassination on your military commander. It wasn't like they were actually friends, Ryoma was pretty sure. Sasori occasionally came over to poke at his puppets and monologue about perfect artistry like the stereotypical guy who is going to betray you later he was. He was glad they finished their investigation with a nice bold low risk of subterfuge rating, it was pretty relieving all things considered. He set his groceries on the countertop, which served multi-purpose roles as a kitchen countertop, work shopping table and occasionally sleeping structure. The groceries inside were quickly unloaded, revealing the rather standard supply of rice, hardtack, canned meat, canned vegetables, tea leaves, hard candy, and vitamin pills. All in all a rather robust ration containing everything that will keep a soldier alive and fighting and not much else. This ration was supplemented by his consistent purchase of sweet potatoes, not because he really liked sweet potatoes, but he was pretty sure they were just as nutritious as unsweet potatoes and any increase in caloric and nutrient efficiency at such a low price was something worth pursuing. They didn't have normal potatoes here, he had checked. This ration of food was combined with 3 now full bottles of water from the central wells, and would be cooked at his little gas stove. A little bit of the water was poured in to start boiling his rice, and a small wind-up timer was pulled back allowing him to step away and over to the 8-foot frame currently braced in a workshop hangar. His primary combat puppet towered over everything else in the room, dominating the space and serving as the main reason why his apartment felt rather small. Normally, a puppeteer stands back and controls their puppet from a decent range. This allowed them a vector of attack and potential trickery from a relatively safe distance away, and gave them more time to avoid attacks should something come their way and the puppet is unable to intercept it. This wasn't bad. It was the orthodox technique for a reason, and had many advantages. On the other hand, Ryoma was pretty squishy, and wearing his puppet as a suit of primitive Meiji-tech power armor was a much more comfortable idea. For this divergence in puppet orthodoxy, he had attracted the attention of his puppet senpai Sasori, an event that had its own advantages and disadvantages. The shell of treated wood and steel was much more comfortable to have on in a fight than just clothes and an armor jacket, so despite all the clunk and cost involved, he considered Wood Dragoon to be an investment worth maintaining. But his promotion left him with a problem. His jacket was sized for himself, and not his cool puppet armor. He frowned, taking off his new promotion jacket and turning the mounted armor around on the swivel mount, before comparing the jacket to the hole in the back that allowed him to get inside. Sure enough, there was no way it was going to fit. He'd need another 2 inches or so on either side of the control cavity. There wasn't any way to get that fitting on a budget. So either he'd make an ad hoc solution or go without his primary combat puppet for a few missions. That wasn't really a choice at all. He inspected the jacket for a few moments more, finding that the armored collar and pauldrons were detachable, and removing them. Both of which were raised and compared to the neck and shoulders of the puppet. The issue is that the Wood Dragoon didn't actually have either a neck or a head. It was a large central torso with slits cut for the eyes on the front and sides, 4 limbs, and not much else. It wasn't very stealthy as it was, but basic genjutsu could account for a lot of that. Magic ninja illusions were useful in that way, even if many of them taught in Sunagakure were rather specialized for their duty. As it currently stood, there probably wasn't much of a way for him to simply stack the neck and pauldrons on the puppet. He'd need to install another head and shoulders on top in order to find a place to fit them, and he could. He frowned, before giving a huff of laughter. He probably could just do that, couldn't he? It's not like large, 4-armed puppets were unheard of. The timer for his rice started going off, making him twitch a finger to shut it off, and drop the partially dismantled Jonin jacket. For now, he would shelve any considerations of adding that much extra weight and cost to the Wood Dragoon. He'd need to run the numbers and see what his budget was actually like first. Worst came to worst, he'd just mount the neck guard on a bicep or something. Currently, he was hungry, and rice took way too long to cook. His collection of puppets was simultaneously extensive and paltry. His primary combat unit, the wood dragoon, was what he spent most of his spare money and time on. A large set of puppet armor with a few puppet eyes mounted on the front, sides, and back for quick but low fidelity sight, and a slit in the front and sides that could be slid open to use his normal eyes to see. These slits were hidden in the teeth of a large mask-like panel that covered the front of the puppet and served as additional armor. Sorta like a Blemmise wearing an ONI mask. He reached for the cast iron pot on the stove, now full of molten tin can, and carried it by heat-resistant glove over to a prepared mold. The molten metal was poured out into the square mold and allowed to form a thin sheet. This was the result of a few days of saving ration cans. The third ration per day would increase his passive metal collection by 50%, which was huge. Puppet eyes were something you could see through once you figured out the trick of it, but the visual quality was strongly dependent on the quality of the eyes themselves, and Ryoma wasn't actually good enough to make puppet optics that could compare to his normal eyes. It was strange, because the eyes were still just carved wood, but that was ninja magic for you. This whole affair was covered in plates of tin, melted down from ration cans and gently pounded into plates before being glued on and then screwed into place and painted over white, to deflect more of the sun's rays and not cook as quickly. Sometimes he painted seals on these panels to store various useful items. Which was about all sealing could actually be used for, sealing things in and then releasing them later. That's it, that's all any seal ever actually did. Anyone who told you seals did other things was either cheating or lying. Explosive seals were manufactured by exploding something but sealing the boom inside something to be released later. He had picked up a bad habit of monologuing to no one from senpai. He was practical enough to keep it internal, at least. His other puppets were something of a ramshackle bunch, being cheap as shit disposable units he made en masse to support his main unit. Most of them looked like spiders with crossbows for heads, designed to set up somewhere and occasionally shoot at things. All of them had explosive seals somewhere within their core just to explode on something if he needed a quick emergency boom. Ninjas had an annoying talent for avoiding thrown objects, but objects flung at them from unexpected angles was marginally more useful, and exploding the disposable puppet when they went to kill it was almost always productive. That's all the bolters did, shot at things and blew up. He didn't really need them to be fancy to complete this function, and that let him churn them out at a rate of 1 per day. He had a little assembly line up and running in his apartment and everything, he was rather proud of it. If he had more downtime, he'd make a few, but he had to get up at 8 am the next morning. As it stood, he still had 15 of the buggers sealed away and the spare parts for 5 more on hand. He held a hand up to the tin plate, before deciding it was cool enough to drop out of the mold and start tapping it into place. A few of the plates on the front of the wood dragoon were still damaged and he needed to remelt and recast them. At his current pace of repair work, he was probably getting a good 6 hours of sleep a night. Better than usual. He was somewhat dreading whatever the next mission would be. The last one was a doozy with all the gophers flying around. Sunagakure. Ryoma, recently promoted ninja. You will be working with Special Jonin Mari for this mission. The Kazak began promptly, and as soon as he arrived. It was good fortune that he woke up before his alarm clock went off, and better fortune that he had just enough time to pack everything and throw himself down the road to arrive in time. He had set his alarm for 8 am. 8 am was when he was supposed to be present, not waking up. If anyone noticed his disheveled state, they were nice enough to not comment on it. A court noble in the Sand Capital has requested the services of 2 Jonin to escort her to Tea Country and back. The Kazak continued, moving through a stack of paperwork to withdraw the contract paper in question and sliding it across the table. She is offering 200,000 ryo for the completion. You are to meet her in 1 week's time in the capital. The relevant details are secured inside. He finished by tapping the storage seal that had been stamped onto the bottom of the page, then pulling back. Understood. Anything else, Lord Kazak? Ryoma, as the ranking Jonin, spoke the formal reply. He reached forwards and took up the page, glancing down and scanning the summary again before dropping it low against his torso. No. Dismissed. A pair of quick salutes later and Ryoma and his assigned partner were walking out the door. Special Jonin, despite the name, was a half rank below normal Jonin. It indicated Jonin level capabilities in a limited field, but not enough capabilities in other fields to be offered a full Jonin ranking. Judging from the giant fan carried on her back, Mari was a special Jonin because of her ability to throw great blasts of elemental wind around. Considering the request, what he knew of himself, and what he knew of his assigned partner, Ryoma was pretty sure he had been promoted just so the village would have 2 Jonin to go do this job. The village got a 15% cut from all Jonin upon mission completion, that would mean an extra 30,000 ryo for this. Not a large sum when dealing with city-scale economies, but any extra helped. Probably. Jonin Ryoma, hey? I don't think I've heard of you before. Mari was just a bit older than him, judging by her build, face, and voice. She had the kind of somewhat matured voice that a woman in her early 20s would. She was about average in height, which meant he was a good 8 inches taller. People were short here. I could say the same. Ryoma replied fairly casually, eyes scanning the contract page a few more times before looking up to meet her gaze. Like many others in Sunagakure, her skin was a healthy tan and her hair was a sandy sort of blonde, pulled back in a great fuzzy bun. Her eyes were dark enough to be indistinguishable from black, and she wore her headband. His eyes scanned her up and down briefly, taking in her outfit. Jonin vest, loose baggy sleeves tied off at the ends to prevent sand from getting inside, a traditional sort of dress bottom, and combat sandals. There in the rough middle of her torso, halfway hidden beneath her open vest, was a metal plate with the symbol of Sunagakure etched into the surface. As a waist belt, it seemed. Your voice. She declared with a mildly astonished tone, leaning forwards and trying to get a better look at his eyes. I couldn't tell with the veil, but you're really young, aren't you? The veil she was referencing was basically just a white sheet that hung under his eyes and tied behind his ears. The bottom was loose for air circulation, but could be tied down to help protect against sandstorms. It was excellent for keeping him cool and shaded when combined with his cool wide-brimmed straw hat. The hat was a little bit crumbled from the time he forgot to seal it away before hopping into the wood dragoon, but that was fine. It was still a really cool and practical hat. I'm in my 30s. He sat up, tilting his head slightly to look down at her more effectively. She blinked, pulling back slightly. Oh. Really? No. He tapped a thumb on the seal and fed it a hair of chakra, provoking a poof of smoke and the unleashing of the contents within. Chakra was the nebulous stuff that fueled all sorts of ninja magic, a reservoir of energy formed from a combination of physical and mental fitness. It was important to note that fitness didn't really mean the same thing as health, otherwise the various nutcases that were average ninja would be operating with pretty meager reserves of chakra most of the time. Mental fitness was not the same as being a normal, well-adjusted, functioning member of society, which was great for antisocial cynics like himself. He was pretty proud of his reserves. Overall, he made sure to keep in good shape, and that gave him a reasonable amount of mystical stamina to fuel his personal brand of ninja magic. PFT. His assigned partner rolled with a little joke. Yeah, all right. Now how old are you actually? She asked, poking him in the arm with a little grin. He pretended to not hear her, instead focusing his attention on the details of their contract. Sure enough, the Lady Yuko was the niece of someone significantly more important, a bachelorette in her late 30s who liked tea and sweets a bit more than she probably should. There was a slightly unflattering heft to this woman, from the quickly sketched picture in the scroll. Is that the client? Mari was a bit quicker to verbalize her judgment, looking from the side down at the scroll in his hands. He angled the scroll to let her see it slightly better, and she pulled a bit of a face at the woman's appearance. Beauty standards in the various ninja villages were fairly high. When almost everyone was athletic, toned, and often specifically trained for seduction if the need arose, normal people usually fell by the wayside by not being quite so well-shaped. I hope she has a carriage. Mari muttered, brows furrowed and lips pulled down in a concerned scowl. And a few people to pull it. Capital is 5 days away. We have a week to get there, giving us 2 days of leeway. He quickly figured, handing the scroll over to her for her own reading as he talked. Do you have any other preparations to make before we head out? Nope. I got everything I need in my scrolls. Mari replied with a little nod, eyes scanning over the letters. Well, I have one. I haven't picked up my daily rations yet. Mari looked up from the scroll, looking at him with furrowed brows. You eat those things? She asked with a slightly concerned tone. Why, you know you don't have to, right? It's free food. He explained simply. Why would I not eat them? Because it's gross? You're a jonin, you should be making enough to eat normal food, right? I like eating rations. They taste fine. It's rice, meat, vegetables, and assorted bits of other stuff. That's everything you need to make a decent meal. He counted out on his fingers as he spoke. It's weird and canned. It's got weird ration flavor. Do you eat anything else? Anything except rations. She waved her hands about in a comical fashion. Sweet potatoes. Ah. Her face smoothed out slightly, a little huffy smile on her face. Well, at least you're eating something that's normal to enjoy. I'm not really a fan of sweet potatoes. Sweets in general I shy away from. He admitted, a tiny smile on his face but voice carefully flat. I eat them for the health benefits. Wha? If they came in a more convenient shape, like a hardened block in a wrapper or something, I'd like them more. He raised his hands before him, using index fingers and thumbs to form a rectangle. Stop talking. Judging from the fan, a wind specialist, right? He asked as they made their way beyond the front gates of the hidden village, setting into the desert during the early morning chill. Futon, wind release, was one of the 5 primary elemental natures. It was the most common elemental affinity for ninjas of Sunagakure, and thus the one he was most practiced in and knew the most ninja magic techniques for. His actual affinity, earth, was slightly rarer and substantially less practiced as a result. I suppose it was kinda obvious, hey. She chuckled, taking a sip of her canteen before securing it back to her belt again. You got it right, I'm pretty scary with this fan of mine. She bragged, reaching back to pat the 4-foot-long specialized wind tool. The fans were effectively shortcuts to performing certain wind jutsu, their faces bearing jutsu shiki that would produce specific effects when fed chakra and moved in specific ways. Jutsu shiki was the cousin art to sealing, or perhaps brother, or perhaps wider category. It was effectively the same as just putting a specific ninja magic spell into a written form which would be activated at a later date. The usual downside to this was that you couldn't perform the technique without the object in hand. The usual upside was that it could let you skip many of the funny gestures required to perform said ninja magic normally. A 5-hand seal jutsu like wind cutter became a wave of the fan instead, the benefits fairly obvious to anyone who thinks about how fiddly doing 5 specific hand gestures rapidly in the middle of a fight would be. Of course, if you just practiced more you wouldn't need hand gestures at all, but not everyone was talented. He certainly had no room to talk. Anything else? I might not look it, but I'm a menace in hand to hand. She continued, raising up her hands as fists and punching the air for a bit. I've put big and tough Ronin on their asses before. I see. No mention of other elemental techniques or illusions or anything else. Just blasting people with wind and throwing punches. Mid-range support then, not an awful backup to have. I'm a puppeteer specialized in close-range combat, with a number of wind and earth release techniques for support. I have a handful of genjutsu, also for support, and a fair amount of hand-to-hand ability. Please tell me if you touch any of my weapons the poison isn't lethal but it does cause long-term paralysis if you don't take the antidote in time. A paralytic was more effective than a purely lethal poison, both because a ninja that can't move is dead anyways, and it left them alive for capture at his leisure. Her eyebrows continued to rise as he spoke, until eventually they disappeared behind her loose bangs. That sounds like a lot. I suppose that's a full-blown jonin for you. He briefly considered telling her how recent his promotion was, before deciding against hurting her feelings. I had a lot of motivation to learn. He spoke noncommittally. Hey, now I'm really curious about how old you are. She reached over and poked at his side again, prodding the shoulder pad of his jonin vest. He had eventually decided to just seal it away with his hat whenever he got the wood dragoon out, no real need to make outrageous and expensive modifications to anything quite yet. Maybe after this next job and the repair bills. After a moment, she realized that he wasn't about to answer that question, and stuck her tongue out at him. What do you mean by close combat puppeteer anyways? What are your puppets like? He considered showing her the wood dragoon right now, but it was honestly way too early in the day to be bringing it out. Instead he reached into his vest, pulled out a scroll, and unfurled it. A brief puff of smoke later, and he was holding the spider-like form of one of his bolters. Model number, 1002 by the looks of it. Six-legged and a bit spindly. This one was partially made of teak and incorporated a senbon launcher as its primary weapon. They were on sale that day, from what he remembered. He was careful to show the explosive tag at the bottom of the main body, before handing it over to let her inspect. I call it a bolter. I have 15 with me. They shoot and then explode. He explained, carefully watching to make sure she didn't trigger something by accident. It's kinda cute. She commented, raising its limp form up before her and turning it about for inspection. I get it now. You use these buggers to support you while fighting up close, kinda an inverse from normal puppetry. She grinned at him. That's kinda respectable, ya know? Normally you puppeteers are a bunch of wimps. Her statement was basically correct. Overall, she just didn't know about wood dragoon yet. Absolutely, I'm a delicate little boy, you know. He agreed with an easy nod, reaching over to take 1002 back and put him back in the magic containment scroll. PFT. Mari muffled her laughter with her fingers. I think if you yelled at me, I'd die on the spot. He nodded casually, eyes closed. My poor little heart would give out, and I'd drop right there. She was struggling to contain her laughter, cheeks flushed and entire body wiggling with the effort of suppressing her humored reaction. I think if you said the word fuck, I'd explode. He finished with a solemn nod. It was too much, and she lost the battle at last. Wahahahaha. He had a little smile on his face, watching her stumble after him, unbalanced and giggling. He gave it 50-50 odds she died on this mission. Most of his ninja magic spells, jutsu, were pretty specialized for desert living. They were commonly taught to anyone in the Suna Ninja Academy who bothered to ask by teachers who usually wanted to be anywhere else at the time, most often in the form of handing over a scroll to study and then giving pointers every few hours. Like many other teachers, they usually didn't care all that much but wouldn't go out of their way to sabotage you. It was pretty sink or swim all things considered. Currently, the sun was getting high enough in the sky for him to call upon the mighty power of one of his hard-earned jutsu. He raised his hands and calmly gestured. There were a great number of meanings and nuances to the various hand seals, much of which he never really got around to figuring out beyond the vaguest understanding. It was simpler just to remember the specific combinations in order for the specific technique he wanted to utilize. Mari looked at him curiously as he started, before her face grew amused as she recognized the hand seals he was performing. Wind release, convection air. Like all magic spells, ninja magic was dramatically easier to do if you were willing to call out the name associated with the spell. Again, he didn't know precisely why, but it worked consistently enough that he wasn't going to question it. His chakra reached out into the air around him, and prodded it into a gently swirling bubble shield around him. A convection current that served to bring hot air away from him and bring a cool, refreshing breeze towards him. The way it was shaped likewise served to help protect against light debris and airborne toxins, such as sand and bad smells. It took about as much effort to maintain as breathing in a slightly forceful way did. It didn't get too hot for you already, huh, Mr. Jonin? Mari asked with a little grin and hand raised to half conceal it. It's not even noon yet. A wise man doesn't need to see the fire before he gets out of the burning house, only the smoke. Ryoma raised his hands and posed like a sage statue, speaking the aphorism with a theatrically wizened tone. Pui, you're just afraid of a little heat, I think. Mari teased. It's fall, you know? It's not going to be that hot, even in the middle of the day. If it's hot enough to fry an egg, it's hot enough to fry my mind. He grumbled, reaching up to poke at his temple. That's my most important part, you know? I need it more than you do. She blinked, processing that statement and proving his point, before a light-hearted anger came over her face. Hey now mister. What are you trying to imply here, hey? You'd be able to figure it out, if you weren't letting your head cook. He took a preparatory sip of his own canteen, cool delicious water inside, before sealing it away again. I'm not letting my head cook. I'm just not a baby like the puppeteer next to me. OOP, do you hear that? He interrupted suddenly, raising a hand up to his ear and looking off to the distance. She froze at once, immediately throwing her gaze in the same direction and silently listening. After a few moments of this, he spoke quietly. It's the sound of a frying egg. You. He laughed and kept walking, ignoring her huffs and puffs besides him. I was really worried there for a second, you jerk. I'm still worried, my partner isn't properly protected from the sun right now. Are all Jonin this annoying, or is it just you? I would never annoy someone, that sounds downright evil and wicked of me, and I would never be either of those things. You're a natural at it, I'll give you that. You weirdo. How am I a weirdo? You like eating rations. No one likes eating rations. I like eating rations. Because you're a weirdo. Sand Capital. Ryoma, recently promoted ninja. The Wind Daimyo's seat of power was, despite ruling over the land of wind, not called Wind Capital. Its full name was actually Capital Magnificent, with rooftops of gold, walls of marble, and sands of coral amidst a bounty of 4 heavenly wines. Most people simply referred to it as Sand Capital or Wind Capital for short. This was a fine worthy crime to do in the presence of the daimyo. The capital sat at the mouth of the largest gulf in Wind Country. This gulf, salty as it was, regularly receives rainfall from the South Nanman Ocean, which fed a great deal of basic agriculture in the region and served as a strong naval position from which the Wind Daimyo could maintain control over trade and agriculture in the various scattered rivers which started in desert mountains and flowed to the sea. Food and fresh water was what determined power in the land of wind, and the Wind Daimyo maintained a state monopoly on both. Ninja from Sunagakure, we're here to fulfill the request of Lady Ikeda Yuko. He explained calmly, raising the official mission request up and allowing the guard at the massive timber and sandstone gates to inspect. The guard certainly didn't look happy to see either of them, or the symbols they carried, but did little more than grunt as he read over the page. If this was a more confidential mission, then he'd flash the appropriate seal, wait for them to send a message to the client, wait for the client to send a message back, and the details of the task at hand would be kept entirely secret. If this was a very confidential mission, he'd show up in the client's room, bypassing all the security to get in and to leave. That was pretty hard for him to do though, so he was glad this was a low confidentiality mission. Nodding, the guard handed the page back with a stern look. Please wait, samurai will be called to escort you while in the capital. Ooh, what a daring abbreviation. Ryoma's lips quirked in amusement under his white veil, but he nodded placidly at the words. It was just a bad idea to let ninja wander around your center of civilization on their own. Normally, ninja villages resolved this issue by assigning shadow escorts to watch over the foreigners and take them out if they tried something funny. The capitals and other notable residences usually just cut the fat and assigned an outright samurai escort. A samurai, after all, could usually just murder a ninja from such a position. They were very similar to ninja, in that they could use chakra to enhance and supplement their abilities. They were very different from ninja in that they skipped all those stealth, utility, and etc. applications of chakra and jumped straight to move fast and murder someone applications in their education. Rich enough to afford the best arms and armor, trained in specifically kicking ass from birth, and having the right to call up large masses of commoners to join their kill this guy operations. Samurai were scary, and you usually couldn't beat one in a straight fight. Which was the trick of it, what kind of idiot ninja fights fair and square? 2 men clad in intimidating plates of steel and carrying swords on their belts approached. Their faces were obscured beneath wide-visored helmets, and their shoulders square. Their plates carried the honors of the Sand Capital, and their glares could be felt even through the helms. Samurai, after all, did not like ninja for many reasons. The most prominent one being that ninja were slowly replacing them in their various honorable positions of authority. Ninja cost money, sure, but didn't have any of that pesky legal authority or traditional rights that daimyo had to give samurai, making them an attractive option. Given another 10 or 15 years, the only real notable samurai left would be found in Iron Country, assuming nothing changes. Iron Country was a shogunate, after all, they weren't about to phase out their samurai anytime soon. Honorable samurai, here to escort us? Ryoma asked politely, performing a small greeting bow and gesture as he spoke. HN. The one on the left grunted. Correct. Let's get this over with, ninja. Ryoma nodded, ignoring Mari's little bristle at the disrespect in the samurai's tone. He sent her a sharp look in warning, before beginning to walk forwards past the gates and into the city streets proper. We are responding to the request of Lady Ikeda Yuko and require guidance to the Ikeda compound. We will be in your care. HN. Korazane, take the lead. The samurai commanded his apparent junior, stepping around and behind the two of them to watch their backs. The junior nodded, turning around and starting to move through along the clay brick road and towards their destination. Samurai were a prickly bunch around ninja, and it really wasn't worth trying to be friendly with them. That usually just made them more suspicious of you. It was easiest to just be professional and polite, something they could understand and regard with reasonable amounts of disdain. Much of the trip was spent in silence, occasionally glancing around at the various people and mercantile activities of the capital as they were escorted from the outer gates, past the inner gates, then the shell gates and into the section of the city reserved for the higher nobility. Not the daimyo himself though, he was past the last set of gates, the pearl gates in the innermost section of the city. True to the fancy names, the capital was actually a fairly beautiful city, he had no qualms in admitting that. Soon enough they were at the much smaller gates of the inner compound walls of the Ikeda clan. The job page was shown off to the guards at the gate, who sent word inside, who eventually sent word back to the gates that they were to be allowed inside, and the samurai who had been escorting them here were allowed to walk off and return to whatever they were doing before. All very bureaucratic and formal in process. TCH, those guys were stiff. Mari complained quietly, glancing back at the roads as they were led into the compound to greet the client. It's understandable, we're ninja after all. Ryoma waved off in an unconcerned manner. They're samurai, they have a lot of reasons to dislike us. I'm pretty sure that one in the back was staring at my butt. Mari grumbled, placing her hands on her hips. It's understandable, it's a nice butt after all. Ryoma restrained his urge to smirk, seeing his partner sputter and stumble at his blunt statement. The guard escorting them had a little smirk and jolt of laughter at the antics, turning around and gesturing at the table and kneel mats of the greeting room. Lady Aikida will be with you shortly, please take a seat. Ryoma nodded absent-mindedly, walking over to one of the seats while reaching up to remove his broad straw hat. He let it fall back, hanging from his neck by a little string and revealing his fluffy brown hair to the world. The veil was really more like a bandana than anything else, if he was being honest. It stayed where it was on the lower half of his face. Mari set her immense iron fan to the side before taking her own kneel upon the mat. They had actual chairs here, he could see them in the hallways, but the kneel mats were traditional. He could also see another guard watching them from a slightly subtle position, but that was fine and expected here. This place is downright fancy, hey. Mari commented idly, looking about the room and the various decorations on display. They certainly don't skimp on the decor. This room is about as big as my entire apartment. Ryoma observed, measuring the length and width of the place and comparing it to his living space. Bibwa. Mari let out a shocked noise at that, looking at him in an aghast manner. The entire thing? My place isn't exactly big, but it's at least twice as big as this room. My rent is really cheap. He nodded in a self-satisfied manner. It's pretty spacious for one guy and his equipment, so I don't need to upgrade anytime soon. You live in a little apartment, you eat the supply rations, what the heck do you spend your paychecks on? I spend some of it on my puppets. Ryoma tapped his side, reminding her of his expensive hobby. The rest of it goes into my savings just in case. Bleg. Mari leaned forwards in a despairing manner. I can't believe it, I'm working with a monk. She grumbled quietly to herself for the next few minutes, as they waited for their client to arrive. Yeah, hello. A cheery woman's voice called out from the hall, bringing their attention to the doorway. Their client, or at least a woman matching her picture and description, walking through the doorway, stepping into the room. Simultaneously he and Mari rose and performed a polite bow, which she waved off and lowered herself into a seated position. It was a somewhat inelegant movement, if he was being honest. Lady Aikida Yuko was a fairly average woman all things considered. Dark-haired, dark eyes, rounded face, a tiny amount of tanning from the blazing light common to wine country. She stood about 5'1", and by eye he estimated she was about 130 pounds. Enough that she had a noticeable heft, but he had seen bloated caricatures of obesity in his past life, she was honestly fine by comparison to such. Of course, when compared to the dainty and slight ideal of courtly noble lady, she was significantly diverged. Noble ladies were vicious about pecking orders. It was pretty surprising that she was so chipper, with that in mind. Lady Aikida Yuko? We're the jonin from Sunagakure you've requested. Ryoma greeted with a nod. Oh. So prompt and polite. She waved a hand at that, smiling at the two of them. You're early, you know? I wasn't expecting anyone for at least 2 more days. We presumed to be early, just in case. Ryoma responded. We can depart whenever you're ready. Oh, well not till tomorrow, how about? I haven't quite had all my things packed up yet. She gave a little laugh at that. I can't go all the way to tea country with nothing, after all. Understandable. The contract didn't specify a means of arrival. Do you have a route in mind already? Oh, I think we'll be walking. She nodded in a determined way at that. Up through river country, then we'll meet up with one of my old friends in fire country, and then down to tea country. On foot? Mari asked with a faintly surprised tone. That's quite a distance to walk, Lady Aikida. Are you sure? The noble lady nodded firmly, then brought a hand up to brush a lock of hair back behind one of her ears. It'll have to be walking. I could certainly afford to hire a boat, but I'm afraid I need the exercise. I can't show up to the Golden Tea Festival looking like this. She gestured at herself, a slightly flustered expression on her face. She coughed into a fist before continuing. Only to tea country though. I think I'll be quite sick of walking by the end of the festival. I'll come back by boat. I see. Ryoma replied in a manner that didn't express his opinion one way or another. Will we be traveling with anyone else, or will it just be the 3 of us? Until meeting your friend in fire country, that is. Oh, not many. She waved. Just a handful of my servants and a cart for all my things. You know how it is. I can't exactly carry all that by myself, and it would be downright improper to make my ninja guards do it. More people meant it would be harder to defend them all, just adding complication to the job. He wasn't upset, he had been expecting something like this from the moment he heard that the client was a noble. He was glad that he had packed extra for this. This trip was probably going to take a month by the looks of it. 200,000 ryo in total payout. The village got a 15% cut of 30,000. Then the pay was split 2 ways, between himself and his partner, for a final of 85,000 ryo. A koku of rice was about 330 pounds, and worth anywhere from 50 to 80,000 ryo depending on where you bought it from. Therefore, his cut for this next job was going to be a bit over 1 koku no matter how you cut it. For comparative context, a bowl of cheap ramen was about 200 to 300 ryo. This was enough to buy 280 to 425 bowls of ramen from one of those neat little open-air stands. That was enough to cover his bills for quite a while, probably enough to fund his replacement bolters, and then some extra left out to put into savings. It wasn't bad, all things considered. These thoughts and calculations flowed through his mind easily as they walked along an immense desert road towards the north and away from the capital. The road was one of many that had been commissioned by one of the previous daimyos to facilitate trade through his country, an immense stretch of hardened stone pulled up from the ground by earth jutsu and condensed into a sturdy platform for carriages and whatnot to move along. Famously, it was that daimyo who declared the age of the samurai, of sword and bloodshed, is over. This is a time of trade and prosperity, and behold the shinobi who have enabled that, behold the wonders they have erected at my command. Needless to say, he was not very popular among his retainers. The current daimyo, a nephew of the previous, promised to not place his ninja before his own samurai. This was very popular, and a brief and bloody coup later put him in the seat of power. A daimyo who has thus far kept his samurai happy, not by not hiring ninja, but instead just hiring ninja from another country. It was expected that he would ease up eventually and go back to hiring Suna ninja soon enough, and everyone would put this business behind them. Ryoma knew that this policy was going to be lasting another 10 years or so, at minimum. The economy of their mercenary village wasn't going to recover anytime soon. He didn't know what happened to the daimyo in canon, but he suspected it was fairly lethal. All of this, over a random boast about a new road many years ago. It was a pretty nice road though, all things considered. Lined in date trees for shade and defended from errant sands and erosions by layers of small side walls. It was curious that this particular job had even reached Sunagakure in the first place. He wasn't about to pry directly, but he was certainly thinking about it. "Are you okay, Lady Ikeda?" one of the servants asked from a bit behind him. The heavy breathing and faint scent of sweat that occasionally blew up from behind them told him that she was struggling, just a bit. "We can rest if you need it," Mari offered kindly, raising a hand from her position on the flank. I'm fine," the noble lady wheezed out. He turned to look back to see her struggling, gratefully taking the offered water from her servant and gulping it down. She was wearing her travel dress, which looked a lot like a normal dress but with one less layer and a big fancy hat to shade her head. Briefly, he calculated how much water they had versus how much distance they had traveled, and made the executive decision to help out. "There's a secret ninja technique, you know, to preserve stamina." Ryoma began with a specific tone of voice. "Would you like for me to teach it to you?" "A ninja technique?" she gasped out, looking at him with a slightly skeptical expression. "And, you'll teach it to me?" "Yep," he replied with a slightly grave tone, stepped forwards and reached up to gesture at his face. The noble lady swallowed in a wary anticipation. "Press your tongue against the roof of your mouth." She straightened up at that, the servants around and Mari in the distance observing the improvised teaching session carefully. "Uh-huh," she replied after a moment. "Keep it pressed there, inhale through the nose, and exhale through the mouth." He continued the explanation, performing an exaggerated breathing cycle. She did so, inhaling, then exhaling with face scrunched up in concentration. "Ahoy?" she questioned, tongue still firmly against the roof of her mouth. "That's it," he finished, dropping his hand. "That's it." The Lady Ikeda, her servants and Mari all yelled out at him. A regular comedy routine, they were naturals at it. He huffed in amusement and nodded. "Yep. That's it." He shrugged. "It's not a very hard technique, but it should help somewhat. Just focus on the breathing." "Ha, being teased by my ninja guard like this." The noble lady sighed in a rueful manner. "It is a genuine technique, Lady Ikeda," Ryoma argued, stepping back to his watch position. "Is that how you are staying cool, Mr. Jonin?" she asked with an amused tone. "Oh no, I use ninja magic whenever I need to stay cool." "Show me," she demanded, a little smile on her sweaty face as she waved a hand. Ryoma wasn't really hot right now, the shade from the date trees was more than enough to keep him at a comfortable temperature, but customer satisfaction was important. He went through the hand seals required, shaping the requisite chakra, then unleashing the jutsu. A bubble of swirling airs surrounded him. "Ta-da!" he declared, spreading out his arms and doing a little spin. "Stand next to me," she commanded. "I can't defend you effectively from right there." "I don't care, it's entirely too hot." Mari rolled her eyes with an amused smile. Sand Country. Ryoma, recently promoted ninja. The environment changed gradually as they approached the Land of Rivers, which was set between Wind Country and Fire Country along the Hangar-Rai Gulf and directly south of the Land of Rain. Rain itself was not a proper country, in that there was all of one major settlement in the entire region. It was difficult for a country to develop when the land was set directly between Earth, Fire, and Wind Country and was usually somewhere between ruined landscape and landscape slowly recovering from being ruined. That single proper settlement was the somewhat infamous Sunagakure, led by the very infamous Hanzo, who was something of a tyrant nutcase. The Land of Rivers was a much nicer place to live, by contrast. The constant rainfall that came down in the north flowed through hundreds of smaller rivers down towards the Hangar-Rai Gulf, creating an immensely fertile and reasonably warm land. This land was filled by opportunistic farmers who made their living producing rather incredible amounts of food and selling it to whoever wanted to buy, usually Sunagakure. If a single individual managed to unify all of the land under one banner, they'd have an outrageous amount of projected influence over Sunagakure through control of the bulk food supply, so it was in their best interest to make sure that never happened. This led to a long-standing understanding with Tanagakure, the village hidden in the valleys, who operated within the land of rivers. Suna ninjas would always come to their aid against larger and more dangerous nations, and they would make sure no single person comes to control this bulk of Suna's food supply. This occasionally came back to bite both parties, but both parties were overall satisfied with the arrangement, for the most part. It was Tanagakure coming under threat by both Konoha and Iwa that dragged Sunagakure into the Third Great Shinobi War in the first place. The Land of Grass, north of the Land of Rain, was invaded covertly by Iwa for the sake of setting up forward bases to more effectively attack Konoha. Konoha clashed against them in an attempt to stop this. At a certain point both countries attempted to send forces around the primary battlefields to flank their enemies, which would be through the Land of Rain or the Land of Waterfalls. The Land of Waterfalls was an unattractive option to attack, because they had a living super weapon. The Land of Rain was an unattractive option to invade, because they had Hanzo. That left the relatively weak and safe Land of Rivers in Claw Country to move troops through. Claw Country is only notable for being forgettable, and so Iwa and Konoha both could easily enter the Land of Rivers to continue their flank attempts at one another. Which provoked Tanagakure, which in turn provoked Sunagakure, and all of a sudden there was a war on at least two fronts for everyone involved. Geopolitics was a funny subject when you were a child soldier, because most of that was just summarized as there are bad guys here, go kill them when he was a genin. They probably thought it would take too long and be too complicated to explain. The guys at the information centers were at least nice enough to explain the overall situation to him when he went over to ask. Back when he was, maybe 13 or so, he wasn't sure. All of that considered, it would be unusual for them to be attacked by ninja from Tani while traveling through their country. Suna had just helped them in a war and they had been allies for a few decades now. Being attacked by Konoha ninja was slightly more likely, but not very much so either. They had just gotten out of a war and had very little reason to spark another over the sake of something so petty as an escort of some noble lady to a festival. He wouldn't be surprised though, ninja were self-sabotaging pricks like that. The most likely danger, therefore, would come from independents or third parties seeking to provoke something or take advantage of the relative lack of defense on a traveling noble. Case in point. Looks like you just stepped into a sword, ninja, hoo-hoo. Standing upon the border between wind and river was a relatively sleepy-looking town. The grass was a bit dry, but there was sufficient water and foliage around to both prevent undue erosion and keep everything alive. This sleepy town seemed mostly designed around subsistence farming and fishing from the river, supplemented by the flow of trade between the two larger regions. Or it would have if the town wasn't still mostly destroyed. From the looks of it, wind and fire jutsu. Many of the buildings were topped or burned or both toppled and burned, and no longer inhabited by normal commoners. Instead, the ruined village had become the apparent hideout of a bandit group that he hadn't heard of before, which meant they were probably pretty new. The scrawny man standing on the bridge before him was wearing overlapping plates of sandy metal, polished to a shine but covered in nicks and scratches. His hair was long and pulled back, his face scarred, and his grin crooked. Upon his belt dangled 3 ninja headbands, 2 recognizably from Konoha and 1 from Suna. Each was worn, battered, and rusty. I'll make this easy for you, ninja. Step away and the headband-seeking headhunter band will spare your lives. The apparent leader declared, bony hand clutching the hilt of his katana and face pulled into a mocking grin. Around them in the rubble of the village, a number of other bandits emerged with mocking laughter and hands on an assorted number of blades and spikes. Oh no. One of the servants they were escorting declared, pulling back towards the cart with a fearful tone. They were shivering and glancing nervously around at the handful of armed men surrounding them. They have headbands on their waists, don't tell me that they hunt ninja down. Ryoma found himself exchanging a glance with Mari. Mari, standing on top of the cart with fan readied and stance wide. Himself standing at the front of the little caravan, with 2 of his bolters out and clinging to the bottom of the cart. From her expression, she was confident that they would win, but the ready posture told him that she was taking them seriously. Ryoma, meanwhile, had noticed a few details. He inclined his head and hat towards his partner, communicating his confidence, then turned back to address the bandit leader. Headband-seeking headhunter band, hey. He commented, raising a hand up to rub his chin, under the veil. From the armor, sword, and captured headbands, you must be Ronin, is that right? That's right. I'm the Ronin Ash. The leader declared with a sharp grin, taking a step forwards and dropping into a draw stance. My sword technique is deadly to you ninja, I'll simply cut off your hands before you can complete your jutsu. So if you want to keep your fingers I'd recommend complying. I'm after that cart, but I'll be happy to take your headbands. Ash was indeed within range to swing at his hands, if he started going through hand signs. Ryoma calmly lowered his hand again, staring at the sword with a raised brow, then glancing around at the bandits again. They were grinning, occasionally giving out a chuckle or a lecherous look. They were at least universal who they chose to lick their lips at. There were a few ladies in their bandit group who were making crude gestures at him. That was nice of them. He turned back to consider their leader again. Ronin Ash, right. That's right. Carve that name into your memory, ninja, then step away from the goods. Ash ordered, waving a hand to the side. Ryoma tilted his head. How familiar are you with Genjutsu? What? The bandit leader asked, furrowing his brows. Ryoma gave a very deliberate look behind him, towards the empty charred bridge that he stood upon. From the looks of it, not very. The Ronin's eyes widened, and he quickly turned to draw his sword on whatever was behind him. He saw the nothing that Ryoma had seen, and quickly turned back to demand an answer. His face greeted a fist, knocking him back and sending him spinning, before falling to the ground and groaning in pain. Ryoma let his fist hang for a moment, then let it drop back to his side. E-rank genjutsu, distracting bluff. A devastating tool in the right hands. Ryoma had simply stepped forwards and punched him in the face. Why you? His hand whipped to the side, extending 3 chakra strings out to connect with the bandit who had shouted that. A beefy-looking guy in a crop top holding a pair of daggers. A puppeteer controlled their puppets through the use of chakra strings, which allowed them to connect their energies to a target and exert physical influence over them. Naturally, chakra already present in the target had the ability to make this puppeteering rather difficult, if that chakra was moving around and providing resistance to the strings. Of course, these guys being bandits, Ryoma was willing to bet that they couldn't do something as basic as circulate chakra around to disrupt his control. Countering puppetry was a lot like countering genjutsu, in that you dispelled it in essentially the exact same ways. What they? The beefy bandit yelled out fearfully, jerking upright in unnatural, noticeable, twitchy motions. The rest of the bandits, who had been considering attacking, pulled back fearfully and stared at their comrade jerking about. Stiffly, the beefy bandit raised his knives up to his neck, clearly trying to jerk around and resist but unable to prevent the strings of Ryoma's control from making him move. And no. Ryoma held him there for a few moments, calmly looking around at the other very uncertain bandits for a few moments more. He tilted his head again. I don't mind making examples of people, but I really hate to be wasteful. He declared bluntly. It took me all of 10 seconds and a wave of my hands to defeat your leader and take a hostage. Between myself and my partner I'm the restrained one. So please do us all a favor and simply tell me how many of you I need to kill before you decide to cut your losses. Why you bastard? What's to stop us from running in and overwhelming you, hey? One of them declared. He twitched his finger as his eyes trailed over to the one who had yelled that. A moment later, a senbon was in his throat and he was on the ground. A non-lethal puncture filled with a paralytic. He gargled as he fell. Ryoma doubted any of the bandits could see where that needle had come from. Your loud friend has been poisoned, and I have an antidote. How about we make a trade? You bunch bring me some of your stolen goods, and I sell you the antidote? I'll even throw in a spare your lives discount. Needless to say, they were fairly quick to comply after the little show of force. He made sure to recommend a different line of work as he left, the bandits looking rather tense and humiliated. Land of Rivers. Ryoma, recently promoted ninja. Guy, you totally took the spotlight. I didn't get a chance to show off at all. Mari playfully complained as they set up camp for the night. A slightly defensible position pulled to the side of an earth-packed road a few hours past the border. The servants were going through their routines for the night, setting up a campfire, erecting a tent, unfurling Lady Ikeda's bedding and whatnot. The whole nightly affair. The bandits, eager to see them leave and get the antidote for their friend, had paid a premium. Those pilfered headbands, a few books, and blocks of firewood. The bandits seemed pretty confused about the goods he had decided to claim, but mostly happy that he was letting them go so easily. The headbands would be returned to their respective villages once he got a chance to ship them, the books would be something to read in his spare time, and the logs of firewood were for his puppetry. If I let you show off, there wouldn't be a village left after. Ryoma teased with a flat tone, sorting through the small stack of books and seeing what he actually had. Hey, you think I can't be delicate? Mari growled, planting her hands on her hips and leaning towards him. Is that what you're saying? Tell you what, I'll let you handle the next group, how about that? Romance, adventure, smut, historical, smut again, adventure, manual, smut for the third time. If you impress me, I'll brag about you to all my Jonin friends. She blinked, pulling back. Why, you have friends? No. He huffed in an amused fashion, seeing her face drop into a scowl. Why, you shouldn't be able to admit that so easily, you know. She grumbled at him, to which he calmly ignored. Books sorted, he sealed them away again in a puff of smoke, and rose out of his kneel. Ah, that was incredible, Mr. Jonin. The Lady Ikeda, apparently ready for the night already and dressed in her sleeping clothes, came over to compliment. She was flanked by 2 servants rapidly working her hair into something suitable to sleep in. There was some kind of routine that he wasn't aware of. His hair wasn't that long and he wasn't a noble lady. You managed to make those ninja hunters cower. He shook his head. That's because they weren't ninja hunters. He reached up to pull his hat back, letting his hair out and keeping half an eye on their surroundings through the puppet eyes in his deployed bolters. They weren't even actually bandits. Hey. Lady Ikeda tilted her head. The murmuring servants, still excitedly chatting about the incident, exchanged glances at that. Mari blinked, revealing that she had picked up on some of what he was talking about, but not all. That village was half destroyed by what looked like a fire and wind, the most common elemental affinities for ninja from Konoha and Suna. He began to explain, reaching up to scratch at his head. The leader's armor was polished enough to wear the protective paint away, and pretty old-fashioned. He's not a samurai, and ninja don't tend to wear stuff like that anymore. Their weapons were mostly tools and battered ninja gear. The beefy guy was using knives. They weren't bandits. They were the villagers using the family relics, trying to look like bandits, and doing a bad job of it. He shook his head. Most likely their village was caught in the middle of some Konoha and Suna ninjas, and now they're trying to make some quick cash to afford to repair their homes. The headbands probably came from the corpses of whatever battle caused all that damage in the first place. Why, you noticed all of that immediately, Mr. Jonin? One of the servants, a younger woman carrying a bucket of water, asked. Not immediately, it took me a few seconds. HMP. I had only picked up on them not being as dangerous as they were pretending, not that they were the villagers. Mari declared with a rueful shake of her head. I'm giving a bad impression here, a younger Jonin showing me up. Younger? Ah, is Mr. Ryoma here younger than you, Ms. Mari? Lady Ikeda asked curiously, leaning forwards and squinting at him in the evening light. He stared blandly back. I'm not sure he refuses to tell me how old he is. Mari grumbled good-naturedly, reaching over to prod at his side a few times. Despite me asking several times now. It's not very important. Ryoma shrugged. It totally is. Mari complained, backed up by Lady Ikeda's enthusiastic nods and determined expression. Is it younger than 20 or older? It's certainly a number. He replied in a noncommittal fashion, shrugging. He didn't really care either way, if he was being honest, but at this point it was a running gag so he had to keep it up. Older than 4, I'd say. That's probably correct. Grr. Mari growled. You know I have a niece that looks to be around your age. Lady Ikeda began slyly, leaning forwards and raising her hand to cover her mouth. About 19, is that right? She's a nice girl you know, if a bit shy. How about I introduce you? That's all right, don't go out of your way for little ol me here. His tone was rather dry as he politely declined. So you're about 19. Mari declared with sharp eyes. A bit younger then? Don't worry, I have 5 married sisters, so I have a lot of nieces. I'm sure you'd get along with some of them. 5 married sisters? You need to stop worrying about their daughters and start worrying about your own. I'm really not looking for a relationship right now. He raised his hands and took a step back. I said the same thing, but I waited too long. Don't make my mistake, young man. His harasser stepped forwards to follow. Mari was about to say something, before wisely deciding against whatever it was. Why are you trying to hook me up with your nieces? I'm not. I'm simply suggesting that you'd get along, that's all. The noble lady's assault was as relentless as her lie was shameless. Come on, Ryoma, you need more friends. This is your chance to get introductions. Mari was equally enthusiastic about battering him. You can't live your entire life alone in a small apartment with puppets and eating rations willingly. Do you even know how to cook? I have a niece who cooks, she makes excellent jam cakes and needs more friends. I'm going to scout around the perimeter. He was forced to retreat. Make sure nothing dangerous is around. He disappeared in a flicker of sand before they could counteract his stated intention. Fire country. Gaku Inyazuka, veteran Jonin. Being a sensei was hard, but he was slowly getting the hang of it. He was mostly just glad that the war seemed to be behind them, at least for another decade or two. Enough time to have another kid with the wife. Other than Hannah, that was. Neither of them had really been predicting her, and they were mostly just lucky that the war ended soon enough after. Maybe that will get her to calm down with all the nagging. He grunted, glancing down at Karameru. The massive, shaggy-furred and loose-skinned Nindog could tell what he was thinking, and had a rather unimpressed expression on. Reddish-brown fur shaking with each great padding step along the southwards road towards the border into the land of rivers. A frown grew on his face, and he looked back towards the road. Yet, he wasn't really confident in that prediction either. Normally having a kid makes a woman calm down, but it only seemed to make some more agitated. He wasn't sure if he could handle that, if she got any worse. What's wrong, sensei? He turned his gaze towards the speaker. A teen with dark brown hair cut short and held back with his headband, face partially covered by a strip of red cloth, concealing a wheel-like scar over the bridge of his nose and left side of his face. He wore a dark jumpsuit and carried a sword just slightly too large for him on his back. Judging from the alert expressions on his other genin, they were also a bit worried by his wandering thoughts. Nothing much, Rado. Gaku replied, starting slowly to think of something else to say. He wasn't about to involve teenagers in his marriage troubles, so he needed something else. Road, trees, grass, sky, his team, the client, her carriage, her servants. Madame Gozan. He called out to the woman, who sat gracefully in the middle of a shaded carriage pulled by a team of strong and long-suffering men. Her official bodyguard, an old and glaring samurai, walked next to this carriage, and behind them was pulled a second carriage filled with her abundant things. The woman herself was beautiful, he could easily admit, long silky hair done up in 3 great buns, smooth porcelain-like skin protected by the shade of her several curtains, and delicate dress clinging to her form. It was too bad that she was both the client and something of a bitch. Yes, Jonin. She replied with a little, self-pleased smile. She insisted that everyone refer to her as Madam, which was more than within her right to do, but was incredibly annoying. No outright insults, just a lot of condescension and amused smiles. Your friend from Wind Country, do you think they'd hire Suna Ninja as escorts? He asked with a small frown. I should hope Yuko does, otherwise my boasting will be far less effective. A comparison is needed to dictate quality. The noblewoman waved herself gently with a small fan, a little grin on her face. Do your best to not disappoint me, Ninja of Fire Country, I'm looking forward to the look on her face when you continually show them up. Right, we'll do our best. Gaku nodded with a slight frown, bringing a hand up to scratch the back of his head, turning around and looking along the road again. We just got done fighting a war with Suna. Asuma, always quick to pick up on motivations, spoke up. Hair hanging long to frame his face, jaw growing wider and squarer by the year, and hair starting to grow down into the start of sideburns. His arms were pulled back, clasped around the back of his neck and letting him lean back a tad as they walked. You think they might start trouble, sensei? That was a pretty good excuse. They might. It wouldn't be smart of them, but people don't always do what's smart. He shook his head slightly. In any case, keep your guard up, there's plenty of people who try to take advantage of a perceived opportunity like this. To capture Madame Gozen and ransom her, right? Kurane had a vaguely worried look on her face, with fair features, raven hair, and deep red eyes. She was dressed in her everyday get-up of a cropped kimono top and undermesh, with a red scarf tied around her waist and bandages around her lower limbs. Or worse. Well sure, but only a really stupid bandit would try that with us and that samurai here. Gaku grunted. And stupid bandits usually aren't very talented bandits. I'm more worried about someone from IWA showing up and trying to spark something between Suna and Konoha again. We'd win. Rado declared, quietly confident. We could. Gaku nodded with an unamused frown. But I'd rather not jump right back into a war, pup. I'd rather enjoy a few years of lower stakes first, so if anything happens, we're going to make sure that we're not the ones to start it. Understood. Understood. He was lucky he got the gloomy, quiet, thinking types in his team. He had seen what some of the other teams were like, all excitable or grudging. Are there any famous bandits in Tea Country, sensei? Kurane asked. Gaku considered that for a few moments. There's the Pirate Queen. She's got a bounty of 20 million. There's the Redtail River Foxes, their bounty is somewhere around 11 million in total. There's also Laughing Smoke, last time I checked his bounty was only 8 million, but that was before he stole the Fire Lotus from the Tea Daimyo. I haven't checked since the war started, but there were rumors going around that his bounty was up to 18 million now. Fire Lotus? Rado questioned with a tilt of his head. Gaku shrugged. Some kind of special tea leaves, said to grant you legendary prowess with fire jutsu or something. Ah, one of those overly exaggerated stories then, hey. Probably. The last one was sold to the Uchiha clan and shared between Madara and the first Hokage. They had mixed feelings about spicy tea, according to the story. Hat. You sure know a lot about bounties, sensei. Asuma grinned in an easygoing manner. Gaku huffed. Well, before I was told to take over as teacher for you brats, Karameru and I were thinking about hunting bandits for a few years. Seeing the sights, taking heads, the whole deal sounds pretty appealing. Karameru huffed in an agreeable manner. He reached down to scratch the great dog's ears. I'm sure we could still go do that. I wouldn't mind coming along to hunt down bandits. Asuma chuckled. Rado snorted with laughter, but nodded along all the same. We're not bounty hunters, we're ninja. Kurane pointed out dryly. Which means we're whatever makes money. Rado countered. All that's future stuff anyways. Gaku interrupted before another grumbly debate could break out. Right now, all we have to worry about is this mission and whatever comes our way on it. Taking about the future when you have a problem right in front of you is just bad business. Right. Asuma nodded along, making both Kurane and Rado pout in the way only teenagers who thought they had everything figured out could. He had half a mind to recommend them for the Chunin exam after this. They were ready for it 2 years ago, and he knew their previous sensei was going to go through with it before he got offed, but Gaku was always a cautious sort. No need to send them in too early, especially not while a war was going on. Suna ninja. They and Konoha weren't exactly enemies, but they weren't exactly allies either. He was just hoping it was no one he had killed a friend of, or something. The front in the Land of Rivers wasn't as bloody as the others, but there was still a whole heap of killing going on during it. There was a fancy inn that sat overlooking the Hangarai coast on the southern coast of Fire Country where Madame Gozen's friend was apparently supposed to be waiting for them. The inn-house was run by an old retired shinobi for the sake of catering to various nobles wanting a good sea view bed and fresh sashimi at any time. This inn-house sat on the crossroads between an east-west road that ran along the southern coast and a north-south road that ran up to Fire Capital. All in all, a very typical place for nobles to wait while wanting to see other nobles along the road. There, I recognize her little carriage over there. Madame Gozen declared with a wide smile, snapping her fan shut and waving over to it. That smug sandfish. I bet she's laughing at me for being late right now. Defensive positioning, team. Gaku commanded, letting them fan out in a diamond around the carts and the client. The old samurai watched them sharply, but said nothing as they moved into position and then into the carriage space allocated out for visiting nobility. There were a number of other carriages, of various styles and fashions, but none quite so ostentatious as the shaded veranda that Madame Gozen sat upon as they traveled. He inhaled deeply, and sure enough the distinctive mineral and venom scent common to ninja was in the air, and wafted towards them through a high-set ventilation window. He drooled a bit, smelling the fried seafood that came along those same airs. It had been a bit since he had had some good fried fish. The carriage was left to be guarded by the servants, and their collection walked up to the doors of the establishment to be welcomed within. Gaku paid half an ear to the client talking to the hostess at the door, focusing instead on the scent in the air and trying to figure out if he had smelled it before. The hostess briefly glanced at Karameru, but the headband around his neck discouraged her from commenting on the great shaggy beast she was letting into the interior. He nodded in deference to the samurai, who stepped forwards first to evaluate the interior, then stepped forwards and nodded an all clear to Madame Gozen. He'd do that himself if the samurai weren't here, but it was good to let old dogs handle the important tasks, it's what they prided themselves on. Yuka. Don't tell me you've been waiting long. Madame Gozen called out exuberantly, stepping forwards with a pep in his shoulders and hips. Suki. Another voice called out from within, followed by rapid steps and swishing of cloth. About this time he stepped into the room, casting his gaze around the semi-private lounge space and the stone grill in the center, overlooking a long beachfront. Inside the lounge there were a number of other servants, each carrying the mark of some clan or another from Wind Country. One in particular was taking a thread and needle to some clothes, tightening hems and waists. There the client's long friend was, having apparently half-tackled Madame Gozan in a great hug and giggling smile. She was a slightly plainer-looking noblewoman, with a round face, slightly shorter hair, and slightly less fancy dress on. He didn't really have anything else to comment on with her. What he could comment on, however, were the clearly marked Suna ninja sitting near the stone grill, chopsticks held out and adjusting the sizzling shrimp and fish. One was a woman with sandy blonde hair tied back in a fuzzy bun, clearly a wind specialist from the massive iron wharfen that sat next to her. He didn't recognize her. The other Suna ninja, however, made him scowl and stare. Caramare likewise stilled, and maintained a hard look at the young man grilling a collection of shrimp tails on the hot stone, looking at them with a rather blank expression. They maintained their stares even as his genin shuffled into the room behind them and the noble ladies finished their giggling, hugging fest with one another. The animosity was noticed, and the female Sunanin pulled back slightly, casting looks back and forth between himself and the man grilling shrimp. Do you know this guy, sensei? Kurane asked quietly, catching the attention of the noble ladies, who looked to him and his staring partner with curious expressions. Gaku scowled, forcing himself to relax slightly. Yet. You remember that time you three had to carry me and Caramara back to the med tents? That was him. Rado declared tensely, pulling back and getting into a defensive stance before Gaku waved him down with a shake of his head. Ryoma the braggart. Gaku grumbled, glaring at the young man in question. It's been a while. Ryoma nodded in a calm manner, face still partially concealed by his white veil. Long claws Gaku. I thought you and your Ninken would have died from the shrapnel, I suppose I'm happy your team managed to get you out in time. No hard feelings about that. I don't know. Gaku grumbled and glared suspiciously, reaching up to scratch at his goatee. No hard feelings about your comrades. He was pretty sure he had killed at least one in that fight, possibly 2 or 3. Ryoma shook his head, reaching forwards with chopsticks to flip the sizzling shrimp over. I'm sure I killed some of your comrades too, at some point. We'll probably kill more of each other when the next war starts. There's no point in getting too worked up about it. That was the part that Gaku just couldn't understand, shaking his head and stepping further into the room, scanning around and walking widely about the ninja towards the sea view patio, leaning back in a deliberately relaxed and non-hostile manner. Just how cold-blooded some non-Konoha ninja could be. Heavens know that if it were his comrades that he had to bury, he wouldn't be sure if he could control himself. As it were, injuries sustained were simply part of the business. Oh, yes, there was some great scuffle that broke out between you ninja recently, was there? Madame Gozan questioned with a minor tilt of her head and narrowed eyes. That's not going to be an issue, is it? She asked somewhat testily, glaring softly at the gathered ninja. Not from us, at least. The braggart declared, briefly lifting the shrimp to inspect their bottoms before settling them down again. Our mission is to escort Lady Aikita, nothing in the contract tells us to attack enemy ninja or kidnap noble ladies who scrunch their noses at me, so it'll be up to Gaku and his brats. Gaku huffed and shook his head at his team, who nodded in understanding. As much as he disliked agreeing with someone who could so easily write off the deaths of his comrades, nobody here wanted to start another war anytime soon. It simply wasn't practical. Brats. Kurane repeated softly, sounding slightly offended. HMP. You speak of something so heinous so easily, ninja boy. Madame Gozan scoffed amusedly, waving her fan. Oh. I haven't introduced you yet. Lady Aikita declared, tugging her friend over closer to the fire and pointing at the Suna ninja in order. Ryoma and Mari, my Jonin escorts for the trip. They've been exceptional company thus far, delightfully charming. Mari stood up and bowed properly, the braggart simply nodded his head and kept inspecting the sizzling shrimp. This did not go unnoticed by their client, who let her eyes narrow into sharp slits and glare down at the utterly disinterested Sunanin. Mari noticed this, and hissed out a whisper. Ryoma. Stand and bow. She's not the client. He returned, sounding bored. And she's probably never going to be a client considering Konoha is closer. I have no need to care much about her. Gaku kept his amusement in agreement with the overall sentiment carefully concealed behind a flat mask. Judging from the brief glance the former enemy sent him, the braggart was well aware of the shared feeling. No ninja cared for bossy nobles. That's not the point, you don't need a reason to be nice. Mari growled, leaning forwards with hands making strangling gestures. The last time I was nice, Lady Aikita started talking about me meeting her nieces again. He growled back, making a sharp gesture with his chopsticks towards the woman. Isn't it cute how grumpy he is? Lady Aikita declared, leaning towards her friend to declare it. Madame Gozan, head tilted back and staring at the Suna ninja from over her dainty nose, maintained a blank expression. She stepped forwards, hands held together, and around the table. She stopped over his shoulder, skipping one chair, before making a little gesture. Up, I need a place to sit. A power play, clearly. Gaku tensed slightly, adjusting his position for rapid movement just in case. The braggart stared up at Madame Gozan, then deliberately over at the chair next to him, then back towards her. He raised a brow. You want my seat in specific, and not the open one right next to me. You're being quite disagreeable right now, up. He shook his head. Lady Ikeda, your friend is being so mean and cruel and downright wicked to me, the poor and deprived child soldier who has never sat in a fancy chair like this before. The tone indicated how little he was actually affected, making Lady Ikeda giggle into her hands. He scooted over a slight amount, enough to rest a thigh upon and little more. You're lucky I'm so generous, I'll let you have half. The amount of the seat exposed was not actually half, maybe a third. Gaku glanced at his genin, then at the samurai, none quite sure what move to make but all tense. Madame Gozen maintained her stare, before stepping forwards and giving everyone a jolt of fear by simply plopping down into his lap. The braggart froze up, as did the other jonin, as did the samurai, Lady Ikeda, and the gathered servants who were badly pretending to not be paying attention. She wiggled slightly, before leaning back upon her new chair, face impassive. HMP. A modest seat, it will do. Feed me, Sand Ninja, I am famished from the journey here. Madam. The old samurai growled worriedly, stepping forwards with a scowl. Tichuchita. This is scandalous. In contrast with her words, Lady Ikeda seemed delighted by the event. A glance at his students told him that Kurane felt about the same way as the noble lady, a flushed face and scandalized smile. Rado and Asuma were somewhat more nonplussed. Gaku, recovering from his brief heart attack from the client doing something stupid, was now taking distinct pleasure in the suddenly very stiff ninja who had blown him up a year ago. The braggart looked less sure now than he did when they were trying to kill each other, and that was something Gaku was willing to take joy in seeing. Fire Country. Ryoma, recently promoted ninja. There was always a great deal of danger when it came to interacting with other ninja, doubly so when interacting with ninja that were from theoretically neutral parties. Enemy ninja were easy, both parties are well aware of the mutual hostility, and know that any attempt to falsely claim otherwise would fall on deaf ears. When you come across an enemy, they are your enemy. The only trickery you are going to see is combat trickery. When you come across an ally, they're probably your ally, but they might be an enemy too. You needed to trust them to a certain extent just for basic civilization to even function, but it was important to occasionally verify that they were indeed your ally. Usually with the occasional firm slap on the back to dispel any illusion and in-jokes that only the two of you knew of. That wasn't perfectly reliable, but it was good enough to manage most of the time. When you come across someone neutral, there's almost no way to tell if they're actually an ally or are merely pretending for the sake of pulling off some trick or sabotage later. Basic shinobi tactics 101 here, pretend to be nice and then stab them was the easiest trick in the book. That client of theirs? Could be some kunoichi under a transformation illusion right now. Those genin? The same. That jonin leading them, those servants accompanying them, the cart, the bags of stuff? It was entirely possible that all of that was just war material ready to blow them all back to the Stone Age. However, stressing out about all of that was something you really couldn't do and stay sane, so the best answer was just to have a plan to kill them if you needed to, watch for anything suspicious, and then don't worry about it beyond that. So it was decided that they would work together by splitting the jobs up. Suna would handle one side of the little caravan, Konoha would handle the other side, and two people would always be awake during the night watch, one from both factions. With that little bit of mutual paranoia sorted out, they were able to head out with relatively casual interactions. Sand Ninja. Come up here. I'd rather not. He called out without looking behind him, walking along the forwards right side of the caravan, opposite of the Konoha jonin. Gaku and Yuzuka, long claws for the pair of tontos he carried around and the wind blade technique he used to extend their reach. When combined with his talents for those Inyazuka clan techniques and occasional genjutsu, the man was fucking threat in close range. If Ryoma let himself get into melee range with the guy, he'd probably die in an instant. Those chakra blades would cut right through his puppet armor and he didn't have many counters to I am now a giant wind drill or I am now two giant wind drills. The fatal weakness of a close-range specialist was that they would still be hurt if they accidentally ran into a bomb. A bomb like one of his bolters. It was a little bit awkward to be fighting alongside a guy he exploded a bolter on, but they were both professional enough to not let the recent war get in the way of getting the job done. Currently, the fucker was grinning at him, distinctly amused by the unwanted attentions of the noble woman behind them. I have need of you. What a tragedy. He called back, calmly scanning the trilene and winding shores as they walked along the road down to Tea Country. It was a slightly less robust road than the great desert blocks down in Wind Country, just a simple road of packed soil and framed by grass, but it was good enough to have no issues overland. HMPF. Ikeda, command him over here. The lady Ikeda was too busy giggling on the platform next to her friend, unable to get out any proper words. You're awfully popular with the ladies, ha braggart. Gaku chuckled over at him, chewing on a bit of gum. Well, I got cursed by an evil witch 100 years ago. I think that might be what's doing it. He explained blandly, rolling a hand as he spoke. She turned me into a handsome skeleton, the ladies can't resist a beautiful corpse. 100 years ago, hey. Gaku raised his eyebrows high enough to disappear behind his headband. About that, yet. He nodded. A real evil-looking witch too, with green skin and tangled hair. She pointed a big crinkled finger at me and zapped, that was it. I'll have to be on the lookout for this witch then. Oh no, don't worry, she's dead. She's dead. Yeah, she ate a bad shrimp 30 years ago and died. He shook his head. It was a real tragedy, she had a large family. The funeral was this big elaborate affair over in Noodle Country. Is this real? One of the genin finally spoke up, the girl he was pretty sure was a very young Kurane Yuahai. Black hair, red eyes, about as old as he was. He could see a bit of the aesthetic signatures in her outfit that would eventually evolve into what she would be wearing a decade from now. Right now she was looking at him with a somewhat concerned and baffled expression. PFT no. That expression immediately twisted into a reproachful cringe and sighing disappointment. Ryoma let out a few hissing chuckles, matched by the bark of laughter from Longclaw's Gaku. Kurane, why did you believe that for even a moment? Another one of the genin, the one with the red bandana on his face and sleepy eyes, asked from slightly further back. Because he kept going. Kurane waved her hands around, gesturing at him. If it was the most pointless lie I've ever heard. Why would anyone lie about that? Funny. Ryoma answered, eyes narrowing amusedly when she turned back to give a huffish glare at him. Hey, Longclaws, your genin is kinda gullible. I know, I'll have to work on that. Gaku nodded, ignoring the red-eyed glare now turned towards the back of his head. All in all, the mission looked like it was going to be smooth sailing. He'd never say that aloud, of course, no need to tempt Fa. PFT, looks like this mission is gonna be smooth sailing. The last genin, someone he could only assume was a young Asuma Sarutobi, huffed out in an amused fashion. The biggest threat is Kurane losing her temper on us. Ryoma turned a blank stare towards the genin, maintaining it long enough for the kid to get bothered and glance around. Yet? He asked, swallowing and trying to maintain a stare. Ryoma let out a long sigh. Right, your genin jinxed us Longclaws. What do you think, multiple A-rank enemies or one S-rank? Army of B-ranks. The Konoha Jonin responded immediately, shaking his head. It'd be too easy for us to buy time and let the genin escape with the client if it was just a few high rankers. That sounds about right. He grumbled, reaching up to adjust his straw hat. Asuma, for his part, seemed to realize what he had done wrong soon after they started talking, and now had a dreadful expression on his face. He reached up a hand to rub the back of his neck, and avoided the little glares that his fellow genin were giving him. I'm glad you're making new friends, but that's no reason to ignore me, Yano. He looked up from his book, Ika Ika Kingdoms, a thrilling tale of daring action and romance between femme fatale rivals from opposed kingdoms and their clashing over a terminally ill prince that both of them maintained affections for. He hadn't read until the end yet, but from the looks of it he was guessing a threesome or a slug match to the death. For a guy who was writing erotica, the author was pretty good about keeping you on your toes. He wasn't sure what level of quality he was expecting from the infamous series, but it was some pretty dang good stuff. He looked at his partner, leaned over towards him with hands on her hips, and raised his brows. I've been ignoring you. He asked blandly, putting the book away and focusing on her. Yep. Mari declared, forcing him over and sitting down on the log next to him. If you're not going to be on lookout, then you can at least be talking to your partner. I am on lookout. He raised hand and wiggled his fingers, reminding her that he was in fact a puppeteer, and could see through the eyes of his currently deployed bolters. I may look like just a normal strikingly handsome jonin, but I'm actually a pretty good multitasker too. No one can tell what you look like. All I can see is your eyes behind that mask. Mari teased, jabbing him in the side with her thumb. And I have strikingly handsome eyes. He gave an exaggerated series of nods to emphasize the statement. With how long your lashes are. You got girly eyes, Ryoma. She chuckled, leaning over and withdrawing her own ration pack. A bunch of rice balls for dinner, it seemed. He snorted, pulling out his own rations. A puff of smoke later, and he was holding an immense platter of assorted hibachi meats, grilled vegetables, fried rice, and so on. Where did you get that? Mari asked, lowering her rice balls and staring at the delightful meal he was carrying. From the Seaview in-house. He replied, pulling out a set of chopsticks and plopping a grilled chunk of steak into his mouth. It was still warm. There was nowhere for the heat to escape to while in a storage seal, but there was definitely a sort of taste difference. The meat had been soaking in its own juices in there, so everything was a bit softer and homogeneous. Still better than a microwave though. There was a customer in there that they threw out for being rude, but it was after they finished cooking his meal. They let me have the rest. That was actually a lie. The real answer was that he put the order on Madame Gozen's tab and they had never noticed when it came time to pay. She ate his shrimp, so it was only fair that she paid for his replacement meal. He took a bite of the fried rice, making an exaggeratedly pleased noise as he chewed. It wasn't the best hibachi he had ever had, but it was pretty damn good. The Super Samurai lunch, as it was called, was well worth the price he hadn't paid for it. I thought you liked eating rations. Mari complained, glaring at him for some reason. He took a bite of the chicken, replying as he chewed. My favorite flavor is free. He explained, swallowing the grilled chicken and then continuing. My next favorite flavors are lemon, chocolate, and vanilla in no specific order. I'm also fond of whole milk, white rice, and almost every kind of fruit. I'm not a fan of anything that has too much umami or salt, like seaweed or fish eggs. How do you know in such specific detail? Mari growled, reaching over to grab him by the shoulder and shake vigorously. I was feeling sorry for you, for being so miserly that you don't even eat normal food, then you give an answer like that. Apologize for deceiving me. For stealing my pity like that. Coffee is also very good, though I only ever drink it straight and dark. I'm not fond of anything that's overly sweet, and added sugars are unpleasant in general. I try to avoid those, as sugar isn't good for you. He continued without reacting to her thrashing, keeping his platter carefully balanced and taking another bite. Eggs and potatoes are great, though sweet potatoes aren't something I'm overly fond of. GRH. Mari let go, leaning back and spitefully taking up one of her rice balls again. Glaring at it and then at his enormous platter of assorted meats and vegetables. PFT. Why don't you go marry Madame Gozan over there then? I'm sure she can afford to feed your lying, miserly self. That's impossible, she doesn't match my preferences. He shook his head, taking another bite. Your preferences? Mari asked, leaning back and raising an eyebrow. A beautiful noble woman like her doesn't match your preferences. Nope. He shook his head, before leaning back and passing his hands over his chest, letting his platter sit on his lap. I can only love a woman with huge fat. Mari interrupted with a laugh, slapping at his hands before curling in on herself to laugh. Stupid. What kinda guy just says that aloud, hey. Ha ha ha. I just need a girl with melon stuffed down her shirt, you know. This was a lie, his preferences pretty much began and ended with pretty and healthy, but this was a funny excuse so he was going to use it. He stopped talking. I'm talking about some real huge tracts of land. Some colossal cannons mounted on the torso. Some enormous you-know-what's on her you-know-where. He took another bite of his meal. My heart belongs to a woman with big boobies. Alas, Madame Gozan has small boobies, they aren't big enough to hold all my love. At this point, Mari wasn't able to actually respond, having fallen against his arm and covering her face with one hand, rice ball clutched in one desperately wiggling hand and legs kicking from her barely restrained giggles. He huffed, a smile on his face, taking another bite and giving his partner time to recover. Another week and they'll be in tea country. From there, one more week and they'll be in the capital. One noble was enough of a juicy target. 2 nobles? Someone was going to take the bait eventually. He could feel it. Braggart, we're being followed. Came the almost too quiet to hear whisper of the Konoha Jonin. Ryoma raised a hand and scratched his neck, idly looking to the side at nothing in particular. The puppet eyes on the bolters occasionally catching a glimpse of their followers in the trees behind them. I noticed. He whispered back, mouth concealed by his veil. They were just far enough ahead of the others that none of them could hear their words, especially covered as they were by the wind. Quiet or loud? Reactionary. The Inyazuka wanted to see how his team would fare then. Ryoma resisted the urge to sigh and formed a hand sign in front of his torso, where their trackers wouldn't be able to see. It was always harder to do with only one hand, and with only one seal, but this was a really simple jutsu. The transformation technique was perhaps the single most important jutsu in any ninja's arsenal. What it did was simple, it made you look like something else. An illusionary shell around whatever you actually looked like that allowed clever ninja to pull off an almost infinite number of tricks. You could see through it if you had special powers, or you were particularly canny, but the basic utility would probably never become outright useless. He layered the illusion of himself around himself, a version of him that was walking along and doing nothing out of the ordinary. Now covered, he started going through another set of hand seals as his fellow Jonin bought time. Gaku slowed, before turning around and tilting his head to listen. What is it, sensei? I dunno. Sounds like a deer. The ground beneath his feet turned into sand, which he sunk into rapidly. The illusion of him was raising an eyebrow at Gaku. The sand above his head slowly swirled up into a shifting column, then solidified to fill the same space that his illusory self covered. Now hidden underground and replaced, Ryoma performed another illusion around the sand hold he left behind to make it look like the road, then dispelled the first illusion. His sand clone took over his role seamlessly. You had to sort of manually direct sand clones, but once given a goal or order they were able to carry it out fine. You just couldn't load up more than one order at a time. It was sorta like ordering a unit around in a game. Is it important? Clone Ryoma, Cloma, asked dryly. Probably not. Gaku turned back around and scratched at his own chest, making his own concealed henge gesture. Ryoma couldn't tell what he was actually doing from there, but he was suspecting it was similar to his own preparations. You know, while escorting 2 nobles, you figure we would have been attacked by now. Deliberate bait. It was the perfect dramatic irony to be attacked immediately after a statement like that, and ninja were drama queens. Wait, what? Asuma spoke up, brows furrowed. I thought you sigh. The whistling of a massive blade cutting through the air. His fingers twitched, strings of chakra extending up through the ground and ready to catch if needed. Cloma's eyes widened. Get down. Gaku turned just in time to throw himself back, but it was too late. A massive shuriken, 2 feet from blade to blade and wicked sharp, sliced through the air and smashed into Gaku's midsection with a sick, wet squelch. Eyes widened. Mouths opened. Blood splattered across the road. Mari. Genin. Defensive formation around the client. Cloma roared, jumping up, aiming at the top of the carriage. The noble ladies were inside, eyes wide and faces covered by their sleeves, horrified. The old samurai glanced up at him, hand on his sword and eyes filled with a knowing glint. Cloma landed just in time for 2 more whistling blades to cut through the air. He gasped, raising his bracers to block. The first immense shuriken smashed into his bracers with a metallic clang, throwing them up and away from the torso. The second immense shuriken ripped into his torso with the crack of shattered armor and bone, making him stagger back, then slide and fall off the roof. The clients screamed as they watched his corpse fall past their limited field of view. Kahiha man, you guys are idiots, aren't you? A feminine voice called out, landing on the roof of the backmost carriage with a light step and laughing as she rose. I was looking forwards to a hard fight and everything. It's better this way, don't you think, dear? A masculine voice called out from the trees with a grin in his voice. Now it's just a clean up of brats. An easy meal ticket today. Ha. I suppose. It's just not as fun when they die so fast. Hidden under the earth and with chakra strings extended like a magical spider, Ryoma rolled his eyes. Fire Country. Ryoma, recently promoted ninja. Tell you what, brats, special offer today. You all run away and we take whatever we want. We'll let you keep your lives a long feminine laugh. It'd be boring for me, so I hope you choose to resist instead. A position under the earth had its advantages and disadvantages. It was a well-hidden spot protected by a thick layer of compacted earth, providing immense defense both physical and tactical. It was hard to see through, hard to hear through, and hard to attack through. It was the perfect place to hide and ambush a target from. Position 4. A growl and then 3 jumps, which landed on top of the frontmost carriage with a thunk rattle. However, these same limits also applied to him. It was hard to attack through the layer of earth, it was hard to keep track of what was going on the other side, and it was hard to move through without specific techniques. In order to take advantage of the immense tactical advantage that being underground could provide, you needed an answer for all the issues it caused you. I don't know how to work with you kids, can you handle yourselves? The sound of a fan unfolding and a growl. The issue of not being able to tell what was going on above him was solved through the puppet eyes on his bolters. Each bolter had at least one eye which provided him a low-resolution view of the world above. It didn't help him with hearing or anything, and only provided a limited number of views, but it was good enough. Don't underestimate us Konoha ninja. We'll defend the clients, can you take them out? The sound of weapons being unsheathed and the shifting of feet, along with the tiny nervous noises of various civilians. One bolter waved a little claw at Mari, from its position underneath the carriage. She glanced at it for just a moment, eyes immediately filling with realization and then sharpening. He was pretty sure she would have figured out that he wasn't actually dead on her own, but best to be sure here. Wind release, wind cutter. She shouted, spreading her fan and leaping beyond the sight of his bolters. Hey, Mari, don't you think that's kinda dangerous to be tossing out with potential collateral hanging around? A great howl of wind followed, and some distance away a handful of trees were cut in half, shoved to the side before gradually toppling over. General upwards angle indicated that Mari was at least taking the civvies into account when swinging that fan around. The issue of moving around was solved by one of his few earth jutsu. C rank, hiding like a mole technique. If named more accurately, the technique would have been called minerals into sand method. He might actually rename it to that, at some point. That sounded like a cooler name. Kahaha. And not bad for a city softie. The feminine bandit's voice called out, landing some distance away on the road, pushed back by the great blade of wind that had just partially deforested a region. He made a note to go steal those logs later. Puppetry was expensive. Regardless, through the careful application of chakra to minerals like rocks and soil, they could be ground down into fine sand to allow easy movement throughout and within. It also formed a lot of new sand out of whatever soil he happened to be fighting in, which a few of his other techniques relied upon, so it was just generally good to prepare a battlefield ahead of time using it. Ha, looks like you're in trouble, dear. A masculine voice calling out from the right side, exceptionally faint. The whistling whirl of a massive blade cutting through the air. Ryoma let his thread on that side split into a mental net, catching both like a spider's web before gently nudging them towards one another. Pulled off course, the spinning blades crashed into one another with a loud clang and shower of sparks before being flung far to the sides. That done, he returned to digging. Chakra flowing in his hands and limbs, he belly crawled through the soil, rock, and dirt collapsing into sandy tunnels as he approached it. He'd move over to the bottom of the carriage, then dig his way up through the ground beneath. Cover to keep himself hidden but open air to reposition quickly if he needed to. Sucks to be the guy who had to fix this later. Chakra was normally invisible to the eye, even the chakra strings, as compressed as they were barely noticeable even to someone who was actively looking for them. His little catch, crash, and fling maneuver was almost indistinguishable from the enemy just fucking up his throw and accomplishing nothing. Magical telekinesis was an incredible defense against physical projectiles, if you were practiced enough with it. Ryoma wasn't. This kind of active defense telekinesis was hard, took a lot of concentration, and he could only do it for a handful of projectiles at a time. It didn't work for anything non-physical either. Honestly speaking, it was a pretty niche technique. Ha. Having performance issues there. Shut the fuck up, you brats. I'll cut you in half. Followed by the whistling of yet more giant shuriken, this time in a pattern from one side of the road, a brief delay, then the other side of the road. No sound of movement between sides, at least 2 attackers pretending to be one. He tugged 2 off course, sending them to crash into 2 others, leaving the last 2 for the kids to handle. Grunts of exertion followed by the clangs of steel on steel told him that they were probably doing fine. OOP, there's where Inyazuka is circling around in the woods to the side to flank the attackers. One of his bolters caught a glimpse of his red face marks. A howl followed soon after on the opposite side of the road, and his bolters saw the ninja dog, the brown ninkin companion of the Inyazuka, snarl and race around towards the enemy, drawing attention to itself and away from its human partner. He's fast. One of the genin was pretty gullible, or was doing a very good job of pretending to be gullible. His fingers dug through a shaded road, packed earth collapsing into sand and allowing him to poke his head through, followed by his shoulders, then his torso, waist, and legs. Like the humble sand bug, emerging under shadow and cover to hunt its prey. The real question was how chakra efficient he could be while doing it. He tugged a finger, one bolter launching a poison senbon through the air. Near silent and faster than most could track, it narrowly avoided Mari and punched into the female bandit's torso. She yelped in pain and staggered back, before clutching at her side. This gave Mari more than enough time to smash her warfan into the side of her head, sending the bandit tumbling away. Shit. Sada. The male voice called out from the trilene. Yug. You don't sound so confident now, do you, Mr. Bandit? Fuck this. I'm telling the boss. Wind release, wind cutter. Mari roared, swinging her fan from ground level again. Ryoma knew that jutsu himself, a C-rank wind jutsu, it took 6 hand seals normally and that jutsu Shiki allowed her to perform it by swinging a big fan around. Blasters, man, they were pretty damn scary. The screaming wind mixed with a panicked yelp and the grinding roar of trees being sawn away, then a handful of thick oaks groaning and falling over from the howling blade. But it did not include the distinct sound of a man getting ripped in half by hurricane force blade winds. Don't let him get away. Flying swallow. Came a shout above him, then another slice of wind through the air and a scream of pain. A body tumbled from the air and landed next to the road, briefly heaving before being tackled by a massive brown dog and rolled pinned against a fallen log and held in place with teeth, claw, and a rumbling growl. Good job, team. Called out the voice of the Inyazuka, landing a ways down the road and holding 2 more unconscious men by the scruff. 2 flankers from behind, 1 from the left side of the road, and the woman. That left the right side unaccounted for. At least 1 got away then, pretty annoying. He crawled out from under the carriage, emerging next to the old samurai with a silent but polite nod. The samurai acknowledged his presence but nothing more. Could you tell us that we're about to be ambushed next time? The fake death trick is getting old. One of the genin, the one with the scarf over his nose, called out in an annoyed fashion, jumping down from the roof of the carriage. It's effective. The Inyazuka shrugged, before nodding. Hey, Suna woman. You got that one. Yeah, I got her. Mari called out, hefting the paralyzed woman over her shoulder. That's what her and 3 others. No. Ryoma called out with a shake of his head, making the noble women next to him jump in surprise and the genin peer over the edge of the carriage down at him. We didn't get them all. He declared confidently, raising a hand sending out chakra strings to grab the scattered giant shuriken, pulling them towards him casually. No way he was going to leave these behind, they were like 10,000 ryo each. There were at least 5 but I'm guessing 6. I'd put it at 7, myself. Gaku grumbled out, shaking his head and dragging the unconscious men towards the rest of them. The great shaggy dog followed suit, dragging the last man with teeth on his throat. 1 woman, 6 men. I don't think any of them are tossing 2 of those giant shuriken at the same time. The 6 they threw earlier tells me that there were at least 6 in the trees. He nodded up to the roof. Good work on that genjutsu, Kurane. It must have been a pretty good one, because Ryoma hadn't even noticed. Then again he had been underground for most of the fight. 7. Asuma groaned, sliding off the roof, sheathing his kunao as he landed. I only counted 3. I was figuring 4. Rado, that's his name. He stepped forwards with a palm covered in the glow of medical chakra, briefly passing over the slashes in the captured and nodding and reaching into his bag to pull out a basic medical kit. Ryoma reached out with a string to tug out the needle before Rado could touch it, letting it hover over gently to him and storing it away again. Rado watched it float with a sleepy gaze. Poison type? He asked. Ryoma ignored the question and just tossed a bottle of the anti-venom over, the genin catching it, reading the label, and then nodding as he tapped a needle out and started to apply it. This isn't exactly a stupid operation, as much as their execution was sloppy. Kurane noted, making her own little jump off the top of the carriage and landing. It was a decent plan of attack, they just weren't good enough to pull it off. Probably orders from someone more important. Asuma mused, raising a hand to rub against his chin. Or one of them had a good idea once. You think they're working for someone else? Kurane asked. You know how much these giant shuriken cost? Ryoma asked somewhat sarcastically, pulling out his bulk storage seal and unrolling to the next empty slot. The scroll was long, and each foot or so was segmented off into its own storage space. These are 10,000 each. Petty bandits aren't going to be spending that kind of money on something this specialized. They'd buy bows or something first. That means a backer and a ninja backer at that. Mari continued with a shake of her head. A missing nin taking over a bandit gang isn't unheard of. Whoever they are, they're new. Gaku declared, glaring down at the row of unconscious captives. The river foxes wear red headbands. The pirate queen doesn't operate this far inland. Laughing smoke works alone. I don't see any identifiers and I don't remember any stories about a group in this region. Before I get to stripping and stealing, does anyone else want anything off these guys? Ryoma asked, pointing at the captives and wiggling his storage scroll around. Bulk storage was pretty cumbersome, but worth having just to take stuff. He could always sort through his inventory later. You're robbing them? Madame Gozen asked dryly, still clinging to her friend tightly in what used to be a terrified pose. I'm a dastardly ninja who performs many criminal activities, and Suna is suffering an economic crisis at the moment. He explained equally dry before turning back to the other ninja. Anyone? Anything. I'll take one of those giant shuriken, if you don't mind. Rado declared, tossing the antidote bottle back and stepping away from the captives. Just put it aside for me. No one else seemed to mind, so Ryoma went ahead and started pulling off clothes and gear. All of it going straight into his bulk storage. He might be able to budget out an upgrade to the Wood Dragoon after this mission. The prisoners had been interrogated once they awoke naked and tied up, then left out for the ANBU to come pick up. Apparently, they worked for a lady named Ogra Somatsu, who was pretty interested in taking people's stuff around these parts. With the escape of their fellows, it was only a matter of time before another attack happened, possibly one including the leader herself. As this was an A-rank mission, Ryoma was entirely unsurprised. Hey, Mr. Ryoma. What did you mean earlier, when you said Suna was having an economic crisis? He looked up from the road, back towards the noble carriage. Lady Ikeda had called out to him from her position behind a curtained veil and towards him, a slightly worried and curious expression on her face. Madame Gozen was pretending to not be interested, but badly, looking down at her fingernails and occasionally glancing up. The Konoha ninja also looked curious, and Ryoma exchanged a glance with Mari. He considered. I don't think any of this is secret, so it should be fine to talk about. Mari shrugged. Ryoma shook his head, turning around to start walking backwards and address the client more directly. You remember how the current Wind Daimyo rose to power the samurai backing him to overthrow the previous? Ah yes. She replied somewhat awkwardly. Probably not good form to take about government overthrows. He ignored her sudden awkwardness and pushed on casually. Well, one of the conditions of that backing was that he wouldn't put his ninja before his samurai, like the previous had done. Ryoma shrugged. Perfectly understandable, and if it was just internal politics nothing would be wrong. The issue is that he didn't stop hiring ninja, he just started hiring Konoha ninja instead. He pointed a thumb over at Gaku, who blinked and sent a look his way. I what? Lady Ikeda replied, pulling back and tilting her head. The old samurai spat to the side, shaking his head. Damn fool. He growled quietly. Wait, isn't that a betrayal? Asuma asked with a baffled expression, leaning forwards and raising his hands up slightly. In spirit maybe, but the ninja villages are all just mercenaries in the end. Ryoma shook his head. He has no actual obligation to hire any specific ninja beyond whatever desires for good relations he wishes to maintain. We're ninja, after all, we're meant to be disposable tools who murder each other on behalf of the petty reasons of people with money. He shrugged. Gaku growled quietly at that, but didn't disagree. Now, in most ninja villages something like this wouldn't really be a problem. Ryoma continued. If Konoha lost one client, even a daimyo, I'm not sure you'd even notice. You live in the richest area of the 5 great nations, with the most wealth and the best overall economy. Konoha has plenty of auxiliary industries to supplement its wealth and keep things rolling. Most of the great nations do. Tell me. He began in a light-hearted lecturing tone. Do you know what industry can exist in a desert? Not along the shore or among an oasis, that is. In the middle of the sands. Everyone looked at each other awkwardly for a few moments. Glass. Rado spoke in a tone that was mostly a question. That's one. Ryoma nodded. Mining. Lady Ikeda declared, raising a hand to her chin. That's the other. Ryoma raised a second finger, then dropped it with a shake of his head. Sunagakure is a ninja village. We make our money based on doing violent work for people with money. Our biggest employer is no longer employing us. We have 2 other potential industries to make money with to stay afloat, and that's about it. I can ask the Wind Daimyo till Lady Ikeda began, cut off with a shake of his head. He can't, otherwise he goes back on his word to his samurai even more than he is already. The best he could do is not hire ninja at all, and that just means losing the military advantage to people who do still hire ninja. Ryoma explained with a slightly frustrated huff. This isn't a situation with any easy solution, in the end. Suna will be able to stay afloat for a while, of course, but sooner or later something is going to break somewhere. Obviously he began as an aside, raising a hand and shaking it back and forth. This is all public information, otherwise I wouldn't be talking freely about it. I didn't know about it at all. Kurane declared, raising a hand up to rub her neck and gaze fixed downwards. Asuma was frowning, silently staring ahead. Rado was blank-faced aside from furrowed brows. Mari, of course, was already aware of all of this. She glared sourly at nothing, lips pulled into a scowl. Why would you need to? Ryoma asked with a raised brow. We were enemies for a few years there, and still economic rivals. It only benefits Konoha to let the situation continue as it is, so there's no need for any of the working ninja to be told about it. No one is happy to be reminded of ugly problems. Gaku shook his head, reaching up to adjust his headband. Don't worry about it. Ryoma waved off, turning back around and walking normally once more. Suna isn't going to fall apart anytime soon. Besides, you're from Konoha. You should be happy that a rival is losing economic advantage if anything. 11 years. The old samurai growled quietly, voice carrying over their caravan. That's when it'll come to a breaking point in Wind Country. Ryoma glanced back, before quietly nodding in agreement. That's about how long I'm predicting too. The trip was quiet for a few more hours. Fire Country. Ryoma, recently promoted ninja. Near the end of the Third Great Shinobi War, Sasori of the Red Sands went missing. Shortly afterwards, the third Kazakage also disappeared, and Sunagakure was left panicked and floundering for some time afterwards. Sunagakure had never had a surplus of legendary ninja, not like many of the other major ninja villages could reliably boast about. When the Third Great Shinobi War had started, they had maybe 6 such figures. The third Kazakage himself, the honored siblings Cho and Ebizo, Golden Boy Raza, Scorching Sun Pakura, an upcoming prodigy of puppetry Sasori of the Red Sands. This was a pretty good number, overall, good enough to keep the smaller ninja villages that occasionally cropped up in line. Much like parasites or babies, smaller ninja villages sometimes crop up in the territories of larger ninja villages. Normal economic opportunists seeking power and wealth by exploiting market niches that the larger villages didn't cover as reliably. Sunagakure always had a handful simply from how much of a pain in the ass it was to cover long distances overland to provide services to more distant clients. Suna could, absolutely, if provoked to do so by a large enough paycheck, but the smaller jobs were historically speaking not worth the cost of sending someone that far out to fulfill them. By the end of the Third Shinobi War, they were down to 2 legendary ninja. Raza, promoted to the rank of Kazak after his father's mysterious disappearance, and Pakura. Immediately shinobi of Suna scattered, searching far and wide for their missing Kazak, but the ongoing war made spreading themselves too thin and feasible, and eventually Raza was given the promotion a good decade or 3 before he probably should have been. It was considered a shame that he was already married by then, otherwise they could have neatly secured the inter-village politics by having him and Pakura marry, thus forming a decisive power block that no one would be able to effectively threaten from within. Unfortunately he had already been married with a kid by that point, and Suna was left with 2 potential power blocks making everyone nervous. It was always much less stressful when your military commander had no real potential opposition, making things nice and stable. There was a lot of worry that the smaller ninja villages would take advantage of the disappearance or retirement of 4 of Suna's 6 strategic assets, but that worry proved to be slightly unnecessary as rank-and-file ninja from smaller villages in the Land of Wind started to arrive at the gates and ask to join up. Apparently, they had been on various missions, and when they returned their village had been utterly annihilated. Everyone dead, things looted or destroyed, some people outright missing, and so on. The popular running theory was that the third Kazakage had simply gotten annoyed by having all the little competitors running around and had decided to remove them lingering as an unseen presence in the dunes to annihilate any little ninja groups that tried to form. This was sustained by everyone who tried to go independent in the years since mysteriously disappearing shortly after. This was bullshit, Ryoma knew, because Sasori had turned the third Kazakage into a puppet and decided to get more materials for human puppets by wiping out every ninja in Wind Country that wasn't from Sunagakure. Still, the propaganda dulled the sting of their strongest ninja in history simply walking out on them, so Ryoma didn't want to take that from them. Still, the problem remained that Sunagakure's population of low-level ninja had swelled but their economic situation was only going to continue to worsen as time went along. These ninja from minor villages were able to compete and complete low-level jobs, but they simply didn't have the training required to complete the higher-level missions with any degree of reliability. An oversaturated market of lower-level work being done contrasted with a lack of high-level agents capable of completing the high-level pay that ninja villages relied upon. This alone would have been an issue when combined with the daimyo of Wind refusing to send his various S&A rank missions to Sunagakure, the real moneymakers, the things worth many dozens or hundreds of lower-rank missions. The situation was dire, and nobody was really sure of what they could do to fix any of it. Provoking another great ninja village was incredibly risky, with the complete lack of legendary ninja to counter their surplus legends. Provoking the daimyo was incredibly risky, with the number of samurai he still had under his employ that could easily handle the masses of fodder ninja Suna had on hand. There was a distinct lack of other high-paying clients that they could solicit for work. There was a distinct lack of anything in a desert to expand their side hustles out to. There was a distinct lack of rising talent in any given field to push anything forwards and unlock new forms of monetization for the village. Adding more ninja to the equation wouldn't really help things either, as potentially easy as it might be to recruit bloodlines from Kiri. That'll just add more ninja who aren't getting enough jobs to sustain everyone. There wasn't much of a point to him worrying about all of this. It was both above his pay grade and something he couldn't do much to affect on his own. He didn't have many good ideas to alleviate these issues either. The best he had been able to spitball was blitzkrieg conquer another ninja village and use it to subsidize Suna. It couldn't be a civilian region. Ninjas weren't exactly interested or skilled in managing normal economies, and every noble on this side of the planet would be leery of them after pulling something like that. Getting the nobles wary or, God forbid, mad enough to start sending samurai over, would mean less jobs, which would only worsen the economic issues that they were trying to solve. By contrast, nobles and civilians usually didn't give a shit about ninja warring and conquering each other, so there wouldn't be as much diplomatic pushback except from other ninja. Strategically, their best target for such a conquest would be Tanagakure, their long-term allies in the Land of Rivers. That would both mean betraying an ally and potentially worsening everything afterwards if the blitzkrieg failed, but if it succeeded and Sunagakure was able to effectively annex all shinobi activity in the Land of Rivers, that would make them essentially independent from their daimyo. The only other options were the mountain, Fang, and Claw countries to their north. All of which would be hotly contested by Uegakure, a great shinobi village. Even with the immense losses they suffered during the war, they were still a great shinobi village, and spreading Suna troops too thin would just leave them open to attack. There was no shinobi opposition worth caring about except IWA in that region, just a bunch of incredibly minor independent groups and the occasional non-ninja bandit kingdom. Capturing all of those minor ninja villages combined would maybe, barely equal to just capturing the Land of Rivers and securing their independence from the daimyo. It would require spreading their military thinner, dealing with a great shinobi village, and providing less overall rewards, but it would mean not needing to betray Sunagakure's only long-term ally. The only other option, Land of Rain, had their shinobi led by Hanzo the Salamander, and fighting him was what stupid people did if they were feeling suicidal. The Sunin, the 3 legendary shinobi of Konoha, strongest great ninja village, got their names for managing to survive against Hanzo long enough for him to throw a compliment their way and allow them to leave. Needless to say, it was completely off the table in terms of plausible local conquests. Between rocks and hard places, or in local terminology, between sands and sun. He gave a rueful huff, staring at the chasm-spanning wooden bridge some distance away. T country was mostly mountains with valleys in between and lots of coastline, similar to Italy. Part of the transitory landscape between it and Fire country was a number of immense canyons and deep gorges that led into fast-flowing rivers cutting through sheer rock cliffs and eventually into spring waters, aquifers, or out to sea. This bridge was surrounded by boulders, relatively dense trees, and other sources of easy cover. That might be the most obvious ambush I've ever seen. Gaku muttered next to him, having raised a hand to slow the caravan behind them as they looked over it. The occasional sway in the tree branches and some kind of smell indicating the threat. His ninkin made a huffing growl in agreement. Might be. Ryoma agreed with a nod. It was pretty damn embarrassing how blatant it was. He had noticed a little bit after the Konoha Jonin did. Issue is we don't really have a choice to avoid it. The advantage with bridges was that they were very easy to set up choke points on, the disadvantage of bridges was that sometimes you had to go through someone else's choke point. Madam Gozen, Lady Ikeda, do you know the fastest route down to T country besides this one? Gaku turned, pointing a thumb in the direction of the bridge. They glanced at one another, then over to an older-looking gentleman wearing robes with Madam Gozen's symbol upon the breast. He coughed and leaned over, whispering something to them. Humph. Madam Gozen responded in a dissatisfied manner. There's another road that winds down along the coast, but traveling along it will add another 3 days to our journey. Utterly unacceptable. Simply destroy whatever threat is ahead of us instead. Ryoma exchanged a glance with his fellow Jonin, Gaku and Mari both, and then back to the bridge. How's everyone's reserves doing, and do you know any clone jutsu? He asked with a grumble. He wasn't about to get completely accurate answers here, because giving away potential weakness in front of a potential enemy was just a bad idea, but it was good enough to start with. After a few moments of quiet, he turned his gaze back to his fellow ninja with furrowed brows. Gaku and Mari were looking off to the sides, badly pretending to whistle or rubbing the back of their necks. The genin likewise looked a bit awkward. Well, if you mean the basic clone technique. Gaku began, looking over to the side. His ninkin had raised a paw to partially cover its muzzle, looking down the opposite direction. A physical clone. Ryoma responded with a flatly unimpressed tone. A standard grade clone is not going to be useful here. Coughing and silence greeted him. He let out a long and low sigh, reaching up a hand to pinch his brows. Incompatible affinities. He grumbled. Wind and water. Gaku grunted. It was actionable intelligence, but it seemed defending his pride was a bit more important at the moment. Wind. Mari coughed into her fist. Ryoma turned his gaze to the genin. Fire. Kurane twirled a lock of hair. Wind. Asuma scratched his chest. Water. Rado scowled at nothing in particular. Ryoma knew that there were physical clone variants for water and earth, at least. The other affinities didn't lend themselves towards the jutsu as readily. He raised 2 of his fingers to point at Gaku and Rado. You two need to figure that shit out. He grumbled. I know for a fact water clones exist. Ask in Uchiha, one probably copied it at some point. TCH, I suppose you are one to lecture. Gaku grumbled and glared. Ryoma rolled his eyes. Cover me, will you? I need to provoke the ambush. He turned around, raising his hands and going through the hand seals required. Next to him, loose soil and particulate matter rose up and took his likeness, outer layer then hardening into the shape of another sand clone. Clone created, he lowered himself into a stable crouch, made a hand seal, and concentrated. Sand clones maintained about 10% of the strength of the original, and while that certainly wasn't great if he wanted to toss out big attacks, it didn't really stop him from using it as a disposable trooper. After all, he was a puppeteer. Chakra strings had almost negligible chakra cost to maintain. The sand clone reached out his fingers and connected chakra strings to the 3 deployed bolters, tugging them out of their hidden positions and making them float over to him. The genin and civilians recoiled slightly to see the wooden spider things hidden amongst them, but then slackened as the sand clone and the 3 bolters jumped away and towards the bridge some 50 meters away. Nothing in that little group was irreplaceable. Indeed, the purpose of both clones and bolters was to be utterly disposable, and thus Ryoma didn't need to worry about preserving anything when using them. This disposability made them perfect for setting off traps from a very long distance. The problem is that this took a fair bit of concentration to do. Constantly ordering the sand clone around meant he couldn't concentrate on himself as much. It took a slightly different kind of concentration from puppeteering multiple things around, but the 2 arts had a fair bit of synergy between them. Sasori had called it lame when Ryoma mentioned the idea. Lame and uninspired. This was because Sasori was a freak of nature who could control 10 puppets at the same time and suffer no loss of personal efficacy while doing it. Clone Ryoma, Cloma leapt forwards a few times, crossing the many dozens of meters towards the destination, bolters spread out, hopping, scuttling, and being dragged telekinetically along towards the bridge. Soon enough Cloma had arrived at the beginning of the sturdy-looking wooden construction, appreciating the broad and flat boards and the efficient layout of supporting struts. A glance up and down along the roaring gorge told him that he'd need to keep this bridge intact, because there wasn't another crossing anywhere in sight. A bolter scuttled forwards, then down over the edge to start inspecting the area beneath the bridge proper. Almost immediately, it came eye to eye with a very surprised-looking collection of bandits. Ryoma, far away, raised a brow. He wasn't expecting them to be under the bridge too. Cloma's finger twitched, the bolter shot out a rapid stream of poisoned senbon. Thick as it fired, making robbers clinging to the underside of the bridge groan and grunt as they were hit and then fell. Judging by the 5-second fall, they were almost certainly very dead on impact with the rushing waters below. The initial barrage and attack provoked all of the bandits to start running out, climbing up from under the bridge, coming from out of the trees, running towards him from various angles. Calmly, Cloma levitated the bolters around him and fired precise shots at whatever happened to be closest to him. Each bolter had 50 shots. These 3 particular bolters fired locolateral shots, kunao, shuriken, and poisoned senbon. Thick and so on for several long seconds, along with the war cries of common bandits and the occasional yell or scream of pain. Ryoma frowned. They were starting to use the bodies of their comrades as cover, which the locolateral shots of those bolters weren't really capable of handling. Cloma began to move backwards, reaching out a hand and a string to tug a spear from a corpse's hand and bring it over his shoulder. Keh thunk. Cloma announced for the sake of the spear, it didn't have anything to make a shooting noise for it. He imagined it might sound like a big wooden railgun or something. Screams as the spear rocketed forwards and impaled 3 men. Shame about that, they probably should have chosen a different profession. All in all, it was looking like a reasonable clear out of a. You idiots. A feminine voice roared. Move. Gaku roared, jumping to the side. Ryoma's eyes widened, concentration broken as he threw himself to the other side. It was always good to get moving when you get surprised. His instinct proved useful as the ground shook. Something smashed into the ground like a meteor where it had just been, and if there had been any loose soil it would have kicked up a cloud of obscuring dust. Thanks to his sand clone, it was just a heavy, loud impact with the road. A very large rock, taller than he was and about half as wide. He flinched, as a moment later the mental feedback of his clone being destroyed somewhere up ahead hit him. What was that? Asuma called out, knives raised and eyes on the sky. All of them had been surprised by the sudden impact. Mari. Fan on any other incoming projectiles. Ryoma immediately ordered, hand forming into a claw and giant kunao on his back whirling to life like a possessed buzzsaw. Understow great breakthrough. Mari began to acknowledge order, before cutting herself off to make a massive swing of her iron warfan and summoning hurricane force winds in an instant. Above their heads another tremendous boulder slowed as it met the massive force of the winds, just enough for it to fall short and crash a few meters away from the road instead of directly on them. Enemy is on the opposite side of the crevasse. Gaku called out, toes raised and Ninken's hackles lifted. Team, guard the clients. I'm moving to engage. Got it behind us. Ryoma had already spun, fingers twitching and giant shuriken roaring forwards. Booyah! Called out from above them, followed by an explosion that turned the giant shuriken into scrap and scattered it widely. This was a distinctly poor situation to be in, Ryoma noted calmly. There was an unknown number of bandits on the road ahead, probably coming for them, someone hurling boulders at them from the other side of the canyon, and a brown-haired guy just exploded himself but didn't die, pulling himself out from a crater in the base of the tree. He made a snap decision. Mari. Join Inyazuka against the boulder thrower. Konoha Genin. You're with me. Got it. Mari called out, jumping forwards and then throwing herself up to land on her fan and glide towards the other side of the gorge. Understood. The Genin called out, moving into defensive formations with him. Hee, you guys are in over your heads, if I'm being honest. The man who just exploded grinned, pushing himself up and brushing off his otherwise nude form. 'Cause I'm the bomb, baby. The exaggerated gestures and swagger indicated that the bandit was rather full of himself. They had about a minute before the normal bandits reached them. Looks like 2 Birangs and an army of mooks, Gaku had guessed right a few days earlier. Border between Fire Country and Tea Country. Asuma Saratobi, veteran Genin. He and his big mouth, getting them into trouble yet again. He had forgotten his toothpicks back home, so it was only a matter of time before he said something that he'd regret. This time around it was taunting fate. Easy mission, that was a pretty stupid thing to say aloud, hey? 'Cause I'm the bomb, baby. Because now they were being attacked by an unknown, a streaker, and potentially a group of bandits coming up along the road. Their sensei had moved out to take the unknown out, leaving them to work with a former enemy. A former enemy that Asuma was beginning to suspect was actually only about as old as any of them were, but already a jonin. Formation 2. He commanded. They had figured out fairly early that he was probably the one best suited for taking command if their sensei was unavailable for whatever reason. Reito was quick on the draw, and Kurane was good at details, but neither had as much sense for tactics. Asuma, meanwhile, had to deal with his dad being the god of shinobi and every conversation being some sort of tiny lesson in disguise. It was honestly a pain in the ass, even if he could appreciate it in the abstract sense. Formation 2 was pretty standard. Kurane would be in the middle pretending to be a midrange specialist while looking for opportunities to perform genjutsu. Reito would be in the front, pretending to be a close-range specialist while actually being their medic and still a pretty good close-range combatant, and he'd be in the back pretending to be a pure tactician. The way it usually went was that the enemy would avoid the close-range specialist and potentially midrange, go for the tactician to disrupt their command structure. Issue was, of course, that Asuma was by far the best in close range. Of course, now that he had thought of that, their enemy could make himself detonate. Getting in close at all would be a major challenge here, and range would be the safest option. Projectiles might turn into shrapnel and hit their clients though, which meant they needed to avoid using those too. This was honestly just the worst enemy, wasn't he? Asuma was getting irritated just looking at him. Genin. The straw hat nin from Suna called out, drawing a pair of kunao from his belt. I'm a ninjutsu specialist, I'll need time to deploy my wind, can you buy it for me? This was clearly a lie, the straw hat was a puppeteer and Asuma hadn't seen any wind techniques from him at all yet. Moreover, if he was a ninjutsu specialist, drawing the kunao out would be completely pointless. He narrowed his eyes, immediately understanding what the Jonin was conveying. We'll do our best. He called out. Form 3B, buy him some time. 3B was a form that indicated whatever he was about to say next was the opposite of true. The truth was that the Jonin was buying them time to make plays. He started to shape chakra through his kunao, half hiding it behind his back. Rado maintained his defensive posture, and Kurane slackened her grip on her shuriken. Ha, like I'd let you. The streaker laughed, throwing himself forwards towards the straw hat and starting to glow. Straw hat jumped back and away, up along the massive rock in the center of the road. The streaker followed, jumping up before prematurely detonating to deflect a thrown kunao. Flying swallow. Asuma whispered, hurling the kunao in his hands and rapidly clasping them in a controlling hand seal. The kunao, wreathed cutting wind chakra, soared wide through the air and then around as he focused. He had gotten the idea from Suna puppeteers. If he could figure out how to sheath his blade in wind, then couldn't he make it fly too? Made for a nasty little surprise when it worked. Half a second after the streaker exploded, he heard the razor whines and threw himself backwards, flipping down the rock just in time for a kunao wreathed in chakra to cut through the rock with a shearing boom and then impact the road on the other side. He grit his teeth in a show of frustration, pulling out another kunao. Streaker had chosen to dodge instead of blowing up again, limited use, timer, or instinct. Haha. Holy shit. You almost got me there, you brat. The streaker laughed, before reaching up to tap his temple. It's not wise to show off all your tricks this early, you know. You didn't even notice it, did you? Straw Hat called out with a flat voice, standing atop the rock and looking down at the streaker. He raised a finger and pointed down. He didn't miss. He bought me more than enough time to complete my jutsu. The streaker narrowed his muddy eyes at that, moving into a wary posture and taking half a step back. Yeah right, I'm not seeing any wind, buddy. I lied. Straw Hat kept talking, then making several long casual steps down along the side of the rock, circling widely around the bomb man as he did. Bomb man jumped back towards the trees, warily keeping all enemies in his sight. I bet you think you jumped towards the trees there. Streaker's eyes widened. What? How familiar are you with genjutsu? Straw Hat threw his hands up, tossing the kunao as he did and rushing through hand seals. The kunao was a bit sloppy, going shallow across the ground and angling towards the feet. Immediately Streaker raised his hands in clasp, jumping up over the hurled blade and away as he did. Release. Now in the air, Streaker realized that he wasn't actually in an illusion. His eyes widened and his mouth opened in frustrated disbelief. Straw Hat completed his jutsu, leaning forwards and giving a mighty, shouting exhale. Wind style, great breakthrough. A massive gust of wind followed, projected forwards like the waving of a giant's fan. An immense cylinder of pushing air that had no trouble hitting a target that couldn't push off anything to dodge. Fucker. Streaker shouted as the gale force winds smashed into him, tossing him back like a ragdoll, over the treeline, and far back enough to become a fly in the sky before disappearing into the forest distance. Distantly, a crash boom sounded out, muffled by the woods. A double bluff, the puppeteer actually did have wind jutsu. Asuma wasn't on the front lines in the battle that almost took out Gaku, but he was starting to see how the puppeteer might have managed it. No way that killed him. Rado called out with a scowl and furrowed brows. Pushed him around, sure, but any ninja worth their salt could roll that landing. I agree, Genin strategy meeting. Straw Hat called back, withdrawing a scroll and rolling it out across the ground, slapping a hand down on it and disappearing in a puff of smoke. Asuma he dodged your kunao instead of blowing up again, minimum window between explosions is 0.6 seconds. I don't know what you other two do, but there's still a small army of bandits coming this way, can you handle them? The smoke cleared, revealing 3 more of those insect-like shooter puppets, floating around the puppeteer as he rolled up the scroll again and put it back in his vest. How many? Asuma asked quickly, eyes alternating on the treeline and roadways and mind churning. Both of his teammates were single-target specialists, the only one who had a crowd-clearing option was himself. If there was few enough. Upwards of 50. Asuma cursed quietly, narrowing his eyes in frustration. Not easily. Kurane answered with her own troubled expression. That was downplaying it, that many enemies would be trouble for almost anyone to handle. Can you handle this guy on your own, Straw Hat? Asuma asked quickly and sharply. From what I've seen. Easily. Straw Hat huffed with some confidence, tilting his hat in their direction. Go take out the bandits and head over to relieve your sensei. I get the feeling the boulder tosser is the most dangerous one here. Me and the samurai can handle Boom Boom here. A reminder that their clients weren't defenseless even if the puppeteer wasn't accounted for. Asuma furrowed his brows in slight frustration, once more mentally going through the various factors of the fight. Enemy would be expecting genjutsu now, Kurane was less effective against a target actively cycling their chakra. Enemy could make himself explode at will, he and Rado couldn't get close without taking damage and they lacked good ranged options to handle it. Their ability to contribute to this particular fight was limited, but the bandits would be a problem if allowed to arrive. They needed to be taken out before they got within range of the client, otherwise defending them would be vastly more difficult. Rado was the only one with significant medical skill if sensei or the other Suna Jonin was injured and needed recovery from the unknown. Meanwhile, the exploding nin was best countered by someone like the puppeteer, who was strongest in a defensive position and could make ranged attacks from multiple angles in quick succession. We'll leave him to you. Asuma made the decision, snapping his eyes open and nodding at Straw Hat. Move out team, we can't let those bandits get close. Got it. Rado and Kurane nodded, all three of them jumping away in unison, up and over or to the side of the boulder in the road, then forwards and onwards along the roadway. A series of quick jumps later and the carriages behind them were out of sight. Sure, that was wise, Asuma? Kurane asked with a troubled glance behind. Not really, but tactically it's our best move. Asuma replied, biting his thumb and swiping it across the seal on the interior of his vest. A small puff of smoke later and the finely engraved short-barreled Tanegashima settled into his hand. You're seriously going to use one of those? Rado asked dryly. Hey now. Asuma started defensively. This is part of my strongest combination technique, you know? Moreover, it's a gift from the fire daimyo himself. Are you implying it's not all that? You're lucky it's not raining. Rado huffed, turning his eyes ahead again as they made another leap. I wouldn't be considering it if it was raining, you dip. I just need the spark, all right. Asuma grumbled, holding his cool weapon close to his chest. Sure, it wasn't all that practical, and it was pretty expensive, and the engravings didn't add any actual benefit, and it wasn't even loaded right now. But it was cool, damn it. Make some noise when we reach the bandits, but don't overexpose yourselves. I just need a few moments to clear the crowd. Asuma pushed away the defensive thoughts related to his precious Tanegashima and refocused on the present battle. After the explosion, move in to clear out the stragglers. We're moving out and over to Sensei as soon as they're taken down, got it? Chakra expenditure? Kurane asked with a cute little scrunch of her face. Red lips pressed together and black hair whipping around as she jumped. Man, she was so damn pretty. Conservative as usual. He declared shortly, then nodded. I'm off, I'll be on the flank. He declared, jumping to the side once to enter the trilene before proceeding forwards again. He was just close enough to keep some awareness on the road and his teammates. He made sure to feel the air out in the few moments of silent jumping. There they are. Came the shout of one of the bandits, muffled by the trees. The noise of shuriken being tossed followed, as did a few shouts of pain. He jumped over, careful to avoid things that would announce his presence as he closed in on the road again. There was a handful on the road, stragglers who had run ahead of the larger group behind them. Some of them were starting to attack one another, credit to Kurane's quick genjutsu there, and the ones that weren't were being harassed by Rado's shuriken. Not enough of them in one place yet. He frowned, flipping around the side of the tree and jumping again, catching a branch with his foot and looping around to hang upside down and overlooking a later section of the road. Still not enough. He placed his Tanegashima under one arm and raised his hands, ready to start part 1 of the jutsu when the moment came. 3, 4, 7, 8, 10, 13, 16. They were beginning to press forwards, even through the harassment and friendly fire of Kurane's genjutsu, probably one designed to make them think that their friends were enemy ninja. 17, 20, 24, 30. Good enough. He inhaled. Snake, rat, tiger, snake. He exhaled, a great cloud of black powder descending from the trees and over the crowd of bandits. He held the jutsu for several long seconds, allowing the powder to accumulate and build just in case. The powder hung in the air, lightly swirling in the almost breezeless air and down the road, away from his comrades. Hey. What the hell? There's more in the trees. Fuck. It's in my eyes. He released his hands, still breathing out the smoky residue as he took hold of the Tanegashima and raised it up to the stream of powder, cocking it back and placing a finger on the trigger. He stopped the jutsu with a smirk, pulling the trigger. The hammer of the weapon clicked forwards and smashed into the prepared flint, sending a shower of sparks. Fire style, ash pile burning. He had asked Pops for a jutsu that might work with the new gift, and as much as the old man annoyed him at times, he knew exactly what Asuma was looking for. The sparks ignited the cloud of gunpowder with an ear-ringing boom and searing wave of heat. He had to shield his face with another raised hand as the explosion washed over him. He lowered it after a few moments to inspect the scene. There was a lot of smoke that was gradually clearing to reveal an angry black stain on the world, littered with charred corpses. The men around the edges of the blackened crater gave tiny groans and twitches, still alive but barely after the impact and detonation. The rest of the bandits were loudly running away, deciding that discretion was the better part of valor and that not being exploded was a good idea. No need to chase them down in this case, they just needed to eliminate the attackers as a threat. He kicked the branch with the side of his foot, swinging him around it again and letting him spin around to hit a more flexible branch, which springboarded him forwards out of the trilene and over the blackened road. He landed, kicking up a small cloud of soot and drawing in Kunao to start taking out stragglers. A little cough brought his attention along the road. Ah! He announced sheepishly, raising his Tanegashima to scratch the side of his head. I suppose I should have warned about the soot, hey. Kurane and Rado were standing there, the fronts of their bodies stained in a layer of black, the whites of their eyes contrasting greatly against their otherwise charcoal black faces. They looked distinctly unimpressed by his super cool combination jutsu. I'll treat you guys to some barbecue after this. He offered apologetically. Rado rolled his eyes, drawing his sword and jumping forwards to start stabbing twitching bodies. I'm getting extra. Kurane grumbled, drawing a kunao and jumping forwards to do the same. I'm gonna have to wash this a dozen times to get the charring out. TCH. Asuma grumbled, jumping forwards and making his own stab clears to put the poor burned bandits out of their misery. Finish up quick, we need to go support Sensei immediately after. It took them about half a minute to finish giving all of the stragglers a merciful little stab, then they were well on their way to the other side of the bridged crevasse in the earth. It was narrow enough that his team was able to get across by jumping off his cupped hands as he threw them, and he was able to get across with the help of another flexible branch to catapult him over. Rolling as he landed, they immediately started jumping again, all senses straining as they moved to the expected location of the battle. It was easy enough to see because of the several sections where the trilene stopped existing and trunks took over. His eyes widened as he emerged from the last set of branches and beheld the battlefield, immediately pouring wind chakra into a kunao and hurling it. Flying swallow. He hissed out, slapping his hands into a seal as the blade soared. A woman wearing a thoroughly torn kimono flipped back and away from the blade, barely avoiding its curving flight and landing on the lip of a great crater. More brats, hey! She muttered, one arm holding her side and muscular arms covered in tears. Guess the others fucked up. She staggered back and grabbed at her forehead, making a substantially more massive leap away as Rado landed with a sweep of his sword. Which one of you brats is using genjutsu? The woman roared out, before gritting her teeth. Fuck this! She muttered, stomping the earth with a titanic boom and disappearing in a blur of chakra-enhanced motion. A shushin. The reason for their immediate aggression was the state of their comrades. Sensei was laid out and barely breathing, the Sunajonin was leaning against her battered wharfin, and both were being guarded by a snarling and blood-soaked Karameru. Rado, Kurane, first aid now. Back to the escort as soon as they're stable. Asuma knew he should be putting on a calm air right now, but it was kinda hard to think that through the sight of Sensei's mangled limbs, and the Sunajonin's clearly missing arm. Border between Fire Country and Tea Country. Ryoma, recently promoted ninja. Chakra was the lifeblood of the ninja. And samurai. And sometimes monks. And maybe other groups that don't really fall under any of those categories. Really it was the lifeblood of anyone who actively used it. Chakra was both the energy produced and consumed by living beings, a combination of physical and mental energies that worked together in order to facilitate the biology of a creature to produce greater quantity and diversification of chakra. To the learned individual, this chakra could be expended and utilized to produce a dazzling array of quasi-natural effects known as jutsu. The strings of chakra he used to control his puppets was a jutsu, the technique he used to turn soil into sand was a jutsu, and so on. Chakra, being the energy that fueled supernatural abilities, was a thing to carefully manage and then expend when the situation called for it. Immoderate expenditure of chakra could easily result in one combatant running out of supernatural fuel much earlier than the other, and without the ability to perform jutsu, they would be at a severe disadvantage against their opponent. Thus, it was critical for any aspiring shinobi to learn how to carefully measure and utilize their chakra when it was needed, but save it outside of those times. Despite this skill being critical, there was no standard method to actually measure one's reserves of chakra. At least not in Suna, Ryoma had checked. Because of this, he had ended up needing to invent one of his own. This meant selecting something as a standard unit of measure, then starting to test things from there. The unit he had initially decided to choose was the humble clone technique. Not the sand clone, which produced a physical drone body for him to command around, just the clone technique which produced an illusory image of himself that he could command around. When he had started his measurement process as an academy student, he could produce one clone, 11 times. 8 times before he began to suffer chakra exhaustion, 3 times before he passed out and had to lay out of school for a week to recover. The teachers were both impressed and unimpressed with him for that one. Impressed by his initiative in exploring the limits of his body, unimpressed because he should have done this with supervision. By his later testing, he found that he had 8 units of available chakra, and 3 units of chakra I need to function. So long as he only spent 8 units of chakra at a time, it would recover with a few hours of rest, 8, as it turned out. If he tapped into his emergency chakra, then some sort of system would go out of whack and his body would need to recover before nominal levels of chakra regeneration returned. There was probably more chakra locked away in his body that he outright couldn't access at all, on account of the passing out thing, but that didn't matter for his measurements. He, referencing a thing from his past life, decided to call his available chakra his peripheral pool, his emergency chakra his personal pool, and each unit of chakra a mote. Doing it things way allowed him to precisely track exactly how much effort he had been expending and how much he had left to expend, so long as his measurements were up to date. This was slightly complicated by his increased level of chakra efficiency later on, but that was easy enough to account for with refinements to how he counted things. Now, a mote of chakra was the amount he needed to expend to create and maintain 10 chakra strings for 1 hour. Having a standard unit of 10 chakra strings let him work in decimals if he really needed to, which thankfully he had managed to avoid so far. By his most recent measure, Ryoma had 39 motes of chakra, 11 personal and 28 peripheral. He recovered 3 motes an hour, so he could maintain a full set of strings for as long as he needed to, more or less. Spending a single mote on the clone jutsu now would produce 3 clones. All of this to say, Ryoma was currently down 8 motes. 1 on remaking a set of chakra strings for his next group of bolters, 3 on making that sand clone earlier, 3 on using Great Breakthrough to make distance between himself and the nude bomber, and 2 halves used to create and maintain a pair of basic illusions. This left him with 20 motes left to finish the fight without long-term consequence, and 31 if the situation turned out really bad. You asshole! The disgruntled roar of the nudist called out, emerging from the trilene in a furious set of rippling booms, smashing through thin branches and slamming his heels into the ground to carve grooves in the earth. His skin, formerly a reasonable pale shade, now looked rather tanned and almost blended in with his short, spiky brown hair. He looked rather unharmed by the long-distance launching, which told Ryoma that the tanned skin was probably some form of hardening technique. He didn't hear any explosions to cushion the landing earlier, just a crash, so it probably wasn't that. What a pain in the ass, a naked guy that runs around hard and bursts all over people. He smirked, hidden under the transformation technique and disguised as one of his bolters, amused by his own joke. Meanwhile, the bolter hovering in front of him was covered by a substitution technique, covered in the illusory image of himself. It took you long enough to get back. I was starting to think that you had given up and gone home. He spoke from slightly behind his illusory double, the double gesturing a shrug appropriately. It was hard to get the mouth right, way easier to just cover everything so there's less to animate when pulling tricks like this. Boom Boom glared at him, glancing tensely at the puppets, then over at the clients and back to him. So. You're not a wind specialist at all, you're a puppeteer. You're absolutely correct. Ryoma called out, making sure to get across a humored tone. Shut up. Boom yelled immediately, throwing an angry finger forwards. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Everything you say is bullshit and I'm not listening to it. Sounds about right. Ryoma easily agreed, starting a slow walk around. He circled Bowman, making sure to approach the client as he did just to make him back off. Sure enough, Bowman circled the opposite direction, making sure to stay far away from where Ryoma had been standing previously. From your lack of attacking, you're not actually here to pull your weight. You're just here to be a nice big distraction, aren't you? Fuck that. Bowman brought up a hand and poked himself in the chest with his thumb. You're looking at Katsubaki. I'm the bomb. I've always been the bomb. I will continue to be the bomb. There's a bounty on those ladies' heads, and I'm here to fucking collect. A bounty at? Ryoma responded with tepid curiosity, stopping in place and using his foot to drag a line in the sand that covered the road, drawing the nervous eyes of Katsubaki down towards it. He had been using some spare strings to sweep it up while waiting for the woman to come back, but it was a new detail in the scene that he didn't have any information on. Ryoma, however, had bought enough time to get more info of his own. Katsubaki's tan had been slowly fading, a clear indication that it was some kind of temporary condition. Highly likely to be an earth-natured skin-hardening jutsu. Ryoma wanted one. A pure bluff, more or less. Before we get to the part where we tear each other apart, mind telling me about this bounty? It's news to me, you see. OH. Katsubaki laughed, tilting his head. You didn't know? Laughing Smoke has declared open season on all nobles, 5 million for each one brought to him. There were a number of shocked gasps and sharp inhales from behind him. Ryoma could only hear that figure and immediately decide that it was a scam. Hehe, you know, it would be way easier to cash in if I had a little cooperation. Sure, I'd have to split it another way, but 3 million is still more than enough to retire with. Katsubaki shrugged with a grin. What'd ya say, Sunanan? You help me turn those two ladies in and get the easiest 3 million of your life. I bet it's way more than what you are being paid to defend them. Illusion Ilioma, nodded slowly, letting his head tip down and hat cover his eyes. That's correct, it is a whole lot more than I'm being paid right now. There was shuffling and worried sounds from behind him. Katsubaki's grin widened. Ilioma tilted his head back, raising the brim of his hat just enough to show his glaring eyes. I refuse. It was always so satisfying to see the expression change. A few seconds of incredible violence followed immediately after. Katsubaki's eyes narrowed into a glare, as he clasped his hands into a seal and threw himself forwards in a body flicker, a basic jutsu that allowed for extremely rapid movement by energizing the muscles with chakra. It was hard to determine where you'd end up afterwards, because you usually moved faster than your own reflexes could keep pace with, which was the main issue. That hand seal, however, was not the seal for a body flicker. Body flickers used tiger. Katsubaki was using snake, which usually corresponded to the body and more generally to earth techniques. Ilioma intercepted Bowman in the middle of the air, catching him with puppet body and illusion carefully positioned to have the feeling lined up. Bracers and hands layered over claws and body frame to stop the bandit well before the line in the sand was crossed. Katsubaki's skin turned dark brown, and a grin started to form. Dull blue eyes glinted into the dark brown of his illusory double. Gotcha. Boom, the man exploded, engulfing himself in a wave of violent force. At once, the illusion of himself dispelled as the bolter was turned into shrapnel and scattered poison senbon around in the air. Katsu's eyes widened. Substitution. The bolters on either side unloaded, shuriken and kunao shooting rapidly from either side and making direct impact, bouncing off the bandit's hardened skin and going wide, leaving tiny scratches in their wake. He soon enough blew up again, shockwave sending those projectiles wide to either side of the road and throwing the bolters off. It took him one full second in between explosions. Confirmation that penetration was possible at this stage and time frame between bursts, proceeding to step 2. The illusion around him vanished in a pull of smoke as he raised his hands, letting the bolters drop and catching the poison senbon around the airborne bandit. His eyes widened further, mouth opening in fear. Ryoma clenched his fist. The senbon followed, all rushing towards the target in the center. As expected, they barely scratched the bandit, leaving behind nicks and cuts and little more as they rushed forwards and bounced off his hardened skin. The bandit landed with a laugh, throwing himself forwards even as Ryoma jumped back behind his line in the sand. The reminder of the line made the bandit stop suddenly, looking down at it nervously before taking a step back and raising his hands. Ryoma let his guard drop, reaching up to scratch the side of his head. Man, that's some pretty good defenses you have. All of my puppets only left little scratches. Hat. Regretting not taking up my offer earlier. Katsubaki laughed, shoulders squaring and reaching down to pick up a handful of the discarded shuriken. That's too bad, I'm not about to let you off the hook. Ryoma twitched a pinky, making one of his bolters explode. The bandit jumped away again, landing and looking around for whatever had just blown up. That's right, get that blood pumping and heart racing. What the hell was that? The bandit demanded, looking around and not being able to see anything in particular except the ruined shells of deactivated puppets. His eyes widened as he saw the kunai that one of the bolters had fired, handles wrapped in explosive tags and ready to go off on a twitch. Oh. That would be the explosives I left in the ground. I think they'll be going off any moment now. Ryoma casually explained, shrugging and tapping the line in the sand with his foot, implying that the line marked out the safe boundary. As an aside, are you resistant to other people's explosives? Katsubaki's eyes widened, sweat dripping down his brow as he threw himself forwards again. Ryoma smirked as he swayed, tripping as legs locked up and knees went weak, sliding across the ground. He slammed his fist into the ground, pushing up even as his limbs started to lock up. What the hell? What is this? Katsubaki demanded, staggering around as he tried to return to a defensive stance. A paralytic made from boiled cactus bark. Good thing it only needs a few nicks and cuts to get into the system. Your exposed skin gave me a lot of surface area to work with. Ryoma shook his head. He gave it about 10 seconds before the guy couldn't move at all, reaching into his side pocket and withdrawing a kunai. He'd slit the dude's throat after he passed out from a paralyzed diaphragm, right now he was still a potential bomb. Instead, Katsubaki showed remarkable ability to still move by disappearing in another body flicker, uncontrollably hurling himself off the side of the ledge and hurtling down into the river below. Ryoma almost moved to follow, before pausing and tilting his head. He turned to the clients and pointed his thumb. I poisoned him with a paralytic and he jumped into a river. He explained with a confused tone and tilt of his head. Either he knows something I don't, or he doesn't. The somewhat shell-shocked noble ladies stared at him for a few moments, hugging each other tightly and silently. Like traumatized bunnies. PFT. The old samurai let out a tiny snort of laughter, hand on the hilt of his katana. The noble ladies looked over at the balding man with astonished expressions, before glancing at each other and breaking down into slightly hysterical giggles. Ryoma let out an amused, rolling snort himself. Shaking his head, he quickly unleashed another 2 bolters to replace his losses and started to drag over all the scrap and supplies of the battlefield back towards him to seal away in bulk storage again. No need to litter, especially when that litter might be dangerous for his allies. The eye of a bolter caught the sight of his mission allies jumping back, making his head shoot up and his hand move over to unlatch his medical kit. Straw Hat. We got injured. Asuma called out with a worried growl in his voice, casting his gaze around worriedly. The giant ninja dog was stained in blood and slightly limping, the genin carried the crumbled form of Mari and Gaku on their backs. An enemy that could mangle 2 jonin was not something he wanted to deal with in an unprepared location. Moving forwards into unknown territory was an equally bad idea. Ryoma immediately turned and waved a hand to the escort. Fall back a quarter mile and set up camp. But Madame Gozen almost complained, cut off by his sharp glare and a glance towards the blood-soaked forms of her escort. Shortly enough, she gave a sharp little nod as Lady Aikita buried her face in her friend's robes. Soon enough, the little caravan had turned around and started down the way. Bolters watching their flanks, Ryoma gave a scowl and furrowed his brows down at the bloodied forms of the jonin. Unconscious, but breathing and stabilized. What the hell had they encountered? Position secured with wire and explosives, Ryoma finally had time to return to the improvised medical center in the middle of the camp. They're laid out on sleeping mats and cleaned off with more thorough medical supplies, the unconscious and half-nude forms of both Mari and Gaku. Rado was monitoring them closely, but otherwise currently looking over the less injured form of the massive chestnut brown ninja dog. Asuma and Kurane were currently getting some rest in, as fitful as that might be, with the watch being secured through the eyes of 4 deployed bolters. It was kinda hard to focus with his vision split 5 ways, but it was easy enough to handle so long as nothing moved across his vision at any point. Prognosis? He asked the resident pseudomedic, dropping into a crouch next to their battered forms. Mostly heavy bruising, occasional fractures, and 2 major breaks. Karamara told me to use the anti-venom too, but I'm not sure what for. Rado explained with a quiet and tense voice. The dog told him? Probably with a predetermined noise, those ninja dogs were as smart as people were. Largest injury is the missing arm. If they were civilians, they'd be down for half a year. As it is, they'll probably wake up within the next 3 days and be somewhat functional after a week. You know. He continued with a frown and a deliberate glance. If I give them some braces and they don't need to actually fight, I can get Gaku fully healed in a month, but your comrade. A missing arm is usually career-ending. Ryoma gave a rueful huff and shake of his head, making a note to start carving a temporary puppet arm for her. It would be pretty shoddy in the field, but it would be functional enough to get her back into action long enough to get the mission done. Any info on what did this? A woman, but she jumped away pretty much immediately after we arrived. I don't have an. The dog, Karamaru, gave an attention-grabbing bark. Ryoma turned to look at him, the shaggy canine pushing himself up with mild pain before trotting over to sit in front of him and paw at the ground. No, not pawing, writing. Boro, hands, tiger. Then a paw placed on his leg and a look of dog concentration. Ryoma raised his brows, before raising his hands into the tiger hand seal and waiting. A foreign chakra pushed through his coils, starting from the paw and coming up to his arms and into the hands, before cycling back through and into the paw once more. It was pretty insistent, from the feel, but not hostile. A moment later, the dog was engulfed in a puff of smoke, and Gaku's form emerged from the cloud. A beastman transformation, one of those Inuzuka clan techniques that allowed their dog to take the form of their human companion. Unlike normal transformation, this was one of those handful of physical transformations, in which the body actually changes instead of being an illusory shell. Thanks. The voice was deeper, rougher, and less practiced than Gaku's. He took his hand off his leg and leaned back, grunting and narrowing his eyes in mild pain as he did. Those paws are good for fighting and walking, not so much hand seals. Ryoma nodded. Understandable, you got a good look at what they were up against. Karamari nodded with a deep scowl and glaring face. Yeah, some bitch with a skin hardening technique and mouths where mouths shouldn't be. Mouths? Rado asked with his own expression of focus and concern. Mouths, tongues, and all, on her paws and stomach. Karamari gestured, tapping at his palms and then belly. The skin hardening was a pain, but it wasn't the problem, the issue was if you let her get a taste of your blood. It took me a minute to figure out, but the mouth stopped being bitey after that and just start exhaling some kind of invisible poison gas, smells kinda like piss. Soon after partner got a hit in, he starts coughing and spasming. Add in her physical strength and durability jutsu. Ryoma shook his head. She's practically tailor-made to take people on in close range. Almost managed to win anyways. Karamari boasted with a sharp, fanged grin. Tore a big damn gash in her gut, from inside the belly mouth and out the side. She's gonna be feeling that one for weeks at least. Unless they have a medic. Rado pointed out. Karamari grunted, leaning back again. Unless they have a medic. Ryoma let out a huff, then glanced at the injured. Do we pull out? Rado asked with a concerned expression. This situation got really bad really fast, and a job isn't worth our lives as Gaku always said. That's right. Karamari nodded. Much as it's annoying, there's no shame in retreating. Ryoma considered the information relayed to him, before shaking his head. If that's all she has, there's no way for me to lose against her. She was just Gaku's natural predator. What about Mari? Karamari asked sharply, raising a brow. She lost an arm to the bitch's belly mouth. Was she the natural prey here too? Nah, she just got unlucky. Ryoma shook his head, before pausing and tilting his head. You remembered her name. She gives me snacks at dinner time. The dog in man shape explained. They all had a little laugh at that. Border between Fire Country and Tea Country. Ryoma, recently promoted ninja. Their unconscious allies were graciously allowed to rest on one of the noble carts, the luggage packed away in one of his basic storage seals to make room, and everyone setting out bright and early the following day. Ryoma had deployed 5 bolters instead, having the extra 2 latch onto various spots and hang inactive while he wasn't using them. This would allow him to deploy replacements faster if he needed them, which he almost certainly would. While camp was being broken, and before they had set out again, Ryoma had made the executive decision to make preparations for their potential enemies. We're ready to head out now, Ryoma. The voice of Kurane called out to him from the side. Ryoma didn't look up to greet her, gaze and attention fixed on his brushwork of the 5th seal tag he had decided to make. Give me a moment. He had been hoping to get 6 done, but 5 was good enough for most purposes. Making preparations. Seals? Kurane asked with a slightly curious lit to her voice. MMH. He hummed affirmatively. If those bandits show up again, I'm going to be needed to fight off the mouthy woman. That leaves you kids to deal with Naked Boom Man, and none of you have a good answer for him as far as I can tell. I see, thank you, but what do the seals do? The girl had a strange tone at that, before focusing her attention on the slips of paper in his hand. A bunch of black squiggles surrounding an empty center. I should probably explain this all at once. He huffed, pushing up from his crouch, cracking his back loudly, and then calling out. Konoha Ninja. Strategy meeting. He ignored the glances sent over by the gathered servants, brushing the hair of their mistresses and applying cosmetics and whatever other stuff a noble woman needed in the morning. A few seconds later, both Rado and Asuma were in front of him, as was the giant fluffy form of Karamaru. Ryoma made sure to hold up the seals for all of them to see, not handing them off yet. Subject? Asuma asked quickly, eyes slightly stressed from a lack of good sleep, but still sharp. Naked Boom Man, I don't think any of you have a good answer for fighting him, am I right? Ryoma asked, his answer coming in a few disgruntled hums and shifts in posture. He raised a hand to rub the back of his neck. Right, pop quiz time. How do you make an explosive seal? You put a jutsushiki on a strip of paper, right? Asuma asked with furrowed brows, glancing at the slips in his hand. Ryoma raised a finger and shook his back and forth. You're thinking of an explosive tag, those are more common and usually pretty standardized these days. I'm talking about explosive seals. Sealing, not jutsushiki. Sealing? Then you. Kurane began with her own uncertain look, glancing over at her teammates before her eyes returned to his. You'd seal an explosion in a tag, right? How do you seal an explosion? Rado asked with a slightly baffled expression. You have it near the explosion as it goes off. Yes, actually. Ryoma nodded. You make an empty explosive seal, prime it, then explode something nearby. The seal absorbs the explosion the moment after it begins, containing it until you want to release it later. The benefits are usually that you can put things like expanding poison gas inside and such. He waved a little hand, kinda enjoying the moment of lecturing. So then those are. Asuma began pointing at the tags in his hands. Ryoma nodded. Empty explosive seals, ready for you to use against Naked Boom Man. He handed them over to Kurane, who took them and inspected them carefully. When you're ready to use them, hand signs are rat, bird, snake, tiger. They'll be primed and ready to suck in the next explosion that touches them, best used right next to the origin. So slapped on his body. Asuma replied with a sharper focus than before. What about releasing the explosion afterwards? Rat, like a normal explosive tag. They'll also cook off if sufficiently damaged after being filled, like another explosion hitting them. Ryoma nodded. Only had time to make 5 of the things, but that's probably all you'll need for him. I'm fairly certain he's not immune to explosions from other things, so one stuck to his back will probably kill him outright, if you can get it there. I'll leave that part up to you. And you're just giving these to us? Rado asked with a slightly suspicious look. Ryoma looked blankly at him, then at the seals, before raising a hand and rubbing the back of his neck. Yes? It's just some explosive seals. It's not exactly a hidden jutsu here. It still feels kinda weird. Rado averted his gaze, raising a hand to scratch his cheek. We were at war a few weeks ago, so. Ryoma rolled his eyes and one hand dismissively. Konoha has the yellow flash, toad sage, red hot habanero. Anything I make is going to be trash compared to the ceiling monsters you guys consistently produce. I'm handing you something that's about as valuable as a kunao here, to my temporary allies defend the clients against a potential threat while I'm forced to deal with something else. He shrugged. Hell, Bomberman might not even be alive right now. I hit him with a paralytic and he jumped into a river. Entirely possible he drowned, and these preparations are pointless. If you still feel iffy about it, you can just hand me the spare back after the mission is done, alright? It's more that it feels strange that you are being helpful here, Asuma began, raising his hands to cut Ryoma off before continuing. I know it's benefiting you too, but normally people still carry a few grudges after a war. Ah. Ryoma nodded. I see your confusion. He gave a little rueful huff and shrug. Grudges don't pay the bills, it's really as simple as that. He had around a decade of economic recession to look forward to, he really couldn't afford to sweat the small stuff like getting revenge. As simple as that, hey. Asuma muttered, reaching up to scratch his own head. Mind me asking how old you actually are? Ryoma considered. Only if you don't tell Mari. It's a running gag at this point. Ha. Promise. Asuma crossed over his heart, as did the amused other genin and the dog. I'll be 16 next June. Ryoma huffed amusedly, seeing the looks on their faces before gesturing over his shoulder. He was probably about their same age, and 2 promotion stages higher. Unfairly too, because he really wasn't Jonin material just quite yet. Maybe in another year or something he'd be worth the new vest. Anyways, head out, it's another week till we reach the capital. Right. And a bark. Rado had called a missing arm a career-ending injury, and while that clearly wasn't actually true, it did indicate an overall attitude that meant Ryoma would be wise to refrain from carving out a new puppet arm for his maimed comrade while on the road. If they thought something as basic as a missing limb was career-ending, then they didn't know puppet limbs were a thing, and that was the kind of tactical advantage that the Kazakage would be very sour with him for revealing to Konoha. A missing limb being career-ending was a really stupid thing to claim. Firstly, you didn't need all 4 limbs to fight effectively, you didn't even need both hands to make hand seals so long as you were sufficiently skilled. And if you lose a leg, you just need to put a peg on, if nothing less. That was ignoring all the potential jutsu that could be developed to just summon a replacement limb made out of, he didn't know, sand or something. Clone techniques were fairly universal across the shinobi world, summoning just a cloned arm only one step further. Sure, it would take chakra to maintain, but then you had a limb that could be used as a weapon without long-term consequences. If it broke, who cared? It was already a summoned limb. There was probably a limitless number of potential tricks you could pull with a summoned limb like that. That was also ignoring all the options to replace the arm in other ways. Grafting someone else's arm on was possible, as was injecting someone with regenerative cells and growing the arm back. There were probably another few methods to get an arm back that he wasn't even considering at the moment. And that was ignoring the fact that the kids had seen him puppet things around, the bolters. Bolters have limbs. Did they think he was? He didn't even know. It seemed like common sense that a limb could be replaced in this manner. There was basically nothing stopping it other than learning how to make chakra strings and operate puppet limbs. But, the statement and tone indicated that the kid thought it was a much more serious injury than it actually was, so Ryoma was obligated to not dispel that belief so that Suna could maintain a potential tactical and strategic advantage moving forwards. So instead of doing that, he kept himself busy by organizing his bulk storage into non-bulk storage scrolls. He was able to do this from his seated position on top of the central cart, directly above their injured comrades and in the best position to rapidly respond to anything that attacked them from any potential angle. Kunao, shuriken, senbon all went into their own seals inside the weapons and ammo scroll, bolter fragments went into the recycling scroll, tree trunks stayed in bulk storage, corpses went into corpses, and so on. All very clean and neatly organized, freeing up slots in his bulk storage scroll to quickly store other things in the future. The most important scroll, the one containing the wood dragoon, was in his quick draw holster and ready to be pulled out and deployed at a moment's notice. Letting the Konoha ninja see it would be unfortunate, but unfortunate circumstances were better than a failed mission. It would be a shame if he had to pull it out around them though, so far only Suna ninja have seen it and survived to his knowledge. Which sounded a lot more boastful than it really was. Most ninja simply weren't prepared to suddenly deal with a trooper in primitive power armor, and by the time it was deployed they were usually tired or committed to finishing the fight. It was completely understandable why a sudden phase 2 that was more difficult than the first phase would be so effective in a world without RES peons. Yet, There were a few bullshit jutsu that could just revive the dead because fuck you, and Ryoma was hoping he never needed to deal with any of them. If he did need to deal with them, there was a reason he had decided to learn as much as he could about sealing. Hard to revive something that was in a scroll. He still wasn't very good at it, but the investment had been paying off in enough ways over the years that he couldn't consider it a waste. Rock on the road up ahead. He called out, pausing in his sorting endeavors for a moment with a little scowl. Any of you kiddies strong enough to move it, or are we gonna have to cut it apart? Before any of the other ninja could respond, the old samurai spoke up with the kind of disgruntled huff that only old men could make. I'll remove it. He grumbled, continuing forwards even as the little caravan slowed to a stop before the impressive boulder in the middle of the road. We'll leave it to you then, Master Samurai. Ryoma responded with a polite nod from his perch. Master. The old samurai grumbled as he stepped up to the rock, inspecting it gruffly and pacing around. No, this one is much too clumsy to be a master. He didn't sound particularly upset by the admission, announcing it as a statement of fact more than a declaration of weakness. Ah, forgive me, I'm not certain of how I should address you, Mr. Samurai. Ryoma called out apologetically as the samurai took up a slightly wide stance on the left-hand side of the giant rock. HRMPH. The old samurai grunted, old and wrinkled face pulling tight in concentration. He pulled his hands together after a widely circling gesture, knuckles curled in but palms flat, and cocked his entire body back like a spring. This one is Sarutobi Sanjuro. Asuma made a sound at that, a sound that was immediately cut off by the crack boom as the old samurai blurred into motion. One moment he was in a ready stance, and in the next the double palm strike was complete and extended with an ear-ringing sound. Most importantly, the boulder was gone. Ryoma's eyes flickered over to the far side of the crevasse, just in time to see a massive rock smash against the far side and collapse into gravel. It slid down immediately after, plunging into the river far below as many thousands of small pebbles and leaving only the crater as evidence of its impact. The old samurai slowly exhaled afterwards, then calmly returned to a more neutral stance with his hands pressed together and his eyes closed. After a few moments of silence, he opened his eyes and huffed. The road is cleared. Ryoma could practically feel the smug radiating off Madame Gozen from underneath him. That's incredibly impressive, Mr. Sarutobi. I know I certainly can't hit that hard. 3 years on a rock. The old samurai shook his head, walking back over to the side of the cart. Ho ho ho, Madame Gozen announced loudly from below. Ryoma could tell that she had raised a hand to her face just from the laugh. It's only natural that my bodyguard is the best. Indeed, I imagine he has to spend a lot of time protecting you. Ryoma called back with a tiny smile hidden under his veil. There were a few moments of quiet, then some shuffling, then her head poked out from the side of the cart to glare at him directly. What's that supposed to mean, Otsuki, don't fall. His client called out, muffled slightly by the roof between them. Oh, nothing really. Ryoma shook his head. You just seem like the type who likes to travel. He easily lied. HNNNN. She hummed out, glaring at him suspiciously as she slowly sank beneath the side of the roof and shuffled back to her seated position below him. Sanjuro, you have my full permission to cut that one down if he tries anything suspicious. This one understands. The old samurai responded with a gruff tone, the tiniest twitch in his long mustache telling Ryoma that he was suppressing a smirk. I don't think I've done a suspicious thing in my entire life. Ryoma replied with an amused tone. That would be ridiculous, a ninja would never lie, cheat, steal, or harm someone. Unless you're thinking of some other suspicious things. You lie so easily. Lady Ikeda called out with a laugh, the shuffling and giggling telling him that she had fallen back in a fit of giggles. Suspension. Lady Gozen began, before her voice cut off. They turned around the bend in the road, revealing a field of charred black road and mountains of death. This must be where they had confronted that bandit group yesterday, very efficiently too from the lack of injuries and the piles. He extended chakra strings as they passed the corpse field that the Konoha had left in their wake. The littered remains of a few dozen charred bandits wasn't exactly his idea of good loot, but there was little point in not taking them as they passed along. Into bulk storage they go, where he'll dump them out back in Sunagakure for body processing and handling. There was a small cash reward for bringing bodies back, nothing more useful for medical practice. His strings levitated corpses, weapons, discarded bits of rubbish, and all manner of other soot-covered things as they passed by. All of which was stacked upon fresh seals and then sealed away with a little poof of white smoke. They didn't come back for the bodies. Rado observed from the side, speaking at pretty normal volume but clearly heard over the mostly silent trip. The only real noise was the spinning of the carriage wheels. Disposables probably. Ryoma mused. Either they were hired on for the job, or they're just not considered all that important regardless. How awful. One of the servants muttered from below and behind him. Ryoma figured it would probably be a bad idea to tell them that this wasn't even in the top 10 for worst battlefield aftermaths that he had seen. Soon enough, they had passed by the killing field, corpses and slag all hauled up by his strings as they passed and sealed away, and reached the bridge again, and the killing field that he had left behind even earlier yesterday. Corpse piles staked through with blades and spears and barbs, all strewn out and covering the wooden platform in blood. He checked the underside of the bridge with one of his bolters, seeing nothing in particular. He then extended one as high as he could above himself, observing the miles of woodland, mountains, and not much else. The bolters behind and to their sides saw nothing either. Clear. He called out. Clear came 3 calls from his fellow ninja. And an affirmative bark. He quickly got to work gathering up the corpses and sealing them away in the bulk seal. If all else failed he could unleash a few to act as improvised puppets, but that was a pretty big disaster scenario. Oh look, his bolters here were still intact. Yoink. He'd reload them after these corpses were put away. Country. Ryoma, recently promoted ninja. Gaku woke up by the end of the second day, recovering from the 1-2 punch of having 2 limbs broken, many more fractured, and his entire body covered over in ugly purple bruising. So not really a 1-2 punch and more like, many consecutive punches. The metaphor was falling apart the more he thought about it. Now, if he was a civilian, a broken arm would take a good 2 months to be not broken anymore, and potentially up to a year to recover its full strength. Chakra, the helpful stuff that it was, would naturally bolster recovery simply by being present in the body. Not usually to the point of battlefield-relevant regeneration, but an injury that would take a civilian 1 month to heal might take a ninja a week. A ninja usually didn't have to worry about bleeding out unless the injury was exceptionally traumatic. Infection was usually only a worry with particularly filthy wounds, and many of the most common poisons and diseases were something most ninja could push through without too much trouble. Poisons that worked at all against ninja either specifically targeted chakra networks, or were so hilariously lethal that it didn't matter anyways. Broken limbs would usually heal back correctly even without putting them in braces, and much of the wear of age took substantially longer to set it. Having a stronger, healthier body produced more chakra. Chakra in turn naturally facilitated health and strength in an organism in all kinds of little ways. It was pretty nice that way. People who didn't actively use chakra, such as the massed levy armies of samurai and daimyos, might just die from getting a minor cut and infection setting in. A samurai could usually laugh off a severed arm and beat you to death with it. Of course, none of this applied if you were suffering from chakra exhaustion and had thrown your internals out of whack. This is why the first thing most nin medics did after stabilizing a patient was to simply refill their chakra reserves back up to stable levels so it could start circulating and facilitating the recovery of the body on its own. All of this to say, Ryoma expected the man to be combat worthy in a week. He'd have to come to a decision soon about whether or not he wanted to pass along some info. Typically something rather frowned upon in ninja society, but the information Ryoma had in mind wasn't treasonous. Certainly it's something that would only help Sunagakure in another 15 years or so, maybe. Of course, if he shared it, that would be drawing a lot of heat down on him that he'd really prefer to not have. He'd figure it out eventually. In the meanwhile he'd finish up Mari's replacement arm. Carving it during his shifts on night watch and keeping everything sealed up until it was ready. He wasn't sure if she could produce chakra strings or not, but pushing chakra into something that was directly attached to you was much easier, so it probably wouldn't be hard for her to figure out. The frame would be carved out and everything linked up via ball joints soon enough. He really just had finishing touches left to do. From there he'd hand off the scroll and some instructions about using it, and if she decided to reveal the thing in front of the Konoha team, it would be on her head instead of his. Yup, nothing to do with him, he'd be blameless. This way the Kazakage would be mad at someone else and he'd be free to skip off back home. He considered putting a weapon in it, but that could probably wait for an actual commission or something. Gaku had woken up and was in the middle of talking to his genin team, something Ryoma would politely stay away from in case they were exchanging sensitive information and didn't want Suna hearing. Came a call from the side. Ryoma turned his head towards the source of the voice. Lady Ikeda, clad in her travel dress and half leaning on the side of the noble cart, looked over to him. They had stopped for lunch, and he was in the middle of eating a delicious portion of rice, canned meat, and baked sweet potato. She had lost a fair bit of weight since the journey started, the only real evidence of her once chubby state being the roundish face. He took another bite, a transformation applied over his form maintaining the illusion of the face mask. In actuality, the face mask had been untied and lowered around his neck. Lady Ikeda briefly pulled back at the sight of him eating through a mask, before shaking her head. Yush? He asked through a mouthful. She stared for a few moments more, before shaking her head and returning to some prior point. I wanted to ask you about something. He continued to chew, nodding briefly to indicate he was listening but not verbally replying. She twiddled her fingers for a few moments, looking around before eventually deciding to keep her gaze on the ground. The bodies of those bandits. He hummed in response, chewing and swallowing the bite as he did. I suppose you are wondering why I took them. Yes. Lady Ikeda confirmed, glancing up at him and then back down again. She was all nervous. He supposed it was a bit distasteful to talk about corpses. Well, there's a number of reasons, but the biggest one. Ryoma nodded his head back and forth, thinking about it for a moment before coming to an answer. Well, someone has to bury them. She blinked at him, tilting her head with a little look of concentration. You took them to bury. MHN. He nodded. It's not exactly a clever answer, but if we simply passed them by, the bodies would just rot away until someone else comes by and gets rid of them. Maybe they throw them into the river, maybe feed them to pigs, maybe something else. But the bodies are there because I had a fight, and leaving messes around for other people to clean up is something I try to avoid. He reached up to scratch at his ear, tilting his head and closing his eyes as he did. I don't have the time to get them buried at the moment. I'm currently protecting you as per our contract, but I have the storage capacity for the bodies and Suna has a corpse processing division. I'll bring them back and hand them over for them to handle. They'll probably use the bodies for medical practice, then hold a little funeral and light a candle for them. It's not exactly the best end, but it's better than rotting out here. It doesn't take much effort on my part to facilitate all that, so there's no real reason for me not to. Ryoma shook his head. There's a few other, smaller reasons too, but that's the big one. Someone has to make sure they get buried, it might as well be me. Especially since I'm the one who killed them. You are very kind, aren't you? Lady Ikeda asked quietly, staring at him with some expression he couldn't parse. Ryoma responded with a rolling snort, amused by the statement. It's the barest courtesy I could show, not enough to call myself kind by it at least. I'm just trying to avoid being an inconsiderate horseman. Inconsiderate horseman. MHM. The inconsiderate horseman does not take the time to go around the field, driving his horse straight through and trampling the crops under its hooves simply because he is in a hurry and has the power to do so. Ryoma relayed the little parable, taking another bite of his food after and finishing through a mouthful. He is neglectful and short-sighted, and causes a great many problems for himself when he returns from war and finds a famine. Ah, that sounds like a saying from the Buddhas, though not one I'm familiar with. Lady Ikeda admitted, leaning back and letting her legs dangle off the edge of the cart. It would be very strange for you to be familiar with it. Ryoma nodded with a grin in his voice. I just made it up. As per the custom, the bubbly noblewoman collapsed into another fit of giggles at his antics. Took you a bit to wake. Ryoma said quietly, greeting the cart-ridden Konoha Jonin late into the night. I figured I'd give you some time to talk to your team privately before I came over for a briefing. Gaku Inyazuka, face covered in field bandages and skin still a bit pale from flushing out whatever that toxin he had been hit with gave a tiny nod in greeting. I appreciate the courtesy, braggart. I've already been caught up on the situation from my team, but I suppose you'd need info on the woman, wouldn't you? Ryoma nodded, sitting down on the side of the cart and leaning against one of the posts that held up the roof. I'd appreciate whatever you know, in case we come across her again. Well, I figured out who she was about halfway through the fight. Gaku grunted, leaning up in a slightly annoyed fashion. Okra Somatsu is an alias, her real name is Kukaseke, B-rank ninja of IWA, last seen running away from Battle of Bald Field. Ryoma hummed at that. That was the final major battle of the war, wasn't it? The battle that prompted the Tsuchikage to declare a full withdrawal. It was. Gaku nodded, flinching briefly at the pain of moving something wrongly in his neck. The fact that she's all the way down here? I didn't see a headband on her, so she's probably here on an undercover mission. If she's here trying to collect nobles for that bounty, there's a lot of potential reasons for that. It's hard to determine much more than that from our current intelligence. Ryoma mused, reaching up to rub at his chin. B-rank, you said? That sounds about right from what your Ninken partner told me. It's not that she's all that strong on her own, it's just that she had the tools to handle you in specific. It's the poison that's hardest to deal with. Gaku grumbled, leaning back. By the time I figured it out, I was already weakened enough that she could handle me. If I were to fight her again right now, I'd win. Ryoma raised his brows. You're that confident, hey? You're still pretty badly injured, you know. I have 2 closed breaks and a handful of hairline fractures. That's not nearly enough to slow me down. Gaku rolled his eyes. No, the only issue against her is that poison, like I said. She needed a sample of my blood in order to tailor it to my biology, otherwise she'd poison herself with the gas. My team could probably take her down now that we know that. Hell, I bet Asuma alone could. Well, don't get too confident, that's how we ninja get killed. Gaku made a huffing sound at that, but didn't disagree. A week till we reach the capital then? I should be up and moving by then. About that much time. Ryoma nodded. Your team has already filled you in on Naked Boom Man, right? Keh het. Gaku laughed softly, restraining a flinch at the pain of laughter. Yeah, they told me. From how they described him, he's a shoo-in for Iwa's explosion corps, more evidence that this is an undercover mission and not a missing nin situation. Or they went missing nin at the same time. Ryoma pointed out. Or that. He acknowledged easily. I don't expect the difference to really matter either way, in this case. Any qualms over who gets the bounty for her? Ryoma shrugged. Whoever ends up turning in the body, I suppose. No real reason to quibble over it. Gaku considered that for a moment, sending a brief glance over at the still unconscious form of Mari. Well. If Konoha ends up cashing in the bounty, I'd like to send it over to Suna and your partner here. It's my fault she ended up losing that arm. Your fault. Ryoma raised his brows. From what I heard, it was Ogres who bit it off. That's right to some degree, at least. Gaku shook his head. Kei had me grappled and was doing her best to rip me apart. Fangirl here doesn't have a discriminate winjutsu, so moved into taijutsu range to break me loose. Keeping that big iron fan of hers held back to avoid hitting me. Next thing I know, Kei's torso opens up a mouth from hell and takes a bite out of her. He growled softly, closing his eyes and leaning back. It was good enough for me to flail and get free, which means I owe her for the missing arm. I don't like to leave debts around, it's bad karma. Ryoma took that in, nodding slowly in response. Well. I'm sure she'll be glad for the courtesy then. Nice of you, Long Claws. GRHM. Don't talk about it. I've got a reputation to keep, you know. Gaku grumbled, shaking his head before cracking open an eye. What I'm more concerned with is this bounty. 5 million per head isn't something just anyone can afford. Or it's a scam and Laughing Smoke doesn't intend to pay up. Ryoma pointed out. Or that. Gaku acknowledged. Still, putting aside the matter of payment, I don't know what he's trying to achieve with an open bounty like this. At best he manages to get a handful of nobles killed before someone gets mad enough to put in a specific mission order to hunt him down. Probably to Konoha, considering the proximity. Pulling down this much attention on himself, it's like he's just trying to pump up his bounty as high as it can go, and he's already increased it with the theft of the Fire Lotus. Fire Lotus. Gekko waved a little hand at that, slowly so as to not hurt himself. It's one of those legendary super herbs that people say gives you great powers if you eat it. No actual evidence of this, but the tea daimyo makes a special tea from it whenever the flower starts blooming and hands it out as a gift. And Laughing Smoke stole it. Recently, yes, this whole tea festival we're escorting the ladies to is supposed to celebrate the bloom of the Fire Lotus, and the theft of the plant has gotten the tea daimyo riled up. Wait, Ryoma began, sitting up a little bit at that and brows furrowing in thought. So, taking advantage of the increased number of nobles in the country, seeking to attend this Lotus festival, this Laughing Smoke has put an open bounty on all of them. But then why steal the Lotus if you are just trying to get more nobles killed? I'm not sure. Gekko grumbled, reaching up to scratch his beard. Laughing Smoke has never been the most lethal type. His typical wheelhouse is general theft. It's where he got his name. The only thing most people see is the smoke cloud and his laughter inside as he carries out the robbery, but he usually doesn't kill while doing it. Anything else? Nothing substantive, only rumors and exaggerations. Gekko shook his head. I don't think we have enough information to draw any firm conclusions yet. Ryoma sighed, shrugging in a carefree manner. Ah well, if it matters we'll probably learn about it later. That's typically how these big flashy plot lines go. What, do you think we're in a movie right now? Gekko laughed. Maybe we'll tell Makino-sensei about our valiant struggles here, inspire another big-budget production. He was referencing a somewhat famous film director, known for his high-budget action-adventure stories. You can't tell, he's over there filming us right now. You should wave hello. Ryoma grinned, pointing over at nothing. Oh, there he is. Gekko huffed, playing along with the joke with a little wave at nothing. Can't believe I hadn't noticed him until right now. I can't believe this. Ryoma shook his head sadly. That you never noticed our hard-working director just over to the side? Didn't you see the cameras watching you fight the mouthy lady? I suppose not. Gekko leaned back with a smile, closing his eyes. Right. I'm gonna get back to laying back and doing nothing, unless there's something else you need to bring up. You want to borrow one of my books? Ryoma asked with a raised brow. Oh? Yeah, sure, it's something to pass the time. Gekko cracked open an eye and smirked at him. Ryoma smirked back, pulling out his scroll and pressing a thumb on one of the seals inside. Out came one of his Isekai books, to which Gekko laughed, holding his ribs as he winced and chuckled. There was another seal inside the book, written boldly in the middle of the pages and containing a slip of paper. That slip of paper had a brief message written upon it, intended for the fourth Hokage back in Konoha. Ryoma handed the book over, Gekko grinned as he took it and flopped it around at him. So you're into Jiraiya-sensei's writings too, hey? I picked it up recently. Ryoma shrugged with a grin, pointing a thumb over his shoulder. It was out of his hands now, both figuratively and literally. Sure, the extra attention this might bring down on him was potentially troublesome, but snipping potential issues in the bud was worth the small effort on his part. Over in the land of rivers. Yeah, sure. Gekko laughed, setting the book down in his lap. Welp, I'll leave you alone with your new smut. Ryoma chuckled, brushing himself off and stepping off the cart. Call me over when Mari wakes up, will you? Can do, braggart. And with this the future is suddenly very uncertain. But that was the future, and Ryoma had more relevant things to worry about. Like putting the finishing touches on Mari's replacement arm. He'd let those bigger fish worry about the bigger issues. Tea country. Mari, special jonin. Finally up, hey. She brought her gaze up from her legs, and towards the voice. She recognized it easily, the distinctive drawl of her partner for this mission, sounding as flat as he usually did. It was hard to figure out what he felt about anything in particular by just his voice and eyes, neither of which were very emotional. He was standing next to the cart that was carrying her. Straw Hat pulled back to reveal his ridiculously fluffy hair and expose his eyes, which were deep set enough to completely hide the upper lids and decorated with some of the longest lashes she had ever seen. Except the fake ones you could buy, that was, his were natural. She couldn't see much else through that silly veil he wore, which was probably the point. She still wasn't very good at it, but if she had to guess he was pretty disappointed in her right now. She had managed to make herself a cripple. Good job, Mari. First mission as a special jonin and you kill your career. She might as well be a prostitute, at least those don't need both hands like everything else did. Give clients a only one hand discount, it would be better than mooching off her family for the rest of her life. She eventually remembered that she should respond to her mission commander. Even if her career was over after this mission, the mission wasn't over. She could pretend to be a ninja a little while longer, at least. Yes, Captain. I apologize for the inaction. She chanced another feeble glance up at his eyes, finding them still just as expressionless as before. She returned her eyes to her legs again soon after. It was usually a pretty fun game to figure out what he was thinking, but right now she just felt sick and stressed. A knot in her stomach and something akin to a fever behind her eyes. Here. A scroll was held up to her, drawing her gaze again. The stump where her arm used to be twitched instinctively, making her face scrunch up in pain and deep-set irritation, before she reached around her body to grab the little scroll he had handed to her. Read it. Mind giving me a hand? She tried to joke, waving the little stump around with a shaky grin. He gave a rolling snort at that, like the big dumb horse he was, and poked her in the stomach. She jumped a little, moving to swat the hand. She stared at her sore stump again, even as the muscles twitched to move a limb that wasn't there anymore. Her gaze returned to her lap, and despite the roof over her head, it looked like it was starting to rain. Little drops falling in her lap. Mari. Open the scroll. Ryoma commanded, making her sniff and wipe her eyes with the base of her palm. The scroll wasn't tied off, so it was easy to unravel on her lap and look down on with bleary eyes. She stared at it for a few long moments. The first part was an order written in bold. Pretend that this scroll only includes instructions for the chakra string technique. The order soon disappeared in wisps of rising ash flakes, leaving behind a bare section of the scroll. This section was followed by a few paragraphs and diagrams of how to perform the signature skill of the puppet brigade, then a picture of a one-armed woman holding a warfan using both an arm and a chakra string sprouting from the stump. She pulled the scroll up to get it out of the rain, which had intensified. There was an unlabeled storage seal, then a diagram of a woman missing her arm. Next to it was an arrow pointed at the raised stump, which led to a picture of a puppet arm. Basic in sketchwork but clearly indicative of form and potential function. It was secured to the body by leather straps and operated via chakra strings. Before she knew it, she had tackled him, rain pouring down on his chest despite the completely clear skies. I'll help you figure out the chakra strings if you need tips. The coolest guy ever responded after managing to pry himself away from her hug, the front of his flak jacket thoroughly soaked in salty rain. She found it hard to feel sorry about that, clinging to the scroll with a sort of giddy stress. It's a known ability, so operating your warfan with one isn't going to raise any eyes. Even if it was practice for the brand new arm that was now stored away in the scroll she clung to. A lifeline that she was loath to let go of. It seemed super obvious in hindsight. Yet puppeteers move full puppets with their strings, moving just a single arm was included in that and should be way easier to boot. She giggled somewhat hysterically, reaching up to rub the wet from her eyes with the palm of her hand, sniffling as she did. A napkin was offered to her, letting her blow her nose into it gratefully. The coolest guy ever pulled it back and stared at it for a few moments, then bringing his flat eyes up towards her. I was offering it to you, not offering to hold it for you. She giggled, clutching the scroll to her chest and flopping back briefly wincing at her protesting ribs before falling into giggles again. Ow. Hat. Ow. Hat. Ow. I'm holding your mucus now, this is disgusting. He continued dryly, folding up the napkin and setting it aside, before reaching forwards and wiping his fingers off on her pants. She allowed it, wiggling in a happy jittery manner on the bed mat. He had a sorry. She managed to get out through blurry vision and giggles. I'll leave it up to you if you want to reveal this to the Konoha ninja. The coolest guy ever spoke seriously, nodding once. I'd recommend only pulling it out if you think you need to, and I'll trust your judgment as to when that is. They've already seen chakra strings from me, so I don't think that would be a surprise, but erring on the side of caution here. It was easy enough to figure out his hidden message. The arm was the important secret here, and he was trusting her with it. If she needed to pull it out for a fight, she had the captain's permission. Affirmative. She grinned, raising her hand and the scroll in a salute towards the coolest guy ever. You can count on. Her stomach roared, cutting her off. She glanced down, the knot of stress having faded away and left behind a gnawing pain at some point she wasn't really sure when. Oh. I'm hungry. She muttered, distantly surprised by it. A puff of smoke caught her attention. She turned her gaze upwards to see a ration pack held in front of her. Mari recoiled. Ew. No way. He shook it, eyes flat. It's good for you, it has all the required vitamins and nutrients a growing girl needs. I'm 23. She protested, pushing up and away from the evil pack of bagged rice and canned meat. Don't you have more of that hibachi? I'll eat that. I ate it all. I'm not eating those rations, I got my own and they're much better. I checked those, you're seriously lacking sources of vitamin C. Then give me a sweet potato. I'll eat that. No. Eat the rations. Never. You seem energetic. The growly, grumbly voice of the Konoha Jonin brought her attention up from her sorry meal of boiled rice and canned meat. It had been cooked first, but it was barely seasoned and carried the weird preservative aftertaste of the can. Gaku Inyazuka was a burly, broad-shouldered sort of man, with narrow glaring eyes and lips that naturally tugged down into a frown. Even as swaddled in field bandages as he was, and leaning on crutches to walk over, he had the inherently intimidating demeanor that only an experienced warrior could. Currently, the half-amused tilt to his lips dispelled much of the potential intimidation. He had been far more busted than she had, and it hurt a lot just to move around. He was walking already, albeit with braces. Full-fledged jonin were seriously something else, she mused, trying to rapidly chew and swallow the gross, bland mouthful of enriched foodstuffs that the coolest guy ever had lamely forced her to eat. Karamera was next to Gaku, ready to support his partner at a moment's notice, but his eyes were locked on her tray. She smiled through the mouthful of food. I should have a puppet that's just a grill. Ryoma declared suddenly, bringing their attention towards him. She paused in her chewing to make a confused noise. Gaku made a gruffly questioning sound at that. A grill. Ryoma nodded. A grill, gas, or charcoal, I haven't decided which, on legs. With a stovetop attachment and a cutting board. With it I could travel while cooking lunch, saving an extra half hour for every day traveled. The coolest guy ever had a habit of doing this, going off on strange tangents about potential designs that didn't really seem all that practical. She swallowed as Gaku replied, using her fingers to subtly hand off a bit of the canned meat to the massive shaggy dog next to her, who took it with a soft chomp. Are you sure that's a puppet and not just a kitchen? Gaku asked dryly. Of course not, it would have legs. A kitchen doesn't have legs, that would be ridiculous and impractical. He waved off with a flat tone. Think of all the bouncing and shaking, you'd never be able to get any cooking done. A puppet with a grill and stovetop is completely different. Is it? She asked with a tilt of her head, using the conversation to hand off another bit of her nasty tray to the happily munching dog. Yes. He declared with no explanation. Mari and Gaku glanced at one another, then back to him. How? How? It's a puppet with a grill on its back, not a kitchen on legs. He repeated as if they were the stupid ones. She was absolutely certain he was messing with them at this point, giggling into her hand. What are you doing? Why are you laughing? There's nothing funny about this, Mari. Despite his words, his tone was still utterly flat and serious. Scattered giggles and laughs built up more and more as he kept talking. Her ribs hurt. And what would this puppet look like? Gaku asked, leaning slightly to the side and playing along with the bit. Well, I'm really caught between two schools of thought. Ryoma mused, reaching up to rub his chin. Either I make it look like a giant man who crawls around and I ride around in its back like a boat. Or I make it look like an exact copy of me except the belly is a tiny oven and chest is a rice cooker area. And it would use the heat of the oven to steam the rice. Gaku declared, feigning intrigue as he scratched at his chin. Exactly, yes. Thank you. Ryoma nodded gratefully. This sounds revolutionary. Gaku continued. I think this is the kind of military advantage that would kickstart another great shinobi war, in fact. The power to cook both meat and rice at the same time, it's an amazing one. Ryoma nodded gravely. And in one puppet too? It's also not a kitchen on legs. Yes, precisely. Not a kitchen on legs. That would be ridiculous. This sounds dangerous. I think if you constructed such a puppet, I'd be obligated to hunt it down and bring it back to Konoha to secure that technology. Mari fell off her seat, giggling all the way, caught in the air by Ryoma's chakra threads and gently lowered to the ground. Her ribs were yelling at her, but she couldn't stop laughing. The coolest guy ever was hilarious for such a shut-in weirdo. Amachi Bridge. Lady Aikita declared from the cart below, excitedly pointing ahead on the road. Mari had to give her credit, the noblewoman had shed pounds from when she had first seen the picture of her. She was merely round-faced now, with a bubbly and excitable personality. It was a wonder why she wasn't married already, honestly. Mari had decided to spend her recovery period on the roof with Ryoma, laying back and soaking in the sun and cool ocean breeze that was omnipresent down here in tea country. Her ribs still hurt, but the bruises were gone and she was getting better at making those chakra threads with every passing night. She was pretty sure the Konoha ninja had noticed her practicing, but that was fine because they didn't know about the arm yet. She was very tempted to pull it out and try it on, but Ryoma was trusting her to only do that in an emergency. Her prospects had gone from try prostitution to you have a chance, in an instant thanks to his hard work. There was no way she was going to sabotage that all willy-nilly. She giggled quietly, laying back on the roof. Ryoma, sitting in front of her head, turned to glance down with a raised brow before turning ahead again. That means we're only a few hours away from tea capital. Lady Aikita continued, slapping at the wooden cart like an excited girl. I'm so relieved. I thought for certain we were going to be attacked again. Well, we still could be. Ryoma called out, voice indicating how little worry he had about the prospect. We're still hours away from the capital and targets being in a city never stopped a sufficiently dedicated ninja. A sound of despair and a feminine chuckle. Ho 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 Yuko, you worry too much, an army of bandits and dangerous ninja couldn't capture us, my Sanjuro didn't even need to draw his sword. I know, but it's still scary. I know you were scared too, you were making those jijiji noises again. A scandalized, choking noise. I absolutely was not. I would never make a noise like that. But you were. I could hear it. She tuned out their voices, smiling and raising a finger to let it fill with chakra. Then she raised it up and tapped the back of Ryoma's straw hat. The connection between her finger and the hat established, she followed the next step in trying to pull it back without snapping the connection. She got about 1 inch before the fat little thread snapped, making her scowl lightly. You're getting too worried about losing the connection. Ryoma muttered down to her. The connection isn't going anywhere once you've made it, it's okay to let it get distant. She grumbled something that wasn't quite words and tried again. Easy for a shut-in to say, she actually had friends. The thread snapped again, making her squint at her finger, who was surely the guilty party in all of this. She dropped the hand again, breathing out a sigh and looking up to his silly hat. We're friends now, by the way. She declared. Are we? He asked with a flat and not really interested tone. Which she knew didn't mean anything, because that was his tone all the time. Yab. We went on a mission together, so we're friends now. I'm treating you to some nice food when we get back. I'll gladly mooch off you for food, but I don't think doing one mission together is enough to qualify someone as friends. Acquaintances maybe. Well, what do you consider a friend then, hey? She poked at his back. Well, we'd have to know each other for at least a year, I think. Ryoma nodded as if he hadn't listed some outrageous requirement. At least a year, and regularly seek out each other's company. That's probably the safe minimum standard. That's too steep. She complained, closing her eyes and placing her hand on her stomach. Lower your standards immediately. Those are very low requirements. He replied dryly. No way, by those standards I'd only have like 2 friends. Mari shook his head. That's ridiculous, because I have way more than 2 friends. Are they friends or just people you know about and occasionally wave hello at when you pass them by? His voice was downright rude. Totally friends. I went out and got barbecue with 10 of them last summer. You're a woman. What the hell is that supposed to mean, huh, mister? It means you're entirely too social. That's totally not what you were implying. It totally was. Nuh-uh. You unknown location. Laughing smoke. He drew the knife across the woman's neck, holding her forwards by the hair and letting the blood pour down. It dripped into the soil, collecting, watering, and staining the earth just the faintest bit darker. Water the earth. Smile on his face, he tipped her over more, letting more of the liquid life pour from the noble corpse. Normally he didn't like killing, but there were causes greater than any man's normal moral codes. Feed the roots. Each drip of red made the petals grow a brighter orange. 1 week until the flower blossomed, only 1 week to accumulate as much of the chakra-rich blood as he could to reap its fruit. Grow the fruit. Oh fire lotus, sweet lotus. How lovely your hue. How enthralling your petals. He couldn't wait to sup upon your matured sweetness. He turned his head, outwards towards the rest of the stone chamber. Scattered bodies, filled with death and empty of dreams, littering the chamber. Water the earth. They weren't enough. He'd need so much more blood than this. How lucky am I the daimyo is hosting a festival soon. He laughed, letting the rest of the blood drip form the woman before tossing her body aside. He was doing something. Water the earth. Ah yes, that's right. He'd stop killing the ones who came by for the noble bounty, and promise a second reward instead. There was a heist planned, and the object to steal was lives. Tea capital. Ryoma, recently promoted ninja. The capital of Tea country was much like the capital of Wind country, in that a daimyo lived and ruled here. It was much unlike the capital of Wind country in that the region had generally gentle winds, slightly more humid air, and an overall more temperate climate. Tea country made the bulk of its wealth in the shipping industry, being a massive peninsula full of mountains and valleys that specialized in the bulk production of a luxury good tea. The biggest problem they had was usually the pirate fleets, ones that were rumored to be stationed somewhere down in the impoverished land of sea south of them. Even then, the pirates usually had the good sense to not take too much and usually refrained from actually killing anyone involved, so the lost profit was mostly just lost profit for the various shipping magnates and port clans that made the country their home. The tea capital itself was located down on the tip of the peninsula, the wealthiest port in the entirety of the elemental nations. A sprawling urban landscape that started from the beachfront and clawed its way up towards the southernmost mountain. The very top of this mountain held one of the largest and best funded Buddhist temples, with a roadway up to it ironically lined with about 1,000 Shinto shrines. A few hundred meters lower than this grand and distant temple, along the flatter section of slope leading down from the mountain and overlooking the sea on 3 sides was the palace of the tea daimyo, surrounded by a small city worth of noble apartments and other fancy luxury places. Further down from this was the merchant and residential area, until one finally reached the beachside docks and industrial regions. These regions were all interspersed with the occasional long string of power lines hanging over roadways up and down the mountain, powered by generators down in the city proper. Like all major cities in the elemental nations, it was a mixture of old-fashioned architecture with little bits of more modern conveniences occasionally scattered around. Very anachronistic with the 1,000-year-old noodle shops sitting next to light poles. Not too many though popular attitudes considered power lines and generators and soot in the air to be unpleasant to look at and not really worth all the potential benefits if it meant ruining the view. Most countries had entire wings of their government bureaus dedicated to regulating the aesthetic impact. Chakra usage made up for quite a bit, and with lessened need for industrial power the various daimyos were in no particular hurry to adopt these advancements en masse. Most of this technology was imported from overseas in limited quantities in specific, regulated ports, from distant lands that made first ship contact a few centuries back. Or something along those lines. Ryoma usually had more important things to worry about, so he wasn't actually sure how accurate all that information was. As with any large event involving a large number of people, the reality of the situation was probably significantly more complicated than what he was making it out to be. He was usually a bit busy with being a child soldier to get into civilian history. You're monologuing again. Ryoma sighed, and cast a slightly annoyed eye to his side and downwards. Now well enough to walk about, Mari was grinning up at him with an amused gleam in her eyes. They had reached the tea capital yesterday evening, the clients had been checked into their noble apartments under watch by grumpy-looking samurai, and today was the first day of the festivities. Which meant most of them were walking around, watching their clients from a polite distance, and generally enjoying the atmosphere of the festival. Ryoma, for his part, wasn't really a fan of all the noise and smell, but that was the price you simply had to pay for doing escort missions like this. And such a good monologue it was. Ryoma shook his head, eyes trailing to a Kiri ninja walking by. A tall, robust-looking man with bright red hair and a scowl. He nodded in the universal I'm on bodyguard duty way, a gesture that was returned before they passed each other. Lots of ninja were present, and typically the unspoken rule for being around so many other ninja was if you are going to fight do it away from the clients. Ninja that get bystanders killed meant that hiring a ninja was less popular, and that was something that few ninja wanted to have happen. Typically the one who started hostilities in the middle of a city got ganged up on by everyone else, even theoretically neutral parties, because dead civvies hurt everyone's budget. It was just good form to avoid collateral damage, most of the time. Not always, but most of the time. Up ahead, Lady Ikeda and Madame Gozen were playing one of those festival games that scammed you. Pway, you're at a festival and all you're monologuing. Mari stuck her tongue out at him. You should be enjoying the atmosphere. We're still on a job, Don't forget. Ryoma reminded, almost moving towards one of the shady sections of the street before finding a tani ninja already standing there. He slumped in disappointment. The masked woman wearing mesh and little else tilted her head in amusement as he moved along to find a different spot to stand around all ninja-like in. Then you should be focusing on the client instead of your monologues. Mari pointed out teasingly. You'll find that I have more than enough energy to do both. Ryoma waggled a finger, finding another good spot just in time for Lady Aikida and Madame Gozen to get frustrated with the stand and move along. His brows pinched together in irritation, even as Mari and the Tannin giggled at his frustration. He sent a sour glance their way, rolling his eyes and moving forwards again, passing in blonde IWA ninja currently demolishing a few dango sticks. Despite the abundant presence of potential enemies, Ryoma wasn't too worried about attack right now. Right now was entirely too obvious. If an attack were to come, it wouldn't be during the day. It'd be at night. The distinctive hiss poof of a gas canister suddenly being depressurized immediately pulled him from his trained half-sleep and hands together in a series of rapid hand seals. Wind release, convection air. The jutsu came out almost before he was actually awake, a bubble of outward circling air forming around him less than a second later. In the vents. Mari hissed next to the doorway, backing away and readying her immense iron fan with a single hand. Their bedroom was the guest room attached to the noble apartment that Aikida and Gozen were renting out for the festival. The Konoha ninja were attached to another guest room, because nobles had entirely too many rooms and not enough stuff to put in them apparently. Ryoma almost commanded Mari to perform convection air herself, before remembering that she was currently down one arm. He threw himself up and over, standing back to back with her to envelop her in the protective bubble while reaching down to withdraw his bulk storage scroll and raising his fingers to summon chakra strings. The vent was there. A mostly standard ventilation shaft covered in a thin metal cover. The hissing gas noise was coming from within, behind the metal grill. 4 strands of chakra flew forwards and grabbed the screws holding the vent in place, twisting them rapidly as his other hand readied the storage scroll. 2 seconds later, the screws popped loose and the vent fell off. He tossed his scroll forwards on another string while reaching into the vent shaft and grabbing at the canister inside. A puff of smoke later and the hissing canister was sealed away, his strings going wide to open the window, and his other hand catching the scroll as he pulled it back. Move, check the client. Ryoma commanded, moving with Mari into the other room, the noble suite. The samurai was there, already awake with the sound of their movements and hand on his sword. The Konoha ninja emerged a moment later, looking frazzled and somewhat disoriented. Ryoma idly noted that Asuma wore pajamas to bed. He wasn't sure if he was surprised or not. Poison gas. Mari quickly explained to the old samurai as Ryoma raised his hands and disassembled the other air vent, rapidly sealing away the second gas canister hissing away inside. By this point the nobles were starting to shift, they were apparently pretty heavy sleepers. The samurai's eyes sharpened into slits as he firmly nodded, getting up properly to shrug on his armor with a grimace. Braggart, you use poison, right? Recognize this. Gaku quickly began with a growl in the back of his throat, twin toes raised and ready. Ryoma knew for a fact that he still had a broken leg and arm, the fact that he was standing at all was impressive. Smells metallic and sweet, along with something else I can't identify. That could be 1,000 different things, I'd have to see the effect. Ryoma grimaced. Was any in your room? Rado held up an explosive seal, one of the empty ones that he had given them a few days back, now filled as indicated by the new sigil in the middle of the paper. Asuma tossed a spent gas canister his way, which he caught and inspected as fast as he could. Metallic, sweet, and faintly something like a permanent marker. Gaseous form and smell factor indicated something to be inhaled. He deepened his scowl, strings working to remove the cap of the canister and glaring into the inside. No storage seal at the back, limited capacity for each canister, low dosages are still effective. Fast acting, then any competent ninja could get this settled almost immediately. We aren't dead yet either, it's not very lethal or it has a long onset. He commented, sealing the canister away and shaking his head. Still not enough to go on if I had a lab, maybe. Gaku grimaced back, closing his eyes for a moment before clearly coming to a decision. Braggart, you and my team are least injured forward scouting while Mari and I remain with Mr. Samurai. To guard the client, was unspoken. Logical enough. Those 3 together probably had enough hand-to-hand ability to hold the line long enough for any of the rest of them to return. Genin, how good are you 3 at fighting Indo? A sharp bark interrupted him, Karamaru alert and pointing nose first at the unscrewed vents. Gaku's eyes widened as he took another sniff. It's still coming through, there's more in the vents. Everyone out on the roof. The samurai barked, jumping over to heft the sleepy Madame Gozen over one shoulder. There was no complaints about the course of action, Aikida being tossed up and hefted over his shoulder as they moved towards the opened window, onto the balcony that overlooked a central festival square, and then up hooking around the roof ledge and onto the clay tiles above. The samurai was pretty spry for an old-timer, he had done that in basically 3 total jumps while balancing a noble woman over one shoulder. What is the meaning of this? Madame Gozen woke cranky, it seemed, wiggling around on the samurai's shoulder. By the faint light of the moon, Ryoma could see a number of other shinobi making their way from inside and onto the rooftops, carrying clients of various persuasions. The Taninin carried a little boy in pajamas. The Kirinin carried a short, chubby man by the scruff of his sleeping clothes. The Iwanin carried an old woman in both arms, her face covered in some sort of ointment mask and cranky. There were a number of other ninja and occasional samurai that made their way out into the night. The truth was clear. Not targeted at us in specific mass attack against everyone here. He determined, casting his gaze around. Someone with a grudge against nobles? Mari asked, spreading her fan out with slight difficulty, using both her hand and one foot to accomplish such. And one that underestimates ninja. I'm not sure if anyone was caught by that. Rado grunted, drawing his sword. That conclusion? No. Gaku shook his head, breathing already heavy from the jump made on a broken leg. That's too easy, brat, too simple. They attacked like that because they knew the ninja would get their clients out. That was just to separate out the chaff. Separate the chaff. Kurane began with a confused and tense tone. Why would they want to? Why is it snowing? Mari asked, brows furrowed and suspicious. She raised her hand up to catch the tiny particles. It's not cold enough to. Ryoma's gaze went upwards. There, dancing around the extent of his air shield, was millions of tiny particles swirling about. They were barely visible in the moonlight, but just visible enough for him to see that they weren't snow. A shadow passed over the moon. His eyes widened, and his hand went to his most important scroll. That was the shape of a moth, a very, very big one. Release. He began, engulfing them all in a cloud of smoke as the immense tin-plated puppet emerged into the world. It was something of a shame that he had to unleash his best puppet in front of so many foreign ninja, but his instincts were screaming at him to get his defenses up. Those instincts had gotten him through the war, and he was inclined to trust them. Fire art, million burning scales. From the sky above, in the middle of the darkness, a brilliant orange star bloomed to life. That star immediately started to rapidly intensify in both brightness and proximity. Those scales weren't just scales, they were the fuel for this attack. They were all standing in the middle of a bomb. If he let the fire reach them, chances were they'd all be burned alive. Or at the very least, suffering some pretty nasty injuries. The wind shield around him kept him from being in the immediate danger zone of the technique, the scales blown away from him, so he needed to focus on defending everyone else. If he had noticed it earlier, a wind technique to blow the particles away would have been ideal, but with the fire currently rushing towards them, there was no time for him to go through the hand seals. Lucky that he had just been in a war involving ninja from Fire Country, otherwise he might not have a counter for fire ninjutsu prepared. The 3-meter form of his puppet cracked the roof tiles as it emerged, standing tall over everyone present as it leaned back, one immense puppet eye on the central mask gleaming. Fire-eating seal. Ryoma roared, just in time for the deluge of fire to reach them. A specialized seal inside the mask eye activated, a vortex of chakra strings emerging and spinning about, crashing into the wave of fire in the air before them. The fire was spun into a conical shape as it met the strings, forming something akin to a drill as it was sucked inside the eye seal. The rest of the roof around them was covered in a wave of flame, hot flame like a flash flood over the gathered ninja and their various techniques used to guard against the immense wave of igniting powder. Ryoma grimaced as the fire washed around him, the scales not close enough to properly engulf him but more than close enough to set his clothes and straw hat alight. He ripped them away and tossed them off as the fire slowly petered out, the night seeming even darker for the sudden and brief brightness. On the masked face of the wood dragoon, one immense carved eyebrow slid down and over the left eye, indicating that the fire was sealed inside successfully and closing as a safety mechanism. The hell was that? Asuma growled, arms raised in a pitiful defense against the wave of fire that had almost consumed them. Ryoma jumped forwards, the giant mask of the wood dragoon folding forwards to reveal the entrance hatch of the immense puppet, which he forced himself inside without much regard for how it made the pauldrons on his flak jacket bend. The cockpit was downright comfortable just 2 years ago, now he had to pack himself in like a tuna in a can to fit. As he entered, his mind connected to the various eyes around the frame, giving him the slightly disorienting but completely encompassing vision of the frame. An attack. Be ready. Gaku growled, raising his swords and sheathing them in glowing pale wind chakra. In the sky above, the shape of a giant moth started to glow with iridescent patterns, purple and orange and pale whites as it descended. Around them, the smoke of unleashing the wood dragoon started to dissipate. Below us too. Clones. Mari shouted, hefting her fan and taking her best stance. Ryoma didn't need to turn to see, running through the startup sequence of his puppet armor while glancing through the forwards-facing eye. There was indeed a large number of what looked like the same outline there in the courtyard, illuminated by the glow of the slowly descending giant moth above. Long white hair, a katana in hand, blue and purple robes. The shadows they cast indicated physical clones, but there were at least 50 of them. Either the enemy had enough chakra to maintain a ridiculous number of shadow clones, or an absurd level of multitasking to coordinate that many at the same time. Ryoma, get yo, what is that? Mari began, before trailing off as the smoke cleared around them and the giant form of the wood dragoon was revealed under the moonlight. 3 meters total, with an 8-foot internal frame and weighing a bit over 1,000 pounds. The wood dragoon took one immense step forwards, nearly shattering the roof beneath it and making everyone nearby stumble. From the cramped cockpit inside, Ryoma called out simply. My puppet, the wood dragoon. Mari's eyes widened in astonishment, even as the other ninja nearby began to show their own shock and wary reactions to the sudden giant among them. The wood dragoon. Wait a minute, you're that guy. Ryoma wasn't actually sure what she was talking about. He didn't have much of an opportunity to ask either as the sound of hoarse, hysterical laughter began to ring out. Not just from above, but from below in the woods around as well. We're surrounded. One of the other ninja on the roof, one of the half or so that had survived the fire attack, shouted out. In the darkness gleamed 100 eyes. Capital. Ryoma, recently promoted ninja. The wood dragoon was a combat-capable prototype at best. It was a proof of concept pushed out a year or two too early to get something out to get ahead of the increasingly dangerous missions he was being forced on thanks to the slowly decreasing number of active Suna ninja. This decrease in active personnel caused by the ongoing war, which he was an active participant in and held a distinct disadvantage thanks to both being a child and not any particular breed of prodigy. The Mk1 design was clunky, slow, highly visible, held limited mobility and safety features, low quality material, limited battlefield endurance, generally poor craftsmanship, and a great many other negative traits that he could list off if he had the time. He wasn't even sure if he would call it a prototype, more of a test type really, with features put together piecemeal, lacking both maturity and proper integration between disparate parts. The only part he was somewhat proud of was the giant mask that covered the front, both as added protection and intimidation. The rest of it. If anyone else knew how ramshackle the thing was, they'd be laughing it off. Guard the clients, he declared, finger twitching to open wooden vents mounted on the backpack of the puppet armor. Slits near the base, part of the lower combat pack assembly, opened up as a seal cylinder within rotated out. The fact that he had to use a combat pack at all was a bandage over a failure to integrate those features into the main frame. It was heavy and threw off his balance if he didn't constantly compensate for it. He rotated one foot, provoking the dragoon to crouch in preparation for a leap off the roof. Another finger twitch and the combat pack seal cylinder activated, releasing the wind jutsu within. Great breakthrough, channeled through a trio of vents. A howl of hurricane force wind exploded out of the improvised thruster pack, in time with another rotation of the foot to make the giant wooden puppet jump up and forwards. His allies made various bothered noises as the shockwave threw them off balance, noises that faded quickly as the 1,000-pound frame rose high into the night air. He had been aiming for 30 meters of distance on a parabolic curve when he had planned the system out on a notepad a few years back, a notebook that Sasori had read through and laughed at more than once. He had never quite been able to hit that 30-meter mark, more like 20 in ideal conditions. Landing was also problematic. He'd normally need to burn another thruster charge to safely break his fall, and he only had 3 of those total. That meant 1.5 jumps, normally, which presented fairly obvious problems. It was a bit hard to see his target through the puppet eyes of the wood dragoon, the resolution of the image being hard to work through from time to time. Lucky that his current target was visible enough to be almost impossible to actually miss. The giant glowing moth in the middle of the air wasn't really close enough for him to jump to, even with the jump pack, but it was close enough for it to be within range of another one of his systems. His fingers curled, the arms of the wood dragoon raising up with 3 clawed hands spread out. A twitch, and the hands shot out like rockets, racing forwards and latching onto the giant glowing moth shape, connected by a woven twine of ninja wire. Normally used for cutting things like cheese and flesh, the wires were a common ninja tool that was significantly less useful for cutting when woven like this, but much more durable. This was a requirement as he rewound the internal cranks in the arms and started pulling the hands back to his wrists. The giant moth let out a panicked moth scream as he dragged it down from the sky, a new 1,000-pound weight attached to its limbs and wings. It sounded something like a donkey that just swallowed a dial-up modem. Piloting the wood dragoon was tricky, the sound was muffled, the center of gravity was off, and the visuals were substandard. His feet rotated as he prepared to land, widening his stance as best he could and bracing for the impact. He was falling fast enough to cause structural wear, but not fast enough to actually break anything thanks to the moth he was latched onto, struggling to stay in the air. Operating a puppet with your feet was a pain in the ass, the solace of the feet being just about the worst place in the body in terms of chakra connectivity. In order to even start, you needed to first become proficient with both normal strings and wall walking. By circling chakra through the solace of your feet, you could stick to surfaces, letting a ninja walk up and down horizontal surfaces. This was the hardest place of the body to actually do this, which made it a popular chakra control exercise. Operating chakra strings through the solace would theoretically give a puppeteer more than 10 strings to work with, but most didn't need all 10 strings anyways. The only reason you'd want to do it is if you had too many systems in one platform and needed to dedicate some features to their own dedicated limbs. Like him. He was that person. He operated the legs and balance of the dragoon through the short, fat chakra strings coming from the solace of his feet. Everything else was operated by his fingers, freeing him up to occasionally perform a critical, life-saving jutsu in the safety of his wooden shell and not fall over in the process. He did that once and he almost died for it. Controlling those two things through his feet was an actual, critical part of operating a full-scale puppet armor like this. He didn't have enough space in the design to fit all the features he needed, which meant he needed to occasionally use ninjutsu to compensate. He didn't have the ability to form hand seals while operating the puppet armor, which meant he needed to control at least the basic mobility through his feet. He wasn't good enough at designing and building puppets to fit everything in, and he wasn't good enough at jutsu to do them without hand seals. It was a skill issue either way he cut it. The ground shook as the wood dragoon landed, vibration rippling through the wooden frame and shaking him about in the cramped piloting chamber he was currently stuffed in. The sound of stone cracking echoed faintly through his frame, muffled by the shell of wood and metal. A moment later the ground shook again as the massive moth crashed into it, shattering pavement tiles beneath its bulk. His omnidirectional visuals told him that he was currently in the middle of the clone army, in the middle of the lower courtyard, and far from any allies. Just about perfect really, he didn't have to worry about collateral like this. The claws of the wood dragoon unlatched and continued to wind in as he moved a chakra string to the upper combat pack and twitched a finger. Just as the blurry forms of the clones were starting to jump at him, a missile silo-type structure on the back of the wood dragoon fired an umbrella high into the air above them, the launcher adding a spin to the missile as it rose. Then it opened, and thousands of poison senbon began to rain down around him, propelled by the force of their own launcher seals mounted on the underside of the umbrella. He saw this trick once, and copied it shamelessly. Clones began to recoil and burst in puffs of smoke as senbon strong enough to punch through thin armor and most people rained down like sharp, poisoned hail. Many of these senbon thunked into his own armor, deep enough into the metal plating to stick but not deep enough to do anything more than prick the underlying wooden frame. This was the primary reason the metal plating was important, because without it there was a good chance that the senbon would stab him in the brain whenever he deployed an umbrella. No, they weren't bursting into smoke, a transformation was being dispelled. Corpses of various shapes and sizes were falling around him as the senbon rain continued in an outward spiral. Ha 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 ha, what the hell is that? Ha ha ha. A voice called out as a figure jumped away from the back of the giant moth, which shrieked as a rain of poisoned steel barbs reached it. A few moments after, it vanished in a tremendous plume of actual smoke, returning to wherever it had been summoned from before fatal damage could be sustained. Ryoma knew from experience that trying his normal lies and tricks through the cockpit of the wood dragoon didn't usually work out, mostly because he had to yell for anyone to actually hear him and the tone of a yell didn't lend itself towards that. Silently, the wood dragoon rose from its crouched stance, woodenly rising to its full height and focusing on the blurry shape of enemy ninja. The night combined with the puppet eyes made visibility near zero. He really wished he had some night vision optics right now. He needed to even their visibility out. His fingers pulled back from the chakra strings and flew through hand seals, utterly invisible inside the frame. Wind release, dust cloud technique. He announced calmly, going without interruption. 23. All of the ash and soot created by the initial firebomb, along with any other sand or loose dirt in the courtyard, was kicked into the air. The blurry enemy shape was even further obscured, disappearing with hands raised in the expanding cloud of particulate matter. Another set of hand seals. Earth release, sand transformation. 21 motes until he needed to tap into his personal chakra. The surface of the wood dragoon blurred as the ash and soot around it condensed, drawn towards its form and layering the surface in a dense layer of dark grey. He didn't bother making a more fancy appearance, keeping the dark grey layer as it was. There was no real way to disguise the wood dragoon as something else, but adding camouflage was downright easy. From the outside, the wood dragoon disappeared in a cloud of ash and emerged with a new dark color scheme, blending into the night. A thump impacted the side of his frame. A physical strike against the frame while he was setting up, a strike that did very little through the 3 layers of armor shell now enveloping him. The wood dragoon rotated on its hips, a full spin with arm outspread that ended with a puppet fist smashing into a blurry shape. A burst of smoke and a meaty crunch as the body flew back and disappeared into the night. He returned to a forwards position, rotating his feet to start stomping forwards. His fingers flexed to recreate a set of chakra strings, taking control of the upper frame once more. Low visibility made things difficult. He wanted to learn sensor jutsu to make up for this, but he hadn't had the time yet. It made the wood dragoon a tactically inflexible design. In the meanwhile, the best option he had was another bolt-on component. He twitched a finger, the bolt-on firework launcher mounted on the side of the combat pack triggered, shooting a payload high into the air above them. A few moments later, the payload exploded into a long burning, bright red flare to illuminate the entire battlefield. He only had 2 of those, so he'd need to end the fight before they both expired. Omnidirectional visuals allowed him to check the state of the battlefield and the fights going on upon the rooftops. Gaku and Mari were hanging back to provide peppering long-range support to the genin, who in turn were fighting off yet more corpse clones, or whatever they were. The other ninja that were still present seemed to be holding out. And in the courtyard, covered in a rolling layer of soot illuminated by a red glaring light, the wood dragoon stood alone with a thin man with long white hair. He had a chuckling grin on his face, and long soot-stained robes, a pair of curved blades in hand and eyes covered in shadows. The yard was covered in scattered, poisoned needles and the sounds of distant ninja clashing. Hat, what a pain, hee hee hee. Normally Ryoma would start talking right about now, but that didn't work as well in the wood dragoon. So instead he just got right down to business. Keh thunk kethunk kethunk, as Kunao shot forth from his underarm launchers and towards the feet of the enemy ninja. A moment later, they impacted and unleashed their explosive payloads with bombastic applause. The enemy had avoided it by jumping up, tossing one of those massive shuriken his way in the process. Ryoma adjusted the body of the wood dragoon to follow, not bothering to dodge as he did. A twitch of the finger, and the eyebrow of the giant mask slid up again, revealing the fire-eating seal. Release. The wave of fire released earlier was unleashed again, a massive cone of red tongues that emerged from the front of the wood dragoon and washed over the airborne form of the enemy. A few moments later, the giant shuriken hit the side of the puppet armor with a heavy thunk, blades again insufficient to punch through the 4 layers of defense. The air bubble, the dust armor, the metal plates, and the wooden frame all combined to make him effectively immune to all standard small arms used by enemy ninja. He could afford to simply take hits if it meant getting his own hits in. The fire vanished into the night sky, dissipating and leaving behind a charred corpse falling from the air. A fat corpse. A substitution. He took a step back, firing another flare into the sky as he checked his various eyes. The inner courtyard was still, just corpses and scattered senbon, and the fighting on the roof was dying down. How annoying, the enemy had run away under cover of darkness. The wave of fire was likely the best time to pull off a switch and flee. He turned the wood dragoon about, stomping away with anticipation of an ambush from behind. That ambush never manifested, as he considered another massive leap up to the roofs before deciding otherwise. The corpse clones the various ninja on the rooftops had thinned out before finally being totally eliminated, puffs of smoke revealing dozens or more distinct corpses. A kind of long-distance puppeteering, in a sense. A clone that was mostly just there to layer over and operate a corpse for its physicality. The fighting over, his weary allies began to stand ready for a few moments more, before winding down and leaping off the roof towards him. His omnidirectional visuals told him that the remaining other ninja were doing the same, bringing their mostly safe clients down with them as they descended. No hiding the wood dragoon now, but maybe he could hide some of it. A few concealed hand seals. Earth release, sand clone. He muttered, a swirl of soot and ash condensing together to form a duplicate of himself to stand in front of the wood dragoon, one hand raised casually and pretending to operate the massive puppet. Show of hands. Clone Ryoma called out loud over the courtyard, directed towards everyone present. Who's still alive? There was assorted grumbling and groaning as the various ninja gathered with their traumatized clients walking with them or carried in some cases. Taninin and her client was still present, as was the Iwanin and a handful of others. Along with a few samurai and their presumed wards. All in all, there was maybe 20 chakra warriors present. Who the hell was that? The Iwanin growled, carrying the fearful old woman in his arms and stained in gore. Anyone get an ID? I did. Several ninja called out at once, including Gaku. They looked at each other for a moment before giving various polite nods and letting one seemingly random guy continue speaking. A scarred-looking ninja from AIM with a young woman as his client. Laughing Smoke, for certain, everything here matches his operating style. Except the deaths. Gaku pointed out sharply, leading to frowns and glares as he shook his head. Not that I disagree, either Laughing Smoke or an imposter. The corpse clones are new too. The Kirinin grumbled thoughtfully, nudging one with his sandaled foot. Don't remember hearing about that shit in his entry. Looks like a pretty diverse bunch of victims too. The nobles were making various horrified and fearful sounds at that, most of which were being ignored by the present warriors. Any idea on that poison gas he started with? Cloma asked, nodding his head towards the apartments. I didn't get enough info to recognize it. Yeah, I recognized it. The AIM nin shook his head. Some blend of angel dust and laughing gas, no one inside should be dead from it but they'd be out cold for hours and wake with the shakes. A quiet operation then, and ambush whatever stragglers left with that summon and those clones to keep us busy. The Taninin replied, holding her client on her hip, much to the boy's embarrassment. Good thing Suninin handled that we wouldn't have the numbers to handle 50 extra clones and a summon there. A ninja wearing a yuga headband nodded towards him. You might not have been able to. The Kirinin growled sharply, glare matching the looks of various gathered samurai. The only thing he gave was a little extra light, you got that. He managed to get away from me. Cloma shook his head with a scowl. Pretty sure that was the real one, at least. Then go chase him down, you peasant. The old woman carried by the Iwanin spoke up at that, shrilly yelling and glaring at him. An attack like this cannot be forgiven. Your duties aren't done until his head is taken. Our duties. Gaku growled, glaring at the old woman. Is to keep our clients alive. There's merit in a strike force. A samurai, younger than Sanjuro but still up there in years with an eye patch, spoke up at that. His face was grim and his expression set. Laughing Smoke has all but declared war on nobility, a strike like this is more than indicative of his intentions. Merit, yes, but also foolishness. Another samurai growled, bushy eyebrows pulled together in deep furrow. Before anything else the Daimyo must be informed of this. The other samurai nodded at that, the ninja exchanging wary and skeptical looks. Cloma cast his gaze around with a frown. It's better than being exposed like this. Refuge for a night while we work out a long-term plan? He asked, looking to all the gathered ninja and waiting for responses. Growls, glares, grumbles, but also a whole lot of nods. The course of action was set, and for the moment they had a common enemy. Cloma nodded, then looked out to the Senbon. I'll need a moment to clean up after myself. He admitted sheepishly. He also needed a moment to make the swap with his clone and seal the wood dragoon again. What a pain. T Capital. Ryoma, recently promoted ninja. The chief samurai guard of the Daimyo's estate was nice enough to take them in for the night, and by them, the nobles and other samurai. The ninja were allowed to stay in the outer courtyard under watch by the various guards walking around the perimeter walls. Honestly not a bad call, trusting ninja in your palace was probably a bad idea. As the nobles were fairly insistent on getting a good night's rest, and the ninja still needed to have a talk about what was going on, it was easier just to let this happen. Ryoma was pretty sure almost everyone present had at least one way to monitor their client while they were inside. He had his sand clone from earlier subject to a transformation, disguising itself as various things until it had snuck its way into her room and stationed itself as a bit of furniture. Sand clones had only a limited ability to act, but stand still and watch the client was within their ability. He'd keep an eye on it and move to direct command if need be. He wouldn't be surprised if literally everyone here did something similar. The Konoha team was allowed to send Karamera with Gozen, being a dog was more trustworthy than being a ninja apparently, for example. That left a good 16 ninja in a courtyard, all glaring at each other suspiciously as the night dragged on. It looked like there was one or two ninja from every notable ninja village save Kyumo, by the looks of it. Tensions were high from the recent war they had just gotten out of, and the recent attack that just occurred, so unless someone started talking it was likely everyone would just start killing each other. He sighed, raising a hand to rub the back of his neck before stepping forwards into the rough circle that had formed between the gathered ninja. Anyone have a big rock? He called out, casting his gaze wide. Need some earth to make sand, we'll need a map to discuss details. There was a period of suspicious looks and grumbles before the Iwanin, blonde and chewing on a toothpick, stepped forwards while pulling out a storage scroll. Yeah, I got one, step back Sandass. Ryoma took a dutiful step back as the Iwanin unleashed the contents of his scroll, which turned out to be a particularly large boulder. Ryoma sniffed appreciatively, briefly checking to see if his illusion mask was still on or not, before the Iwanin stood up and stepped back again. That big enough, Sandass? Yeah, it should be good. Thank you, Rockass. He nodded, raising his hands to perform the basic hiding like a mole seals and wreathing his body in sand manufacturing chakra. Then, he jumped up and landed on top of the rock, feet first. Gradually, the rock was ground down into fine particulate, lowering him as it was, until finally he was standing in a fresh bed of sand. Stepping out and ending the technique, he summoned a handful of chakra strings and started to push the pile of sand flat. He called out loudly, letting his voice carry across the courtyard as he worked. Earliest my team noticed the attack was 0321, with the noise of the gas canisters in the vents. Does anyone else have an earlier estimate? Canisters on the west side of the apartments triggered earlier, at 0320. The AIM-nin stepped forwards with a grumble, accompanied by another AIM-nin, both of them wearing gas masks and bits of bulky metal mechanisms. Gave me time to identify them before the ambient gases forced us to evacuate the client. In the corner of the sand layer, Ryoma raised a finger to write that information down. 0320, attack begins. Poison gas canisters in vents. Angel dust and laughing gas admixture. The other ninja gradually crept a little closer by this point, around the edges of the sand in little semi-friendly groups. Ninja tended to be pretty hungry for information, and offering bits of it in turn was cheap for getting more back. Especially as it related to an attack that wasn't classified to anyone present. Ryoma continued herding the cats, making another declaration. Poison was a non-lethal blend designed to sedate targets. Clear hiss with known ninja presence implies that it was present merely to separate trained professionals from the unguarded or less skilled. Any alternative theories? Incompetence. Growled the red-haired ninja from Kiri, thick arms crossed over his chest. He was accompanied by another, much smaller Kiri nin, a twitchy woman with white eyes. Dutifully, Ryoma recorded the two potential reasons for the gas attack being the way that it was and moved along. Upon exiting the apartments, the gathered ninja and samurai emerged into a cloud of fine, highly flammable particulate. Skipping ahead a bit, the presence of the summoned moth implies that these were moth scales shed as part of a wide-scale, high-damage but low-impact firebomb. Designed to take out units and not structures. Do we have a tally of how many died in that attack? 3, 2 ninja and 1 client. The frazzled-looking Kirinin declared with a jumpy sort of tone in her voice. Others that disappeared after the attack ran off. Potential sensor or just good spatial awareness, either was possible. Ryoma added that to the growing list. Afterwards, the enemy revealed himself with a moth light show and a large number of animated corpses under transformation techniques. My team's estimation was around 100, do we have a more precise count than that? 102 in total, including the summon and true enemy. The frazzled Kirinin continued, to which he gave a little appreciative nod and recorded the information. The corpse clones seemed to be no more durable than a standard clone, save the addition of a corpse afterwards. All corpses seem to have been killed via slit neck. Do we have any ID on the corpses themselves? I saw a few in fancy clothes, potential nobles. Gaku chimed in at that, a little growl in his own voice. With that and the declared bounty on noble heads that laughing smoke put out, I suppose this is what he's been doing with the bodies. Wait, he did that? A ninja from Kusa, a woman with a tiny yukata and large straw hat, spoke with an astonished note. That's is he trying to get Hunter-nin after him? Where did you hear that, Konoha-nin? The Tannin with the mask and mesh, now accompanied by another Tannin wearing concealing robes and holding a long pole, asked. Gaku nodded his head towards him, and Ryoma nodded in turn. Our clients happened to be friends, leading to a joint escort as they traveled together towards the festival. On the way we were attacked by a man calling himself Katsubaki and Kukaseke, a B-rank ninja from IWA. He nodded towards the Iwanin, who had a deeply sour expression on his face. They were looking to be cashing in on the bounty with the heads of our clients and both escaped after a brief battle. We suspect them to either be investigating laughing smoke or outright missing Nin, but there's not enough information to say for certain either way. He shrugged before moving on. According to Katsubaki, laughing smoke has put out a 5 million per head bounty on captured nobles. His reasoning for this is unknown. There were a few low whistles at that, and a few other dismissive scoffs. 5 fucking million. The red-haired Kirinin whistled. There's no way he's actually paying them. The Iwanin's face twisted up in a glare and scowl as he scoffed. No fucking way. There was a handful in this bunch, but there's not a chance he actually paid up to whatever suckers took that bait. Might be where the other corpses are from. One of the Yuganin mused, reaching up to rub his chin. They had seals on their foreheads. Do we know what they are? The Aim-nin called out with a scowl. I didn't notice. What did they look like? Ryoma asked, tilting his head. The Aim-nin held up a slip of paper, before casually tossing it over. Ryoma caught it by a string and held it up close enough for inspection but far enough to get away in case it exploded. Filter, 2-part storage, floodgate, long tick release, a squiggly mess of jutsushiki that he couldn't begin to understand. It's chakra storage, probably to fuel the animation of those corpse clones if I were to guess. Ryoma sniffed, turning it around and investigating the other side of the paper for anything else. Implies that he probably filled these up over time and had them activated before the mission. This implies he has relatively average or at least reasonable chakra reserves. Storing chakra by itself wasn't very easy, but adding it back to your own reserves was even harder. Way simpler to just have them fuel an existing jutsushiki or something instead. And if you were going to do that, unless you cared about letting other people power your jutsushiki, there was little point in not just making an easier specialized storage scroll. For most people, storing chakra only had relatively niche applications versus simply storing a jutsu outright. He said most, because some like Tsunade managed to make Jiga regeneration seals with the idea and whatnot. Even then, her big innovation there was that it passively charged itself on all the scraps of chakra she'd normally be wasting doing other things, not just chakra she loaded in there ahead of time. Also, that was something he wasn't supposed to know about. Classified information about the inner workings of a jutsu used by a rival village and all that. His own chakra seals were slightly better than this, as far as he could tell from glancing at the design. A bit cumbersome, and there were weird extraneous flourishes around the main seal. He handed it back on a string to the Aimnin as the tactical outline continued along. That summon was about as big as a house, supports the average theory. The Kirinin growled, tilting his head forwards in a nod. There were a few scattered nods and grumbles of agreement at that. Now, having an animal the size of a house on your side sounded very impressive, but summons got much bigger. They didn't usually get quite as large as the giant demon kaijo that occasionally showed up, but that cap was closer to hill or castle than house. A giant moth the size of someone's house was something most jonin should be able to pull off, presuming they had the contract signed and ordered. He tried attacking my puppet twice, once with a corpse clone sword and once with a giant shuriken. Both bounced off, and he took the opportunity to flee when I countered. Ryoma shook his head. Not sure how dangerous the actual clones were, they were mostly wiped out in my initial counterattack. They weren't dangerous, it was like being swarmed by a bunch of talented academy brats. The Kirinin shook his head with a dismissive scoff. Maybe that would work on amateurs, but not anyone that matters. There were a few glares sent his way by several of the other ninja, mostly those that were injured. After the battle, it was suggested by the few samurai with us that a strike force could be assembled to chase him down and eliminate the threat of another attack. Ryoma began, letting his tone indicate his carefully neutral stance on the matter. There was a great deal of derisive scoffs and mocking laughs at that. Being transparent here, I'm inclined against the idea myself for obvious reason. And what might those be? Came a voice calling out from the end of the courtyard. The gathered ninja turned heads and cast looks towards the voice, before eyes widened and nearly everyone present dropped into bows of various levels of politeness. An older man with rounded cheeks, long earlobes, short hair, and a well-groomed mustache. He was wearing evening robes, with strained eyes indicating that he wasn't used to being awake at this hour, and walking with a warming mantle around his shoulders. His inner robes were a dusky orange, and his outer robes were a pale purple. Most importantly, he wore a very fancy hat that marked him as daimyo, and was flanked by two very serious-looking men with katanas on their belts. He walked over to them at a relaxed pace, neither hurried nor sedate, wooden sandals making little clopping noises on the paved stone. One hand emerged from his robes, palm facing up as he gestured at them. You may rise, all of you, it's hardly the hour for ceremony. They relaxed their various bows as the daimyo squinted in his direction. Now, my question. His voice was relatively polite, but also insistent in its own calm manner. Ryoma nodded. Most of, if not all of us, were hired to protect our clients, specifically, Lord Daimyo. Laughing Smoke attacked us and then fled, and while chasing him down might eliminate a future threat to our clients, it would also require leaving their sides for an extended period of time. He shook his head. Our priority is protecting the clients, not hunting down Laughing Smoke. An operation such as that would require both client permission and renegotiation of payment. It's an entirely separate mission than the one we're here for. If he's truly dedicated to attacking us, then he'll attack again and we'll likely be better prepared when such an attack comes. He raised one hand to indicate it as a possibility, then raised the other hand. But if he never attacks again, that will also further our mission of guarding the client. Ah, I see. The daimyo nodded, looking down at the field of sand covering his inner courtyard and raising a refined eyebrow, before shaking his head. Your duty is to protect. To eliminate the enemy requires both leave from your clients and a new contract to hunt him down, is that it? That is correct, Lord Daimyo. Gaku answered with a nod of his head, carefully keeping the growl from his voice. If you'd like to hire us for such a mission, we'd have to speak to our clients first about adjusting their protection detail. If they're agreeable to it, I imagine assembling a squad of hunters from amongst the gathered ninja would be a simple matter. Sense the Fuwa sense the war, that is. The Iwanin spoke up with an irritated look towards the Konoha ninja, almost cursing before glancing towards the daimyo and thinking otherwise. I'm not exactly quick to be working with any of you Konoha nin. The daimyo tilted his head slightly, before glancing towards his samurai. A war? He questioned, met with little shrugs. If I may, Lord Daimyo. Ryoma spoke up at that, catching the daimyo's attention again. The daimyo nodded towards him, letting Ryoma start to explain. Every 15 to 20 years a ninja war breaks out among the hidden villages. He shrugs before continuing. They aren't very big wars, the last one only had 10,000 dead by most recent estimates, but it keeps things tense between the various villages. Not very big wars. The Kusanin called out at that, an offended tone in her voice. Ryoma raised his hands in an apologetic manner. Compared to the War of Three Dragons. The Aimnin growled, catching the Kusanin short. That saw 30 million dead by the conclusion? The Third Great Ninja War had maybe 10,000 dead, most of whom were ninja. The 5 great nations probably didn't even notice that it was going on. There was a long tense quiet after that, with pinched expressions and hot tempers kept in check by professionalism and the presence of a daimyo. The tea daimyo considered this, casting his gaze around before nodding slowly. 1 million for each participant, he declared, making all the ninjas stop short, breaths catching in throats and stares fixed on the very, very wealthy client. Assuming your clients are agreeable, they will be protected by my samurai and within my estate while this work is being done. 1 million ryo to every ninja who participates in the capture or death of the rogue bandit. Laughing smoke. 1 million was generally considered the cut-off point for what S-rank missions would pay out. There were 16 ninja present. That was 16 million ryo. Daimyos were one of the few clients who could afford something like this. We'll have to speak to our clients first, Ryoma declared, focusing sharply on the matter at hand with furrowed brows. His words dragged the group focus back from the visions of wealth and on their situation once more. Our pride as ninja demands it, I'm sure you understand, Lord Daimyo. Naturally. The tea daimyo nodded. I would not ask any of you to simply abandon a righteous duty such as this. But his crimes cannot go unpunished. If none present are given lease from your wards to perform this task, I will simply ask others. He tilted his head forwards. I will, however, ask that you all share whatever information you gathered about Laughing Smoke with my commanders. Ryoma glanced around to the other ninja present, cautious nods and affirmative noises coming from gathered lips. The tea daimyo nodded at this, before letting out a tremendous yawn and sleepy blinks. Now with that addressed, I shall leave Commander Tenchi with you and return to my rest. He nodded at the samurai next to him, a tall, broad man with a long mustache. The Commander Tenchi stepped forwards, doing the smallest bow that was still polite to them, and then bowing much deeper to the tea daimyo. The tea daimyo turned, escorted by the other samurai, and made his way back into the inner complex. Ryoma saw no one quick to start summarizing information, sighed internally as Mari nudged him playfully, and started from the beginning again. Commander Tenchi, the following information has been gathered pertaining to the attack. Tea Country. Kurane Ui, Elite Genin. What the hell was all that? Rado grumbled as they settled down for the night, sleeping bags in their chosen corner of the large courtyard. This mission has been going downhill since it started. Asuma grumbled back, already laying down on his mat with a face that was pinched together and deep scowl on his lips. His hair was a bit frazzled from the fighting, and she could almost hear him grinding his teeth in thought. First that ogress lady, then a three-prong attack like that. She was shaking out her jacket with an annoyed expression, letting dozens of tiny purple particles loose. Almost being bombed a second time on this mission, Asuma being an idiot was one time too many already. Her other coat was still absolutely stained in soot. Asuma. Gaku-sensei spoke quietly, leaning back against the wall in a relaxed manner to take pressure off his leg, but remaining upright to take the first night shift. Your flying swallow, do you think it could have taken out that moth? Asuma glanced over, lips pressed as he considered that. After a few moments, he responded. Maybe if I had a clean shot. My fire ninjutsu might also work. It wouldn't. Gaku shook his head, cutting her teammate off. It was hard to tell, but it was also engulfed in that fire ninjutsu the summoner used and emerged fine. I'm almost certain it's highly resistant to fire, if not immune. Then I'd need a good shot. Flying swallow is great at piercing, but it only does so much damage. Asuma grumbled in a troubled fashion. If I hit a wing, it might not even notice. I don't remember hearing about that puppet during the war. Kurane pointed out with lips pressed. Is that what took you out, sensei? Gaku shook his head slowly, reaching into his front pocket and withdrawing both a lighter and a cigar. Oh sure, perfectly willing to smoke in front of them, but when she tries spending her own money to buy some sake he stops her. Hypocritical sensei. No, he took me out when one of those bolters blew up underneath me. If I had my flak jacket on, I could have kept fighting, but it had been ripped off earlier in that battle. Lighting the cigar, he took a long drag of the noxious stick before letting it out in rings. After a moment, he continued. I check our bingo book every time we're back in Konoha, back to front. There's absolutely no mention of a puppet like that in his arsenal. He let his eyes drop to the rest of them. Either it's brand new, or no one has been able to retrieve information on it yet. A hidden jutsu, as they were semi-officially labeled. A technique that has no information pertaining to it, often because anyone who has seen it has died against the surprise factor. They were semi-frequent, their team had fought against 2 such jutsu before, over the course of the war, and both had nearly killed at least one of them. The most dangerous kunao is the one you don't see, was the common saying. This was less a kunao and more 100 kunaos, from the glimpses of it in action. We'll have a more thorough debriefing about it later when we're back in friendly territory. Gaku declared bluntly, taking another drag. If nothing else, this is going to be an update for the bingo book. It's good that we saw it on somewhat friendly terms first, a hidden jutsu like that. Not exactly a hidden jutsu, is it? Asuma interrupted with a musing statement, throwing off the mood. It's a puppet that's like a weapon or something. Well, hidden weapon doesn't really flow off the tongue, you big monkey. Kurane grumbled at him for interrupting the very serious moment, making the thick-headed Sarutobi chuckle and lean back. Hidden art, maybe. Gaku proposed, an amused tilt to his lips as she turned to glare in his direction. Don't encourage him, he's bad enough already. Super secret shinobi tool. Rado proposed, raising his hands before his eyes and spreading them apart in a dramatic fashion. All 3 of the boys on her team were unified in this, annoying her. Emphasis on boys, with how they were smirking at her. In the face of such opposition, Kurane could only sigh and surrender, setting her jacket aside and settling down into her own sleeping mat. Get some sleep, pups. I'm imagining tomorrow is going to be a very long day. Gaku commanded with a shake of his head. What's on the agenda again? Talk to the client, eat some breakfast, have yet another big meeting with a bunch of ninja who hate us? Asuma asked, throwing a blanket over his body to deal with the somewhat cool night temperatures. It was November, after all, it was pretty chilly. Don't forget avoid being killed by all those ninja who hate us. Reito added, somewhat pessimistic. Not all of them hate us. Kurane countered, mostly to alleviate her own nerves more than anything else. Yeah, just most of them. Asuma, the idiot that he was, didn't notice her worries and plowed ahead. Don't worry though, my big strong arms will carry you to safe GRKH. She pulled her arm back from throwing her jacket at his face, glare on her face as she tried to settle back down again, stomach knotted up in tension. Oh sweet, a free jacket. She glared at the stars above, silently considering applying a genjutsu to the big monkey that was sleeping near her. Oh man, it even smells like perfume. Cherry and lavender. This will go great with my natural musk. Asuma, shut up. Meetings between this many foreign ninja was something she normally only saw in the Chunin exams, the one time they had tried. They didn't end up failing, but they had to pull out midway through thanks to their sensei being killed. It was irritating, but that was the way these things went sometimes. It had been a couple years since, and they hadn't gone back to the Chunin exams since. Allegedly because they were always on extended missions around that time, dealing with various parts of the war effort, but she was beginning to suspect that Gaku-sensei was just too lazy to go. Which is why it was rather shocking to hear him say, I plan on remaining behind to protect the client. My team will join the hunter team. One arm on an improvised cane, the other in a cast, Gaku looked utterly calm in the face of the foreign ninja and samurai all giving suspicious glares his way. Also, I'm still working with 2 broken limbs right now. He admitted somewhat more candidly, provoking a ripple of mocking and derisive laughter from the others. She furrowed her brows into a mildly reproachful look at the sound. I'm good for a scrap, but I'd just slow any hunter team down. The other day had been stressful, with the attack and the move. The gas grenades, a firebomb ambush, waves of corpse clones attacking. It was only more annoying because her specialty, genjutsu, was mostly useless in all 3 situations. Genjutsu worked by injecting chakra into a target's system and manipulating them from within. She could make any normal enemy fall over and die, but that didn't work so well when their chakra networks were already dead. She can't convince a corpse that it was being strangled by ivy. That doesn't work. Sensei? Asuma asked with a raised brow. Gaku turned to them and shrugged. You've been ready for Chunin for a while now, it's just been too much of a hassle to take you to the exams. He shrugged, provoking another round of chuckles from the gathered foreign nin, this time somewhat more earnest. She knew it. I'll remain behind as well. Mari called out Asuna Jonin, who had lost her arm helping Gaku. Kurane had been fairly suspicious of the woman for a while now, but the lost arm was enough to convince her that she was mostly what she appeared to be on the surface. An upbeat and somewhat thoughtless woman who tried to be friendly to everyone she met. In some ways, it was more dangerous than a manipulator. Mari continued with a sheepish smile. For obvious reasons. She declared, wiggling the bandaged stump that used to be her arm. There weren't as many chuckles in response to that, but more tense nods. They had spoken to their clients this morning about the matter. At least they did. She couldn't exactly confirm that the foreign ninja had also done so. Judging from the absence of a handful of ninja, some of the nobles had decided to flee the country instead, returning home or heading off to wherever in the wake of the attack. The ninja from Yugakure, for example, never showed up again. Madame Gozen, as annoying as she was at times, had been rather courageous in the face of the repeated attempts on her life. A few more called out with similar "I'll be sticking this one out" style exclamations. The end result being about 1/3 of the total gathered ninja being declared for staying behind to guard the clients while this submission was being carried out. 8 on the hunter team, 5 on the garrison team. At least 1 from each faction for those who had the numbers to spare, which made sense. There was no reason to trust anyone else here. Which made a lot of the other ninja glare suspiciously at them, because the Konoha team was 3 times larger than anyone else. Kurane did her best to keep her composure in the face of all the tension in the air. 3 ninja from Konoha and 1 each from Suna, Kiri, Iwa, AIM, and Tenny. With regards to the bounty on Laughing Smoke's head, that's at least 8 million last I checked. That'd be in addition to the 1 million payout for this emergency mission. The large, dangerous-looking Kirinin with red hair growled out, arms crossed and head tilted back. He was bringing attention to a rather dangerous thing with that. Fact of the matter is I'm sure every one of us here wants that bounty. You chucklefucks gonna stay out of my way on that. There was a great deal of glaring and growling at that sharp and tense motions as the gathered shinobi reacted to that statement. Kurane tensed, shifting her center of balance back a bit and readying a leap away, fingers twitching. It'll go to whoever kills him, naturally. The braggart called out, fingers twitching as he rearranged rocks and piles of sand on the ground before them, providing little visuals for who was staying and who was going, mission information as it was developing, and more. In the interest of easing tensions, I'll go ahead and forfeit most of my share if I end up getting the killing blow. 8 on the hunter team, 8 million bounty? That's 1 million for everyone, double what we're being paid already. You'd be willing to give up 7 million like that, Sandass? The ninja from Iwa grumbled, an annoyed look constantly in his eyes. I was being paid 200,000 for the escort, walking out with 2 million is already way more than I was expecting. Ryoma the braggart shrugged in a nonchalant manner. No reason to not play it safe here, walking home with some money is better than having to worry about both an enemy in front of me and an enemy behind me. I'd rather we just kill this guy and everyone go separate ways after. The difference between Jonin and the rest of them, Kurane mused, was the ability to stay calm and focused under immense pressure. That was the biggest thing that separated them and the braggart. He was even younger than them. By less than a year, but still younger. GRH. The Kirinin growled gently, nodding to himself in an annoyed fashion. Yeah, that's probably the best way to settle it. He raised his face to glare at the other ninja, arms crossed. Hear that, lowlives? You just got a free meal ticket, because I'm doing the same. That cash should keep you fuckers in line. Asuma spoke up at this, nodding his head and speaking for the team. The Konoha team will do similar. If we get the kill, we'll split the bounty evenly. Easy for you fuckers to say there's 3 of you. The Iwanin practically snarled at them, planting his hands on his hips and giving a sneer. That was a good point, there was in fact 3 Konoha ninja in the hunter team, which meant they'd be getting a disproportionately large share of the wealth. She wasn't really sure about how that could be amended without some form of favoritism, so she kept her mouth shut instead. But sure, I'm game. If it keeps the rest of you off my back while we're working. About as fair as it's going to get. The Aimnin grumbled. I'll agree to the same. Gazes turned towards the ninja from Sunagakure, the rather immodestly dressed woman wearing mesh, a mask, and very little else. She shrugged to their gazes. I wasn't going to be getting the kill anyways, so it doesn't cost me anything to agree. I'm just happy to be getting something, being honest. Of course the woman who dresses like a prostitute is happy to get paid for doing nothing. Kurane restrained her judgmental looks as best she could. The Taninin, seeing her looks, made a smug little flaunting gesture. Kurane's eyes narrowed into aggravated slits. That settled, we move on to tracking. Ryoma called out, scratching new lines in the sand related to their agreement to split the bounty. He fled at 0324 this morning. That was 9 hours ago. I imagine there's still a reasonable amount of trail to follow. Anyone willing to reveal tracking capabilities for this joint mission? That was an important distinction. Not who is a capable tracker but who is willing to reveal tracking abilities. An advantage your enemy didn't know about was a powerful one, and everyone here was potential enemies. Karamari should be able to follow the scent. I won't ask him to fight without me, but he should be able to lead you to wherever Laughing Smoke is holed up in. Gaku spoke up, nodding his head and revealing nothing of importance. Everyone here was already aware that he was an Inyazuka, had a Ninken companion, and that Ninken were excellent trackers. Sensei lost nothing by revealing it. I'll be able to find him, even without your dog. The Kirinin growled confidently, grinning to reveal shark-like teeth as he reached up to tap the side of his nose. When a shark smells blood in the water we can find it. Laughing Smoke was sent running by Suna over there, I'll be able to find him. Ryoma nodded, writing more in the sand. Then you and Karamari will be part of the tracking team. You'll follow the trail until you come across a natural stopping point, then come back to report the location to the rest of us so we can formulate a plan of attack. I'll leave it to your natural judgment to decide what a good stopping point is. Finding his base of operations or leaving the country would be my suggestions. The Kirinin scoffed in a dismissive fashion, but didn't argue against the implied order. After which, I'd suggest we split into 2 main groups. Ryoma continued, splitting the rocks that represented them into 2 groups of 4. A direct combat group to divert attention, and a flank group to circle around and strike key targets. Possibly 2 flank groups depending on terrain. I'll be part of a flank group. The Kirinin claimed, reaching down to tap his needle-like sword in a coil of wire. It's no Nuiberry, but my needles will be more than enough for whatever Smoke has for us. Anyone willing to work with him? Ryoma asked the gathered ninja. Fuck that, I'll go alone. The Kirinin waved a hand off. I don't need others slowing me down here. Ryoma shrugged easily. If that's your preference. Anyone else with a skill set suited for a flank group? I'll go ahead and put myself down in the distraction group, my wood dragoon is best suited for going loud. Ain't no fucking way I'm working with Konoha. The Iwanin grumbled. Put me in for flanking, I got enough for that. I'll go alone too. 2 pebbles separated themselves out from the other 6. I'll act as overhead. The Aimnin declared, voice distorted by his gas mask. Someone has to keep track of the battlefield and make sure everyone else is in position. Ryoma tilted his head. Do you have a way to communicate with everyone? The Aimnin nodded, reaching back to pull out a scroll, then opening it up in a puff of smoke. In his hands was a small stack of electronics. Earpiece radios. He explained as he tossed them, passing them out to the gathered nin in the hunter team. Maximum effective range is 1 kilometer. Inconsistent communication out to 2 kilometers. Ineffective past that. She caught the little earpiece as it was tossed her way, carefully inspecting it for anything that might be a trap. Seeing nothing, she tucked it into her pocket and brought her gaze back up. That'll do, thank you. Ryoma nodded, clipping his own radio to his inner collar and moving along. Tanny, preference for flank or front line? Definitely flank. She responded with a nod. I don't have the muscles to duke it out in the open like the rest of you. We'll be part of the distraction group, with you then. Asuma declared with a nod, hands on his hips. I'll go ahead and ask that you try to avoid hitting us with any of those big attacks you were throwing out earlier. I'll do my best, but please tell me if you get scratched. My poison isn't lethal on its own, but a paralyzed diaphragm will still kill you. She made a note to stay far away from him when the fighting started. T Capital. Ryoma, recently promoted ninja. Heya, you didn't tell me you were that guy. Mari nudged him in the side as they ate tables and chairs brought out to the courtyard for them to use by the servants of the daimyo. Something about dishonoring himself by not having furniture for his guests to use. They weren't alone in their planning anymore. The palace of the daimyo gradually filled with more nobles seeking shelter in the wake of the attacks. The center of the courtyard was still covered in a large field of sand, which was now into an improvised map to record attack sites and other information about laughing smoke. The various ninja were mingling around this map, quietly talking to one another, occasionally talking with some of the arriving nobles, and adding information to the map as it came up. The nobles apparently saw a good opportunity to get free entertainment, and were busying themselves with watching them all work and plan. This was probably the first time any of them had seen ninja actually plan a large-scale operation like this, and they and their samurai bodyguards were paying close attention. The sides of the courtyard, therefore, had turned into improvised viewing stands and food court for the nobility to gossip about the attacks and watch the ninja play in the sand. Ryoma took another bite of his rice ball. It was covered in salt and dried just enough to develop a sort of shell. On the other side of the sand pit, the Aminans were quietly talking and making their own little notes as they looked over the tactical map. Most of the other ninja were talking with their clients, possibly explaining the situation at hand. Kiranen and Karamara had already left more than an hour ago, and were presumably hot on the trail of laughing smoke. In the meanwhile, the rest of them couldn't do much more than prepare weapons, eat, organize information, and get some rest. He had already organized, repoisoned, and reloaded much of his launcher weapons into expended bolters. He had never stopped organizing info as it came in. All that was left was to eat and get some rest. That guy. Ryoma repeated, amusedly bemused. That is to say, he was both a little bit confused and a little bit amused. Bemused was a funny word that way, in that it didn't actually mean what it implied it meant. Are you really that much of a shut-in? Mari asked, mildly astonished. There are rumors all around Suna about a super puppet that showed up to turn the tides before mysteriously disappearing again, the puppeteer never seen but groups of ANBU always hanging around to clean up. Ah. He maintained his composure by taking another bite. Mari continued to ramble on the chair next to him, waving her hand around in a dramatic fashion. A giant puppet with an evil mask that shows up whenever things get desperate, loaded with dozens of weapons and capable of going toe-to-toe even with Jinchuriki. Absolutely not. Ryoma denied at once. One of those guys would rip the wood dragoon apart. It probably wouldn't even be a fight. The only way he wins against one of those is if the Jinchuriki in question was particularly young or stupid, and both cases require them to be currently not transformed into a giant chakram monster. Blah, that's not the point. Mari chopped her hand a couple times. The point is you're the puppeteer. The super mysterious secret weapon of the Suna ninja army that even the puppet force denies knowledge of. I'm pretty sure Captain Gentai knows who I am. As does Lord Kazakage. Ryoma rolled his eyes as he listed off his direct superiors, all two of them, because things were rather dire in Suna right now. It'd be pretty strange if the guys in the ANBU and intelligence departments didn't know either. Gah. Mari gave a comically frustrated huff, leaning back and planting her hand on her hip. I'd ask why you didn't tell me, but I know you well enough to guess. It didn't seem that important to me, Mario-nichan. I'm sorry for misleading you. That's what you'd say. That's slander. I would never apologize for misleading someone. Ryoma shook his head gravely. The implication alone is loathsome, please bow 100 times to apologize for it. Pfthehe. Mari laughed, throwing her head forwards and covering up her mouth with her hand. No wonder no one knew who the puppeteer was, it was a shut-in weirdo like you who likes eating rations. Yup. He nodded firmly, a serious scowl on his face. Yup, and in fact, as soon as this mission is over I'm gonna eat another ration. He restrained an amused huff as she lost herself in giggles. Mari really was an upbeat kinda gal, which was weird because they were ninja. She should be way more traumatized and gloomy than this. Not that that would be a bad thing, gloomy girls have strong appeal. Sunanan. A voice called out from the side. Ryoma turned to see a guard, one of the Ashiguru that served as the common guards of the daimyo's household, calling out to them. Behind the lightly armored man were 3 noble women, Lady Ikeda, Madame Gozen, and one unknown. The old samurai was there too, looking alert but relaxed at all the ambient excitement. Ryoma nodded, pushing himself up from the chair and tapping the giggling Mari on the shoulder as he passed. He tossed the rest of the slightly crunchy rice ball and sweet potato center in his mouth and chewed rapidly, trying to finish his 300-calorie snack before reaching the client and her friends. His sand clone was currently disguised as a chair to watch them. He narrowed his eyes as he passed the side of the sand map, the Taninin looking at him with amused eyes, lounging on top of his kneeling, disguised sand clone as if it was a normal chair. Her client was sitting in her lap, marveling at all the ninja as they walked around and went to work, and her chin was on top of the boy's head. There was a perfectly good, not clone, chair right next to her. Bothersome woman. It's not like he was going to remember any of that through a sand clone, she just wanted to tease him. He rolled his eyes, forcibly swallowing the rest of his snack as he reached the established perimeter and the 3 nobles standing there. He gave a little nod to Sarutobi and the Ashiguru, as was proper, before turning to address the 3 ladies. Lady Ikeda, woman who isn't my client, other woman who isn't my client. Mr. Ryoma. Don't be mean. Lady Ikeda scolded, effect somewhat lessened by her restrained giggles at his blatant disrespect. I'm introducing you, so whatever you say reflects on me, you know. He pretended like he was going to say something, before stopping himself and reaching under the illusory veil to rub his chin. So, to be clear, my client is now commanding me to lie to her friends, is that right? That's not what I said at all. The laughter of the other civilians told him that the comedy routine was a 100% success. He gave a comical sigh, shaking his head and shrugging in a mildly confused manner. Lady Ikeda reached forwards and smacked him lightly on the arm, lips wobbling as she tried in vain to maintain a reproachful look. Enough of that, this is Lady Oda of the Land of Rivers, tell her what you told us. Ryoma turned to look at the apparent Lady Oda. A short, somewhat petite woman with pitch black hair cut into a shoulder-length hime cut, serious-looking red eyes, and slightly worn kimono on. Her inner robes were cream, her coat was deep green, and both of which looked like she bought the best she could on a budget. Honestly, she looked a bit poor for someone like Madame Gozen to be hanging around, but he supposed stereotypes existed to be broken. About what? The breathing exercises or proper corpse disposal? He asked dryly. She glanced around before leaning forwards. You know about Suna and the Wind Daimyo. Her whispers were not as quiet as she probably thought that they were. He supposed she knew that she probably shouldn't be talking about this in such an open place, but she didn't exactly understand why. In any case, anyone who had been bothering to listen had certainly heard that, so there wasn't much point in keeping it a secret. It's not like this wasn't public info. He could wander into Earth Country and ask the state officials about every past declaration and public policy their daimyo had ever made for a dozen generations back. The same was true for anyone wandering into Wind Country and doing the same. He nodded, then focused on Lady Oda. It's not a secret by any means, so don't get your hopes up if you are looking for hidden ninja truths. He explained shortly, to which she nodded in understanding and waved a hand for him to continue. Which he did. Due to internal political pressures, the daimyo of Wind Country has vowed to stop supporting the ninja of Sunagakure over his own samurai. He has thus far upheld this vow by diverting any high-level missions that he would normally generate from Suna to other, neighboring ninja villages. This has led to an economic drought in Sunagakure, as our expected largest employer refuses to provide taxable work. If this continues, the ninja of Suna will have to grow increasingly creative to maintain our current location and standards of living. The situation is unsustainable, and something will eventually have to change. Sarutobi, having already heard all of this before, merely closed his eyes with a deep furrow to his brow and frown on his face. The Ashiguru, hearing all of this for the first time, had a substantially larger reaction, with more silent dread at the situation that was being described. Lady Oda had an expression of deep thinking on her face, staring up at him as she thought that through. But the daimyo isn't the only client, is he? She asked, raising a hand to rub at her chin. What's stopping you from simply getting work from other places? Suna does get work from many places. Ryoma nodded, supporting her statement. However, the great ninja villages are incredibly expensive to run. A single high-level mission is worth many lower-level missions. While Suna receives many jobs from other individuals, it is rare for anyone except nobles or merchants to have the wealth required to pay for a high-level mission. Of those, the daimyos are the most consistent and abundant source of such high-level missions, and thus contributing the most to any great ninja village's economy. Other clients simply don't have the funds to compare. He reached up and rubbed the back of his neck. I could turn this into a lecture about economics, but this probably isn't the time for that. In short, while Sunagakure does get work from many people, we don't get enough work to make up for this. This is compounded by the fact that we live in a desert. He shrugged. We have to import most of our supplies, and all that importing takes a great deal of wealth. Only a daimyo would have the wealth capable of fixing a drought like this, and all the other daimyos have local ninja villages to hire instead. They have little reason to start hiring Suna ninja. I see. Lady Oda responded, rubbing her lower lip in thought. That is a difficult situation. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Ryoma responded, waving a hand off. We are ninja, after all, chances are we'll resolve this internally in a few years and no one will ever even notice that something was wrong. If I had to bet, we'll pack up our things and move down to the Land of Sea. That was completely false. There was no way they were moving to some place so thoroughly in the control of Kiri ninjas. Land of Sea. Lady Ikeda responded with a somewhat baffled expression. Why Land of Sea? Madame Gozen asked, arching a single refined eyebrow. Ryoma nodded. Well, it's because of the fishing. It's the most popular pastime for Sunanin everywhere. We simply love to fish. The second Kazakage built a pyramid of glass to commemorate how much we love to fish. All three noble women looked at him somewhat quizzically, then glanced at each other, then back to him. Do you? Lady Oda asked, tilting her head to the side and staring up at him. Yab. As you know, there's huge lakes and ponds in the desert, all of them full of fish. He waved his hands around in a casual manner. That's not true. Lady Ikeda complained with a smile. They were starting to realize that he was throwing out bullshit again. That's why it's called a desert, because it's full of fresh water. Cool, humid, and absolutely brimming with life. In fact, there's nothing but greenery in a proper desert. He lied as easily as he breathed, raising a finger and pointing it straight up in a declarative fashion. You're such a liar, a rotten liar. Madame Gozen declared with a grin. I'd never lie, that would be evil, I think. It took another few hours for the scout team to come back, the Kairanen and Karamara sitting on the edge of the sand field as they gave their report. The other ninja were gathered around relatively close, the hunter team in front and the garrison team slightly further back, and the gathered nobility and samurai along the more distant edges of the courtyard as they tried to listen into the dramatic ninja happenings. The scent ended at a set of docks on the coastline, smaller ones used for fishing boats. Karamaru, currently transformed into a copy of Gaku, explained to the gathered ninja. A small island offshore was the nearest location. I asked the local fisherman about it. The Kairanen picked up, using his needle sword to draw out the surrounding area on the sand nearest to him. Old Jashinist shrine, they eventually turned it into a lighthouse, then they decommissioned it. Apparently no one has been there in a few years, so naturally we ran over to investigate. The scent continued at the docks of the island, leading up along the stone path and towards the lighthouse itself. This scent mixed with the smell of blood and ammonia. Karamaru growled lightly, shaking his head. This was enough for me to call the search short. A few other potential hideouts were investigated and then discarded. The Kyrinan grumbled, putting X over several spots on the sand map. Most likely hideout is that lighthouse. We agreed to pull back after investigating the surroundings. Area is only lightly forested, the surrounding shore mostly rocky and high, not suitable for boat landings save the single beach facing the relatively calm waves near the mainland shore. He marked the region on the map, as little as that terrain feature mattered to Ninja. Overall cover leading up to the lighthouse is sparse, the occasional tree or outcrop and little else. Tower itself looks abandoned from the exterior, wildlife is mostly birds and insects. Lots of crabs on the beach. Lots of other scents there of other humans, but little disturbance in the plants. They stuck mostly to the main path and made their way up into the tower for the most part. Most of the scents are recent, nothing there is more than a month old. Karamaru grumbled, scratching at his neck with the back of his hand. I can't smell anything of specific danger beyond the corpses, no poison or explosives. Mostly just death. That's strange. The Aminan spoke up at this, eyes narrowing in through. That concoction he used earlier should absolutely have a scent. Those canisters were good, but they weren't perfect. The scent of their manufacture should be lingering. I didn't smell anything like them there, no. Karamaru shook his head, confirming his earlier statement. He's manufacturing the poison somewhere else or getting it from someone who is. The Iwanan spoke what everyone was currently thinking, a deep frown on his face. That's fucking annoying. At least 2 centers of operation, or an accomplice. Most likely one close or within the capital. Aminan nodded with a growl in his voice. That will need to be resolved as well. There were a few moments of silence. Ryoma made a thoughtful hum to draw attention towards himself. Karamaru, if you smelled that gas again, you'd be able to identify it, yes. Absolutely, I'm not just some cute puppy, you know. That statement was very funny coming out of Gaku's face. Do you think you'd be able to identify its ingredients as well? Ryoma continued to ask. Karamaru paused at that, considering the question for a moment, before nodding. Yeah, I can do that. Ryoma turned his head to address Asuma. Konoha team, you've been working with Karamaru for some time now. Will you be willing to accompany him on the search for the source of the poison? If this would forfeit your share of the mission payment, I'll be willing to hand over my share of the bounty. The Konoha team considered this for a few moments, glances exchanged before a conclusion was swiftly reached. We can, but there's no need to forfeit your share of the bounty. This is just something that needs to be done. Asuma denied the offered payment rather nobly, nodding firmly in his direction. Ryoma used his chakra strings to move 3 rocks from the hunter group and split them off into another, separate hunter group. Karamaru and the rest of the Konoha team will be split off and search for the poison source, meanwhile the rest of us will hit the base. I presume a 4-prong attack with a single overwatch is acceptable. There were no arguments. Ryoma nodded, standing up straight from his crouch. Final preparations, then we move out. He declared to the assembled ninja. Thankfully this whole operation was getting a bit smoother over time. T Capital. Ryoma, recently promoted ninja. That's the lighthouse then? Ryoma asked aloud, standing on a little rowboat with 4 other ninja. A large scroll was carried on his back, part of his preparations from earlier. The island was as the scouting team had initially reported, perhaps 3 miles at the widest, lightly forested, covered primarily in hardy grass and rocky outcrops. There was a winding path leading up from a beach facing their direction, that visibly wound its way up along the island until finishing in a large wooden tower with tiered roofs. As the only distraction unit, he was the only one on the boat that wasn't currently under the effect of a transformation. The others were doing their best impression of barrels at the moment. The only other person on the rowboat, the Aminan, was disguised as a regular fisherman. Yeah, that's the one. The barrel on his left whispered in the Chironan's growling voice. Ryoma made a small sound of understanding, stepping back on the boat to reach down and grab the barrel. By the feel of it, he had taken hold of the shoulder and under the knee. He hefted the barrel up, then tossed it over the side and allowed it to sink under the water. Somewhere beneath the shady waves, the Chironan would shed the transformation and make his way to the island under the water. Stealth insertions were always like this. He stepped over to the second barrel, the Iwanan, and did the same. Hefting the foreign shinobi up and tossing him overboard, letting the second barrel sink into the water. The Iwanan had been twitching murderously the entire time he had been handled, which was amusing. He didn't even blink as the third barrel moaned, only rolling his eyes as he hefted the disguised Tananan and tossed her overboard as well. A big splash later and the barrel began to sink. He was familiar enough with the female body to know that nothing he grabbed was an erogenous zone, she was just trying to fuck with him some more. Ah, scantily clad ninja woman, a shame you were a potential assassin. Also a shame that he was probably a bit too young for carnal relations, maybe in a few years or something. The Aminan continued to row, bringing them ever closer to the mostly rotten docks of the mostly abandoned island. The sand here was of rougher particulate than desert sand, more water fragmentation than wind-smoothed grain. His sand techniques would be somewhat less efficient than normal with it, probably not enough to actually matter though. If your jutsu involves moving sand around, having smoother grains made it easier to move, it was as simple as that. Less friction. It was probably close enough to the island that he could water walk over to it. If he knew how to water walk, that was. A somewhat more advanced chakra control and mobility technique compared to the relatively simple wall walking, people who mastered it could walk on water. There wasn't much water in Suna to practice, so Ryoma hadn't gotten around to learning it yet. He was, therefore, just going to be quiet and patient as the Aminin rowed up to the shore close enough for him to jump out. If they abandoned him here, he was just gonna have to learn water walking really damn quick. He clipped the earpiece radio on as they finished their approach, the rowboat gently tapping against the side of the rotten wood frame. Thanks for the ride. He waved at the disguised Aminin. I don't know what you want with this place and I don't care for it. Aminin shook his head, pretending to be a fisherman. I'll be hanging off the coast for you to finish your business, but I'm gone by sundown, you hear? I hear. Ryoma pushed the boat away with his foot, standing carefully on the rotten dock before making his way to the actual shore. While he walked, he recounted the tactical considerations of the upcoming battle. Unknown territory, little information on target, inherently untrustworthy allies, assigned to the diversionary force, hidden techniques already revealed to the enemy, chakra reserves full, sufficiently fed and hydrated. Total hours of sleep over the past 3 days? 9. He stepped onto the shore, swinging the scroll off his back and planting it on the ground. He then pulled out the red scroll on his belt, throwing it open and letting a cloud of smoke engulf them. A second, smaller puff of smoke occurred within the cloud, as the scroll dispelled the illusion to reveal that it was himself, quickly climbing into the cramped interior frame of the wood dragoon before the smoke dissipated. The sand clone, earpiece on and outside of the shoddy wooden mini-mech, raised its fingers and sent 5 strings out to connect. The other hand raised in a one-handed seal. This one-handed seal was a complete bluff. It wasn't doing anything. He gave his clone a standing order to follow behind him, maintaining the strings and the hand seal in case he suddenly needed either. A puppeteer couldn't lift themselves with their chakra strings. They could lift a puppet around willy-nilly, up to a point, but you couldn't stand on a plate and then levitate by pulling that plate up. That was one of the biggest reasons that operating the wood dragoon was so clunky, because it had to stay grounded while he operated it, only leaping and moving under its own physical motions. With the anchor point of a sand clone to stay grounded for him, the wood dragoon was significantly more mobile. It could jump around like a more normal puppet, at the cost of leaving a clone exposed and vulnerable to attack. He still needed to control the sand clone, of course, so it wasn't a perfect solution. It was, however, much better than not having that additional anchor point. It was one of those limits that didn't have an easy workaround. If he was inside the puppet, it was going to be less agile. If he was outside the puppet, it would be more agile. The best compromise was having a disposable clone on the outside of the puppet to occasionally pull himself around with. Inside the wood dragoon, he went through the hand seals required to perform sand transformation again. The beach sand flowing up to cover the wood dragoon's surface in a thin but condensed layer, which then shifted into a dull grey hue. 26. Another set of hand seals and the current picked up around his frame, a bubble of cycling air that both cooled and gently repelled anything from outside the bubble. 24. Defenses online, optic links online, anchor point online. He used to recite that stuff out loud when he was younger. It was really cool to pilot his own mech. Nowadays he was significantly more restrained and only muttered them under his breath as he got the wood dragoon in full working order and the smoke around them dissipated. Suna ready to go loud. Cloma spoke quietly through the earpiece. A few moments passed. Rest of the team isn't in position yet. Hold your position. Nonplussed, Cloma lowered his hand and resumed his hand seal, expression somewhere between exasperation and acceptance. He probably should have been expecting that. He didn't really need to move as far as everyone else did, so it was only natural that he'd be ready to move out long before the others. Feeling somewhat funny, his clone and the wood dragoon turned to look at each other, shrugs exchanged over the topic at hand. The unspoken majority of all missions, the waiting for things to happen. A minute or two passed with him standing on the beach, patiently waiting for the others to get into position. A massive puff of smoke along the side of the slope leading forwards brought his attention snapping towards it. Cloma's eyes widened as a bullet train-sized larvae barreled out of the smoke, sliding down the hill directly towards him. Far faster than any grub of that scale had any right moving. He jerked his hand to the side, across his torso, and flipped upwards. The massive, speeding larvae angled its mandibles towards him, even as he ascended. Pulled by chakra strings both external and internal, the wood dragoon's 1,000-pound haymaker smashed into the side of the titanic grub like a car smashing into the side of a semi-truck, but significantly more effective than that would normally imply. The titanic grub made a noise somewhere between a scream and a dial-up internet connection as its tremendous head jerked to the side, the rest of its long worm-like body bunching up behind it and carving great grooves in the earth. I'm being engaged by a summon. Cloma called out through the radio, landing briefly on the grub and tugging his hand again. Up then forwards. The wood dragoon did an entirely too acrobatic flip for a frame of its weight, ending in a double foot dropkick in the recovering grub face. This sent the grub reeling again, giving time for Cloma to jerk his hand back, pulling the wood dragoon back before leaping off the grub to follow. Taller arc for the wood dragoon, to delay its landing until after Cloma landed. Movement at the landing site. Ryoma twitched his fingers, rotating the torso of the wood dragoon around, facing entirely backwards in the air, and arms raised. Another twitch of the fingers and the kunao launchers engaged. Kethunk 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 kethunk. 6 explosions cleared the landing zone of movement. Puffs of smoke followed. Random corpses littered the field. Cloma landed with a roll, catching the wood dragoon before it landed on its own and potentially shattered its knees in the process. A much gentler landing had it skid along the sand for a few meters, kicking up waves of dust in the process. Ryoma pulled his fingers from the wood dragoon and immediately started a set of hand seals. The mouth of the tin-plated mask opened wide. Wind release, wind cutter. Cloma roared out, doing his best to draw attention. He shifted his fake hand seal while doing so, to emphasize the bluff. 21. A massive vertical arc of cutting wind burst out of the wood dragoon's mouth, tearing a line in the beach, then the rocks and grass of the shore, then all the way up to the barely recovered giant grub. Another scream of shrill cacophony and something akin to biological static as the massive grub had a massive gash torn in its side, spraying putrid-looking bug blood and making the entire thing stagger back. A moment later, the titanic grub disappeared in a puff of smoke, retreating to wherever it had been summoned from. He was way more reliant on chakra for heavy-hitting attacks than he'd really like to be, something to be solved in the MK2 Dragoon. Ryoma's fingers reconnected with the wood dragoon, the mask sliding shut and a three-directional view returning to him. Summon banished. Attackers defeated, 6 corpse clones. Is everyone in position? Cloma asked over the radio, eyes peeled for another unexpected attacker. Nothing immediately obvious, but that meant nothing for dealing with ninja. Affirmative, engage at leisure. Marvelous. It's just like I thought. A voice called out from a distance. A nearby hill suddenly shifted color and texture to be fluffy and white instead of rocky and green as massive wings lifted. A massive moth, this one blending into the surface of the hill with some sort of camouflage technique, revealing the form of laughing smoke in the shadow of its wings. He was significantly more composed this time around, not a single hint of chuckling or humor on his face. Only the bottom half could be seen, the top half of his face concealed by wild, wavy bangs of ethereal white. You're a cut above the rest, ninja of Sunagakure. Oh, it looked like they've reached his favorite part of the fight. The banter. I wouldn't say that. Cloma called back, fingers twitching as the wood dragoon stomped forwards to stand nearby, hunched over defensively. Honestly speaking, I'm pretty average as far as ninja go. Fucking Rin Egan. Humble doesn't suit you, ninja of Suna. Laughing Smoke refuted with a tilt of his head. The immense moth behind him flapped its wings once, scattering white fluffy particles all around. If it was a particle-based toxin or genjutsu, it wouldn't affect the sand clone and it wouldn't reach him behind the air convection bubble. That puppet of yours, that's no common weapon. Anyone who wields it so deftly is no common warrior. The wood dragoon. Cloma smirked, amused, tilting his head over to the immense wooden frame standing next to him. It's a ramshackle mess, sloppy and inefficient, full of design compromises and objective flaws. It's mostly just a gimmick, anyone competent could tear it apart. My bolters though, now that's a design worth talking about. Laughing Smoke wasn't laughing. Gamer was defeated in 2 blows. Gekko, 3. A small army of my doppelgangers? 1. Who the fuck was Gamer and Gekko? The summons maybe? Cloma shrugged. It's more likely that you're just not as strong as you think you are, if an average guy like me is giving you so much trouble. Laughing Smoke's face was completely blank, but Ryoma could tell exactly what he was thinking. It was almost enough to make him giggle. Cloma threw the wood dragoon forwards the moment Laughing Smoke began to fly through hand seals. Light release, brilliant field of scales. He roared as Cloma jumped after the wood dragoon, getting into the air in time for the thousands of tiny scales scattered about earlier to glitter and shine. Then, all at once, they released an immense and sustained flash of light. The heat on Cloma's skin told him that it would probably be enough to permanently blind most people, and at least temporarily blind most ninja. Apparently Laughing Smoke didn't know that you couldn't blind puppet eyes, not with something like a flashbang. The giant fluffy moth gave one of those half-machine, half-organic screams as the wood dragoon tackled it, Cloma landing in time to flip his hand up, the wood dragoon flipping over and going high into the air as its hands remained latched on. After a moment, the cords connecting the hands to the arms went taut, and Cloma threw a hand down. His eyes were still closed, unable to see through the flashbang from earlier, but not needing to either. The wood dragoon's eyes were still working just fine. Another 1,000-pound dropkick cratered the delicate bug's face, enough to make it disappear in another burst of smoke. You should really stop trying summons against the wood dragoon, not unless you are going to be pulling out something much bigger. Cloma called out, blindly ducking under a katana and spinning into a kick against Laughing Smoke's chest. The thief doubled over and rolled back, flipping up just in time to avoid 2 kunai which promptly exploded. Laughing Smoke flew out of the smoke with tattered robes, landing on the side of the hill and rolling again. The wooden dragoon landed with a heavy thump, shaking the ground near Cloma. He raised it back up with a smooth motion, letting the immense puppet stand behind him in a menacing manner. Why you? Laughing Smoke tried to say through coughs, little bits of blood speckling the grass before him as he pushed himself up again. All of that in a sense or two. Something like that. Cloma huffed in an amused fashion. To be more specific, I don't need my eyes to read your moves. Against you? Being blind or not is irrelevant. Laughing Smoke was completely still for several long seconds at that, before suddenly raising his fist and slamming it into the earth. The ground beneath his fist cratered, telling Ryoma that he should probably avoid being hit at any point in this fight. I'll take note of this, ninja of Suna. Being gracious in victory is wasted on someone like you. Laughing Smoke growled as he rose to his feet, sword clutched in one hand and eyes still shadowed over. A shallow grave is too good for you, I'll leave your corpse to the vermin. Quite confident for someone who hasn't landed a blow yet. Cloma mused. An explosion rocked the island, catching their attention. GHN. Some of your allies, ninja. Laughing Smoke snarled, waving a hand at him. Cloma grinned, changing the one-handed seal to another. Puppets are fantastic things, wouldn't you agree? Throwing out bullshit was a great way to psych someone out, and the moment you won in their heads, you won the battle too. Laughing Smoke stilled, before he took a step back, arms shaking ever so slightly. That hand seal. You've maintained it since? Since I got on the beach. Cloma confirmed, vision slowly starting to return to him, sporadic and shadowy. I wonder what I'm doing with it. He mused rhetorically. His grin could be heard through the sand veil. Laughing Smoke stared for a few moments more, before his head hung. Sporadic at first, but slowly increasing in both volume and frequency, he started to laugh. Ha, he. Ha 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 ah. Cloma politely laughed along, letting the thief get it out of his system. Ha ha he, ha. Your name, if you would, Ninja of Sunagakure. I want to remember it while I complete my plan. Laughing Smoke held out an amicable hand, palm up and delighted smile on his face. I don't think I've met anyone so similar to myself before. Ryoma, if you insist. Though I'm a bit curious what exactly is this grand plan of yours. Cloma tilted his head, figuring that he was now close enough to the enemy to receive a semi-honest answer. Ninja were funny about this sort of thing. I can't imagine it's just to get a higher bounty, killing nobles and whatnot. I'm frankly stumped by what you tried to achieve with that attack earlier. It's quite simple, really. The Daimyo knew not its true power, but the Fire Lotus is a magnificent blossom. Laughing Smoke waved a casual hand. There are two stages to its bloom, dim and radiant. Once the fire blossom has entered its dim bloom, it requires a certain kind of nutrition to reach its radiant bloom. Those who consume the radiant fire blossom will be blessed with an affinity for fire greater than any other, and all of the power of the blossom itself. Reasonable thus far, but I have a feeling the nutrition isn't going to be as simple as mulch and sunlight. Chakra, of course. Laughing Smoke smiled. Preferably found in living individuals. Body fluids are abundant in the chakra that it needs to achieve radiance. Thus the noble hunt. Cloma frowned. I suppose it's one of those things that's time sensitive too, otherwise you could simply patiently water it with acceptable targets. Precisely. When I arrive at the capital, when I water the fire blossom with the remaining blood that it needs, I'll be thinking of you and how much trouble you could have caused me. Cloma narrowed his eyes. Do you think you are getting off this island? Laughing Smoke grinned. I never explained my attack earlier, did I? That was to provoke a response just like this one, to scatter the many troublesome ninja guards. It's easier to defeat an enemy piecemeal, after all. Laughing Smoke brought the katana up to his neck, holding it delicately in place. You can't even defeat me. Cloma countered, the wood dragoon's hands spinning ominously. No, but I don't have to. The katana pressed deeper, drawing a faint line of blood. I left as soon as you arrived. A hard cut, severing the head from the shoulders. A burst of smoke, and the form of Laughing Smoke was replaced by a corpse, which promptly collapsed. Motherfucker, that was just annoying. Capital. Ryoma, recently promoted ninja. Overwatch, did you hear that? Cloma asked urgently through his headset as Ryoma ran through his mental checklist of objectives and considerations. It was entirely possible that the clone of Laughing Smoke had been lying when he said that still stationed somewhere in the tower and trying to bluff them into running off. The thing about ninja fights is that you couldn't really call bluffs, because it was entirely possible that the bluff was in fact a bluff for some other nonsense further down. The best way to go about completing missions was usually just to be strong enough to handle anything in your way. Ryoma wasn't that strong, so tough decisions were going to have to be made. If he stayed to investigate the tower under the premise that Laughing Smoke was bluffing, then he wouldn't be present to defend the clients in the capital. That could potentially lead to a massive loss of life, and more importantly, a significant blow to their reputation as ninja. That would eat into their future paychecks. If they left immediately, then assuming Laughing Smoke was traveling by moth, he'd have several long minutes to work with before the five of them returned, even if they traveled away right now. That would also pull them back from the tower and give anything within more time to prepare for a renewed attack, or potentially vanish. That would potentially let them defend the clients, but it might also be an attack that never comes. The best course of action was to leave someone behind to clean up this island while pulling back the rest of the force to defend the capital. And as the slowest one here, the best choice to remain behind was him. I heard it patching you through the others. Aminen growled over the headset. After a moment, the sound of static burst to life for a moment before settling down into the background noise of blades clashing and semi-electronic moth screams. Suna patched through all channels. Aminen finished. Laughing Smoke claimed that his earlier attack was a baiting diversion to lure us here while he attacks the capital. Ryoma explained quickly and efficiently. What? That bastard. Iwanan snarled over his line, the sound of rocks smashing into shell and splatters of gore in the background of his voice. Is it a bluff? Tananin asked quickly, making little grunts of exertion over the distinct noise of a sturdy wooden pole rapidly thwacking into meat. Doesn't matter, we have to cover everything regardless. In contrast to the slightly strained voices of the ninja from IWA and Tani, the Kairanen was completely steady, with the sounds of wires whipping through the air and the occasional splash of footsteps in puddles. Immediately every other ninja with him understood the situation and the potential bluff at play. It was good to be working with professionals. I'll volunteer to remain behind and cover the situation. Fuck that, I'll stay here. Iwanan interrupted him with a snarl. I'm pissed off now, I'm wrecking this stupid tower. If you know water walking, you'll be faster than me to return. Ryoma decided to admit a weakness for the sake of expediency. Cloma was scowling as he spoke the next lines. I don't. The line was quiet for a few moments, the only sounds being thwacks and smashes and other violent noises. What the fuck do you mean you can't water walk? Iwanan snarled out, sounding more baffled than anything else. I live in a desert, Rockass. It's never come up before. Cloma snarled back. He made a note to fix this as soon as he had some off time after this mission. Go back on the boat then, I'm sticking here, fucker. This interrupt and exclamation was interrupted by a deafening boom of rock smashing into earth. This boom was big enough for Cloma to feel through the solace of his sand feet. It'll be a half hour before I'm safe enough to be around civilian populations. I can't go back yet. Iwanan, in a show of faint angry camaraderie, revealed a bit of his own weaknesses in turn. Entirely possible that he was lying here, but then again it was entirely possible that Ryoma was also lying here. There was nothing to be done for it but to just trust that the other party was being relatively transparent about the situation. Worst case scenario, the Iwanan was an accomplice that helped Laughing Smoke get away, thus forfeiting the bounty for all of them. All they'd really be losing was a bit of time and potential reward. It wouldn't be the end of the world. PFT, that settles it then. Kyranen growled. Not gonna let my paycheck die because some amateur couldn't keep it in his pants. Fuck off, Vetus. Tanny can carry you back. We'll finish the fights we're in and head back. IWA and AIM can clean things up here, if they don't die. Kyranen continued straight through the interruption. Ryoma wasn't the most thrilled by that idea, but if Iwanan was truly a walking population hazard right now, then it was probably the best move they had. Fine. He grumbled, biting back his own embarrassment at the prospect. All quiet here, support needed anywhere. Why yeah, I could use some woe. Tananen decided to refrain from her usual teasing as she spoke over the radio. South side of the island, I'll make my way into the clear way. I'll be there soon. Cloma responded, taking off the radio and tossing it up, letting Ryoma connect out a string and catch it as he crawled out of the wood dragoon. Fastest way to get to the south side of the island from his current position was to get out of his puppet armor. Speed was always of utmost importance in these sorts of things. It was annoying to let go of the sand transformation, wasting a few motes of chakra on a defense that ultimately didn't matter, but sunk cost fallacy was a fallacy for a reason. He sealed it away again, storing it in his belt loop before layering a basic transformation around himself again. 20. Cloma caught the large scroll and secured it to his back, hands immediately moving through seals to recast sand transformation around himself, adding a layer of dense sand around his form but leaving the appearance unchanged. 18 motes. No need to recast air convection, which was still operating around the scroll on his back. Instead he raised his hands in the tiger seal and cycled chakra. Shunshin was a very basic technique at its core, only D rank. Chakra was used to energize the body more than normal, providing bursts of high speed. Speed great enough that the individual usually couldn't keep up with themselves, a technique useful mostly in bursts that required reorientation after every movement. Usually, a puff of something was used to cover up the user's movements as they fled, the version that he had been taught used sand. As expected of ninja from the village hidden in the sand, they stuck to a theme. A cycling of chakra, an energized jump, and Cloma was suddenly dozens of feet in the air and hurtling towards the south side of the island. Wind rushing back his armored shell of sand and gravity tugging at his ankles as he practically flew. 16 motes. The sparse cover made it relatively easy to see most of the island from this position. The north side was covered in unnatural, rolling mists. The east side was covered in jutting spurs of rock and shaking pillars. And the south side wasn't covered by anything, letting him easily see the Tananen doing many acrobatic moves in the effort to avoid swipes from an elephant-sized ground sloth. The hide was strangely dull green, and a number of droopy white flowers grew from its back like it was some great hedge that had decided to uproot itself and sit down on the local megafauna. The sloth, of course, being too lazy to get it off, or something like that. There was a joke here, he knew it. She was further troubled by a pair of corpse clones, making their own swipes and swings in coordination with the giant ground sloth. Each used a simple katana, and thus far no jutsu from what he could see. Low on chakra maybe. He frowned as he steadied himself for a landing. He was getting low on chakra himself. Only 16 motes before he has to dip into his personal pool. He raised his feet and tensed a few muscles. Sandals smashed into the side of the hill, leading into a semi-controlled roll to bleed off the momentum of his fall. 1, 2, 3, 4 tumbles later he had managed to return properly to his feet, as he pulled out sets of kunai from his holster. 4 for each hand, 8 in total, good enough. Another jump, this time unpowered, brought him within range. Tananen ducked under a massive swipe, kicking the legs out from one corpse clone before her baton extended to 9 times its size against the ground, throwing her up and out of the way of another swing. They were just fast enough to keep her consistently on the run, from the looks of it. The tripped corpse clone moved to rise, eyes widening and throwing himself back to avoid a hail of kunai coming down on his position. Cloma's fingers twitched, making a slight adjustment to the angle of their flight. 6 kunai smashed into the corpse clone, almost center mass, making a spurt of blood then smoke as it collapsed to the ground. The giant ground sloth continued its single-minded pursuit of the Tananen, even as the other clone turned to face him. Already over her woe. The corpse clone started to rant before being cut off by the swipe of its fallen comrade's katana. Chakra strings that were once connected to the kunai now connected to the body and operating it. The original function of the puppeteering technique was simple entertainment using handcrafted puppets. The very next function of the puppeteering technique was war, and for a time they continued to use handcrafted puppets exclusively. It wasn't long at all before someone realized that you didn't actually need to build a puppet from the ground up, if you were in the middle of a battlefield and all of your fancy toys had been broken already. You could simply find a corpse. Uncaring of the damage sustained to itself, the corpse of some random man swung recklessly at its fellow corpse, a rapid rush pushing the clone of Laughing Smoke further and further back. Sparks flew in the evening as blade clashed against blade, buying space for Cloma and his temporary ally. He wasn't a very good swordsman, but he didn't have to be either. He literally just picked this corpse up, he didn't need to care about preserving it, just about getting pressure and potentially damage in. Cloma didn't bother to focus on that, turning his gaze to the ongoing battle between Tananin and the massive bush sloth. This was another bluff. Ryoma disguised as a scroll was paying very close attention to that fight, operating everything through Cloma's fingers while Cloma focused on staying aware of the other danger in the scene. Why you? Are you even paying attention? Laughing Smoke's corpse clone frustratedly yelled as he continued to fend off a furious barrage by the puppet corpse. You son of a bitch! Look at me while we're fighting. The corpse clone flipped back, hand reaching into the sleeve of one robe and hurling a trio of shuriken his way. Cloma absent-mindedly deflected one with a raised bracer and let the others thunk into his flak jacket. If he was just wearing flak, that might have hurt, but he was also covered in a layer of sand and a swirl of wind at the moment. A basic throwing star didn't have much of a chance of actually hurting him. Tananin was doing much better now that she was no longer being harassed by two enemy ninja in addition to the giant sloth. A basic set of clones summoned up confusing the slow giant and letting her leisurely dance around the beast. Corpse puppet lost an arm, the corpse clone cutting it off at the elbow to chip away at the reckless adversity. Cloma's fingers twitched and the arm had a new string connecting to it, shooting it forwards to latch onto the man's throat. GKRWH he choked out, the severed hand gripping hard and pushing forwards, smashing him against a rocky outcrop. Puppet. Just because an arm was severed, didn't mean Ryoma couldn't puppet it around still. The one-handed corpse thrust the katana forwards, impaling the corpse clone into the rock. A spurt of blood and a puff of moths. Cloma threw himself to the side as a sword swiped through the air. Too late, the sword swung like an angry gorilla smashing into his side, through the buffeting wind, through the layers of densified sand, and barely into the side of the sand clone, drawing a thin layer of sand like blood down along the blade. Non-lethal damage, clone integrity still sufficient. What? Laughing Smoke's clone was distinctly surprised that it hadn't cut him to the spine, seems like. Cloma turned at the waist, backhanding the corpse clone and sending him stumbling back. The katana remained stuck in his side, quickly pulled out and dropped as he raised his fists and engaged the now weaponless corpse clone in hand to hand. He really didn't want to waste any more chakra at this point, cleaning up stragglers like this. He didn't know much about hand to hand, beyond what the academy and his Jonin sensei had briefly taught. Most of his knowledge came from his best attempts to replicate boxing. Sure, the various types of kung fu were well and good, and probably had a large number of special chakra techniques to back them up once mastery was achieved. What Ryoma did have was memories of watching Hajime no Ippo and almost a decade to train up with. Laughing Smoke's corpse clone snarled as he spun into a kick. Low guard, right jab, left uppercut. The corpse clone stumbled back, immediately twisting into a sort of flippy backflip kick and jumping away. High guard, hop forwards. Bracers guarded his forearms, hand plates added extra impact to all of his punches. Some punching gauntlets would be better, but those would interfere with his finger movements for hand seals. He wasn't a monster in hand-to-hand, by any means. But he had enough practice in the academy to get the basic movements down, and boxing was probably the simplest fighting style in the world. It was all in biology, training, and execution, not complexity of forms or esoteric chakra secrets. It was the best he was going to get as one of the many random orphans scattered about a ninja village. Laughing Smoke kicked off the ground, spinning into a massive dropkick aimed straight at his midsection. Cloma tilted his body, the feet smashing into his low guard, straight into his shoulder and gauntlet, then off to the side. The corpse clone's eyes widened just in time for Cloma to twist into a right hook. The corpse clone bounced off the ground as the right hook smashed him into the ground. The kick against him would normally leave a heavy bruise, even through the layer of sand transformation, but this was a clone anyways. Putrid blood splattered across his fist, the corpse clone's face briefly sporting a nasty indent across the nose before disappearing in a puff of smoke and revealing the cratered face of some woman that Ryoma didn't recognize. Kairanen had been right earlier, in his estimation. Each of these were about as dangerous as a talented academy graduate. A glance behind him revealed that Tananin was almost done with the giant ground sloth, having stabbed it in some vital vein in the thigh and carefully waiting for it to bleed to unconsciousness. Cloma reached back to casually take the bulk storage scroll from Ryoma and gather the corpses, sealing both away in the corpse section, then sealing the weapons away in the weapons section, then putting it away in time for Tananin to jump over, flanked by a handful of clones. The giant ground bush sloth did not seem quick to pursue, limping and bleeding. The objective wasn't to kill the target, just to escape. What the fuck even was that? Ryoma had never seen a thing like that before. Randomized giant animal over there. Time elapsed since Laughing Smoke revealed his attack on the capital, about 2 minutes. Another rumble echoed through the island. Enemy eliminated, I'm moving towards the docks now. Kairanen growled over the radio. Same here, we'll meet you in half a minute. Ryoma called back, nodding towards the trio of Taninins. The clones didn't cast any shadows or move any grass, making them fairly easy to tell apart from the actual ninja. She looked distinctly amused, and sweaty from all the exertion she was just put through. Thanks for the help, Su-na. She spoke as they leapt away, towards the front of the island. Those boys were giving me a little bit of trouble. You had it handled, all I did was make it faster. Cloma refuted, holding a hand at his side to staunch the flow of sand. MMH. The trio of Taninins responded with an affirmative hum. That's fair. I'll pay you back by making your trip across the water faster. The teasing tone indicated that she had heard and at least somewhat approved of the Taninin will carry the Sunanan plan suggested earlier. The best way to respond to teasing was not at all. I'd appreciate it. Cloma said, jumping again and then dissolving in the middle of the air, the scroll transformation disappearing in a puff of smoke and letting Ryoma finish the jump, landing again without a beat and jumping away from the splash of sand. Taninin let out a lazy giggle as they reached the shore, reaching over to grab him by the collar and hefting him bridal style as she jumped out into the water. Ryoma briefly warred between practicality and impulsive aggression at being suddenly touched. Her clones dispelled in puffs of smoke behind them. Kiranin greeted them with a growl and a running pace of his own, onwards back towards the mainland. They tossed the radios off to the Aminan as they passed him on the evening waves. Time since Laughing Smoke declared his attack. 2.5 minutes. Time back to the capital, many minutes more than that. Time for the garrison force to pull their weight, he supposed, lips pressed together under his illusory veil. T capital. Gaku Inyazuka, veteran Jonin. Do you think they'll succeed, Mr. Inyazuka? The round-faced Lady Aikida asked him with a bit of a fret in her posture. They were currently seated out in the courtyard of the tea castle, the noble ladies on comfortable cushions and the warriors on the sturdy but rather basic stools. He responded with a questioning hum, buying himself a bit of time to figure out how to word his answer. Upon meeting the woman's eyes, he made a contemplative nod of his head and started to reply. Well, they almost certainly won't be killed. Any ninja who lives long enough to make it to Jonin is pretty hard to kill, otherwise they wouldn't have made it that far. I know Braggart is a Jonin, and I'm pretty sure that Kiranin was a Jonin too. He made a little gesture with his lone good hand, wobbling it back and forth briefly. His other hand was still in the cast, matching the cast on his opposite side leg. The others? I'm betting on experienced Chunin, they didn't have quite the right look in their eyes. Seasoned but not aged if that makes sense. It doesn't, but thank you for trying. Lady Aikida responded immediately with a firm little nod of her head. Madame Gozen, Mari, and the other one that he wasn't familiar with laughed at that, causing him to give an aggravated roll of his eyes and huff. In any case, Gaku steered the conversation back. I certainly don't think they're going to get killed. Laughing Smoke was only ever infamous for his robberies, not his prowess in battle. With that said, I'm willing to bet on the fight reaching us anyways. Wait, what? Why? Madame Gozen asked immediately, leaning forwards and giving him her best intense gaze. You don't become a known thief by being good at staying hidden. Gaku began, rolling his jaw briefly. You don't become a legendary thief by being easy to catch. You think he'll slip away and come to attack us? Mari asked with a furrow to her brows, leaning forwards with a hand on the base of her wharfen. A brief pang of guilt ran through him at the sight of the stump, which was quickly buried up and ignored. Sympathy for a potential enemy was a poor policy. She wouldn't be ineffectual like many other ninja would be. Her unarmed combat seemed to rely on wide kicks when the space permitted it, only using punches if there was someone potentially in the way. That and the fan should let her perform a limited number of her wind ninjutsu, albeit more awkwardly than before. Rado called it career-ending with a grim look on his face, but Gaku was old enough to think of a few ways she could compensate for it. Using that big wharfen one-handed would be a bitch on the shoulder, but it was possible. It was a major setback, for certain, but it would only be career-ending if she let it be. Not so much that I think he will for certain. Gaku began to clarify, dropping the hand back to his lap. Just that I'm going to be prepared for it if he does show up. What are the odds, do you think? The one whose name escaped him at the moment asked. The pretty one in slightly worn robes, black hair and red eyes. Kinda like Kurane, but she took much better care of her hair. Which was funny, because he knew how much time Kurane wasted every day trying to get her wild mane into something reasonably straight and respectable. Kinda like his wife, except some didn't even try, she just let it be wild. And if it wasn't wild at the moment, she'd grab his hands and make him run his fingers through it until it was wild again. It was one of her cute points. About 50-50, I'd say. Gaku shrugged carelessly. 50-50. Madame Gozen was apparently in a dramatic mood today, with all her exaggerated reactions. Wait, no, she was in a dramatic mood every day. Sure, about that. He nodded. Either it happens or it doesn't. I'm not the best at thinking, but two outcomes seems 50-50 to me. The reactions from the noble ladies was downright comical, provoking a smirk and snicker from his lips. Honestly, I happen to hire the only ninja in all of Konoha who is both flippant and uneducated. Madame Gozen began to complain in her huffish way, crossing her arms and leaning back against Lady Aikida. Gaku's gaze was drawn towards the Ashiguro guards, emerging from the sides of the courtyard and making their way towards the groups of ninja to speak quietly. I suppose it's expected that a hound would be waggish. Oh. That's a good one, Suki. Aikida giggled, tapping her forehead against the side of Madame Gozen's head. One of the guards was making his way over to their group, a slight tension in his gaze and step. Gaku's eyes sharpened as his instincts began to heckle him. In the small groups of ninja and nobles, the Ashiguro spoke briefly but insistently and gestured with nods towards the interior of the castle. Some of the nobles got up to follow, but many more were complaining and staying put. The guards, in an unexpected show of backbone, also held their grounds to repeat their quiet insistences. The old samurai, Sarutobi Sanjuro, had also noticed by this point. His posture remained identical to what it was before, tense and ready. Finally the Ashiguro reached them. A shortish man in the normal armor of the guards, dark plates over seaweed green padded cloth. A faint blue scarf hung from his belt with a word printed upon it. There was a detail he had noticed. Some of the guards wore a scarf somewhere on their person with the word Tien in faint kanji. Some of the guards wore these scarves, but many didn't, and Gekko had initially assumed it to be a local fashion choice. He had assumed that, but he hadn't stopped paying attention to it either. They had a peculiar scent, faint and mostly drowned out by light, but still barely present. It took him a while to figure out where it had been lingering. Honored guests, please make your way into the castle, for your safety in the case of another night attack. The Ashiguru bowed his head slightly, face forced into calmness. What? Madame Gozen began, waving her little fan at the evening sunset. There was still another hour and a half before it completely disappeared. The sun is still out, guard, I've another 2 hours before night comes, and I intend to greet the victorious ninja as they return. An annoyed tension came over the man's face, and if it were just Gozen being unreasonable again, Gekko wouldn't have bothered to notice. A precaution, honored guest, trust the strength of the samurai of T country. The strength of the ninja is inconsistent, and Commander Tenchi does not trust their ability to defend you. A direct insult like that would normally get him all irritated, but right now it was just making him suspicious. See, I got a question about that. Gekko spoke up, raising a hand to cut off Mari preemptively. He didn't think she was actually going to say anything, but he needed to remind the Ashiguru of his broken limbs. If you don't mind me asking, of course. The Ashiguru stubbornly refused to look at him, making him narrow his eyes. Madame Gozen noticed this, and waved her fan in a scolding manner. Are you deaf, commoner? My bodyguard is speaking to you. As annoying as she usually was, her willingness to immediately support an ally was commendable. Gekko appreciated it. The Ashiguru ground his teeth, finally turning to address him. Your question, ninja? He almost growled out, voice barely within the range of being polite. Gekko almost grinned, raising a finger and speaking rather loudly. See, I noticed something. All of your fellows coming out here have the same little blue scarf on. The other Ashiguru don't have those. The noble ladies blinked at that, looking around to notice the same detail. Other nobles nearby also took note, slightly confused by why such a detail was even coming up. The Ashiguru, meanwhile, grew even tenser than before. Yes? What relevance does this have, ninja? He actually growled this time. Gekko shrugged. Oh, I'm just wondering, did this order come from the daimyo, or did it come from Commander Tianchi? The commander has been entrusted to manage the security of T country ninja. There is no distinction. The insult. The Ashiguru stepped forwards with his hand on the hilt of his katana, a furious look on his face at the implication Gekko proposed. Sanjuro and Mari were both giving him focused and slightly bewildered looks, trying to puzzle out what he was getting at. Oh, my apologies, Gekko began, raising a hand and giving a sarcastic grin. He made sure to say the next part loud enough to carry across the whole courtyard. So it was on the daimyo's orders that you blue scarves set up those poison bombs then? A stillness in the courtyard lingered, as shocked stares and stunned glares were sent his way. The accusation was a fairly serious one, but Gekko was willing to trust his nose on this one. Those blue scarves smelled like that same poison to him. No amount of soap was going to wash that out after just a day. 2 sharp rings of steel reached his ears simultaneously, as the Ashiguru drew his blade to swing at him. And as Sanjuro cut the man's sword in half. Gekko's hand, reaching down for his tanto, stopped. He had been more than ready to catch the Ashiguru's sword, but he hadn't even seen Sanjuro move. The old samurai's blade had cut right through the guards, then traveled up to gently settle against his throat and armpit in one perfectly smooth motion. Several long seconds later the still courtyard witnessed the severed blade fall to the ground in a clatter, several meters away. Ashiguru of T country. Sanjuro growled, voice low and furious. Your attack lends credence to the ninja's words. Dispel this claim, if it is without substance. T the daimyo is a cousin of mine, he'd never order something like that. A noble cried out fearfully in the distance. But what about Commander Tenchi? Gekko roared back, narrowing his question for the sake of everyone who hadn't caught up thus far. Did he order this, Ashiguru? Kill the ninja. Secure the nobles. A captain screamed, hopping down from one of the walls to land heavily in the courtyard. He had a blue scarf tied around his bicep. Let none flee. That answered the question as far as he was concerned. Out of the city, we're not safe here. Gekko barked as violence broke out in the courtyard, Mari jumping over to practically toss the clients up to their feet and, as awkward as that was, with a single hand. Ikeda, Gozen, we're leaving. The Ashiguru were already moving forwards to engage as the ninja guards started to haul up clients and flee with them over their shoulders. The disarmed soldier reached for his knife, but he was not faster than Sanjuro, who pulled his katana up in one guillotine-like motion. Gekko was impressed. The simultaneous beheading and arm removal wasn't something you saw all that often. Gekko raised the hilt of his tanto to his mouth and blew hard through it, the sonic whistle screaming out. It wasn't a frequency that anyone here could hear, but Caramera would be able to pick it up from anywhere in the city. A brief bark to alert the genin of what was going on, and then Gekko bit his thumb, dragging the bleeding digit across a seal on his right sheath, before slamming the hand into the ground. Summoning jutsu. A cloud of smoke engulfed them. Caramera's growls filled the air as his old partner was summoned to his side again, ears flicking to ask the situation. Carry the clients, we need to leave. He could track down his team after pulling the clients out. They were smart enough to handle themselves. The noble ladies made yelps and wails as the immense brown dog leapt out of the smoke, using its mouth to grab their clothes and toss them upon his shaggy back. Ikeda and Gozen clung on in a fearful manner. Move out! Gaku snarled, and a moment later he, Mari, and Sanjuro had leapt out of the courtyard and up to the walls, then over the walls and onto the neighboring roofs. He was being careful to only use his good arm and good leg at the moment, jumping nearly on all four limbs. It was kinda like moving while using his man-beast Inyazuka jutsu anyways, so it wasn't that hard. Karamara growled as they leapt. The commander is a probable enemy, working with laughing smoke. The smell was on their blue scarves, not just on all the attacked nobles. He quickly explained in response to the question. We'll link up with the genin and move out. Where were you? Karamara barked in an annoyed fashion. Gaku made an annoyed sound of his own. Everyone. Circle around the building. The others were near the outer baths region. He growled as he angled his jump, starting a wide circle around the fighting already occurring in the fortress. Movement in the distance. Mari declared tensely as she followed. Gaku followed her gaze and almost cursed at what he saw, a practical army of figures in dark clothes leaping over the rooftops and towards the palace. Enemy ninja. How the hell did a thief get that many bozos on his side? Madame Gozen growled, putting on a very brave face. He didn't. Sanjuro's voice was smoldering in its restrained fury. Commander Tenchi did this as a coup. A coup. Lady Ikeda wailed, clutching onto Karamara's shaggy back with all four limbs. Hwa. Laughing Smoke has the moth contract, doesn't he? We saw it during the initial attack. Gaku growled aloud as they jumped over another roof. That qualifies him as a daimyo. Money to pay all these ninja probably came from Commander Tenchi. He's going to use the thief as a puppet, I bet. But why the attack on the nobles? That doesn't accomplish anything for a coup. Mari pointed out with a great scowl on her face. All that does is draw attention to this. I don't know. Gaku growled. I can't tell what he's contact. 4 o'clock. Gaku jumped in that direction defensively, even as the rest of the team jumped slightly away to a rooftop further to the side. He rose to his full height and drew his tanto even as two figures landed on roofs a small distance away, figures he recognized. Link up with the team. I'll hold them off and catch up after. Gaku barked over his shoulder, which was met with swift compliance as Sanjuro, Mari, and Kairomaru leapt onwards, nobles carried away from the oncoming violence. He turned his gaze back to behold his two opponents. A naked man and a woman with a grinning mouth on her stomach. Took us a minute to find you, dog. The man laughed, raising his fingers to snap them enthusiastically, generating tiny explosions as he did. Katsubaki, having apparently survived his paralysis and fall, now returned to harass him. Good thing that we did, this noble hunting shit is above our pay grade. Ogre Somatsu, as she had labeled herself, growled. Leaving loose ends annoys me, this way we can just kill you and head home, hands clean of whatever bullshit Smoke is pulling here. Gaku used his tongue to undo the false cap to one of his teeth, crunching through the painkiller and swallowing it in short order. You amateurs should have stayed away. He growled, raising his tanto to his mouth. Now that I know your tricks? You're dog food. With that he bit down on the handle, holding the blade in his mouth as he reached down to retrieve the other. Katsubaki could make himself detonate, at least 1 second between each explosion. Ogres would let out toxin that would fuck up his body if he let himself breathe it in. 2 of his limbs were broken, 1 arm and 1 leg, on opposite sides of his body, and they had been healing for a week thus far. He flexed an arm, shattering the cast it was stuck in. He couldn't even feel the grinding of cracked bone through the painkiller. Another flex shattered the cast around his leg, letting him crouch on 3 limbs, carry a tanto with one, and carry the other in his teeth. Ha ha ha. Katsubaki laughed, raising a middle finger. Yeah right babe, back there nearly killed you and your friend by herself, what the hell are you whoa? Half measure Fang. His form blurred as he leapt, a rapid spin turning his body into the origin point of a bladed twister. His free hand reached for his thigh pouch as he spun. Katsubaki grinned, clasping his hands and body turning a deep tan as it hardened. Sweat glistened as it readied to explode. The twister collapsed just before it reached him, Gaku cancelling the spin early and raising a hand. His eyes glared down at the grinning Katsubaki. Boom. He shouted as Gaku slapped his chest. Nothing happened, Katsubaki's eyes widened. Gaku's blade screamed to life, shrouded in cutting wind chakra, as he stomped hard on the rooftop and used it to finish his final rotation. The rooftop shattered beneath his heel. A spray of gore and blood covered him as he finished his spin in a crouch, eyes shadowed by his headband. Gaku pushed himself up into a standing position as chunks started to fall. 1. He snarled through his teeth, biting down on the bloody tanto and glaring at Omatsu on the neighboring rooftop. One of those explosion-containing seals made by the braggart slapped on his chest turned the exploding man from a threat into a joke. Good thing his genin had passed one off to him after the gas attacks. She looked significantly more cautious than their first battle, cautious and furious as specks of blood rained down across her front. A gritting of her teeth, all 4 sets of them, and then a swirl of dust as she disappeared. Her smell went straight out of the city, far away from him. Smart bitch, wasn't she? Those were always the worst. He turned, guard maintained, and jumped towards Karamara's scent. His job was to protect the clients, not hunt things down. His broken limbs were going to hurt like motherfuckers once the painkiller wore off. An explosion sounded off in the distance, and the viridescent form of a giant moth illuminated the evening sky. T capital. Sarutobi Sanjuro. When he was younger, he leapt through the great branches that bordered Fire Country and the Land of Rivers, a dozen meters or more with each great bound as he raced, playing with the monkeys that favored his clan and under the watchful eyes of elder apes. He could still remember the day that they were called together by the elders and nurses, to dress in their best robes and to get ready for an important meeting. The fire daimyo was meeting with a pair of clans, long enemies and now allies, who wanted to lease a plot of land for the establishment of a new township. The Sarutobi, as chief retainers of the daimyo, were expected to be present at this meeting. He and cousin Hiruzen, neither of them older than 10, fumbled with their robes the entire time. The meeting was long, he remembered, long and full of boring elders talking about boring things. He didn't realize what a momentous occasion it was until much later. All he was concerned about was that half of his cousins were moving away to join the new village. A request of the fire daimyo to strengthen his influence in the new settlement, by installing a clan loyal to himself into the local politics. And with that, Sunagakure, the first great ninja village, was born. Initially an alliance of two great ninja clans, then a compromise between those clans and the local lord, and eventually a model that the rest of the world would follow. Within the next 10 years, the other great ninja villages would all be established, along with a fair few lesser villages that did not survive the march of time. But Sanjuro did. He grew in stature and stride, he grew in posture and bearing, and he grew in wisdom. The wisdom that he was part of a dying world. Samurai, as they were, could not survive the changing era. Strong as they were too rigid, and this rigidity made them brittle. One great hammer blow in the correct spot, and their entire structure would shatter. The shinobi were once weak, but their strength grew with each passing generation and their flexibility remained as immense as ever. More and more did daimyo look to their strength to fight their wars, and Sanjuro was not blind to the reasons. He was wise enough to know this, but he was an old man by the time he realized this. Too old to change, to adapt. Every great leap brought long familiar pain to his knees and every breath was shallow and strained. The tempers of his youth had long cooled into steel, and cold steel could not be reforged. All that was left for him was to crumble in a dignified fashion. Commander Tenchi, it seems, was young enough to not understand the misfortune a coup would bring. The great shaggy Ninken barked, nose pointed squarely forwards and leaps carefully restrained to keep the noble ladies upon his furred back. Sanjuro was not learned enough in the tongue of dogs to understand him, but the immediate emergence of familiar young ninja in the distance told him enough. They were painted in a faint green light, the poisonous radiance of the immense moth that now softly hovered above the courtyard of the daimyo's fortress. Nothing less than a declaration of war, a scene Sanjuro had seen depicted time and time again in ancient scrolls. Great beasts, titans of their clans, clashing over old cities as ancient warriors battled upon streets and fields around them. In the oldest days, before the daimyo and the samurai, the primitive warriors and clans were at the mercy of the world and its troubles, and made war among each other with primitive technique and blade. Titans of nature and towering demons trampled the world in their clashes, and humans were furtive, fearful things. It was Queen Himiko who first bargained with the animal clans, and with their strength she conquered her neighbors and established herself as shamaness queen. Soon other clans mimicked her actions, and alliances between man and beast were many, and the position of shaman came to mean daimyo. The warriors that followed these daimyos were called samurai, and in this way man escaped his furtive fate and emerged as rulers of the world. Her line did not survive, but her legacy did. A moth of such scale, hanging over the capital? The daimyo has been captured. Sanjuro asserted with controlled breath as the young ninja reached them. What? How do you know, Sanjuro? Precocious Gozen used his name flippantly. His friend's granddaughter was bratish, the natural result of how thoroughly she had been spoiled. He would have summoned something else to counter the moth if he was currently capable. Young Asuma declared with furrowed brows and tense looks around. The fact that he hasn't already means he's out of commission right now. You mean that brute already has him? Lady Aikita wailed fearfully, rubbing at her cheeks and staring at the immense beast. Its wingspan was greater than the fortress itself, and its calm wing beats did nothing to diminish the instinctive terror such a large animal naturally wrought. This is bad. Young Kurane growled nervously, looking up at the immense moth and its green aurora. We don't have anything that can even damage that, do we? Maybe if he could fly, but even they. I can. The young kunoichi from Sunagakure declared, one-armed and wharf-hefted, staring up at the fortress eclipsing insect with hard eyes. I'll need somewhere high, but I can cut it down. It is the way of things that the new will surpass the old. Sanjuro let out a low breath. Like that tower? Madame Gozen asked suddenly, pointing up in the distance. Her gesture led towards the highest spire of the Daimyo's fortress. The Guardian Tower. That's the military tower. Tenchi's soldiers are going to be swarming there. Asuma noted with a tense frown, before shaking his head. None of this is relevant. It's not our job to save anyone here but you. We need to get out of the city and get you two to safety. The boy is correct. Sanjuro growled, even as his honor snarled. Your safety is paramount, Madame Gozen. Then the Konoha team can carry us out while you and Mari go up and save the day. She countered with a pointed finger. I can see how much you want to go up there and cut these villains up, Sanjuro. Don't even try to lie to me. What I want has nothing to do with what's right. He snapped, making Gozen and Aikita briefly recoil from him. He forced himself to calm once more, closing his eyes and letting out a long exhale. The Sarutobi clan has a duty to you, Madame Gozen. I will not see it discarded for something as petty as a coup. And indeed, petty was the best word to describe this mess. Sanjuro could almost picture the expression on the commander's face with the battle going on. The sounds of clashing blades, warring elements, and nervous shouts were heavy in the evening air. All under the immense wings of a foreign daikimono. Then entrust it to me. Young Asuma declared after a low, tense moment. Sanjuro turned an old baleful eye towards the boy. He raised a hand to gesture at himself. Sarutobi Asuma, son of Sarutobi Hiruzen. If the Sarutobi clan has a duty to her, then I can step in as a substitute. The third Hokage. Madame Gozen asked, shaking the shoulders of Lady Ikeda in astonishment. He's your father. The boy swallowed, grinding his back teeth as he stared at the battle in the distance. I don't like the thought of leaving everyone here to their fates, but I can't do anything to help them. If helping you can help them, I'm more than willing to put it on my head. He nodded firmly, raising a thumb to drag across his neck. Me and my team will keep them safe. I'll stake my life on it. Sanjuro stared at the boy for a few moments more, eyes tracing the contour of his jaw and shape of his eyes. He let out a low exhale. You really are Hiruzen's boy? He grumbled quietly. He had heard that there was a birth recently, but the boy looked almost grown already. The years slip away from his fingers no matter how tightly he holds on. He deliberately ignored the pleading look Madame Gozen was giving him, and focused instead on the tops of the military tower in the distance. That was the most likely place for the daimyo to be held, if he had been captured. A scream echoed. That was the most likely location for Commander Tenchi to be stationed. His grip tightened around the hilt of his blade. Fan warrior. He growled, bringing her attention to him. The top of that tower is what you need? Are you certain you can bring down the moth from that position? She nodded firmly. Absolutely. Then I will take you there. He declared, sheathing his katana and reaching for the hilt of his field sword. A much longer blade sheathed upon his back. Young Sarutobi, their lives are in your hands. Fail in this task and I will personally ensure Mao assigns your soul to the greatest of torments. He wasn't sure how he would accomplish that yet, but he would. I understand. The boy responded with a firm nod, then a smirk. I'd hate to be frozen forever, so please make sure my punishment involves fire instead, if I fail. Begone, brat. Sanjuro growled, drawing his field sword and letting it fall to a rest by his side. A long cutting instrument, with a 4-foot blade and 1-foot handle. The ninja kids jumped away, followed quickly by the dog and the noble women upon its back. Sanjuro took several long and deep breaths, regulating the flow of his chakra and readying himself for proper physical exertion. A few moments later, the other ninja elite leaped towards them. One of the Inyazuka, and partner of the dog that now carried the noble ladies away. Team is escorting the clients away. That's right. The Warfan warrior replied. I can take down the moth, but I'll need to get to the top of that tower and have the space to work with. We're going as soon as Mr. Sarutobi is ready. In. Cycle. Out. Cycle. In. Cycle. Out. Cycle. The elderly, crippled, and injured siege a tower. Sounds like the start of a bad joke. The Inyazuka growled, cracking his neck twice and crouching low. Top of the tower, hey. We will deliver her to the tower's peak, and free the daimyo from his bonds. Sanjuro declared, opening his eyes. Bands of glowing red chakra wove their way from his eyes, ears, and mouth. They wrapped their way in overlapping crosses down across his face, his neck, and down to the tips of his fingers. Monkey Field Prince was not a technique to use lightly, but Sanjuro found himself wroth enough to disregard any concerns. I will carve the path. Chakra light spilled from his mouth as he spoke, before making a small flex and rotation of the foot. The rooftop he stood upon shattered, and the leap carrying high and far into the air. The ninja followed below him, leaping forwards 1 or 2 rooftops at a time as Sanjuro soared through the air. He landed on a section of stone-paved road, before an immense gate now closed to prevent passage. It would be simpler to pass overhead with another mighty leap, and avoid damaging any of the daimyo's property. The daimyo will simply have to forgive him for the damages. Monkey style. Shell-crushing rock. Sanjuro roared, kicking off the ground again, shattering the road beneath his heels, and rocketing for the gate with one hand raised in a claw-like palm. As if he was holding a fist-sized stone. Light raced from his mouth, traveled along the tattoo crossroads, and ended at the base of his palm. Just in time for his palm to impact the immense gates of the fortress, wooden and iron banded. The moment hung. Then the gates shattered inwards with an ear-splitting boom, crumbling into fragments and flying away from his strike. Like cracking open shellfish with a rock. The rock was imaginary, but that made it no less effective. He stepped forwards, through the 2 slow fragments and into the courtyard. The crossroads around his eyes were only enough for him to barely keep up with himself. The courtyard was filled with substantially fewer nobles and ninja, and contained substantially more corpses than before. Lucky him, they had branded themselves with that blue scarf of theirs. He leapt forwards, towards the largest group of blue scarves, hefting his field blade as he did. Monkey style. Field watering wave. Light poured from his mouth, down along the crossroads, and into his field sword. A hot cutting edge bloomed to life upon it, as Sanjuro twisted into a trio of swings against the poor men. The first swing cut a man in twain, and spread his gore across a dozen others. The second swing cut 2 men at the waists, through their armor, and shed their lifeblood across nobility and ninja alike. The third swing cut away the legs from beneath 3 men, another man from groin to shoulder, and scattered gore across the courtyard walls. He kicked off the ground again, shattering stone and leaping away. As soon as he had been upon them, he was gone again, and approaching the other side of the courtyard. The ninja jumped through the shattered remains of the gates after him, and he busied himself by cutting down another group of men to buy them ample space to run. A kick cracked the fortress wall, bringing him over to the tower. A swipe and his field sword separated another Ashiguru and their ghost. The crossroads upon his ears ensured that each sickening scream was heard, each evil witnessed, and each sin was accurately added to his tallies. He will meditate upon their deaths, at a later date. The young ninja leapt, starting to make their way up the side of the tower and towards the pinnacle. A wall-walking technique of the ninja. Sanjuro kicked off the ground, shooting up again and cracking the earth beneath him as he raced past the ascending ninja. His eyes were firmly upon the tiny windows that peered into the rooms of the tower, scanning each as he passed, searching for one in particular. There. He spun in the middle of the air, light racing from his mouth and along the crossroads, down towards the soles of his feet. Monkey style. Cloud leaping practice. He kicked off the air with a tremendous crack boom, shooting forwards and towards the relatively small window of the 22nd floor. His sword cut a path through the wall, then scattered the remains of the walls to the sides, not allowing any rebel to escape. He slid to a stop in the interior of the tower chamber. There, at the other side, flanked by a handful of other samurai, was the bound form of the T-daimyo and the hard-eye form of Commander Tenchi. A younger man than he, with a well-groomed mustache and clean-shaven chin. His armor was in the newer fashion, and he stood with a veteran's calm. Sarutobi Sanjuro. I had refrained from approaching you out of respect. Commander Tenchi stated, hand on the hilt of his blade. He was without his Wakaizushi. Honorless. If you know me by name, then you would have known I'd oppose this petty fussing. Sanjuro grumbled through light and smoke in his breath, looking back and forth between the gathered samurai. 7 in total, including Tenchi. An auspicious number. If he were in his prime, he'd declare his victory already. As it stood, he was uncertain. Petty fussing. One of the samurai yelled with an outraged expression. A younger man, with long hair and entirely too much attitude. That's what you call this? Yo. Commander Tenchi raised his hand, cutting the young man off and stepping forwards. You see it as clearly as any other samurai does, don't you Sanjuro? The rise of the ninja and how quickly the daimyos are to betray the samurai. Betrayal does not permit betrayal. Sanjuro growled. That is why we are samurai. Mifune said it best. Mifune would have us quietly die withering and impotent. Tenchi waved a hand and let anger leak upon his face. The Kagai clan had the right of it even if it means death, it's not the way of the samurai to quietly crumble. Either we are victorious or we are dead, and either way we avoid the shame of obsolescence. Sanjuro huffed. It's not the way of life to remain static, brat. The samurai will survive, but they must evolve. Evolve? You speak hypocrisies, Sarutobi. Tenchi clenched a fist. You of all men speaking of change, your armor is from the time of warring states, you're bearing a remnant of the past, and your deeds history. What have you done to evolve and change? Sanjuro closed his eyes and let out a tiny exhale. It's too late for me. I'm far too old now. Too old. He shook his head. I know not what the samurai will become, but I know that I won't live to see it. He raised his hand and pointed at the rebellious commander, opening his eyes just a hair again. You could have. You could have lived to see the new era. To greet it as a friend rather than rage against it as an enemy. But this rebellion has undone that possibility. Steam spilled from his lips. You won't even live to see tomorrow. A great hurricane bloomed to life behind his back, screaming and drowning out all sound in the fortress. His ears began to bleed with the volume, which he ignored to the best of his ability, glaring at the young samurai who clutched at their ears and stumbled. A colossal scream of insectal bearing called out. Green light began to fall behind him, an immense source of illumination tumbling from the sky and shifting the shadows in the room to match it. In that moment, his shadow engulfed all 7 samurai before him, as the daikimono fell from the heavens. Moments later, a plume of smoke the size of a fortress engulfed them. And Sanjuro's blade clashed against Tenchi's, showering the space in sparks and heat. T-capital. Laughing smoke. He fingered the hilt of his sword as he watched the immense form of Gamitsu fall from the sky, an immense bladed hurricane crashing into his underbelly and tearing into his wings. One of the mightiest warriors of the Moth clan felt in one stupendous wind jutsu. A hurricane that must have been 300 meters long and a third as wide, coiling up from the top of the military tower, shredding the rooftop apart in the process, and striking down the immense moth like an angry wind god. The wind fan ninjutsu of Sunagakure were some of the most feared techniques in the elemental nations. In sheer destructive potential, only a handful of powers could match it. The potential for collateral damage and lack of acceptable targets for such techniques kept their usage relatively rare. That rarity had caused him to err. He had thought the missing arm of the Warfan user would prevent her from unleashing her devastating techniques. He had been wrong, and now he was suffering a significant setback for it. He rolled his fingers across the hilt of his blade for several long moments as Gamitsu returned to Manaslutsum in a massive burst of smoke. The green light of his meditative scales winked out of existence, and soon the attitudes of everyone in the T-fortress would grow agitated. If he waited too long, they'd become uncontrollable. If she hadn't been here, Gamitsu would still be in the air. Only the arrows of a truly exceptional samurai could scratch his carapace, and all of the most powerful samurai in the T-fortress were CO conspirators or long reassigned away from the upcoming conflict by Commander Tenchi. All except that one that was ripping the guards apart earlier, whom Tenchi ignored for whatever foolish reason. No other ninja present could harm Gamitsu not without revealing something truly exceptional and unexpected. Too high in the air for any to leap to him, too large for any normal weapons to damage. Only that Warfan was a concern, and the ogress had told him she had torn it off. That should have rendered the only obvious threat here impotent. It hadn't. Why hadn't it? Could Warfan ninjutsu be used with only a single arm? Water the earth. He sighed. Oh well. You learn new things with each passing day. Start executing the hostages. He called out over his shoulders, keeping his eyes on the ongoing battles of the fortress. Drain their blood into the flower basin, waste not a drop. Lord Takamura. One of the Ashiguru nervously called out, stopping him before he could begin another round of rousing thought. He restrained the urge to sigh, stopping his fingers along the hilt of his blade and letting the silence linger for a few moments. Ashiguru. Are you suffering from some impairment? He called out very deliberately and coolly. He could practically hear the winces and flinches from the gathered men as they watched over sedate hostages. I apologize, Lord Takamura. The shuffling told him that the guard had dropped to one knee. Forgive me my trespass. He turned around, letting his shadowed blue eyes cast over the scene. A garden built into the side of the mountain, slightly higher up than the palace itself and overlooking the fortress courtyard. A shrine had been hastily converted in the center to prop up the brightly glowing fire blossom upon its ivy pillar, and the many dozens of noble hostages captured from the activities of the night were sedately kneeling. Gametsu's spell upon them would soon break. You're wondering why I commanded you to do that, aren't you, Ashiguru? He declared, taking smooth and steady steps towards the kneeling warrior, but voice meant for everyone in the courtyard. Worry not, your daimyo will enlighten you. There was a much harsher flinch at that, and sweat pooled upon the kneeling man's brow. Ideally, the hostages would be kept to ensure the cooperation of our neighbors as power is consolidated, that is correct. Feed the roots. But that ideal is only possible if we first succeed here tonight. He pointed a deliberate finger towards the distant courtyard, just in time for the side of the military tower to explode outwards in a burst of smoke and fire. The battle has turned against Commander Tenchi, and his loss grows more likely by the moment. By the time we move to reinforce him, the elite ninja I had previously lured away will have returned, and by then our loss is inevitable. He leaned down to grab the man by his collar and hoist him upwards, glaring into his muddy eyes. The only path that results in sure victory now is the fire lotus. If we feed it sufficient chakra to achieve its radiant bloom, I can devour it for unprecedented levels of power. With that power I can sweep aside our enemies, and all of you will be remembered as liberators instead of failed rebels. His hand tightened around the man's collar, even as his face remained perfectly calm. Do you understand, Ashiguru? Every second I've wasted explaining this to you is another moment that victory slips further from our grasp. The sweating man raised a hand up in a salute, practically slapping his forehead in the process. I understand, Lord Daimyo. He dropped the man, letting the common-born warrior stagger back and stumble for a moment. He turned his head and nodded sharply, making sure to look at each and every Ashiguru in the garden in the process. Start with the oldest ones, every drop upon the roots. Time is of the essence. Yes, Lord Daimyo. With that the Ashiguru began to hoist the gathered nobles up by their shoulders, dragging the sedate elderly over to the large central basin that held the roots of the fire lotus. With knives they cut throats in quick but choppy motions, and red blood began to spill over the twisting tendrils. The bodies were hoisted up by ankles and allowed to drain completely before being tossed aside and the next set of sacrifices brought up to the hungry flower. 3, 6, 9. Every set of sacrifices made the glow of the fire lotus just a bit more radiant. He walked over to the prepared stovetop, adding another ashwood log to the fire, inspecting the teapot for sabotage, and letting out a low exhale. He closed one eye, cycling through the vision of his various corpse clones. Only 1/3 of them were still active, the preparation of months lost in a single night. A dozen or more fights were happening at the moment, and most on the Shrine Island were already disabled. A handful were still alive, doing their best to avoid the screaming molten rock ninja from IWA and his spittle-riddled gesticulations. It was honestly rather shameful to look at. Shouldn't the man be embarrassed to act like that? Then the docks, there were no clones at the docks. That meant the elite ninja were already in the city proper, making their way up. They should be running into. No clones left in the city. He almost threw himself up as his vision cycled through views, the roadway, the courtyards, the tower. They were already at the gates of the tea fortress. He snarled, glancing up to inspect the fire lotus. The bloom was almost perfect, but it wasn't quite all the way there yet. He needed to feed the roots. Wait. No. That was stupid. He was about to lose everything right now. He waved a hand at the Ashiguru, practically leaping over to the fire lotus. Enough, Ashiguru, to the palace. The elite ninja have already arrived, delay them long enough for the tea ceremony to conclude. Why yes, Lord Daimyo. The Ashiguru dropped the most recent nobles, late teenagers by the looks of it, on the ground and ran off, leaving them alive and sedated on the ground of the garden. They didn't matter, what did was the fire lotus. He leapt once, sword flashing once before raising up and to the side. The ivy pillar slumped as the golden fire lotus glowed, carefully balanced on the flat of his blade as he carried it over to the hot stove and teapot. He knelt, resting his sword to the side as he quickly washed his hands in the garden stream, then a basin of water, then a vial of blessed water. The fire lotus was grasped, almost burning his hands from the sheer radiant heat of the bloom. He had made sure to practice the mincing for many, many hours before this. Mostly on onions. If he never saw an onion again, it would still be too soon. 8 cuts this way, 8 cuts that way, then a rapid series of downward slices as he shredded the bloom and then added the entire thing to the interior of the teapot, setting the pot to boil over the ashwood fire. A low, tense sigh escaped his lips, as he inspected his slightly burned fingertips and charred surface of the cutting board. He reached over and started a little mechanical timer, setting it for the bare minimum time for the tea to saturate. He was out of ceiling tags for the corpse clones. The battle was progressing at a rapid pace in the fortress. There were no more guards around him. He was out of things he could do to prepare, all that was left was to wait for the tea to finish. The teapot glowed with an inner fire as the water boiled. An explosion echoed in the distance. He closed one of his eyes and cycled through active corpse clones. Vanishing few now, barely a tenth of the number he started the night with. Soon, it would just be him and his sword. His chakra was still full, his blade sharp, and his spirit hardened. He brought his hands together and focused. He exhaled slowly, letting a thin trail of smoke out from his mouth. Gradually, the viscosity and quantity of the smoke increased, growing out across the garden and filling the space with a thick layer of white chakra-laden airs. The air rolled across the ground, covering the earth in a thick fluffy layer. Fire art. Field of smothering smog. A useful sensory technique he had learned from the monks of Fire Country. Anything that moved within the smoke, he would feel. 6 hostages still alive, barely moving in the smoke. A number of small lizards and insects in the garden. Nothing else in the courtyard. He dropped one hand, keeping the other in a focused hand seal, and reached over to pick up the mechanical timer. Less than a minute left. A series of familiar explosions rippled through the air, making him work his jaw and raise his hand to scratch his chin. The sound of a number of explosive tags going off in sequential order, he was willing to bet on that being the puppeteer from Suna. He reached into his robes and withdrew his sword polish, both an oil and a poison, and steadily applied it to his blade as the pot continued to boil. As he performed the meditative preparation, he considered how he was going to fight the man that was so much like himself. He could only watch a single view at a time through the eyes of his corpse clones, but that was more than enough to get important information. The first movement of the Animask was clumsy, a great leap and then staggered, almost deliberate movements during his first attack. The second battle showed a much greater degree of mobility than the first, as the Animask moved and leapt in much more agile ways. The difference was the presence of the puppeteer by the puppet's side. The absence in the first battle implied one of 3 things, a jutsu to hide himself, the ability to pilot the Animask from a distance, or perhaps a compartment on the inside of the puppet for him to pilot it from within. Potentially all 3 were true. The presence of the puppeteer in the second battle dramatically increased the level of agility, but the cut in his side had bled sand. Even as weak as that clone had been, it should have cut deeper than that. Armor or a clone, and again perhaps both. The man was entirely too similar to himself, even their brief and distant fights had been enough for him to determine that. With that in mind he should assume all of the above was true simultaneously. The outermost perimeter of his smoke was disturbed by a large movement. The trees in the distance shook as a large figure leapt up the mountainside, towards the garden. Calmly, he removed the teapot from the heat and started to chug, ignoring how the scalding water burned his lips and throat and swallowing as much of the godly fire as he could. Pain. If all of the previous was true, the real body of his enemy was inside the Animask, the body outside was a clone with an armor jutsu, and he had the ability to hide himself from sight on demand. Most likely he wouldn't be able to force a confrontation to the point of actually killing him. That was fine, he didn't need to kill the puppeteer to achieve his goals, just destroy his puppet and drive him away. Pain. His body spasmed, rebelling against him as liquid fire filled his veins and the body of the fire blossom settled into his stomach. It was like being burned alive and having entirely too much energy with nothing to do with it all. It was like he had just drank bottles of burning honey, so sweet and delicious, but leaving a burning in his chest that refused to abate. Pain. Calmly, he set the teapot down, and stayed completely still as he got himself under control again. Pain, pain, pain. Another titanic leap followed by a landing. 2 sets of feet crashed down at the torii gate leading into the garden, smoke rolling across the ground. Ryoma. Dragon horse. What a fine name for an enemy. He slowly opened his eyes. Pain. His body was covered in flickering embers, his robe slowly burning away and his skin faintly reddened by the immense heat coming from within. If he was a lesser man, he'd be burning alive right now. Pain. But he was not a lesser man. All of this was exactly what he had been expecting from the sweet pain of the fire blossom. He raised a hand and stared at it for a moment, barely willing chakra to his fingertips. Pain. His hand immediately burst alight, shrouded in white-hot flames. Every passing second the flames grew hotter and brighter without any increase in effort on his part. The power of the fire lotus was already coming to him as he digested it. He rose to his feet, carrying his poison-polished sword with him. If you've come to stop me, I'm afraid you're too late. The ceremony has already concluded. Wings of fire sprouted from his back, 4 broad flames venting off excessive heat from his body. His hand clenched as he raised his face, and locked eyes with the puppeteer. He was standing next to the immense wooden puppet, commanding it with a single hand of strings, and holding a kunao. Behind the straw hat and white veil were dark eyes. There wasn't a hint of fear in those eyes. Only a flat, almost bored expression. Dead wasn't the correct word, the eyes were most certainly alive, but there was little if any emotion in them. Only a detached calculation and slightly annoyed furrow to the brows. Stop is a strong word. Ryoma called back, stepping fearlessly into the smoke-laden garden. Both of my clients are alive, and one of them has asked for your head. The fire lotus was never really a consideration. He cracked a grin. As if all of this was just a job to the puppeteer, and all of his efforts thus far have merely been another daily inconvenience. How infuriating. Takamura Gendo. Of the Takamura line, branch family of the imperial clan. He introduced, raising his sword and settling into a relaxed stance. Embers drifted away from him as his robes continued to smolder away. Remember it as you flee, it will be irritating to remind you of it while you attend my inaugural ceremony. Are you going to keep talking or? He tossed his sword up and brought his hands together in a tiger seal. Fire release, fireball. A comically basic attack, to test his growing power. Flame welled up in his throat, building from his core, before coming out in one great exhale from his lips. A ball of white flame as large as a small house emerged from his lips in astonishing increase. A blast of red fire roughly on par with a food stand was his previous best, and this eclipsed it threefold in size and heat. He grinned, and repeated the jutsu twice under the cover of the first fireball. Of course his enemy already had a counter to this prepared. Fire Eater Seal. His immense plume of white-hot fire crashed into an immense cone of vibrant green chakra, before being twisted into a spiral and sucked into the eye of the animask, the eyebrow of which slammed down to cover the newly sealed jutsu. Now, what will he do about the second and third fireballs? The puppeteer's eyes were utterly unchanged as the animask stepped forwards, another bright spiraling cone of green emerging from the other eye to capture the second fireball, sucking it inside and sealing it away. That he had been expecting. He raised a hand and caught his katana, crouching in readiness to attack. He leapt forwards, chakra coursing through his legs and sending him far higher into the air than he wanted to go. Annoying, but this gave him a good vantage point to observe as the puppeteer and the puppet sank into the ground, no indication of a jutsu being cast as the ground turned to sand beneath them and they disappeared into the earth. The fireball soared over their heads, turning the Torii gate into ash before going straight off the mountainside and over the fortress. He smashed into a tree, barely feeling the impact as he righted himself and adjusted his stance. The bark charred and dried where his fingers met it. He narrowed his eyes, staring at the sandy hole in the ground, letting his smoke pour into it. The hole followed down and then into nothing? No movement at least. Hiding like a rat. He let his lips tug into a frown. If he lost track of. He jumped, needles thunking into the charred wood where he was crouching. He soared over the garden, eyes scanning around for the attack angle. A distant thunk sounded out, as more needles sailed through the air. His sword flashed, scattering them about. Faint, tiny drips of poison were carried on their ends. He landed in the center of the garden once more, letting his burning eyes slowly trail. Another faint whistling as needles sailed through the air, this time from opposite directions. He jumped. Another barrage of needles, from yet another set of opposite angles. His sword could only deflect one set, not both. He let go of his sword, hands coming together in a control seal. Fire art, smoke shield. Swirling smoke rose from ground and rapidly twisted around him, sending the needles from all angles wide and defending him from the barrage. He grabbed his sword again as he fell, landing and his foot fell through sand. The ground was glowing. Release. The muffled sound of the puppeteer's voice called out from below. Two immense pillars of fire engulfed him from below. Through the burning that covered his body, Takamura grinned and grasped his sword with both hands. It was engulfed in white-hot chakra, roaring to life above his head as he brought it down. Underworld cleaving stroke. Fire cleaved into smoke, then grass, then earth. A new ravine burned to life beneath his blade, the entire garden splitting in half where he swung, the roaring fire washing down and through utterly disintegrating the charred torii gates in the process. And there under the earth the animask glared up, eyes spiraling as it devoured his sword stroke. He started the second swing. A fist smashed into the side of his face, sending him tumbling through the air, over the earth, and crashing into the side of a sturdy oak. The oak immediately started to char and cinder under his touch. He pushed up in time to roll away from another hail of poisoned needles and swing his sword again in a horizontal swipe. The puppeteer dropped back into the cloven earth, avoiding the arc of incinerating fire yet again. The arc continued on, splitting the tops of trees from tear trunks and setting both alight as it passed before disappearing into the sky again. Gendo started to laugh as he rolled away from another hail of needles. Kunao were interspersed this time, exploding promptly in an effort to corral him into another attack. Only his luck would have him find such an enemy immediately upon consuming the fire lotus. It was entirely too funny. T capital. Oda Naginata. She was hot. The grass she was laying upon was nice and soft, and the smoke that covered her like a blanket was warm. Distantly, she knew she should be getting up now, but she was entirely too comfortable to move. She just wanted to keep sleeping. Fire release. Fire dragon. Steel crashed into steel. Fires roared to life and died shortly after. Sandals shifting to tear up grass and earth. Amused laughter carrying through the air. Fire eater seal. Tiredly, her eyes cracked open, head laying on her hands and smoke rolling over her dress. She was sleeping in her dress? That was no good, she had saved up for almost a whole year to buy this dress. If it got ruined, that would be a waste. Ha 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 ha. She was laying in a garden that was on fire. There were a number of cobbled paths leading through fine flower patches and set near little ponds. The surroundings were the trees of tea country, burning as merry torches in the night. Figures blurred through the air, dark outlines framed by brightly burning foliage around them. In brief flashes, she could see a man with burning moth wings clash against another 3 men with straw hats all wielding straight swords layered in vibrant green light. A red burning katana moving in vision blurring arcs to turn aside any of the 3 green shrouded blades and occasionally hails of sharp metal that came from random angles in the distance. All of that in a swordsman too. When will your depths end, Ryoma? I dabble. The blades sizzled as they crashed the red shrouded katana moving 3 times as fast just to maintain pace against the array of enemies around it. And using wind against my fire? Where did you come from, to have such magnificent power? Surely not just Suna? Why have I never heard of you before? We ninja are a secretive bunch, you understand. Ha 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 ha. Fire release. Indiscriminate arson. A sphere of fire bloomed to life and immediately started to expand, one of the Straw Hat men grabbing another by the collar and tossing them away. The other simply leaping away fast enough to avoid the rapidly expanding wall of fire. The ground was torn up and turned to glass where the fire passed, and the man that remained disappeared in the hot white light. A wooden giant burst from the earth, an mask grimacing in terrific fashions as it emerged in a burst of sand. It was taller than any man, with segmented joints and heavy shoulders. Tornadoes of green light emerged from its eyes, which swallowed the fire like spicy sashimi. For a half moment the garden was dark again, revealing the burning winged man in a pillar of glass, before the mask leaned forwards. Release. A voice called out. The fire exploded outwards again, the burning winged man jumping forwards through the expanding fire. The roar of flame and light covered his movements for a moment, then a ringing of steel crashing into steel as his white-hot blade was sent aside by the parry of a green-wreathed sword. A hot line carved itself into the earth, to the side of the wooden giant as another green-wreathed blade carved through the air and cut into his side. A backhand sent one of the straw-hatted men flying back to smash into a garden statue, their form obscured in a puff of smoke before revealing mesh and burned skin. A woman slumped under a cratered statue, hand clutching a baton of sorts. White and green blades spit into a violent hurricane of clashes, broken by the moth-winged man leaping up and twisting into a swing. Another hot line of white fire split the garden and a distant tree, which promptly exploded. The moth-winged man grunted as yet another straw-hatted man hit him with a barrage of long needles, fingers raised and strings of light tugging them through the air. He was halfway buried in the sand, pulling himself up from the earth. She woozily pushed herself up from the earth. The theater was playing. If she had spent the money to hire a production like this, she needed to fully enjoy it. Anything less would be a waste. Even as her limbs tugged her back to sleep, her eyes widened and shook off slumber. She needed to be awake. The blades howled into another long series of clashes, now only two green-wreathed blades against a single white-hot edge, the immense masked giant disappearing into the earth again. The other ninja under transformations. I suppose this one must be the ninja from Kiri then. A puff of smoke. A snarling growl. One straw hat was replaced with a long red braid clutching a deep blue blade. This trick was stupid from the beginning. His blade was thinner now, barely more than flashes of blue light that clashed against the white katana, 3 or more head-to-head blows every passing second. It let me hit him with my senbon. The remaining straw hat defended, blades blurring and fingers twitching as he took pot shots at the burning moth. And he's not fucking slowing down, is he? The poison is specifically resistant to denaturation. A laugh and a blur that carried the 3 men from one side of the garden to the other, leaping over a ravine in the center and turning a pond into steam in the process. Which means? The red-haired man snarled. Which means his blood is hot enough to boil sake, people are normally dead at that temperature. Fire release, tongues of fire. The Mothman roared, interrupting whatever the red-haired man was about to say next. The wings on his back twisted into sharpened blades, which caught the straw hat's green blade. The white sword flashed, clashing again with the blue-wreathed blade. Leaving a single hand free for the burning man to punch the red-hair man in the center of the chest, making him double over before flying back with a gong-like boom, eventually smashing into a distant tree. The trunk screamed as it shattered, then collapsed. Hands clasped together a moment after. Fire art, smoke shield. The smoke gathered more and more by the moment, drowning out vision as the burning moth disappeared in a swirling egg of hot ash, sword spinning through the air. Needles bounced off the swirling smoke, scattering about as a hand reached back for the white-hot blade. The blade leapt from his hand, soaring through the air and stabbing into a distant tree trunk. A string of gleaming light retracted from it, pulling back towards the straw hat as he leapt away and landed at the lip of the crevasse. The burning moth landed on the smoke-covered ground again, swordless and lashes of fire slowly unfurling on his back. And now you're all alone again, Ryoma. Your position is turning to ashes. How much do I have to beat you for you to run? The wooden giant rose out of the earth, like a demon crawling out of the underworld, limbs rotating and claws shifting as it took its place behind the straw hat. You haven't noticed it yet, have you? Straw Hat asked calmly, reaching up to point at his enemy. The burning moth replied, tilting his head. Long locks of white hair ended in cinders and licks of flame, shifting as he moved. You're swaying, and it's not my poison that's doing that. My paralytic would make you freeze up. Straw Hat hefted a hand and clenched a fist. All my punches to the head, the blades stuck in your flesh, you're not just walking them off. The burning moth raised a hand, looking at his fist for some sort of sign before giving a little huffing laugh. Slowly he started to remove the long needles from his flesh. So it seems, but blows like that aren't going to defeat me. Every passing moment I digest more of the fire lotus, and my chakra grows. I'll burn you alive long before you finish me off with those. You're right. Those soft taps mean nothing. Straw Hat agreed easily, cracking his neck and raising his fists. The wooden giant mimicked his stance, raising its clawed hands and fists and spreading its stance wide. It's gonna take a real badass Ryoma-style punch to take you down. Hee hee. So you've taken my blade, and you think that gives you an advantage? The burning moth began ruefully, before slowly spreading his arms wide. Tell me, when did you start thinking of my hands as less dangerous than my sword? Smoke gathered, densifying enough to choke the air. Laughter in the air and fire all around. Dance of the white camellia. Her eyes widened as the last dregs of sleep slipped from her mind. Laughing Smoke threw himself forwards in time with Ryoma and the wooden giant, and fists began to blur. The smoke continued its attempts to collect, each time scattered by the force of the arms swinging through the air and fists crashing into each other with metallic and wooden booms. Burn. Laughing Smoke roared as fire engulfed him. Seal. Ryoma called back, the eyes of the wooden giant releasing a green maelstrom that devoured the fire again. Ahaha again. Laughing Smoke declared, body immediately bursting alight again as their fists continued to clash. One immense wooden arm shattered, scattering charred splinters as the clash of fists continued. Seal. Ryoma repeated, voice strained and tense. Another spiraling vortex devoured the flame around them, once more snuffing out the fire. The second eye of the wooden giant slammed closed just as its other immense arm shattered. And the third GRK. A silver needle punched through Laughing Smoke's torso, racing onwards and punching into another garden statue. A silver thread caught light between the needle and through his torso. A twang of an arrow being fired from a bowstring finally caught up to her ears. Why you? A double transformation. Laughing Smoke cried out, reaching for his chest and tugging on the wire running through it. His hands bled as he gripped the wire too sharp to grasp carelessly. Her eyes shot over, the collapsed statue that the woman had crashed into the woman was gone, the red-haired man in her place with a bow in his hands and a wire wrapped around one of his arms. Lightning release, silver eel. The red-haired man snarled, as lightning raced down his arm and through the string. Laughing Smoke screamed as he was engulfed in crackling lightning. Why you? Laughing Smoke snarled, raising a burning hand to swing down. A fist coated in swirling green light punched through his chest, emerging through his back with a spray of gore. Laughing Smoke stopped, hands dropping to the arm through his torso and coughing. He raised his hands weakly, bracing himself on Ryoma's shoulders. In the distance, the woman wearing a mask and mesh pulled herself up, body covered in a viscous layer of toxic-looking mucus. He charged my body with lightning-natured chakra, which your wind-natured chakra flow was strengthened by. Laughing Smoke muttered, breathing slowly as his blood fell in steaming drops. The ninja from Rivers, you told her my temperature so she could modulate her toxin accordingly, and when I punched her away, you bluffed that it was actually your attacks making me sway. That's about right. Ryoma responded with a calm nod. You missed a few things but it was all improvised anyways. H-hat. I thought for sure that you were a clone. A normal clone wouldn't have the strength to punch through me like this. You were braver than I was anticipating. You would have killed me if I was alone. I would have, wouldn't I? Laughing Smoke let out another handful of chuckles, before pulling back and standing up straight. This burning heart of mine, I'll entrust it to you. Put it to good use, Ryoma. All right. There was silence for a few moments, before Ryoma pulled his fist back with a sick squelch. Laughing Smoke stumbled back, the needle sword pulled back along the wire and sending him spinning once before he fell over. The steel bracer on his arm unlatched itself, falling down and sizzling as it reached the earth. The clearing was quiet for a few moments, before a tiny utterance came from what should have been a dead man. The seal on his stomach began to burn brightly, and the stalk of some immense planted ivy in the center of the courtyard writhed. Summoning technique. The voice that emerged from his lips was not the same as before. The ninja immediately moved into action, leaping over to various woozy nobles and hefting them over shoulder and underarm. Oda had not the energy to resist as she was tossed up into Ryoma's arms and shaken about as they moved through the air. From this position, she could feel how unsteady his arms were, shaking with exhaustion. His entire body was full of tiny, uncontrolled twitches and spasms. Distantly, she realized that she was being carried by a strange man. Great Beast Hanabi! An earth-shaking scream filled the night, as a tower of smoke rose to life and rapidly dissipated. The scream was somewhere between natural and utterly unnatural, filled with the crackling of fire and the groaning of old wood. Immense legs like redwood trunks stepped forwards, trailing cinders as the immense creature emerged from the smoke. A demon, large enough to eclipse a fortress at minimum. Some immense insect made of bound wood and with a carapace of bark. It wasn't quite a spider, ant, wasp, or mantis, but something in between, and in place of a rear end it bore an immense burning bloom of a golden red flower. How the fuck are we going to deal with that? The woman wearing mesh called out, leaping through foliage with a boy in her arms and a girl wearily hanging from her back. We aren't fuck that. The red-haired man, carrying a boy and two girls in his broad arms, immediately countered. I'm already low on chakra and Suna is running on fumes. The immense wooden insect took a step forwards, mouth opening to spray a line of liquid fire up and out, covering an entire forest in burning white slime. A scream that might have been pleased came from its scuttling head. We're leaving. Ryoma decided, another immense leap bringing them closer and closer to the fortress. Focus on saving people now, it's all we can. Summoning technique. The voice of the daimyo roared out, voice booming over the distance from the walls of the fortress. One hand held up his three-pointed hat and the other was flat in the air before him. The ninja leapt to the side and forwards, clambering up the walls as the summoning ritual was completed. Great Boar Hoki. Another immense column of smoke engulfed the world, completely covering both the fortress and the surrounding lands. The earth shook and the air rumbled as something emerged into the world before the fortress. An immense voice rumbled out like stone grinding over stone as the smoke started to dissipate. HRM. Little Shimeka. Pirates again, or something worthy. Slowly the form of an immense black boar, large enough to make the mountain look like a hill, emerged from the smoke. There was not a section on its massive body that was not scarred in some manner, and four immense, wicked sharp tusks shook the air with its idle shakes and snorts. A demon of some kind, Great Hoki. The voice of the daimyo called out from the walls of the fortress. Please take it far from here. HRM. Ho. A demon. Herm. The massive boar responded, already trotting forwards and sniffing the air before it. Ahaha. Worthy indeed. I'll mount it on my spears. A tiny step of the boar's hooves shook the ground once more, before exploding into an immense and fearless charge forwards. One of the towers of the fortress, already damaged by some manner of fighting, collapsed from the quaking earth. A moment later a massive boom rang out, as bone tusks crashed into blazing wooden carapace. The immense insect demon made a squeal hiss buzz as it was lifted from the earth and plowed straight forwards, over the mountain and beyond the horizon. A massive trench was carved in the earth, creating a visible groove in the side of the mountain just under the barely visible Buddhist shrine at the peak. To the sea with us both, insect. I fancy a bath after I gore you. Even at such a distance, the booming rumbles of the great boar's boasting could be heard as easily as a man speaking from mere feet away. Shinobi. The daimyo called out, looking distinctly ruffled by the events of the day but gaze hard. Does Laughing Smoke still breathe? No, Lord Daimyo. Ryoma attempted to bow, before just collapsing outright, sending them both to the ground. He pushed himself up on shaking arms, letting her gain a magnificent view of his collar and neck. His body lies in the garden. He summoned that beast as he died. The daimyo looked over towards him before nodding and turning. Asahi sent a squad of men up to retrieve the bodies. A man wearing a lieutenant's garb performed a quick bow, stained in gore. At once, Lord Daimyo. Ninja, take the survivors to my healers, if you can stand. The daimyo ordered again, the two other ninja immediately making their own tired leaps away. Her limbs didn't have any strength in them. She couldn't do anything but lay across the stone. How shameful of her. She had come here to make a good impression, hadn't she? She needed funding for her ambitions. Another pair of ninja leapt forwards, making a greeting bow towards the daimyo before hefting both of them to their feet. A woman missing an arm and a man with red marks on his cheeks. Still alive there, Ryoma? The woman asked with a tired huff. Let's get you somewhere to sleep. Let's get you to the medics, hey. The man chuckled, limbs twitching. Can't sleep, I took a chakra pill before the fight. Ryoma muttered, fingers twitching to make the armless wooden giant stumble after them. Well then let's find you somewhere to be twitchy and crash it, how about that? The woman shook her head ruefully. The courtyard was painted red? What a lovely color. Tea capital. Harumunishi make a sencha, daimyo of tea country. He had never lived through an attempted coup before. He found himself reluctantly grateful for the experience. As the Buddha said, misfortune is the birthplace of wisdom. Sencha wasn't sure what wisdom he had gained from all of this in precise terms, but he comforted himself with the knowledge that he had gained something. That small amount of comfort was very important for him to retain. Otherwise, he'd still be lying in his morning bath and staring at the ceiling, fingers long pruned and water cold. He wasn't useful to anyone in such a state, and now more than ever he needed to be useful. In a half-destroyed building that used to be a fully functional office, he sat with one of his accountants. Processing official paperwork and accepting meetings in one efficient if mentally straining affair. An official proclamation of what exactly had transpired over the recent weeks would be made this evening. Evening because that was soon enough after the coup to be reasonable and long enough to give him time to determine an appropriate official story. His accountant, a withered old man who had served his father and grandfather, processed all the paperwork that did not require the daimyo's direct attention and passed off the rest to him. Mostly papers related to summoning construction companies and the like. The repairs were going to be astronomical. Lord Daimyo. I have 2 requests, if you would permit them. He glanced up to the ninja in his office, the young man with the straw hat from Sunagakure. Currently bearing all the telltale signs of chakra exhaustion and leaning on a pair of crutches, present to collect both his impromptu mission payment for the death of Laughing Smoke and bounty for turning in his head. This was supposed to be just a routine festival and an opportunity to find a potential wife. He had been putting it off for years at Tenchi's advice which now seemed far more sinister in hindsight. A small exhale escaped his lips. Speak. He had to be gracious to the ones who had aided him in this, even if he was already paying them. The ninja nodded, his face weary and slightly unfocused from the strain of being up and about. The bounty for the death of Laughing Smoke I would like to distribute it 8 ways among the ninja offense group. It was part of our cooperative agreement with one another. Granted. You will have to point them out to my accountant. He easily accepted, the accountant nodding as rolled beads across an abacus and recorded a new sum. As the issuer and distributor of the bounty, his office would remove a standard processing tax. It wasn't quite the same as saving money, but it shaved the edges off otherwise immense expenses. Official policy in tea country set the taxation rates low to encourage large volumes of luxury trade. If he had the figures correct, this ninja would be walking away with a sum of 1,750,000 ryo from Sencha's coffers. He could afford it easily enough, but the amount was still enough to make him grunt. His samurai did not demand such a high price for their services, though he supposed that might have been a motivating factor for rebellious Tenchi. A slight increase in salary for all samurai who remained loyal, perhaps? Your other request? The body of Laughing Smoke if possible. He paused, staring at the page in his hands for a few moments, before lowering it and bringing his full attention to bear upon the ninja in his impromptu open-air office. Explain. The ninja nodded with a grimace, raising a hand up to rub his chin. I know it sounds odd, but it's an unspoken policy among most ninja villages to secure the bodies of fallen enemies and bring them back for evaluation. Many jutsu leave physical traces in the body, and studying them could bring our ninja a future advantage. He attempted to shrug, a motion failed by the lacking strength in his shoulders and unsteady stance. The Kazakage would reprimand me if I didn't make a request for it, at the very least. At least the ninja was aware of the morbidity of his request. He briefly considered saying something impolite, before closing his eyes, pinching the bridge of his nose, and sighing. He reached for a blank piece of paper, quickly wrote an official proclamation, then signed it with his ink stamp. Letter signed, he gently waved the paper to dry before holding it up for the young man. Take this letter to the morgue. I trust you can find your way there on your own. Yes, Lord Daimyo. Thank you, Lord Daimyo. For an apparent vulture, the young man was quick to bow. A thump sounded through the open-air office as the ninja collapsed forwards. Sencha pressed his lips together. Are you unharmed, ninja? He asked, slightly irritated but understanding. Yes, Lord Daimyo. Forgive me, Lord Daimyo. The voice was pained and tense. I'll leave the paper on the desktop, retrieve it with your account note once you manage to stand. Thank you, Lord Daimyo. It was almost comical to watch the ninja slowly push himself back up into a standing position, crutches used almost like ladders to pull himself up again and limbs shaking with exertion. What it provided was an office that was mostly quiet for a minute or so, something he decided to relish as he had the opportunity. There will be a continuation of the golden tea ceremony, in spite of everything. You are, of course, invited as a guest of honor. Sencha explained calmly as the ninja returned from his trip to the floor. My presence is predicated upon the desires of my client. I will attend if my client wishes me to, and be unable to attend if they wish to leave. Professionalism was something he could appreciate, at the very least. Lady Ikeda, is that right? Sencha asked, receiving a small nod in return. He made a note to see about bribing her to linger. An uplifting celebration was required after a mess like this. A show of strength in spite of the traitorous actions and the sudden appearance of a great demon. Ah, perhaps that's the angle he could use. Commander Tenchi possessed by the evil of an ancient demon. Something that could be used to explain his actions without needing to insult any particular party. He took a sip of his tea and briefly wished he was like the leaves in the cup. Floating in a hot bath, free of worries. Except the part about a giant drinking his water, he supposed. That he could go without. Harumuna Sencha's bureaucratic day had just begun and he was already tired. Sunagakure. Raza of the Golden Sands, 4th Kazakage. Gaara was a very small baby. He noted as much while letting his son play with his pinky. The black rings normally indicative of magnet release persistently framed his eyes, indicative of a natural affinity gifted from the mad ghost sealed within him. Much smaller than either Kankuro, who had been 9.1 pounds, or Temari, who had been 7.6 pounds. Gaara's sand, an ever-present companion that followed the child, swirled calmly around them. The living wool of Bunpiku, lusting for blood. It had attempted to crush him 6 times now. He had thwarted each attempt thus far, holding down the writhing sand with his gold, and intervals between attempts were growing longer and longer. The sand demon was learning that it could not overcome him, not bound as it was. The observation of his son's weight was uninspired, the reasons obvious. The stress of sealing the great sand tanuki within him while in the womb had forced an early birthing process. Shortly after, Karura died despite the best efforts of the medical staff. Honored Elder Cho had called it an unforeseen consequence of chakra entanglement and partum shock, the mother and child sharing a network until the splitting of the umbilical cord. This resulted in her momentarily being a pseudo-Jinchuriki before Gaara was born and their chakra networks were suddenly separated. Jinchuriki cannot survive long after such a removal, and so she started to die the moment the sand demon's chakra left with Gaara. This was overall an acceptable cost to ensure the secure transfer and containment of the sand demon. His lips twitched downwards and his brows tugged together, loathsomely staring out across the rounded rooftops of Suna. Gaara wriggled, tiny fist weakly shaking his pinky around. He made sure to fully understand the reasons behind her death, even if just intellectually. Emotionally, all he knew was that he wasn't ready to be a widower. Temari and Kankuro weren't quite developed enough to understand why their mother wasn't coming home ever again and why they couldn't play with their new baby brother. It would be another 2 or 3 years before they started to develop the capacity to form proper long-term memories. That was also an acceptable cost. He ignored the pit in his stomach and the twitch for a hookah Karura had made him promise to put the habit away before she passed. Lord Kazakage. Jonin Ryoma and Special Jonin Mari are here to see you for a post-mission report. The voice of his front desk secretary called through the landline speaker system. Something imported and installed during his early tenure as a way to facilitate his bureaucratic duties. It was also useful for avoiding his secretary, who had been unsubtle attempting to charm him now that he was a widower. He rose, Gaara in his hand, and stepped towards the speaker. A focused glare was enough to press the iron button on his end. Send them up. He answered back, before letting go of the button and carefully extracting his pinky from Gaara's infantile grasp. Yashimaru, take Gaara to the suppression chamber. He called out to empty air. Immediately after, the form of Suna's Special Forces ninja appeared in a puff of smoke and the disappearance of a potted cactus in the corner. Sandy blonde hair, fair skin, and violet eyes. His brother-in-law and a man Raza found difficult to look at for all his resemblance to Karura. He was the only ninja willing to handle Gaara without Raza himself being present, even if just to take him to the suppression chamber. Gaara hated the suppression chamber, a dark mostly bare room covered in an array of inwards angled seals. The chamber that the mad monk had been imprisoned within while alive, bars walled up and new doorway installed to allow somewhat easier access. Even if it had been made more comfortable, it was still a prison cell at its core, and his infant son was greatly bothered to be within it. It was necessary attempting to use a normal crib and room had been discarded after Gaara's sand crushed a nurse into pulp. The suppression chamber was the only room where normal people were safe from the sand demon, and thus the only place where nurses could safely handle and feed his son. At once, Lord Kazakage. Yashimaru nodded, removing the veil from his face and reaching out to take Gaara. His son was briefly disturbed, before becoming calm at the sight of his uncle's face and the gentle lullaby he hummed. For a moment, Raza could see Karura instead. His eyebrows twitched as Yoshimaru disappeared from his office, taking Gaara with him. It took him a few seconds to shake off the vision and walk around to sit at his desk, staring at the wooden top and patiently waiting for his ninja to enter his office. A knock on his door. Enter. He called out calmly, reaching into his desk and retrieving a small box of Pocky. The sweet was a poor substitute for his hookah, but it would have to do. Two ninja entered his room, walked up a respectful distance, then snapped into the standard Suna salute. The first thing he noticed was the missing arm. Special Jonin Mari, one of Karura's genin teammates, promoted slightly early in order to fill the request quota of the noble client from Wind Capital. Idly, he noted that she was substantially more chipper than he would predict upon the loss of an arm, indicating information he didn't know or a misjudgment of her personality. He would have to inform her of Karura's death before she left. His eyes turned to the Jonin, and the tiny lines of stress under his eyes. Jonin Ryoma, an unnatural prodigy, even among ninja. His file indicated a firm desire to become a ninja from as young as 4, a calm and focused disposition for as long as he lived, near total disinterest in normal play activities for children, and highly rational reaction to personal tragedies such as the loss of his genin teammates and death of his sensei. This was not unheard of among ninja. What was distinctly unusual was that this calm focus did not functionally impair his ability to empathize or socialize. The extent of his quirks could be summarized as miserly and self-deprecating. A 3-year investigation and watching period by the Suna Special Forces after the suspected defection of Sasori ended with a conclusive minimal risk assessment. Regular visitation to hospital for check UPS was maintained throughout his life. He maintained no apparent vices or problematic habits, and all individuals questioned about his personality and behavior responded with generally positive comments. It was almost too stellar to be believable. At ease. He ordered with a little wave of his hand, chewing on the chocolate stick. The funds were transferred before you arrived. Congratulations are in order for the successful mission. Thank you, Lord Kazakage. Ryoma sounded downright tired, even through the professionalism he attempted to maintain. He reached into his pocket, pulling out 2 scrolls and setting them upon the table. The report of the escort mission is in scroll 1, the report of the emergency mission is in scroll 2. Special Jonin Mari shortly followed, removing and placing her own set of scrolls on the table. Emergency mission. He was wondering where the extra millions were coming from when the bank notice was delivered. Begin your verbal report. The client was met at her home in Wind Capital, and escorted on foot on the northern coast road leading into the land of rivers, then through Fire Country, then into Tea Country. Bandit-level opposition was met on 2 occasions along the way, and missing Nin suspected of Chunin rank on 1 occasion. The client met with one of her friends from Fire Country, a noble woman being escorted by Konoha Ninja. His genin teammates were both killed by Konoha Ninja. Raza made sure to watch the Jonin's eyes carefully. After initial tension, it was agreed to escort the noble women together. A temporary alliance that proved advantageous on several occasions. Village secrets were maintained in their presence, although no notable Konoha secrets were discovered in turn. Not even a hint of lingering grudges. Once present in the capital, an attack from wanted criminal Laughing Smoke was fended off. The daimyo present offered an emergency mission for the capture or death of Laughing Smoke. This was provisionally accepted with permission from the client, which led to a larger temporary alliance between ninja of 4 of the great ninja villages and several of the smaller ninja villages. Raza slowed in the chewing of his Pocky, maintaining a flat expression. The mission to capture Laughing Smoke was subsequently interrupted by an attempted coup from the local samurai commander, who was revealed to have been working with Laughing Smoke to complete this objective. Several non-client noble individuals died, as did 3 ninja from the smaller villages and at least a dozen samurai. Raza used his lips to pull the Pocky stick into his mouth, and resumed his chewing. Laughing Smoke consumed an object of power outlined within the written report, but was defeated. A demon was summoned using his corpse, which was promptly defeated by the daimyo's own summon. Permission to take Laughing Smoke's body was granted, and a celebration festival was attended. Shortly after, the client hired a ship which brought us back to Wind Capital, where the mission was completed. Myself and Special Jonin Mari then returned to Suna after a 5-day return journey. He finished off the Pocky stick, not quite reaching for another just yet. Overall long-term losses during the mission can be summarized as the partial destruction of my primary puppet, the total destruction of many of my secondary puppets, and the loss of Special Jonin Mari's arm. Overall long-term gains during the mission can be summarized as bulk battlefield salvage, payment, potentially improved relations, and experience. A basic prosthetic was crafted for Special Jonin Mari and the basics of chakra strings was taught to partially compensate for the lost arm. Raza raised a brow, turning to Special Jonin Mari and tilting his head forwards. The exuberant woman practically bounced as she reached into her pocket to pull out a scroll, unleashed a wooden puppet arm, and shrugged off her top to more clearly reveal herself. Bandages to hold her bust in place, distinct tan lines, and a recently healed stump where an arm used to be. With a little spin of fanfare, Mari placed the puppet arm against her stump, focused for a moment, then removed her hand. Sure enough, the puppet limb stayed on, and soon began to move around as if a normal arm. Opening and closing its hand, rotating at the joints, and other basic motions. Raza let his eyebrow fall in concentration, and asked the most immediately pertinent question he could think of. Can you perform jutsu through it? Mari nodded hard enough to almost bounce in place. Yup. I practiced on the way over. I'm not very good at using it yet, but I can at least use the strings in my fan through it. Isn't it great? Raza stared for a few moments longer before turning his gaze to Ryoma. The young Jonin shrugged. It seemed fairly obvious. I figure Honored Elder Cho could probably replace her entire body if she really wanted to, everything except her vitals at least. We attempted to maintain secrecy about it just in case. Raza almost sighed, pulling out another stick of Pocky and putting it in his teeth. Just because something was obvious in hindsight did not make it non-revolutionary. You will outline the entire prosthetic process in a prepared report for the puppet force, written and verbal. Yes, Lord Kazakage. Ryoma nodded. A request, Lord Kazakage. Speak. My wood dragoon was heavily damaged during the mission, and while normally I would repair it, the design is becoming outdated. I would like to request a leave period to build its replacement. He really couldn't afford to simply let a Jonin not be working at the moment, so he considered the request and ignored Special Jonin Mari bouncing around waving her arm around. He needed something for him to do. His pinky twitched. Granted, on a conditional basis, the remedial academy students will need an educator. You'll be responsible for getting them combat effective while on leave to rebuild your arsenal, for however long that takes. That will give him ample time to rebuild and strong incentive to get back into the field, while still being useful. He almost took pleasure in finally seeing an emotion out of the young Jonin, a tiny cringe followed by a weary acceptance. Understood, Lord Kazakage. Special Jonin Mari check into the medical corps after you leave. You will be granted a leave period in accordance with their assessment of your prosthetic. Of course, Lord Kazakage. He couldn't quite find it in himself to ruin her mood this early. Dismissed. His gaze returned to the surface of his desk as they left his office. All silent. He glanced at the little wooden crib in the corner of his office. He closed his eyes, slowly leaning forwards until his forehead hit the cool surface of his desk. He stayed in that position until the speaker buzzed again, and his secretary alerted him to the next person here to see him. Sunagakure. Minato Namikaze, 4th Hokage. There was a distinct sense of relief as he stamped the last page on the desk and set it in the completed pile. Working through all the paperwork required to administrate the entirety of a great ninja village was not particularly difficult work, but it always took a great deal of time. Even with the great benefit of shadow clones, the morning stacks took nearly 30 minutes for him to work through. Of course, once he had worked through it, the rest of his day was more or less free. It didn't take long for you to figure out the trick of it. An aged voice called from the doorway, making him huff, smile, and crack open his eyes. It wasn't a surprise, had felt the approach from the moment he had entered the building. The aged visage of his predecessor Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, stood in the doorway. Dressed in loose white robes and wooden sandals, hands folded behind his back and lips tugged into a little grin, the old man was a welcome sight to Minato's eyes. It took me a few minutes on the first day. Minato replied sheepishly, standing up from the chair and doing a little stretch. He walked around, past the sub-desk where one of his clones was still at work, covered in a transformation to look like a nondescript secretary. Shadow clones, an advanced variant of the regular clone technique invented by the 2nd Hokage. Unlike a normal clone, which generated an illusionary image that had to be manually directed, the shadow clone produced a proper, physical, and mental copy of the user by dividing chakra equally among all active selves. Once the shadow clone was dispersed, both the remaining chakra and the memories returned to the user. According to the story, Lord Second invented it after witnessing the 2nd Tsuchikage's fission technique, but it was too dangerous for young and inexperienced ninja to utilize. Lord Third would refine the technique into the much less costly clone technique, and implement it as standard in the academy curriculum, whereupon it was stolen and copied by other ninja villages. The old historical records were fascinating things to read through, he enjoyed it a great deal. It had bothered him a bit, back as a working ninja, that the Hokage's secretaries were always at work but he never saw them in the village proper. The solution had been obvious the moment he actually sat down in the chair himself, looked at the employee logs, and saw that no such secretaries had ever been employed. First day. Hiruzen replied with a tone halfway between amusement and irritation. It took me a few years to realize I could do that. Haha, the desks gave me a good hint. He waved off, leaning back against the front of the desk. Not sure how fast I would have figured it out on my own. A week at worst. Hiruzen chuckled with a shake of his head, walking over to look out the window, then back at him. 3 months as Hokage in the village had never looked better. The hat suits you, Minato. Does the village actually look better, or is it just because you don't have to worry about it anymore? Minato teased back, walking over to join him at the large window overlooking the village proper. Sunagakure, village hidden in the leaves, a sprawling mix of dense urban structure, wide streets, and well-groomed parks in all directions until ending against the dense forests of fire country that surrounded them for miles on all sides. Rounded buildings, tiled rooftops, hanging signs covered in painted kanji advertising any number of local products, all filling his view. A semicircle of roads leading out from this office in all directions except behind him where the rocky cliff face of the Hokage monument proudly displayed the faces of the village leaders. His face was a new addition to the structure and he was still certain that they messed up his hair deliberately. Kushina wouldn't stop teasing him about it. OOP. Gaku's team is back. He announced, feeling their signatures enter the outermost extent of his sensing jutsu. Oh? From that escort mission down in Tea Country, correct? Hiruzen asked, tilting his head as he reached into his coat pocket and got out his pipe. That's good to hear. Maybe my son has cooled his head off. Is there an argument? Minato asked, turning to face his predecessor. Hiruzen huffed as he snapped his fingers, a tiny flame sparking between them and used to light the kazami in the bulbous end. He's getting to that age where he knows everything. The old man huffed, gently drawing from the pipe before releasing the breath. That Tanegashima he got a few years ago, he's got it in his head that he's going to build an entire fighting style around it. Slapped his hands over his ears when I started listing all the reasons he'd be better off leaving it on its display stand. The firework powder-based pellet accelerator, right? Minato asked for clarity. The same. The best idea he's gotten so far is using it to light a cloud of powder. Stomped away all irritated when I pointed out that a striker in his teeth would leave both his hands free and achieve the exact same result. He mused. He might be onto something. Not you two. Hiruzen growled through his teeth, making Minato laugh and raise his hands apologetically. He decided against going through the benefits and drawbacks, and the brief immediate thoughts about how to make up for those drawbacks. It was a hobby, but his predecessor might just smack him on the head if he said it all aloud. Despite that, I imagine you're enjoying your retirement, hey. Minato changed the topic, making Hiruzen laugh and puff. More than you might be thinking, just the other day. Their conversation continued aimlessly in that style for a few minutes, topics coming up and then being cast aside on whim. IWA had asked for a cessation of hostilities months ago, at the end of last year. That allowed Konoha to propose similar truces with Suna, Kusa, and Tani. Kiri refused to ever officially declare an end to any wars they started, but by all accounts they were pulling out now that it looked like Konoha might focus on them more directly. Kumo had refused to back down entirely, but temporary suspension of hostilities on both sides had been accepted. That was most ninja truces if Minato was being realistic, but Kumo was entirely too proud to accept something like that so soon. They wanted at least one last show of strength before they'd be willing to sign a longer-term truce. Something public but ultimately inconsequential would be ideal, but for the moment that front had returned to an uneasy face down. Which sounded bad, but it was better than active brawling. Eventually, a long-anticipated knock came at the door. Team 9, here for the post-mission debriefing. Gaku's was weary but not overly stressed, good signs overall. Come in. Minato called out, walking around to return to his chair. Hiruzen simply smiled and stayed by the window, simply staring out at the village with a light expression on his face. Gaku and Yazuka walked in, arm and leg in improvised braces but otherwise unbothered, a small grin on his bearded face and glint in his eyes. He was accompanied by Karameru, the immense shaggy Ninken trotting in with a wagging tail. The genin followed after Asuma, Kurane, Rado, all of them probably skilled enough to be Chunin already. Gaku had expressed his desire to wait till after the war ended to submit them for the Chunin exams, something Minato was more than fine with allowing. We've returned, Lord Fourth. Gaku announced. I would salute, but this thing on my arm gets in the way. It feels strange to hear you call me that. Minato shook his head at his old friend. Ha. Well, I can't exactly call you runt anymore, can I? Gaku let out a bark of laughter, reaching into his vest to withdraw 2 scrolls. Written reports for the mission and the emergency mission, all of them are inside. He explained, setting the scrolls on the table before tapping in thought. 3 taps, 0.8 seconds apart. Sensitive information to pass along. Gaku turned to his team. Hey, why don't you kids head over to that barbecue place while I give the verbal report? I'll catch up afterwards. Are you sure? Kurane asked with a tilt of her head. Asuma and Rado blinked, glancing between their sensei and him. Minato shrugged indulgently in turn. Gaku waved her off. Yeah, I'll cover the bill after and everything. It's gonna take a few minutes for the barbecue to cook and I'm looking forwards to that eel they got there. Eel gross. Rado shook his head. If it's alright with Lord Hokage. Minato waved them off. The verbal is just a formality anyways, I'll read over your written reports regardless. The genin shortly left the room, chattering and sighing about the upcoming meal. Minato nodded his head, his bodyguard emerging from the shadows in a puff of smoke and walking over to the doorway to place a seal on and make a few hand seals. Hiruzen's older son, a longtime member of the ANBU with the creative codename of Monkey. A barrier jutsu shortly enveloped the room. Gaku nodded, reaching into his jacket to pull out a copy of Ika Ika. Minato knew that he probably wasn't just going to show off an older edition of Jiraiya-sensei's works, but he still felt a deadpan expression come over his face. Gaku huffed amusedly, fingers flipping through the pages until reaching a storage seal in the center. Dharma-style sealing, the kind used over in Suna, which used a lot of sharp angles and dualities. Minato wasn't as familiar with it as he'd like to be. Gaku tapped the seal, which unsealed a scroll. The book was pushed to the side, and the scroll was unfurled. Deliver to Hokage. Critical intelligence within. Knowledge of this intelligence will be denied if inquired about. Was written on the front followed by another storage seal. Did you already check the contents? Minato asked sharply. I did. You need to see it, and I need to have the Yamanaka seal the memories of it after this. Gaku's expression had dropped all pretenses of amusement or levity. Hiruzen was silent, but paying incredibly close attention to the proceedings. Minato nodded, tapping his finger on the storage seal and allowing a professional-looking pamphlet to fill his hands. On the pamphlet was a sketch of a masked face, followed by a bingo book-style entry listing characteristics. Subject Tobi. Will claim to be Madara Uchiha, this is a lie. Bears a mutated Sharingan. Capable of fire and wood release. Capable of rapid regeneration and replacement of limbs. See second profile. Uses 3 highly dangerous ninjutsu. The first renders himself intangible, he must make himself tangible again to attack. The second allows for teleportation into a subdimension, both himself and others, and long-range teleportation using the subdimension as a medium. The third allows for seemingly arbitrary overriding of events so long as they occur within a 10-minute window, utilized primarily in a defensive manner to negate accumulated harm. Accumulated harm extends even to actual death. Suspected to cause long-term damage. Suspected to be predicated around a genjutsu framework. No evidence of offensive use. Minato calmly turned to the other side of the pamphlet. He had already pulled his emotions away from his decision-making, setting them aside while he took in the information. Subject Zetsu. Composed of 2 individuals, black and white. Distinctive appearance unreliable, capable of merging with hosts and blending into their body. Personalities entirely separate. White has the ability to produce unlimited physical clones. These clones can merge into substance, flora, and individuals. If merged into an individual, the clone will parasitize and blend into their chakra network, indistinguishable with normal sensory techniques. Chakra can be transferred between clones seemingly arbitrarily. Capable of extreme regeneration, all clones are equally viable as originals. Body parts can be grafted onto injured subjects to heal and enhance them. See front of pamphlet. Capable of wood release. Black is a singular entity, only one exists at a time. Capable of parasitizing and possessing other subjects whereupon he gains access to all of their abilities. Is a sensor, tentative estimates of range kilometers. Potentially indestructible, extreme durability, regeneration, and arbitrary shape-shifting. Both are capable of cannibalizing subjects, absorbing their chakra and memories in the process. Tobi and Zetsu are strongly suspected to be targeting the tailed beasts in general and Kyuubi in specific reasons unknown. Analysis predicts attack on Konoha as soon as the seal is weakest, birth from a post-war baby boom, an ideal time frame for attack. Recommended course of action preparation. He gently turned the pamphlet over again, then held it out for Hiruzen to take. His predecessor took the report in hand and began to read it himself. Minato immediately reached for a blank page and began to write a letter of requested recall. After a minute, Hiruzen set the pamphlet down and took a very long draw of his pipe. His face was deeply crevassed with new stress and decorated with a grim scowl. Letter written, Minato performed a handful of seals and laid his hand on the table. Summoning jutsu. A puff of smoke later, and a little red toad with horn-like eyebrow ridges appeared on his desk. Ah, hello Lord Namikaze, what can this clumsy one do for you? Hello Gamaken, can you deliver a letter to Jiraiya for me? Minato asked, holding the letter in question up for the toad to take. Ah yes, I can do that, although I am ungraceful. The toad took the letter in hand, performing a tiny formal bow, then disappearing in a puff of smoke. Minato leaned back in the chair, staring at the pamphlet. Is it even trustworthy? Gaku asked with a grunt. This came from the braggart. It doesn't matter. We'll have to follow up on it regardless. Minato shook his head. Braggart Ryoma, Suna puppeteer, known for disposable units, broad skill set, and considerable focus on mind games. Well, it's an issue we can delay at least. Hiruzen grumbled, puffing on his pipe. So long as you and Kushin restrain yourselves, we'll have time to work on countermeasures. Minato stayed quiet, staring at the pages and deliberately not at his predecessor. Hiruzen picked up on his. She's already pregnant, isn't she? He grumbled with no small amount of dread and despair. We wanted to wait a bit to announce it. Minato shook his head, mind already racing with potential answers for the ridiculous array of jutsu listed in the emergency document. Jinchuriki have an expected 10-month pregnancy, that gives us 9 months to be ready. 9 months. 9 months to prepare for that. Gaku repeated with a shaky, heavy tone. He harshly tapped the pamphlet on the table as he did. I'm glad I'm not going to remember this, because otherwise I might go insane. It's an advantage. Minato countered. We have a most likely time for them to strike, and can prepare for it now. The only question is how exactly we're going to go about preparing. He trailed off, churning through potential answers before pulling himself back. I'll need sensei here to help. Minato declared, tapping the table in thought. One I might be able to handle, not both. Easiest option to cut this off at the stem will be to rework Kyuubi's seal entirely, and I need a second opinion before I touch anything there. Only you, Minato. Gaku sighed with a shake of his head. Minato furrowed his brows, to which Gaku waved him off. It's not important, I'm not sure what I can do to help here, but if you need anything I'll be willing. Minato nodded distractedly, mind still turning over the information in the pamphlet and working through potential solutions. 9 months. 9 months to prepare for those 2 profiles. Sunagakure. Sasori of the Red Sands. Rising tensions between Uegakure and Konohagakure led their intelligence division to predict another major conflict, a third Great Shinobi War. In preparation, the third Kazakage requested that he evaluate academy students who expressed interest in joining the puppet force. The unspoken command was that he choose one to take on as an apprentice. HMP? And this seal here? What does it do? Sasori had absolutely no intention of wasting his time teaching a child, but it was easier to agree, pretend to evaluate the batch, and say that none of them showed potential. Unfortunately, that meant he was now forced to walk alongside his grandmother's vice-captain and look at work that was too shoddy to hang on the wall, much less take into battle. That's the seal that contains the smaller puppets. The Gagoromo is designed to carry the little Gagos and they contain poison needle attachments, so it's damaging psychologically. Vice-Captain Gentai was perhaps the only man Sasori could confidently claim to hate. He felt very little for most people, a chronic and sustained apathy was the best most humans got from him. Most would go on to do very uninteresting things with their very uninteresting lives, making little to no impact in the world before dying unceremoniously. What was the point in remembering them? I see. Very clever, I'm sure there's great application in such a design. Be careful of these joints, they stick if you don't oil them regularly. Vice-Captain Gentai was a rare exception, not someone Sasori chose to remember, but rather someone who had forced his way into Sasori's memory and refused to leave. Passionate, rigorous, steadfast, and perhaps the most loathsomely uninspired puppeteer who has ever been born. That he was allowed to call himself a puppeteer at all was an insult to the art, and the way he excused himself was infuriating. Oh. Yes, Vice Captain. I'll be sure to do that. The fundamentals was not an adequate justification for his utterly empty work. Puppets that wear the skin of art. Haha. I'm sure you have a fine career as a puppeteer ahead of you. What do you think, Sasori? Gentai turned from his empty praises of the glasses-wearing girl and towards him, sharp and twisting hair bouncing and a grin on his clean-shaven face. Sasori's expression had not changed from when he arrived, face blank and eyes half-lidded. There was a lot he could say about the puppet that was being presented. The quality was substantially worse than what his had been at her age, the parts ranging from off-the-shelf to barely worked, the design clunky and inefficient, the very concept not accounting for the realities of personal ability, and so on. That was a lot of words to waste on someone like this, so he instead simply gave a summary. Inept. With that he walked to the next stand, and left the girl and Gentai behind him. There was another academy student here, with another puppet that wasn't worth long-term consideration. A vaguely reptilian model based on island great lizards. The limbs were too bulky, but contained nothing of substance, the joints were yet more off-the-shelf components that weren't rigged for limbs of that scale, the weapons were obviously displayed instead of hidden internally, and it was decorated in plastic and paper. There was a little poster next to the design that explained the internal features, a flamethrower in the mouth, an internal swim bladder filled with oil to regulate buoyancy, and little else. They weren't even connected components even as simple as that would be. Oversight after oversight, exactly what he had been expecting in the works of such beginners. The finger painting of puppetry, detailing everything wrong with the craft took both patience and a fine eye. In the time it took for him to fully evaluate the next puppet, Gentai had caught up and was in the middle of interviewing the child about their design. Sasori didn't bother committing any of the words to memory, yet more empty platitudes about the work and encouragement about the future of their puppetry. It was entirely possible that any of the children present would become worthy of consideration at some point in their lives, but Sasori wasn't about to invest any anticipation into their potential. Either they would become worthy of memory, or they would not. Eventually, he was called upon to give his thoughts again. Sasori gave another honest abbreviation. Clumsy. With that he moved on to the next booth, leaving the straight-haired boy and his work behind him. Even as low quality as these works were, they were not as insulting as Gentai's utterly uninspired creations, he'd be surprised to find anything that. Sasori's thoughts stopped as he looked upon the next puppet on display. He stared at it for a few long moments, somewhat bewildered and disoriented as his mind tried to work out what exactly he was looking at. A central box frame, an internal seal-based firing mechanism, 4 two-segment legs made from low-quality thin metal bars and barely functional joints. There was no effort taken to disguise any of the joints or segments. Each leg used rusty spring-loaded clips as grips. The central frame had a single carved wooden orb under the firing box to serve as an eyeball, with the distinct smell of ricin on the interior. He glanced at the diagram that explained its features. He raised his hand to connect strings, lifting the puppet up to look at its underbelly. Sure enough, a single explosive tag on the underside. It was easily the most expensive component of the design. Everything else possessed the distinct charm of something found in a heap of worthless scrap. He set the thing down again and slowly turned to the apparent creator. A fluffy-haired boy wearing loose white and tan clothes, an expression almost as bored as the one he had just moments ago. What is this? Sasori wasn't sure how well his baffled loathing was being conveyed. The boy's utter lack of a reaction made it difficult to tell. The boy glanced at the poster where a name was displayed prominently, raising an eyebrow and turning back to him. A test-type bolter-style combat puppet, sir. This is the worst puppet here, possibly the worst puppet in all of Sunagakure. Sasori declared with an even tone, ignoring the sharp gasps and mutterings around him. This is only one step away from being nothing. The least amount of effort or care invested into a puppet that I have ever seen or heard of. Lowest common denominator garbage reclaimed from heaps of trash and put together with the minimal amount of effort required. Sasori. Gentai attempted to interrupt, having finally walked over. Sasori continued on without any consideration of the man, attention squarely upon the boy. This is not a common amateur's work. I can go to any other booth in 15 meters and find an example of such. The creation of something this utterly uninspired can only be the work of an exceptional talent. Even the most inept and lazy beginner would be able to see the flaws present in this klutch put together without any consideration for long-term use or lasting merit. He barely stopped to take a breath. This is trash, nothing would be lost if it was destroyed. The boy nodded, unfazed in the face of his rant. That's good to hear, thank you. That's exactly what I was aiming for. Vice Captain Gentai stopped before defending the boy, closing his mouth and slowly turning to look at the child behind the little table, interest raised. Sasori stopped short, before leaning forwards fractionally and leveling his focused stare at the boy. A silent demand for him to explain. The boy raised his hands and allowed strings to connect to the frame. The puppet was simple enough to only require a single hand. The bolter is exactly what you have said, a minimally viable, lowest effort, exceptionally low-cost design. Standard puppet design philosophy naturally trends towards highly durable, high-investment puppet designs that take a substantial amount of time to build, repair, master, and equal amounts of attention to operate and coordinate in battlefield scenarios. These are exceptional for many obvious reasons, being that any combat art sufficiently invested in becomes dangerous, and puppets are no exception. But the biggest issue is that principle of time required to achieve mastery. Puppets are inherently more disposable than the puppeteers are, and will regularly be sacrificed in order to preserve the puppeteer's life. This is intelligent, as a puppeteer can always rebuild a puppet after the fact. It's an object, after all, it's replaceable in a way that trained professionals simply aren't. However, a high investment puppet requires, correspondingly, high amounts of investment to rebuild. Every puppet presented here will inevitably be destroyed if they go into battle often enough, and will need to be rebuilt afterwards. Jen, for example, spent a good 6 months building his samurai-style puppet. He will likely get better at rebuilding as time goes on, but it will probably always be a lengthy endeavor and he will need to repeat it many times throughout a long career. The boy made the scrap puppet do a little jiggle. The bolter took 10 hours in total, most of which was simply gathering the scrap required to assemble it. It cost me absolutely nothing to produce, but if I had spent any money buying off-the-shelf components to put it together, it probably wouldn't have taken me more than 3 hours. I predict that if I start stockpiling components required, I could get it down to 1 per hour. I don't think I'll ever need to make more than 1 a day though. The boy looked up from the bolter and towards him again. And if it breaks? There's no need to bother carefully reassembling the various bits. I can simply pull out another bolter. I have 3 bolters already and only spent a weekend making them. It shoots poison darts for me, letting me attack with high-priority attacks from several angles. It explodes if I need it to, letting it serve as a trap for anyone who tries to destroy one in melee. It cost me close to nothing to produce, allowing me to rapidly build and replenish reserves. The disposability allows me to make sacrifice plays without hesitation. The mechanical simplicity allows me to operate one with a single hand, which will become multiple with a single hand as I improve, freeing up the other hand for other tasks. The design is predicated around such simple and flexible principles that I can produce a bolter even in incredibly poor conditions. A bolter shoots things and then explodes, that's all I will ever need it to do, so there's no point in investing anything more than the bare minimum into each model. The design will never become obsolete in its niche and it will probably last me for my entire career, saving me a massive amount of investment to pour into other, longer-term designs when I finally gain the skills and funds to actually realize them. In short, it's the perfect puppet and will almost certainly outlive me. Not any individual, disposable unit, but the model itself. The boy went silent, staring blankly up at him. Sasori stared back for several long moments, unsure of his expression. What other designs do you have in mind? Sasori found himself asking with a morbid curiosity what such a person would consider a proper high-investment puppet. It doesn't matter. The boy shrugged. They don't exist until I actually make them, and I can't present something that doesn't exist to an event like this. He narrowed his eyes. And if I was asking independently of this event? Why bother? We both know that this isn't going anywhere. The boy raised a brow. You're going to look at our work, declare all of us unfit to be your apprentice, then we'll all move on with our lives. The only reason any of us are here is because the Lord Kazakage told us to be. Name and registration number. Ryoma. 40-064. Sasori walked away from the booth, to glance at the next amateur construct. He didn't bother saying another word, simply grunting indifferently and moving along, distracted by something akin to anticipation. Locks were something he learned to defeat as a child, a single string and their internal mechanism slid into place and clicked open, allowing him passage. The lock was standard to Sunagakure, by the looks of it. He stepped into the apartment, disinterestedly raising his hand as a mechanism unleashed a salvo of poison senbon. He could recognize it as such by sound alone, catching the darts on strings as he examined the apartment interior. Small windows, sandstone walls, standard appliances, and a tiny bed. Mr. Sasori. Why are you in my apartment? He ignored the question and continued his evaluations. The space was dominated by a semi-organized wall of boxes, shelves, and containers labeled and partially filled with any number of tiny scrap components. Half the kitchen had been converted into a rudimentary forge, the gas-fueled stovetop oven cooking both a pot of rice and melting a cast-iron crucible of rudimentary metal. I didn't invite you into my home. You didn't even inform me of a visit. A number of primitive metal molds sat next to the forge kitchen, which in turn was next to a garbage can and half-open cabinet filled with bags of rice, sweet potatoes, and canned meats. He stepped past the annoyed child and around the bend of the apartment, stopping and raising a little brow at what he saw. I'm fairly certain this is against Sunagakure law. A large crude diagram sketched on a broad and flat sheet of card paper, depicting a rotund headless humanoid puppet with slightly disproportionate limbs. Next to this diagram was a 3-meter support frame, the kind used to hold up large puppets built from long boards nailed together and bearing a number of straps from the ceiling. The entire back end of the apartment was dominated by the frame, leaving little for anything else. Are you going to mock me about this one too, or are you here for something else? Currently, the only thing mounted in the support frame was a chair bolted into a large wooden box, one reinforced with iron bands both internally and externally. The metal was in turn welded to several metal ball sockets, empty of both ball joints and anything to cover them. A helpful drawing next to the large diagram outlined the intended design, complete with scribbled calculations and measurements. Look upon my works, ye mighty, and despair. The bathroom was similarly sparse, the majority of the living space given over to the workshop and component storage, barely anything remaining for living considerations. Sasori finished his evaluations. Despite your loathsome first product, you are indeed a puppeteer. The living conditions were more than enough evidence for that. The boy, watching a meal cook on the stovetop, gave a deeply annoyed look towards him. Did you just come here to judge my lifestyle, or are you about to make another incredible observation? The sarcasm was noted and ignored. Your next product is significantly less offensive. He declared, walking over to stand in front of the working frame. Puppet armor, something he had been thinking about as a potential improvement to Hiriko. The flaws were as many as the potential benefits were enormous. You intend to operate the puppet from within, correct? How do you intend to overcome the limitations of being fully enclosed? Red journal on the shelf. The boy answered instead, still focused on his stovetop. Sasori let his eyes wander until he found the journal in question, reaching out a finger and tugging it towards him with a string. He flipped through the book idly, slowing down the further he went before coming to a complete stop. He flipped back to the start of the book and read it more carefully. Core Design, ACPA, Assisted Combat Puppet Armor. Full enclosure of puppeteer will significantly increase long-term survivability. Long-term survivability will allow for further accumulation of combat power. Prioritize survivability attack power secondary. Body scales when in a comfortable seated position. Important deployment of the ACPA predicted to be equivalent to mid-level ninjutsu in time and movement requirements. Predicting long periods sealed within the inner chamber. Senses impaired by the inner chamber simulated by blinders and earplugs. Potential solutions. Add, visual solved through chuckerlink to puppet eyes, visual quality poor at best, omnidirectional eye setup and clones to account for limitations. That was something he himself had been toying with, the ability to use senses through puppet equivalents. As far as he was aware, it wasn't something anyone else had been experimenting with thus far. But here it was outlined as a problem and then explained as a solution to an entirely different problem arising in this child's design. You are already capable of seeing through the eyes of your puppets? Sasori asked evenly, flipping to the next page. Page after page outlining problems cropping up in the design followed by addendums outlining solutions and partial solutions to those problems. Yeah, it took me a hot minute to figure it out though, and the visual quality is bad no matter what I do. Is there a trick I'm missing or? The boy baited, clearly looking for a tip while Sasori was in his apartment. Sasori cracked a smile, before the smile broke into a series of stuttered chuckles, and then evolved into a full-blown laugh. Ah ha 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 ha. For nearly a minute, all he could do was laugh at the situation, absurd as it was. He almost doubled over, clutching the little red book in a hand on his knee. Ryoma looked at him in an irritated fashion. You could have just said no, you know? You didn't have to start laughing at me. Sasori slowly came to a stop, stepping over to sit back on the boy's bed, kicking his feet up to sit upon a workshopping table, and leaning back with the book in his hands. He anticipated a rather amusing read, and it was best to be comfortable for such. If you want any dinner you'll need to pay me back for the ingredients. Ryoma deadpanned in his direction. Sasori waved it off as he flipped to the next page. Sure, sure. How utterly interesting. Sunagakure. Ryoma, Jonin. Sunagakure ninja schooling operated on a 3-year standard curriculum for minimum possible graduation as a full-fledged low-ranked ninja, a genin. Most students enter the academy at age 9, spend 3 years learning, then take a test at the end of the 3rd year to either graduate or need to spend another year in the academy. Of the ninja who graduated and became genin, they were usually signed on as students for an existing high-ranked ninja, a jonin. The jonin had the authority and responsibility of being both a team leader and an educator, something of a holdover from the days of pure apprenticeships from what he understood. It was still a system that worked well enough that no one had bothered changing it yet. Low-ranked ninja get both protection and leadership from higher-ranked ninja, and eventually come into their own as mid-ranked ninja. One day they might become high-ranked ninja too, but usually not. Teaching the next generation was something jonin had a lot of intangible incentives for, but most practically is that it gave them time to relax a bit and take over all easier missions without needing to justify why. No, sorry Lord Kazakage, I can't do that S-rank mission. I'm teaching kids you see. Something like that, Ryoma figured. Either that or a sense of outstanding patriotism, either would work. He raised a hand as he approached the security in front of the academy gates, an old guard named Tiamaru, which was a very funny name. Flat brown hair, bushy eyebrows and an easygoing smile on his half-tanned face. Evidence of a habit of keeping the eyes shadowed but not much else. Well, I'll be Ryoma back again. You're not here to study more, are you? Tiamaru asked with a tilt of his head, flashing the hourly security hand sign at him. Ryoma flashed it back before shaking his head. Not anymore, Tiao. Lord Kazakage asked me to teach the remedial batch this year. The guard let out a little laugh, leaning on his naginata. No shit? Haha, how'd you get him mad enough for that? I needed some time off to repair my puppets. Ryoma shrugged. Room 2N, right. Yeah, that's about right. Tiamaru huffed. I'll have to tell Miss Kiku her favorite little fluff ball is back. Please don't. Ryoma deadpanned, shaking his head with the guard's laugh as he entered the vaguely hive-shaped building. It was a sort of tall, oblong sphere in shape, as were most of the buildings in Sunagakure. He wasn't exactly sure why. There was a central staircase shaft which led out onto several floors, with each room being a sort of slice out of the circular building. It was confusing for a few years, but he supposed normal square buildings wouldn't be fashionable enough. Many of the buildings were made by compressing a great deal of sand into stone through one jutsu, then using hiding like a mole and similar techniques to hollow the giant boulder out afterwards. In such a method buildings could be erected in less than a day by trained professionals. Ryoma had watched them do it once. It was pretty neat. It lowered the logistical requirements of building a great deal, and turned normally unusable sand into something you could live in to a reasonable extent. He made his way through the entrance hall, ignoring the secondary guard under disguise as a lamp, and into the central staircase shaft. Room 2N, 2nd floor, north side. The normal academy curriculum took only 3 years for minimum completion, but there was no condition on entering earlier and staying in the academy for longer than usual. There was a certain degree of expectations and pressure associated with it. A late teenager in the academy is going to be judged for a reason. But if a very young child signs up to the academy then studies until the normal graduation date? That's a bit unusual but not something normal ninja are going to feel strongly about one way or another. Ryoma himself had entered the academy pretty much as soon as he could stand up and walk around, and stayed in until he was 12. A 4-year-old doing his best to train made for some really engaging visual comedy, but no one had tried to stop him. Most importantly, it gave him an extra 5 years to hone himself before graduating as a genin on schedule, which was still not really enough time to be safe in an all-out ninja war. At a certain point you simply can't improve anymore without waiting to mature and for your body to properly develop. Did Ryoma let himself graduate early after realizing that? Absolutely not. He was not going to waste free prep time like that, but his progress still slowed significantly after a certain point. There was a practical limit to how dangerous a toddler could be, even with magic, and turning said toddlers into effective soldiers was a pretty gargantuan task. Thankfully, he wasn't teaching actual toddlers, he wasn't really sure if he could. These kids were only 3 years younger than him. He opened the door cactus wood and entered the prepared classroom. A small crowd of eyes turned towards him, the mood of the room overall somber and brooding, a bunch of 12-year-olds quietly sitting. All of them had little headbands on with the hourglass symbol of Sunagakure, certified fully graduated genin. He stepped over to the central desk, next to the interior wall, and calmly started to lay out a number of scrolls on the surface. He probably should have practiced this more. As I'm sure all of you are aware, he began to speak, clearly and deliberately. You are all here because of a combination of circumstance and decision. All of you have passed, and are now fully qualified genin. He set the last scroll down before standing up straight and letting his eyes boredly wander over the gathered students. But, for whatever reason, the jonins who volunteered to be teachers this year have all rejected you as students. I won't get into whatever their decision-making was, it could be a lack of talent, a conflict of personality, or even just whim on their part. It doesn't really matter at this point. This left you all with 2 options: either self-organize into teams and start taking missions on your own, or attend these supplementary lessons before properly starting your career. He shrugged. As you are all here, I'm going to assume you feel like you could use a bit more practice before heading out on proper missions. Wait. A boy cried out with brows furrowed and lips pulled down into a scowl. Sandy brown hair, green eyes, and brown mesh poncho. You mean we can just start doing missions, even without a sensei? In the future, I'd ask that you raise your hand first. Ryoma tilted his head. It's gonna be hard to corral all of you if everyone's trying to speak at once, and all that. The kid gave a little flinch at that. Ryoma nodded. But to answer your question, yes you can. You have all graduated as genin, you are fully qualified to organize into teams of 4 and start taking missions if you want. The reason this is typically not done is because the casualty rate is about twice that of normal. There was a tense and nervous quiet at that, so Ryoma continued to elaborate. With a jonin sensei, the attrition rate for genin varies anywhere from 25 to 40% depending on which ninja village you live in and if we're currently at war or not. Sunagakure prides itself in having a genin attrition rate of only about 20%, Kumo has the highest at around 35%, but that's just because Kiri has half of their academy students die before actual graduation, so they don't technically count as genin. He shrugged. Of course, those are only the public numbers that the villages use to brag and advertise with. The actual numbers are almost certainly different. But all those numbers consistently double or triple without a jonin sensei present in a team. Suna attrition rates jump from 20 to 50%, for example. I count about 20 people in this classroom. With a jonin, an estimated 4 of you would be dead before reaching chunin. Without a jonin, 10. Hey that's not. We can avoid that by playing it safe on our missions though, right? Another student simply called out without raising her hand. A girl with black hair and pale blue eyes with a distinctly worried expression on her face. She was wearing a fashionable blue sash that read Frosty on it, which was funny to see in a desert. To a certain extent, yes. Ryoma nodded, raising his hands in an assuring manner. There's a number of practices that can be implemented to increase your overall survivability, and if diligently implemented, your chances of survival will shoot up significantly. It's not perfect, of course, sometimes you're just going to run into an enemy that you can do nothing except die against, like one of the Sunin or Hanzo or such, but in general prioritizing safety will give consistent returns. A student finally raised their hand properly, a boy with bright pink hair and a frustrated scowl on his face. Actually looking at it, the students were definitely skewed towards females. 13 girls in this class to 7 boys. Yes, second row. Ryoma called out. I thought this was going to be lessons to make us strong ninja, what gives hey? It sounded like one of those boisterous shonen types, the kind with a chip on their shoulder about getting powerful fast for whatever reason. Those types tended to die fast or become very scary, with little in between. It is. Do you know what the absolute best way to become a strong ninja is? Ryoma asked, before pausing and waving a hand. Actually, question for the whole class here, what do you think the best way to become a strong ninja is? Training every day. Talent. A bloodline limit. Good food. Good teacher. Secret jutsu. A lot of answers shouted out at him all at once, mostly from the boys. The girls seemed to be a quiet majority with a handful of exceptions. He supposed that wasn't really surprising. He raised a hand and wiggled it in a kinda sorta manner. All of those things are important, yes, but they're not the most important in my experience. As little of that as he had. The most important thing. He let the question linger to build suspense, making sure they leaned in to listen to him. Once the silence had hung around just long enough, he raised a finger and dispelled it. Staying alive. They were quiet for a few moments. Isn't that kinda redundant? Not dying is a good way to not die. One of the girls in the front row questioned with her head tilted back a bit and a befuddled look on her face. Not quite. Ryoma shook his head. It's simply a matter of time. All of you are genin, none of you have had more than about 5 or 10 years of consistent training and experience as ninja. This is on top of your still developing bodies holding you back physically. He gave a little wave. The average chunin? They're older than you so they have a more developed body, they have more experience in doing missions, and they have more time to train and practice their skills. The fact is, just staying alive is a victory. Every day you stay alive is another day you have to develop and refine as a ninja. You don't need secret jutsu, or a good teacher, or good food, or anything else like that to become strong. All of those things help, but the most important thing is just staying alive and having more time to practice. But, what about the mission, isn't that more important than our lives? An orange-haired girl asked this with the kind of innocent conviction that only an indoctrinated child soldier could. Sometimes, yes. Ryoma replied. A mission itself, inherently, is just a job. It's good to keep a wider perspective about what any given mission actually accomplishes for the village. If you have a mission to rescue a cat, chances are it's not worth dying for. If you have a mission to protect the Kazak, chances are it's worth dying for. Realization was starting to seep into their eyes, but it wasn't quite there yet. He continued to elaborate his point, raising one hand and then the other to mimic scales. If you sacrifice yourself as a chunin to complete an A-rank mission, that's one A-rank mission completed for the village. If you don't sacrifice yourself as a chunin, live on to become a jonin, you can potentially accomplish a dozen more A-rank missions without dying. That's far more beneficial to the village overall. He clapped the back of his hand into the palm of the other. Ninja are tools, very expensive tools that get more effective over time. Outside of very rare circumstances, so long as you survive the mission, that's a victory. Replacing any of you is costly and troublesome, so you should prioritize surviving to complete more missions in the future. Yes, sensei. He wasn't really anticipating a loud response like that, but if they were getting excited about basic statements, that was fine by him. His finger twitched to grab a bit of chalk, partially turning to write on the nice board behind him without actually turning all the way around. My duty is to turn you all into semi-effective ninja, I intend to do that to the best of my ability. With the general theme of these lessons addressed, we'll move on to introductions. When I point at you, please respond with your name and intended role. I'll need to know what kind of missions you intend to specialize in if I'm to teach most effectively. If you don't know what your intended role is, just say generalist. He turned back around and raised a hand to pat himself on the vest. Ryoma, Jonin, a member of the puppet corps. I specialize in open warfare. With that, he pointed at the boy at the top left of the wedge-like seating arrangement. Kids that sit in corners are always broody, and this one looked like no exception. Straight black hair, black eyes, and what looked like red lipstick and fingernails. His outfit wouldn't look out of place on a high-fashion runway, being both ridiculous and too hard to quickly describe. I am Takumai. Assassination. Yeah, okay, kid. He made a mental note of that and pointed at the next kid in line, skipping a few empty seats. A girl with light pink hair tied up in twin buns and gray eyes, wearing a sort of cropped tan kimono. She gave 2 V signs with her fingers, a wide energetic smile on her face. Mao. I'm gonna be a seduction specialist. Hehe. Aren't you 12? Bit early for that. He moved to the girl next to her, probably one of her friends. A serious expressioned girl with dark blue hair tied back in a spiky ponytail and bright yellow eyes. She wore a similar kimono top as her friend, but in dark red instead. Shikako, sensei. I intend to become a well-rounded ninja. He literally told you to just say generalist if you didn't have an answer, did you not listen, kid? 3 introductions in and he was already getting tired. Truly the Kazakage demanded a high price for his temporary leave. His finger moved to the next kid in line. June, I'm going to be a wind specialist. And so on. He was stuck here for a few more hours at least. A knock on his door brought his attention from the buckets of water he was trying and failing to stand on and towards the door. The knock didn't break his concentration or anything, he was actually just in the middle of staring at his wet feet with an expression of blank contempt. Coming. He announced, reaching out a finger to connect to the puppet eye socketed into the door. After the first time Sasori simply walked through his door and ignored his primitive security measures, Ryoma had started to take his safety into his own hands. He raised a brow at what he saw at his door, a familiar fan user in low resolution. He opened the door without raising his hand, connecting a string to the knob and twisting it open. This allowed him to do cool things like stand completely still as a door opened in front of him. He raised a brow at the person on the other side. Mari. She gave an exaggerated gasp at that, raising her puppet arm to cover her mouth. It was currently covered in a transformation, making it look like a normal arm, but he was on the mission where she lost it, so it was hard for him to not know. Mari? Why'd you say my name like you were surprised to see me, hey? The tone was slightly forced, teasing but with a hint of something that wasn't quite right in the back. Because I am surprised. He clarified with a deadpan. Since when do you know where I live? I asked the guys in Intel. She chirped at him. They also told me how old you were, so you have to call me Marine from now on, gotcha. So they have betrayed me. He muttered dramatically, casting his gaze theatrically to the side and raising a clenched fist. PFT. Don't be dramatic. Let me in so we can chat about the thing. She waggled her hands at him, making it clear what she was talking about. Ryoma sighed, reaching up to scratch the side of his head before figuring it was best to just roll with the punches here. Alright, you're paying me back for ingredients then, I'm about to have dinner. More rations, no way. We're going out to eat after we talk, and you're gonna meet all my friend. She stumbled over the last words, smile dropping and eyes twitching as she corrected herself. He closed the door, frowning at her with furrowed brows. Her smile wobbled for a few moments, before dropping as her hand came up to rub the prosthetic elbow. I suppose that made it obvious, hey? Pretty big blunder on my part. I didn't say anything yet. Ryoma corrected before nodding. But yet it's pretty obvious that you're down about something. Yet. Mari sighed, looking to the floor. Yeah, my old genin teammate died while we were on that mission to T country. Childbirth complications. There wasn't much anyone could have done, apparently. Mari quickly raised her hands and shook them in front of herself. But don't get me wrong, the baby survived. He's a little cutie. They showed me a picture of him. That was a substantially better way to go than his own genin teammates did. Ryoma nodding slowly, showing his understanding of the situation. I see. I'm not sure if I can actually do anything to help here, but if you need me for something within reason, I'm available. Mari stared at him for a few moments, before letting out a little scoff of laughter and smirking up at him. Why, you're not very good at this, are you? Not really, no. Within reason? What the heck does that even mean, hey? She giggled, shoving his arm with an elbow. Well, I'm not about to kill someone to make you feel better, or something. Ryoma rolled his eyes. Anything with needles is off limits too. I hate the things. That got her laughing, doubling over and hanging off his arm as she giggled and repeated his lines over and over. He let out a little amused huff and waited for her to recover, which she soon did by stopping short. Hee. She blinked, staring down at the floor. Why are your feet wet? She asked, turning up from his toes and looking at his face in befuddlement. He pointed over at the twin buckets of water in his kitchen region. Learning to water walk. He explained simply. She blinked. PFT, ha. The laughter at his expense was a running theme for people in his apartment, it seemed like. Sunagakure. Ryoma, Jonin. The long and short of what Mari wanted to talk about was related to the decision made about her missing arm. She had been checked out by the medical corps, the arm determined to not be a long-term risk to her health, and then given orders about the story she'd be maintaining about it. Officially, she never lost an arm at all. Unofficially, she visited the medical center Deep Labs while missing an arm and came back with one, with an official story about having never lost it. The actual truth was that her arm was actually a puppet limb that had been replaced before she ever entered the Deep Labs. 2 layers of deception made truths easier to hide. Of course, as the inventor, Ryoma was expected to be read in on the situation and had to be told what the story was so he could maintain it too, thus her visit and talk. He had already delivered a full technical breakdown scroll to the puppet core, so his part involving this whole thing was already done. The scroll was mostly just the formal outline of the process, as ridiculously simple as it was, followed by a bunch of his old notes about what could be done with puppet limbs and the expected limitations of such. The biggest one being the inability to form normal hand signs. You could perform jutsu through a puppet arm just fine, so long as you could channel chakra through it. But hand signs required the chakra to flow through the specific tengetsu of the hand in specific ways, which gave the puppet limb a twofold problem. One was that the wooden hand just wasn't flexible enough to make most of those shapes, and the other was that there wasn't any tengetsu in the wood anyways. The only thing that could be done with a puppet limb was raw manipulation type jutsu, the kind that didn't need hand seals. Fortunately for Mari, most of her specialty jutsu were based around swinging a fan covered in jutsu shiki around, not using hand seals, so this didn't actually limit her all that much compared to before. It did mean that she would have to be more reliant on hand seal-less fighting styles moving forwards, but that was far better than not having a hand at all. Besides, plenty of very successful ninja minimize hand seals in their fighting styles already, so it was definitely a viable path to take. He had made many considerations for the eventuality of losing a limb in combat, yet another thing to be paranoid about and prepare for. He needed to learn a kick-based fighting style, probably. Losing a leg was something he could compensate for way easier than losing a han. Hey, stop monologuing, we're almost there. Mari complained at him with a grin, poking him in the side and pulling him out of his musings about puppet limbs. He turned a flat eye towards here, then rolled his eyes and huffed amusedly. Why am I meeting your friend again? He asked, letting his eyes wander through the shaded lower streets of Sunagakure. As with everything else in the city, most of the interior was made of various types of sandstone and kept comfortable through the broad network of canopies. Because my friends should be friends. Mari cheerfully explained, reaching up to poke him in the cheek. And if I have to go on a mission, you'll be all alone in your apartment, eating gross food and doing weird things. I'm grown, you know? I can handle myself. Nope. Only a kid would say something like that. She denied, crossing her arms over her chest and shaking her head rapidly. You're a little baby and you need this big sister to help you out. She declared proudly, tapping her chest with a thumb and keeping her eyes closed. Watch out. He responded blandly, before pretending to warn her of an upcoming danger. She threw her eyes open in an instant, feet jittering as she looked for anything that could have tripped her. Ryoma walked past her on the completely clear street. She growled as she sped up and returned to his side, prodding him in the arm a few times to express her displeasure. Hey, it's not nice to trick a lady like that, you know. Oh, that's a good point. He nodded. Please warn me when you see a lady approaching. He had a good chuckle as she playfully ceded at him. This playful anger evaporated as they rounded the corner, Mari tugging on his sleeve and pointing at a little shop/stand thing along the way. Oh, that's it. Frosty. They have great ice candy. She excitedly explained, eyes growing distant with memories of frozen dairy products. She shook it off after a moment. Nagarchi should be waiting for us already, she's always really prompt. Now, an astute viewer might realize the seeming incongruity of a frozen sweet restaurant being present in the middle of a desert. The desert is very hot, after all, so wouldn't something like ice cream be really expensive and commercially non-viable? This was a false incongruity, because the desert was actually only hot during the day. Dense vegetation like forests acted as thermal insulators and regulators, keeping heat out during the day and trapping heat in during the night. In this way a forest made the surrounding region warmer during winter and cooler during summer. Deserts, having no such thermal regulation, jumped between extremes. Extremely hot during the day, extremely cold at night, and barely any time where the temperature was mild. As a result, with clever building design and a few primitive systems of cooling, it was incredibly easy to make frozen or chilled sweets in an extreme desert. Provided that you had the ingredients necessary, of course. Frozen treats were probably the most common and cheapest sweet thing around in Suna. Having something cold to munch on during a hot day was simply nice, after all. Ryoma usually never bothered buying any. The name was vaguely familiar, maybe he saw advertising for the place somewhere. Oh. There she is. Mari exclaimed, dragging him over and quickly approaching one of the outer patio tables, practically throwing herself forwards and tackling a woman in a full body hug. Ryoma raised his brows as he followed, hands in his pockets and expectations excised. The first thing he noticed were the two enormous jugs. Giant well-rounded gourds of treated clay covered a fine protective lacquer and carried with two long leather straps. They had huge red corks on the top with the word water written in bold white kanji. You occasionally saw such gourds for carrying water around, smaller of course, and actually made from dried hard-shell gourds instead of carved from wood in imitation of said gourds. Nagare. Did you order already? Mari. I see you are doing well. They were usually the budget alternative to metal canteens, the kind he used himself for his daily water needs. The fact that she had special-made gourds of that scale meant that she was probably making something of a fashion statement. Hey, you told me you didn't like ice candy. What gives with suggesting a place like this? Hey. I developed a taste for it. Also her tits were massive and it was really difficult to avoid staring at them. It was impolite to stare, of course, but they were each the size of his head at minimum, kept in check with one of those bandage wrapping bras and loose tan shirt. Frankly unreasonable in scale and shape, something that his pubescent male brain sent constant emergency. Critical targets ahead, reports blaring through his head about. Nice. I knew I'd convert you in time. Hey, how've you been, hey? I've been well, Mari. How have you been? He purposefully averted his gaze, pretending to be boredly waiting for introductions as Mari and her friend made their hellos. Someone carrying giant gourds like that around meant they probably needed it for something. A style of jutsu would be his initial bet. Water was pretty scarce in a desert, so perhaps she had an affinity for water ninjutsu. I'm doing great, the last mission was awesome and I need to introduce you. Mari finally remembered that he was there, pulling back from her full body hug and excitedly reaching over to tug on his sleeve and harshly poke at his vest. Nagare. This is Ryoma. He's my new lil bro, okay. He was very glad, for the mask made his expression really easy to hide. Not once have I called you Marine, you know. He pointed out as he reached out a hand to shake. She stared at it oddly for a few moments, before reaching out her own hand. You totally will. You need a big sister, it's not healthy to stay cooped up all the time, you know. She waggled a finger at him, which he ignored as Nagare took his hand and returned the firm shake. Her expression was calm and placid, something that hadn't changed since the conversation began. Similar to Mari, she had relatively dark skin and blonde hair, the two most common shades found in Sunagakure. The tan lines on her shoulders that trailed down her front indicated that this was from sun exposure, not all natural hue, which was normal for a place like Suna. Ryoma. A pleasure to meet you. He introduced himself professionally, absolutely not letting his eyes dip lower than her lips. Nagare. Please take care of me. She returned with her own formal and well-recited greeting, their hands loosening and falling back to their sides. Sit down. Sit. Mari immediately jumped in, shoving him over and pushing him into one of the chairs and taking her own seat immediately after. If I let you two do this on your own, you'll just stare at each other and talk about nothing the whole time. I'm sure we have plenty to talk about, two people who just met and know nothing about each other. Ryoma replied flatly, raising a palm and letting a finger fall out to point at her. You have unreasonable expectations of chance encounters. You shouldn't rush things like this, Mari. Nagare immediately followed with a little incline of her head. I'm sure we can become adequately acquainted in time. Mari grinned, pointing a bouncy finger in both of their faces. See. You're already teaming up on me instinctively. Your synergy is way too high for you to not be friends. Then she leaned over at Nagare and raised a hand, mock whispering to her friend. You gotta help me out here, Nagare. He doesn't have any friends at all despite his dangerous playboy attitude. Playboy attitude? Ryoma asked, finding himself not quite offended at that, but definitely surprised. What's that supposed to mean? Excuse me, are you ready to order? A black-haired waitress nervously asked, holding a tray up to her chest and fidgeting about. Ryoma's mind immediately changed gears to avoid causing trouble for the employees. Pardon me. This is my first time here and I'm unfamiliar with the menu. Is there a list I can look at? He sat up straight and made sure to make his eyes smile, pulling his replacement straw hat back to hang off his neck. No, well yes, but she seemed distinctly unready to be in this industry. To avoid a complication, Ryoma defaulted to the most polite option. That's fine then, I'll just have something of your choice. He nodded firmly. She jumped a little, looking very much like a startled rodent. He was starting to suspect that it was her first day on the job. Just pick something off the menu for me, I don't mind. He reiterated. I'm sure it'll be delicious, whatever it is. Also please go away and stop looking so terrified around him, you're making the encounter awkward. Yes. I can do that. And you too. The waitress had her eyes jump over to the two with him. A melon-flavored stick for Nagare, and sea salt for me. Mari cheerfully spouted off, letting the waitress nod rapidly and flee away from the scary customers, back towards the countertop to recite the orders and disappearing into the back rooms again. Ryoma sighed in a slightly frustrated manner and turned his gaze away from the staff door and towards the table. You'd think we'd get to see menus before getting ambushed like that. He grumbled agitatedly. Mari was excitedly poking at her friend. See. He furrowed his brows. What are you? Mari turned towards him and had a theatrical half-lidded eye and smile combo on her face. Just pick something out for me. I'm sure it'll be delicious. She recited with a deep and breathy tone. First of all, I did not sound like that. Ryoma countered while raising one finger. That's a terrible impression of me, and you should feel ashamed of even trying. You totally did. Mari immediately shot back, which he ignored. Raising his second finger, he continued. Secondly, I panicked because I still have no idea what they actually serve here. There's no menu anywhere. The menu is on the napkins. Nagare calmly explained, reaching over to grab the little napkin dispenser before turning it around to show him. Sure enough, written in small text and accompanied by little pictures, was a menu of various cold treats served and the flavors they came in, along with little prices. He stared at it blankly for a few moments, before leaning back. How was I supposed to know that? He could have been more observant, he supposed. For some reason his mind just skipped right over the tiny text on the napkins. He had assumed it was an advertisement or something. Mari was just openly laughing at him at this point. Why you could have asked where the menu was. You didn't need to order right then. He threw his hands up. I didn't want to make anyone wait on me. He then scanned over the encounter again, before recalling a detail and pointing a dramatic finger back at her. And moreover. I did ask for a menu and she practically collapsed on me. It's simply easier on everyone to just ask chef's choice and move along. You did not ask for the chef's choice. You asked for her choice. Nagare pointed out as Mari collapsed into giggles. I feel like the intended meaning of the statement got across perfectly coherently. He groused good-naturedly, leaning forwards and resting his chin on one fist. What did I tell you? Mari snort-laughed, practically hanging off her friend's arm. He's a natural. It'd be a shame to let him die alone and friendless. That's true. Ryoma nodded, looking off to the side in pretend contemplation. I am rather handsome and charming, overly so, in fact. It's only my incredible humility that keeps me grounded. PFT, you're right. You were standing in buckets of water when I showed up at your door. Mari pointed out something entirely unrelated. He wasn't really sure how that was supposed to act as a counter for his joke, but he rolled with it. How else am I supposed to learn water walking, hey? I'm a jonin now, I can't exactly just ask for help anymore. Yes you can. I could have taught you. Mari pointed out immediately, poking at him. I have my doubts about your abilities as a teacher. Ryoma teased with a blank tone. Mari recoiled and wriggled in extreme mock offense. You don't know how to water walk? Nagare asked calmly, brows slightly furrowed. The first hint of an expression he had seen from here. As a jonin. I didn't have time to learn with the war going on. Ryoma shook his head. Nagare, Mari caught her friend's attention. He may look like a mysterious and wizened master, but he's actually a teen prodigy. He's 8 years younger than us. Then that would only be 7 years younger than me. Nagare immediately corrected with a little shake of her head. Though when did you graduate as a genin, if you don't mind me asking? 12, same as normal. Ryoma waved it off. It's a lot less impressive than it sounds. I was probably promoted earlier than I should have been. My secondary element isn't nearly as refined as it should be for a jonin. You're a puppeteer, dummy. Mari pointed out. You guys normally don't use ninjutsu at all. Just because I'm unconventional doesn't mean I'm actually strong. He pointed, eyes glancing to the side and anticipating the waitress walking over with their frozen treats loaded on her tray. Age here. 1 melon, 1 sea salt, and a daifuku. He smiled politely and nodded. It looks lovely, thank you. Why you too? With that the waitress quickly retreated again, allowing him the moment he needed to glance at the menu again and look up the daifuku option. Little chilled rice pancakes with red bean paste inside served alongside what looked a lot like a banana split sundae. This is the second most expensive thing here. He grumbled, brows furrowed and voice irritable as he took up the offered spoon. Second most. He quietly complained. Playboy. Mari teased in a sing-song manner. He rolled his eyes at her for it. If you are available tomorrow evening, I can offer guidance on water walking. Naguère plainly suggested, taking up her own spoon and scooping up a bit of the melon-laden chilled dessert. You're correct in suspecting Mari's abilities as a tutor, she's horrendous. Hey. I would like to become a Jonin sensei myself, perhaps in a year or two, and the practice teaching another would be useful. Naguère finished by elaborating on her own motives, assuring him that she indeed had something to gain here and thus probably wasn't trying to pull something sneaky. He nodded gratefully back. Tomorrow evening? If you're willing to give me some pointers, I'm happy to accept. Do you have a meeting location in mind? Good that it was evening, he had to head over to the Puppet Corps HQ in the morning to formally request the use of a construction warehouse for his MK2 Wood Dragoon. No way for it to fit inside his apartment, even in piecemeal. Central North will be fine, if that's acceptable. Sounds fine by me. Frustratingly, the second most expensive treat on the menu was actually pretty dang tasty, which made it hard to complain about. Sunagakure. Ryoma, Jonin. The process of making a bolter was extraordinarily simple, deliberately so. That was the point of bolters as a puppet design, after all. He started with 2 blocks of wood from his little stockpile of supplies, a thin sheet of metal, a handful of screws, and a couple metal balls. All of this was carried over to his little work desk and set down as reached inside his vest and pulled out the mass storage scroll. It was a reasonably bulky thing, all things considered, but the size to storage capacity of Dharma seals were pretty good overall. In a standard-sized scroll like this, each seal could seal about as much mass as the Wood Dragoon. In total it had maybe about 100 seals, divided off into sections and filled with whatever random crap he happened to pick up out in the field. Currently, it was mostly empty, he had already dumped off most of the stuff inside to his various dealers and buyers. The corpses went to the body processors, picked clean of any gear and then thoroughly studied. He wasn't sure what to do with Laughing Smoke's corpse, so he just dumped it off on them and asked them to keep him abreast of anything they developed from it. In exchange for all the bodies, he got to take his pick of their gear and a small cash reward. For the most part, he just took their kunao, shuriken, and senbon before leaving everything else to the professionals. The giant shuriken he had grabbed, along with all the other scrap weapons, were dumped off at the logistics and salvage group. Another ongoing internal deal, they'd taken everything you found and refurbish and resharpen it for village use, and in exchange Ryoma was given some already refurbished and resharpened gear to replenish his stockpile of weapons. He got a bit more than normal this time through donating those giant shuriken, which overall gave him enough for another 50 kunao. That meant Ryoma could maintain a 16th bolter, now that he had the ammo required to keep one armed. He could always spend more money on outright buying said ammo, but that wasn't smart and he already had more than enough bolters for most missions. Passively accumulating more was good enough, and more importantly free. The tree halves went to the Puppet Corps workshops, the processing parts of them. You couldn't just use wood as is most of the time, you had to cut it into blocks and dry it out, so it was way easier to just give them the raw material in exchange for a bit of processed material. The ratio wasn't 1-to-1, they needed to make a slight profit after all, but it was more than good enough for keeping his supplies always growing. The 2 blocks he was currently using were more than a year old, after all. The examples of the corpse clone Shiki were handed off to the Fan Corps, who were technically the Jutsu Shiki Corps but functionally just fan users, and to the Sealing Corps. They'd work on reverse engineering it, and later on he could potentially head over there and ask them for a copy of the technique scroll they devise from it. Which he'd be automatically cleared to learn, as the benefit for bringing it back to the village in the first place. A lot of his downtime immediately after a mission was just going from HQ to HQ and dumping things out of his scrolls, usually with small incentives to keep him motivated to do it. He finished his rough measurements, reaching over to grab his handsaw and holding the block in place with chakra strings. Then, layering his handsaw in wind-natured chakra, he brought it down on the wooden block and started a gentle, relaxed sawing motion. Wind chakra liked to cut, and using it to make your hand tools sharper was tricky but incredibly labor-saving. It was kinda like using a butter knife to cut cold butter. Not super easy, but way easier than using a handsaw to cut a block of treated wood. One block was sawed in half, then one half was cut in half again, then into 6s. The end result was 12 rectangular leg segments of mostly uniform length and size. They were set aside, along with the saw, as he reached out for the circular saw. One of the kind used to bore holes, not the kind used to cut long segments. The other half of the block was brought over and cut in half again. In between his forefinger and thumb, the circular saw began to spin and layer itself in yet more wind chakra. He had to hold it. This close transmitting wind chakra through a string wasn't something he had figured out yet despite the theoretical simplicity. Then, the gradual process of cutting bores holes into the block of wood again and again. A slightly different angle every time he cut let him slowly carve a perfect orb out of the block. A smaller circular saw was then used to carve the faint impression of an iris. It was then dipped in thinned white paint and set aside to dry. The final bit of wood was carved out with a rounded drill of the same size as the eye, then cut into wedge to eventually mount it on the body later. The body was formed by sawing off the crust of the second wooden block, removing the core, then gluing the outer sections back together save for the cap at the back. The cap was secured via screws, allowing him to remove it and paint the storage seal containing the ammunition on the back. The same seal also shot things out of it, which was nice. He'd fill it and cap it as the final steps. First he had to prep the ammo. The core was then cut into little claw segments, which used about half the rod, letting him toss the other half of the rod into the scrap wood pile for later use. Then was the assembly, cutting the sheet metal into strips and using a clever combination of screws and glue to mount the metal balls in little crummy sheet metal mountings and put the limbs together. All 6 of them, complete with shitty little claws, mounted on the side of the main frame. Then the eye was considered sufficiently dry and I like to see through, so it was mounted in its own socket and ringed with another strip of thin sheet metal to hold it in place. The wedge that held the eye was then mounted on the bottom of the frame with yet more wood glue and a screw. Bolter assembled except for the explosions, which was next. Thankfully, he had done part of this before he had even begun. An explosive tag detonated and immediately stored within an explosive seal, the tag carefully glued onto the base of the frame. Explosive tags were immensely useful, being able to use chakra to generate an explosion, very simple and easy to understand. The issue with them is that they did not remove chakra as a cost, they simply generated the explosion, usually limited both by how much chakra you use and what the upper limit of any given seal is. Ryoma's limit was 6 motes worth of explosion, which produced a boom that he didn't have the tools to properly measure except decently big. Any more and the tag just failed, which produced a small fire but not a proper explosion. Thus using an explosive tag to generate an explosion and sealing that explosion away for later was an important step. It allowed him to pay the chakra costs of the explosion now and use it later. As a standard, Ryoma used 3 motes of chakra for the self-destruct, and 1 mote of chakra for every kunao. This was the main reason he didn't bother to make bolters any faster than about once a day. Each bolter could store 50 shots. Ryoma could use 28 motes of chakra before hitting his personal pool, and regain 3 motes per hour. 3 motes for the self-destruct, 25 motes for the ammo, then a bit over 8 hours before he regained enough chakra to finish preparing all the ammo. It would take a workday to build a bolter from scratch, no matter how fast building the actual frame was. The limit was ultimately his own chakra reserves and its recovery speed. Making the explosions more powerful was another option, but that would just increase the arming time even more. If he decided to use poison senbon instead, he could churn them out at the speed of his dipping technique, but poison was expensive and he'd like to avoid relying on that to replenish his stocks. He still had about half his bolters left from last mission. All he really needed to do was get all the ammo ready for them. And the lone shuriken bolter he had was pretty much never useful. Not the right shape to carry poison or an explosive seal, it didn't have a niche that his other 2 ammo types didn't do better. It was the longest lasting bolter in his stock, simply because he never pulled it out for anything. Chakra partially drained a set of 15 explosive kunao created and sat next to the incomplete bolter. Ryoma pushed up from his chair and performed a series of large stretches. He yawned, walking over to the door to slip his wooden sandals on. From there out the door and locking it behind him, starting down the stairs in the morning light and heading to his next destination on the agenda. The Puppet Corps HQ, and his meeting with Captain Gentai. Captain Gentai was overall leader of the Puppet Corps, which in turn was technically a research division with lots of field testing. Sunagakure ninja forces were divided in many semi-independent corps, each of which was headed by a captain and a vice-captain, who in turn were under the command of the field commanders. The position of field commander was temporary, a position that was created and dismissed as the Kazakage saw fit, thus making the Kazakage himself the only permanent superior that the various corps had. This whole system was set up initially by the first Kazakage as insurance against any of his disgruntled underlings from trying to overthrow him. Which was ironic, because he died from poison and his bodyguard Shaman took over as the new Kazakage. It was strongly suspected that Shaman was the one who poisoned him for various reasons, but by this point most simply shrugged and moved along. Shaman would go on to restructure and reorient the various corps with the overall goal of increasing the military power of Sunagakure as a whole. Each of the corps were given an area of focus and commanded to further their field of study, a nebulous idea of progress and aims of producing qualitatively better ninja with each passing year. They were given permission to freely negotiate with the other corps in order to further their various fields, and pretty much let loose from there. The internal and external politics of the corps would eventually start to resemble something like traditional clans, just without the blood relations. They bickered and power brokered and acted pretty much like any other clan, save that they also actively recruited new members from the general talent pool of unaffiliated ninja graduates. There were a few groups that were explicitly not corps, like the guys in Intel or the ANBU and so on. Those groups existed to make the core village structure operate smoothly, and to keep all the various corps both in line and operating with acceptable efficiency. Captain Gentai certainly ran the Puppet Corps with acceptable efficiency. Jonin Ryoma. Captain Gentai announced as he entered the office, voice not quite loud enough to be called loud, but certainly direct and clear. His voice was deep and broad, naturally suited for shouting orders at people. You are 2 minutes early, excellent. Despite the complimentary words, neither the tone nor the expression changed. Ryoma wasn't bothered by it, he was familiar enough with the man to know that's just how the captain spoke. A massive man overall, standing 6 foot 5 inches and bound in thick corded muscles, barely contained by his clean and rigorously pressed uniform. The shirt was entirely black, with golden buttons that went all the way down the front and ended in his belt line. He had a white leather belt, and black pants that ended in high-rise boots, as opposed to the traditional sandals. This shirt was partially covered by the standard Sunagakure flak vest, and he carried 3 immense scrolls on his back. His chin was white and his jawline strong, with high cheekbones and bushy eyebrows. His black hair was pulled back loosely and held in place with his headband. He was meticulously clean-shaven, and his face naturally settled into a severe scowling expression. Most notable was the floral pinkish coat, which provided an amusing contrast with the otherwise very serious-looking man. Ryoma raised his brows. Captain Gentai, I see you have a new coat. Indeed. Gentai declared, lips still pulled down into a scowl and eyes still glaring. It was his natural expression. One of the new recruits recommended that I increase my vibrancy. I purchased it at once. Increased his vibrancy. A new recruit told Gentai to lighten up then, or something like that. Ryoma gave a little smile and nodded in understanding. I see, I see. Thank you for meeting me on relatively short notice, Captain. No issue. My schedule was distressingly free during this period. He announced, before giving a little nod of his own. What did you need to talk to me about, Jonin Ryoma? He had a habit of using the full name and title of anyone he was talking to, which was a little bit irritating from time to time. Ryoma nodded. I'd like to formally reserve one of the puppet construction warehouses for an indeterminate period. My wood dragoon was rendered inoperable during my last mission and it's long overdue that I begin construction of its replacement design. Indeterminate? I suppose you are uncertain of how long construction will take. Captain Gentai asked before immediately answering himself, raising a hand to his chin and rubbing it in thought. How much space are you looking to reserve? The entire warehouse. Ryoma stated at once, a serious look on his face. Not that Gentai could see it through his veil, but he could see the eyes at least. The Mk2 Dragoon is planned to be 5 meters tall. Captain Gentai's ever-present squint tightened slightly, looking at him for a few moments. Do you have schematics available for review, Jonin Ryoma? Ryoma nodded, reaching into his jacket and pulling out a scroll. This scroll unsealed an even larger scroll, which was placed on the incredibly clear desk between them and unraveled to reveal the first few broad design plans Ryoma had made. Gentai looked upon the scroll for a few moments, before nodding in acceptance. Reserving the whole of the construction silo is acceptable, but I will have to assign a supervisor to the project to ensure proper use of core resources. That's acceptable. Ryoma nodded, rolling up the design scroll again and putting it back into his carry scroll. Scrolls and scrolls, the burden of a properly organized ninja. Projects will have to be moved to other available floors in the other silos. Silo 3 should be the least reserved at the moment. It will be some time before it is cleared for your usage, however. That's acceptable, Captain. Can you send a message when it's cleared for me to utilize? Your supervisor will be sent to inform you. Captain Gentai nodded, before leaning forward slightly. Another thing. Honored Elder Cho left a message with me to deliver to you upon your next visit to my office. It is of critical importance that you hear it before you leave. Ryoma tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowing a tad in trepidation. Honored Elder Cho did. She did. Worry not, the message does not convey negative intent. Are you ready to receive the message? Yes. Ryoma replied after a moment. Captain Gentai gave a great preparatory inhale, holding his breath for a moment, then speaking. Tell that Ryokan to come over next time I want to look at him. Gentai then leaned back and stared silently at him. Ryoma reached up to scratch at his neck. Was that the whole message, Captain? It was. I see. Thank you for delivering the message, Captain. No issue. Another few moments of somewhat awkward silence passed, before Ryoma spoke again. Is there anything else you need from me, Captain Gentai? Captain Gentai considered that for a long few moments, before giving a decisive nod and reaching into his desk drawer. He handed over a slip of pink paper, which Ryoma took and glanced down at it. Karaoke night. 30% off. Complimentary sake and dango. The monthly Puppet Core karaoke night is coming in a few days. I almost forgot to extend a formal invitation to you. Captain Gentai nodded firmly and proudly. I realized why you never showed up missing. Nin Sasori of the Red Sands forgot to forward the complimentary invitation onto you. His work always engrossed him too much, he only ever attended when I went over to remind him. Ryoma smiled in a distinctly amused fashion, already knowing exactly why Sasori had been so forgetful around Captain Gentai. End of this month, right Captain? Sure, I'll see about showing up if my schedule allows it. Excellent. Captain Gentai cheerfully scowled and glared. Please inform me if you have such a scheduling conflict. I will do what I can to resolve it. Always dependable Gentai. Is there anything else, Captain Gentai? He thought about it for a few moments more, before shaking his head. No. That is all, Jonin Ryoma. I'll take my leave then if you'll dismiss me. Indeed dismissed. Captain Gentai was a memorable character, that was for sure. Sunagakure. Ryoma, Jonin. Central North was one of the 24 primary training grounds Sunagakure maintained for ninja use. They were laid out in a sort of circular grid that radiated out from the village in sets of 3 for all 8 directions of a compass. Far, central, near and north, south, east, west, and northwest, northeast, southwest, and southeast. 8 directions, 3 points, 24 total training regions. They were more or less free to be used by any ninja who wanted to use them, a small team of elemental practitioners occasionally coming around to practice their elemental jutsu and putting them back in order after each destructive incident. Not that there was much of anything to fix. Each of the training regions could be generously described as diverse desert environments. Central North was the region that was wettest and most temperate, bearing a set of big rocks that provided shade to a slightly damp riverbed flowing between them, and an abundant array of desert scrubs and exceptionally dry-looking trees. In the rainiest season, spring, the riverbed would transform from slightly damp clay into very muddy puddles. Barely enough moisture to water the array of tiny life that made the region their home. The abundant sun cover and seasonal wetness provided just enough insulation and water to keep this area bearable instead of exhausting open sand and rock. Ryoma had been here 3 times before, all times as an academy student on a field exercise to each of the training grounds. He was pretty sure that was just to familiarize them with the training grounds as things that existed. The standard curriculum was meant to last around 3 years, and he had stayed in for 8, so a lot of it was just him repeating old content, the teachers waving him off and allowing a great deal of freedom to someone who had already run through their lessons a few times. Of course this time was different, because this time he was accompanied by a strange woman who had vague reasons for helping him. He raised his hand as he approached, waving casually to Naguère. She was slightly more covered now, with a sort of baggy tan top and headscarf to keep the sun off her skin. Despite the loose outer fabric, her bust could easily be seen straining through. He did his best to focus on her hand as she casually waved back. I wasn't late, was I? He called out, dropping his hand as he got within earshot. I suggested a vague time. She acknowledged with a dip of her head. I should have been more specific. Ah, sorry about that then. Like I said, the blame lies with me. She shook her head, before turning to two rocky wedges that overshadowed the riverbed. I took the time to prepare a shallow to practice upon. Are you ready? No time like the present. He replied, walking in that direction. Naguère hefted her immense jugs, making them bounce slightly, and calmly pulled up into a steady walk next to him. Both sets of jugs. He was really glad that he trained his peripherals, otherwise he'd be making a complete ass of himself. As they approached, he could see that the dry riverbed was currently a long muddle puddle, water either added or pulled up by the specialist next to him. Normally this would be a waste, the heat and sun drying out anything in 100 miles, but the riverbed was well shrouded in the cool shade of the rocks, and it's far more likely that the water would settle down underground again before drying out. All in all, a fairly optimal place to train water walking so close to the village. The only other options were things like public wells and private property, which he couldn't use for obvious reasons. I assume you are already familiar with wall and sand walking? Naguère asked as she steadily bounced next to him. I am. He confirmed, not looking at her. Good. As you know, each technique is ultimately a basic elemental exercise. Naguère began with an affirmative nod. At once he pinned her as a member of the ninjutsu corps, because no one else would say that wall walking was an elemental exercise. Wall walking is a practice in maintaining a steady flow of chakra to the soles of the feet, the most difficult region for the mind to concentrate chakra within. All that is required of the ninja is a constant flow of chakra in stable amounts, breaking the flow only to move in time with their footsteps. She tilted her head a little bit. Sand walking builds upon this, now requiring the ninja to not only maintain a constant flow of chakra, but to make that chakra perform an action. The chakra must spread out, take hold of the loose sands, and stabilize them as the ninja steps off. In this way, the practice trains the most basic skills required of all sand jutsu, and furthers their affinity for earth. That made intuitive sense, but he had literally never heard that before, so Ryoma was doubting it was entirely true. I suppose water walking therefore teaches a skill critical for water jutsu, and furthers the ninja's affinity for water? He asked, slightly dry but not impolitely. Correct. There are two techniques required to perform water release: push and pull. She raised her hand and raised two fingers at that, coming to a stop next to the muddy water. You must spread your chakra out and use it to hold the water together. Simultaneously, you must push the water away from yourself. Pull the water together. Push it in a direction. Neither technique is completely sufficient alone. She turned to him as she set her jugs down with heavy thuds. These are the two fundamentals of water jutsu: push and pull. Water walking will teach both. He nodded, mulling over the idea with a finger on his chin. I suppose that makes sense. I was struggling to maintain a consistent platform in my home. Indeed. Take off your pants. He stopped, and sent a side eye over towards her. Pardon. The water here is muddy, you will fall multiple times during the course of our training together. She declared confidently, before pointing at his lower half. Your pants are white, they will get stained by the water. Take them off. He glanced down at his baggy white pants, loose and good for temperature regulation. You know, I think I'm fine if they get stained. He deadpanned, turning his gaze from the pants and back to her. It's just mud, I'll live. She stared at him with a slightly befuddled expression for a few moments, before nodding in acceptance. Very well, when you are ready to begin, step out into the water. Pull the water together, push yourself away from it. Push and pull, hey? It was probably very different from puppeting the dragoon through his feet, but he still had quite a bit of practice in gathering chakra around his feet and making things do things through it. He put a sole on the water, spread chakra around, then gradually worked on pulling things together. It was hard to describe puppeteering through his feet, because it was kinda hard to describe puppeteering through his fingers. His teachers in the academy had taught that you had to care deeply for your puppets to operate them most effectively, but that didn't seem all that accurate in his experience. Something resembling a platform began to form under his foot, only to immediately sink inwards as he applied pressure on it. He frowned and stepped forwards regardless, letting the water get up to his ankles as he tried another platform. Pushing, he needed to push too. Bolters were made to be disposable, after all, it was hard to care about any particular unit. So the idea that he had to care deeply about his puppets to operate them was probably a training wheel for kids. A placebo to get them into a particularly focused mindset. His next foot sank, just the same foot slipping through the water and spraying his legs. Too much push or not enough pull. His brows furrowed as he took another slow step forwards and tried again. In his experience, it started a lot like using a video game controller. Or driving a car. Or operating any other machine, really. The strings connected to the various joints and mechanisms of the puppet, and through tugging them in a particular way he could make that puppet perform certain actions. After enough practice, it became almost second nature to get a puppet moving in reasonable order. Humans were good at using tools after all. Another crash through the muddy water, now up to his knees. He made small sounds of disgruntled focus and took another slow step. No point in going back or anything, this was the deepest section of the muddy river. He'd just make laps back and forth while practicing this. He knew that's not what high-level puppetry was like, however. High-level puppetry let you connect a single string and operate an entire, multi-hundred-pound puppet. They could fly around all willy-nilly with 10 other puppets, each operated by a single string, which meant the controller method wasn't really how you were supposed to do it either. It took him a good few years to figure out how to get multiple functions in a single string. Another splash. He huffed, taking another step forwards. The trick was one of those mindset things where the line between the puppet and the puppeteer ceased to exist. Where the line of tool and tool user no longer existed. You no longer think I will use this hammer to drive this nail, you instead think I will drive this nail, with the hammer ceasing to be meaningfully different from yourself. The same way a person thought about their hands, things that didn't really exist except to make things happen around you. Doing chakra strings at range was a matter of letting out slack on your hands. As if your hand itself was unwinding at the wrist and extending out, and the moment you thought it was strange or unfamiliar, the hand would snap back to your wrist and the string would snap. Something like that. He took another muddy splash. Operating through the feet was different, he was still very bad at it, but the same mindset wasn't as applicable for whatever reason. Hands were evolved to facilitate that blurring of self and tool, and feet weren't. Puppetry through the feet felt a lot less like operating a controller and a lot more like riding a horse. You couldn't press buttons the same way, and a lot of the gesture was generalized and basic. Deliberate prods and pressure to get something to move in the way you wanted it to, and even if it moved in kinda the right direction, there were always these little movements and flourishes that you weren't anticipating. You had to account for and work with those little deviations as they came up. He frowned as his foot went through the water again, a new record for him at 2.6 seconds. Mari did not exaggerate your talent. Naguère called out from the other side of the bank. Her face and tone was just as calm as before, so it was difficult to tell what she was thinking. It was perhaps the flattest compliment he had ever received. He glanced up at her, then back to his mud-soaked pants, then back up to her. Well, don't praise me yet, I haven't actually accomplished anything. Praise me too soon and my head will swell with pride and then I'll lose my balance. He joked dryly, taking another slow step in the muddy water. Indeed. Naguère agreed with faint dryness of her own. Forgive me for asking, what is your relationship with Mari? Another muddy splash. Well, we went on a mission to Tea Country together. Ryoma began, slowly trying another step. And she made fun of me for not having friends, before saying we're friends now, dot. He shrugged. So I guess we're friends now. Splash. And her arm? Naguère asked with a slightly sharper tone. He could understand why a friend would be worried about something like that if she had felt the wood through the transformation Mari had on it. Ryoma shook his head at once. Above my clearance. You'll have to ask Lord Kazakage about it. Naguère made a tiny frustrated huff, crossing her arms over her immense chest and leaning back against her massive jugs. I understand. A few more minutes of silence passed, as she observed his mud-splashing form quietly. After a few moments, she called out again. Mari called you friendless. Was she exaggerating? Ryoma glanced her way, raising a hand and giving a kinda sorta gesture. I'm on friendly terms with a few people, but I don't ever speak with them outside of business, so I can't really call them friends. A guy at Intel, my superior in the puppet corps, the lady at the ration distribution center, and so on. Don't ask me their names because the only one I remember is my captain. What of your genin team? She asked quietly. Died in the war. He shrugged. One was taken out 3 months and the other 8. My sensei nominated me for the Chunin exams, pulled me out after the first trial, and a Chunin vest was slapped in my hands. He died on the next mission. He took another muddy splash. I made sure to attend their funerals, proper social protocol and all that, but I can't honestly say that I knew them well enough to get torn up about it. They were just my teammates for less than a year at that. His eyebrows quirked as his foot stabilized 5 seconds now then fell through the water with another splash. I see. That is sad. Naguère stated plainly. I'm sorry for your loss. I appreciate the thought and all, but the sympathy is better spent on their families. Ryoma chuckled, waving it off as he took another step. Like I said, I didn't know them well enough to call them friends. I'm the last person who needs the consolation. Another few minutes passed in silence, as he made steady and gradual progress on the art of walking on water. Mari and I were on the same genin team, alongside a woman named Karura. Naguère began to suddenly explain. Eventually, we graduated as Chunin and began to drift apart. To keep in touch, Karura proposed that we have a meal together every time all 3 of us are in Suna. Ryoma, paying close attention, was already starting to suspect where this story was going. He had a good hint from Mari's words to him yesterday. Karura died recently. I don't know if Mari told you that or not. Mari has a habit of forgetting important information. Naguère tilted her head forwards, somewhat apologetically. For example, she did not tell me that you were to be joining us yesterday. Ugh. Ryoma let out an uncomfortable groan, raising a hand and rubbing the back of his neck. So when you see a stranger show up immediately after a friend passes away, I can imagine that being incredibly awkward. Sorry about that. I should have told her I was busy instead, I suppose. No. Naguère shook her head. You aren't to blame, Mari isn't either, really. I simply wanted to confess my intentions towards you tonight. Ryoma nodded. You wanted to get a read on me without Mari hovering around, I'm guessing. That is correct. Well, no worries. We're ninja, it would be strange if we weren't constantly sizing each other up. He shrugged, before taking another slow and steady step in the water. I'm sorry for your loss. He finished, just as politely as she had been previously. Thank you. She returned simply. Karuro would have liked you. She declared with a sort of quiet melancholy. Thank you. Ryoma began unsurely, before shaking his head and taking another step. I apologize, I'm not really sure what the proper response to that is. It's fine. Nagare shook her head. Your progress is remarkable, you may have an affinity for water. She suggested with a little curious tilt of her head. Ryoma waved it off. Oh no. I already had it tested. My only natural affinity is for earth. I just have a great deal of practice channeling chakra through my feet. I see. That advice was good by the way. He continued with a glance over towards her. Push and pull, I was only pushing off the water before. I didn't know about the other half of it. Good. She pushed off from where she had been leaning and walked over to him in the middle of the shaded river, standing steadily atop the water. He focused sharply on her feet, trying to see if there was any trick he was missing that could be discerned from her tread. So far, he wasn't finding anything. Here, shake. She said, reaching her hands out with palms up. Ryoma almost took it, before pausing and tilting his head back. He had to crane his neck slightly to look past both the brim of his new straw hat and her jugs. Did you just say shake? He questioned with furrowed brows and an incredulous tone. A long moment of silence. No. She denied with a blank expression, palms still up, and offered to him. I think you did. He continued, eyes narrowing in suspicion. Do you think I'm a dog? I didn't say shake, you imagined that. She replied flatly, somewhat insistently shaking her hands to indicate that he should take hold of them. Take my hands. I imagined it. Ryoma repeated blankly. Yes. You are wasting time. Take my hands. She insisted again, immediately after he had finished speaking. Ryoma made a note to tell Mari about this later just to make sure Nagare here would never be able to live it down. He reached up and took hold of her hands. Your current issue is movement. The water is constantly flowing under your feet, and you lack the experience to account for that and stepping at the same time. I will act as a support. We will start walking when you can maintain a standing position. She began authoritatively, using her hands to gently pull him up out of the water. Like learning how to swim, he supposed, the first time was always a little bit embarrassing. After about 7 seconds, his feet fell through the water again. Thankfully she didn't comment on his face planting straight into her bust as he fell. Very professional, this water specialist was. He was glad he was wearing pants. Sunagakure. Ryoma, Jonin. Remedial lessons were a once-per-week affair, meaning that it would be another few days before he had to attend the next one. Karaoke night was at the end of the month, meaning it would be some time before he had to attend that. Nagare had only agreed to the single lesson to help him get started on water walking, meaning that it wasn't filling out his schedule either. He couldn't start working on the MK2, because the workshop space wasn't cleared for his use and no supervisor had knocked on his door yet. Meaning that he had no real excuses to avoid Honored Elder Chiyo's invitation, which was real dang unfortunate. Cho had an exceptionally good reputation in Suna. There were a number of reasons for this, but they could all be summarized by simply looking at where she was in the registry. Ninja registration number 01-002. First year, second ninja. Cho had been personal friends with Ritu, the first Kazakage, and had helped him found Sunagakure. Having been there from the very first year of Suna's existence, she had a massive amount of influence about the shape Suna would eventually take. There were many rumors that they had actually been lovers, but that was just gossip. She would go on to effectively found the puppet corps on Shaman, the second Kazakage's orders, teaching the basics of puppetry as a combat art to a handful of students, who in turn taught a handful of students, and so on until the puppetry corps came to its heights during the Third Ninja War. That point is recognized as the height because Sasori, greatest puppeteer to ever live, defected shortly after. Sasori, the guy who hung around his apartment and called his puppets trash. Sasori, the guy who revolutionized puppetry in a handful of ways and that Ryoma had shamelessly stolen many ideas from. Sasori of the Red Sands, who once turned an entire battlefield red with blood and then critiqued it as impermanent work. Sasori, Chiyo's beloved grandson. Ryoma had never spoken to Cho before, he had never even really met her properly before. Most of his puppetry was done in his house, with his own money, with ANBU hanging around keeping an eye on him for being a potential flight risk. His work during the Third Ninja War kept him too busy to sleep many days, let alone have time for chatting with co-workers. It was only a healthy diet of rations and chakra pills that kept him functional enough to keep fighting. Fun fact. Sunagakure chakra pills are made from an energizing, calorie-dense blend of rice, flour, dried vegetables and fruits, seeds, honey, and lab-grade methamphetamine. Ryoma was glad that chakra made his biology superhuman, to shrug off and filter out accumulated toxins and damages, otherwise he'd probably be a shivering wreck these days. A civilian would probably be ruined by all those pills, but a ninja just had to spend a few days crashed out to detox before walking it off. Maybe munch on some charcoal to speed up the detoxing process a bit. Those detoxing days were some of the few breaks he got during the Third Ninja War. All hands on deck meant every available ninja needed to be in the field and hard at work to secure Suna's interests, so the only exceptions were for the ones who were currently recovering from injuries. Not to say he was slacking off then either. Those windows of recovery time gave him opportunities to repair and rearm his puppets. The mission to Tea Country was the longest stretch of relaxation he had got since becoming a genin, downright peaceful overall. A large sandstone gate loomed before him. A gate that opened into an open-air foyer with an artificial-looking pond in the center, a natural spring. The foyer was flanked by the arms of a larger manor house with a rounded roof and natural overhangs to keep the desert sun off the white polished walls. The home of the two honored siblings of Suna, Lady Cho, and her younger brother Elder Ebizo. Space wasn't exactly at a premium in Suna, but it was still a very large building, and implied an intimidating amount of wealth. He reached up to scratch his nose a bit, glancing at the open gates, then to the road behind him, then back to the gates. Was he supposed to just walk in? That seemed rude. He reached up a hand and rapped his knuckles on the gates, which made dull thumping noises. Hello. He called out to the empty foyer. Ryoma, I was told to arrive. Silence. The only sounds came from the bustle of the morning streets behind him, distant enough to fade into the background of his awareness. He frowned behind his veil. Well, he wasn't about to just enter without permission. This was beginning to look like one of those comedy skit training segments where he had to triangulate the position of the elders on the inside and then deliver a notice saying that he had arrived, probably without being caught sneaking around their property. That sounded like the kind of thing that old retired ninja would set up for fun. So instead, he turned around and sat down in front of the open gate, pulling out his notebook and starting to write. He needed to plan on the next lesson for the remedial students, so he might as well do it now while waiting on the honored elders to realize he was here. This lasted about half an hour, until a sudden distinct whistling noise reached his ears. He rolled to the side, a dart passing through the space his neck just occupied and bouncing off the ground. Danger coming from. His leg was pulled out from under him, sending him sideways and skipping across the ground. There was something on his pants. He cycled Chakra as an immediate first response, hand slamming on the stone ground and sticking him fast as he worked out what the hell was attacking him. He threw his other arm up, deflecting another needle with his armored bracer. The needle had come from directly above, too far and too bright for him to notice before, but there were dozens of long darts above him, suspended on strings. Actual, physical strings that blended into the sky above. He glanced down to the pulling force on his leg. A fishhook on a wire, pulling him onwards towards. A slightly annoyed expression came over his face, hidden behind his veil, as he forced himself to relax under the threat of however many very dangerous-looking objects were all around him. He let go of his grip on the ground, allowing the fishhook to drag him towards the door and eventually lift him up in the air. His straw hat fell off, and his veil flipped up to block his vision. He had a very good belt on, he mused as he hung upside down. Hello, Honored Elder Cho. He greeted blindly. The Honored Elder Cho was a short and wrinkly woman, with pale lavender hair and black eyes. She wore her hair pulled back in a bun, with brands framing her face and a sort of plain headband keeping the sweat out of her eyes. The rest of her clothes were relatively nondescript black robes with a short white mantle. The last expression he saw from her before his veil blinded him was a suspicious squint. Why is there a scruffy-looking mutt outside my door? I don't give out handouts. She growled, shaking him around a bit by his leg, hand on a fishing pole with a long spool of wire. Speak quickly. I was told by Captain Gentai that you wanted to speak with me, Honored Elder Cho. I thought it would be rude to simply enter, so I was waiting by the door. I don't remember anything like that. She refuted sharply, hefting him further up so as to be eye level with her. A hand reached out to tug his veil off. Let me get a look at you. Blandly, he stared into her black eyes and wondered if this was dementia at work. Either that or she was just having fun making him stressed, that was a common old lady habit. She hummed and grumbled and squinted as she got a closer look at him. Scruffy indeed. How often do you brush your hair? Once a day, ma'am. And still so fuzzy. Sit. She declared, flicking the fishing pole in her hands to flip him over and toss him onto the ground. He pulled himself up into a seated position as she reached into her sleeves and pulled out a comb and string. Hold still. She barked at him as she walked around, comb immediately starting to pull through his hair. His head was dragged back a few times from the force with which she worked. It was somewhat aggravating to be immediately manhandled like this, but the alternative was making one of the most important and dangerous people in Suna potentially mad at him. It was just safer to let her do whatever she wanted. Eventually, she had finished brushing his hair back in a loose fashion, pulling the back into a ponytail and tying it off. HMPF. Walking around with hair in your eyes like that, how do you expect anyone to listen to you, looking like that? She muttered, walking back around with eyes not quite focused on him. He reached a hand up to gently touch at his new high ponytail with a disgruntled expression, before dropping his hand and focusing once more on the old lady. If you weren't expect. Stand up. She barked, kicking at his side. Don't sit in the dirt all day. Stand up straight. All right, all right. He grumbled, raising a hand to defend himself from her kicks as he rose into a standing position once more. Straight. Stop slouching. She growled again, fishing rod used to swat at his back until he straightened up. Her face softened slightly as he did, before she shook her head and started walking towards the door of the interior. Just like him. She faintly muttered. He stood awkwardly in place, debating on whether or not he should just leave while he had a chance. This chance was immediately wasted as she turned back to him and barked another order. Stop standing around, lazy feet. Come inside. You said you weren't expecting me, though. Just kidding. She laughed mockingly, throwing her head back to do so. My mind hasn't gone yet, brat. He was pretty sure that was a lie. Grudgingly he followed behind the senile woman who had been tossing him around for the crime of responding to her invitation. The interior was just as expansive and expensive looking as the exterior, if still pretty bare bones overall. He was led through until reaching a relatively cozy looking dining space, mats on the ground and a little table in the middle. A warm pot of tea in the middle, with a handful of cups scattered around, and doors leading into other rooms. There was another figure inside, which Cho practically ignored as she returned to her seat. An old wrinkly man with massive grey eyebrows, which hung off the sides of his head like misplaced mustaches. His head was covered in a tan turban, and his body was covered in the same sort of long plain robes and short mantle. The old man and he blinked at each other, before he turned to Cho. "Oi, sister. Who is our guest?" he asked in the sort of scratchy tone that only an old man could manage. She sipped her tea calmly, loudly, before setting the cup down and answering. "A scamp I found at the door." She answered in a way that provided no actual answers. Ryoma restrained the urge to sigh, and instead performed a polite bow. "Jonin Ryoma, honored Elder Ebizo. I was told by Captain Gentai that Lady Cho wished to speak with me." Elder Ebizo turned to him, eyes so deeply recessed into his head that they were difficult to make out, blinking before giving a little nod. "Ah. I see. Well, come sit down, I'll pour some tea out for you." "Thank you." He responded promptly, walking over to settle down into one of the kneeling mats as the old man flawlessly poured out a cup full of the steaming drink and gently pushed it towards him. Ryoma performed another little bow and thanks before taking up the cup, taking a little sip, and complimenting the taste. "It's very good," he asserted genuinely, despite having no actual opinion on the flavor. The old man nodded in gratitude, before sipping his own tea. Silently, the three of them sat in a room and quietly drank tea. Well, not silently, Cho was sipping as loudly and obnoxiously as possible, but there were no words being exchanged at the moment. He got about halfway through his cup before she spoke. "You gave that girl a replacement arm," she stated calmly, taking another sip before continuing. "One of Arata's bunch. A puppet arm to replace the one she lost." Oh, so she was done pretending that she didn't remember inviting him? He wasn't sure who Arata was, but there was only one person she could be talking about right now. He set his own cup down as he nodded. "I did. A missing arm could potentially compromise the mission, so I fashioned one with my field tools and left its use to her discretion." "HMP. And how long did it take for you to come up with the idea?" "I instantly." Ryoma responded, slightly confused. "It seems like a very obvious solution to a missing limb. I had it drafted out as a contingency in case I ever lose a limb in the field since, maybe halfway through the academy. Something you picked up from my grandson, I suppose then," she muttered, taking another sip of her cup. His well-prodded pride was finally sufficiently poked to rear its head. "Sasori spent most of his time laughing at my notes and rambling about art," he pointedly stated, an annoyed expression aimed squarely at his super elder. "No. I figured most of this out on my own. The only thing he taught me was to stockpile extra rice for moody egomaniacs who show up in my apartment." Cho glared into his eyes for a few moments, before letting out a little laugh and smirk. "Oh. Took you long enough, scamp. I suppose the pride of a puppeteer was somewhere in you after all. Deliberately annoying people to find the point at which they stop being polite is a bad hobby. I'm old, I'm allowed to be rude." She waved off. "Can I leave yet or is this conversation going anywhere?" "Bah. Am I not allowed to talk to my grandson's friend? Many would kill to be in your position, brat. The best part about my visit so far has been the reception of Elder Ebizo, thank you Elder Ebizo." "You're welcome, Ryoma boy." "Shut." Cho barked in a rude fashion, before slapping the table towards him. "Now then tell me about what you've been working on recently. You can leave after, if you want." Ryoma reached up to scratch at the side of his face, lips pulled down into a little scowl. "Well, my old puppet armor had been thoroughly ravaged during the last mission, and it was getting pretty tight anyways, so I had to ask Lord Kazak for time off to build its replacement. I also had to ask Captain Gentai for one of the workshops to build the thing it's not going to fit in my apartment." He let out a slightly stressed sigh. "And he said he'll send a supervisor over when the space is ready for me, but no one has shown up yet, so I can't exactly start on it. It's mostly just been a matter of going over my notes a few times over to make sure I have all the plans ready." Tell me about your old puppet armor," she gently demanded, taking a quiet sip of her tea before setting the cup down and letting her brother pour her another serving. "The wood dragoon? I mean it's a prototype puppet armor. Hard to describe it as anything less than a learning experience, there's too many issues with it for me to get into. I'm hoping to address them in the MK2, but it's entirely possible my solutions are going to introduce their own issues. It's gonna be a good 3 or 5 iterations before I have everything hammered out, I think." It took a few hours for him to ramble all the way through his thoughts on the MK1, and for him to finally be allowed to leave. Overall, the visit was better than he feared, but worse than his hopes. An evaluation that applied to most of life, if he was being honest. Sunagakure. "Ryoma, Jonin." A sharp knock at this door caught his attention. He looked up from the pot of slowly boiling water and towards the door, reaching out a finger to tap into the side of the eye mounted upon it. Someone at his door this early in the morning almost certainly meant business. Business, or it was Mari showing up to harass him again. A short woman he didn't recognize was at the door, with black hair, blue eyes and a sort of white uniform on. It was a bit too blurry to make out much else in the pre-sun morning, but he could recognize a flak vest loosely worn and a Suna headband tied around her waist. "One moment," he called out, reaching forwards to turn off the stove and doing a quick check to make sure nothing flammable was near the lingering heat. He'd have to reheat everything, but it was literally just boiling water, no big loss if it cooled off a bit. He hadn't added the rice yet. He scratched his neck as he approached the door, reaching out a string to turn the knob and open up the door, looking down at the stranger at his door. She was maybe 5 foot tall, maybe, glaring up at him with a somewhat stern expression. She was wearing the standard issue parade uniform of Sunagakure, the one used to show off to civilian clients, being a solid-colored long-sleeved jacket with golden buttons that went from the neck to mid-thigh. The same kind that Captain Gentai wore under his flak vest. She was short enough that the standard flak vest was more like a cape, hanging down and out to frame her torso. Her legs were bare, leading into tall black boots that paired well with her black gloves. His initial impressions told him that she didn't see active combat too often. Hello. He greeted in a questioning manner, rubbing his neck as he did so. Jonin Ryoma of the Puppeteer Corps, 40-064. She asked sharply. That's me. He nodded in a casual manner, still waiting for her to get to the point. The only person he was expecting to show up at his doors was the supervisor Gentai was sending over, but it was entirely possible she was here for some other reason. Her glare tightened slightly, boot heels clicking together as she snapped into a formal salute. A sort of diagonal gesture with the right arm, hand ending up near the right eye if performed properly. It was the least formal of the formal gestures, the others being bows and kneels. I am Chunin-yuki Toyoko of the Puppeteer Corps, acting supervisor for your use of Construction Silo 3. If you will follow me, I will guide you to the location. He pressed his lips together beneath the mask, and glanced over at his stovetop. I was actually just about to make breakfast. I can put on another serving, if you don't mind waiting a few minutes for it. She maintained her salute and glare for several long seconds. He raised his brows and maintained his own stare, not exactly feeling intimidated at the current moment. I'm going to go ahead and assume that's a yes. He continued dryly, turning around and walking back towards the stove. He waved a hand in a nonchalant manner. Go ahead and shut the door behind you, you'll let all the tepid air out. He turned the stove back on, ignoring the stare burning a hole through the side of his head as he brought the water back up to a boil and prepared the rice and sweet potato. He reached down into his pantry and pulled out the second ration serving for the day, going through the motions of opening up the packets and tossing the various bits into their respective recycling containers. Upgrading the MK1 meant he'd have a bunch of metal cans left over now, no longer using them for the dragoon's armor paneling. This gave him a bunch of free metal to use as armor for his side project, already hanging on the same rack that once kept the wood dragoon standing. A much more sleek, form-fitting, and massively simplified variant of the puppet armor concept. Something that would mold around his body like normal armor and be operated with the chakra strings in his feet, mostly made of metal and an extra durable black jumpsuit. Theoretically speaking, it would be something to increase his overall physical power and durability while not hindering his speed and mobility too much. Something to wear as his daily puppet armor while reserving the MK2 for the big events. The biggest practical issue being that all the components had to be in one piece for it to be the same puppet and for his strings to saturate it correctly. So the helmet and the torso and the limbs all had to be directly connected. Without that, he'd need to use multiple strings to operate it, and if he was sacrificing his hands to control the armor then he might as well just use bolters like normal. Those would be more practical and safer at that point. Finally giving up, the woman at his door entered his apartment, a judgmental stare on her face as her eyes wandered over the slightly cramped workshop interior and over towards his kitchen. He ignored it, washing off another potato and rapidly dicing it into easily eaten chunks. Wearing a white veil over one's face is an indication of service to the Sunagakure ANBU. The short woman began with a clipped tone. Impersonating a member of the Sunagakure ANBU is a severity 2 offense. He poured a bit of vegetable oil into a pan, a different pan than the one used to melt metal, and waited for it to heat up. The water now boiling, he added the rice and put a lid over the pot. Is it? He asked with a raised brow, turning back to look at the woman in his apartment. I've been wearing it for 2 years now and no one has told me that. Indeed, it was one of the ANBU watchers who gave him the veil, during the war, so he was pretty sure it was fine for him to wear. Actually, assuming that was true, the veil might be why people tended to stay clear of him on the streets. Whoops. Ignorance is not innocence. She declared firmly. As a fellow member of the Puppeteer Corps, I will leave you with the warning about your criminal action, in hopes that you will correct your behavior before reprisal from the disciplinary squad comes. On one hand, the veil made him look dashing and mysterious and he was pretty sure he wasn't about to receive a disciplinary notice anytime soon. On the other hand, it was probably safer to just find something else to cover his face. What about a black veil? He asked over his shoulder. That would be fine, wouldn't it? It is highly recommended that all Suna ninja leave their face visible to increase client trust. The use of cosmetic agents such as makeup and face paint are acceptable, although piercings are strongly discouraged. A real stickler for protocol, wasn't she? He supposed that was what you wanted in a supervisor. He had absolutely no interest in wearing either of those, so he supposed he'd be incorporating a high bever into his next set of puppet armor. He almost gave a sigh, before asking another question. Do you want salt on your sweet potatoes or not? A long few seconds of silence. Yes. Her sharp tone was downright bashful underneath all the professionalism and impatience. He added some of the canned meat to the sizzling pan and checked on the rice again. Your request to reserve the entirety of Construction Silo 3 is nigh unprecedented, keep in mind. Toyoko explained as she led him to one of the rounded towers that served as a general workshop for puppeteers who didn't have the space for it at their own properties. Previously, only wretched trader Sasori was given this privilege, for the construction of super heavy class puppet Sanshao, with honored Elder Cho serving as active supervisor. Her heels clicked as she walked, he idly noted. She tilted her head to glare up at him. His white veil currently serving as a neck scarf and little else, with his wide-brimmed straw hat shading him from the early morning sun. As acting supervisor, I will be responsible for ensuring that puppet core resources are not being mishandled, and that fruitful work on the puppet continues at a regular pace. I am also available in an advisory role, and will be able to assist in the integration of components if need be. Oh, that's quite good. He responded. I'll be sure to make full use of you. He teased with a flat tone and a tiny smile. Don't word it like that. She demanded at once. Word it like that? He asked, badly pretending to be confused. Her glare intensified as he innocently continued, raising a finger up to tap at his chin, bending at the waist to be slightly closer to eye level with the short woman. What do you mean? You know exactly what such a statement implies. Cease at once. I'm really at a loss here. All I know is that Supervisor Chan told me she was available to help me with integration of components, and next she's telling me to stop. He raised his hands in a mock shrug and shook his head. It's all too confusing for me, honestly. She let loose an actual growl at him, which was really cute, before sharply turning her head and marching on ahead. Most notably, her hands were splayed out and crossed behind her lower back, as if trying to shield her rear from his nefarious and perverse gaze. He rolled his eyes in an amused fashion and kept following. Soon enough, they were at the front doors of the construction silo 3, a sort of immense oblong tower of compressed sandstone with the same carved interior and ventilation shafts as any other building in Suna had. The side facing the road had a reasonably sized door for people to walk through, and the side facing a sort of walled courtyard had a much more substantial door available for the larger puppets to be transported through. Do you have a schematic for your puppet design ready? Toyoko asked as she opened the door, fiddling with the keys for a moment to do so. The doorknob was about chest high for her, and waist high for him. I do. Do you need to see it? He asked idly, following behind her into the construction silo and waiting for her to turn the lights on. If you would like my assistance in an advisory role, it would be helpful for me to have a reference of your intended design. She replied sharply. My. That was almost sassy of you. Ryoma noted with a little grin, reaching into his vest to pull out the finalized schematic scroll. Doubtlessly the design would be altered in the final product as he worked to translate his ideas to reality, but the schematic was still important for roughing out ideas to begin with. I was not being sassy, I was stating a fact. She snapped at him, face scrunched up as she flicked the light switch and cast the room into illumination. This was followed by rapid fumbling to catch the scroll he carelessly tossed at her. She managed to catch it in the end, shooting another quick glare his way as she opened the scroll for inspection. The glare crashed into his amused smirk without effect, his defense was too high. He turned back to start evaluating the workspace, taking on a somewhat more contemplative expression as he walked and noted the utilities of the silo. He let out a laugh as he heard her fumble and drop the massive pile of sub-design scrolls sealed into the main scroll. It sounded a lot like a puff of smoke, then a slightly panicked yelp and many rolls of paper falling to the floor. He could feel her angry glare on the back of his head as he looked around more. Naturally, he ignored it. Why 5 meters tall? Much of the initial prep work for creating the MK2 was simply him looking at all the tools he was going to have available to work with, the space he had available to work with, an initial framework being assembled. He had already purchased much of what he needed to begin assembling the skeleton of the puppet. Based on the operating chamber scale, barely large enough to fit 4 people in emergencies. Scaling the legs and arms appropriately gave a height ranging from 4.8 to 5.5 meters, depending on the scale of components available. The skeleton of the puppet would be mostly steel, and look vaguely like a human skeleton, save a somewhat deeper chest section, no real spine equivalent, and a much larger degree of joint rotation. The upper torso could rotate 360 degrees, mounted on a swivel section that connected to the hips, and each of the arms could rotate forwards and backwards without any real limit. Why was it necessary for the operating chamber to fit 4 people? The legs were the biggest exception to this, as load-bearing structures. They would need to have somewhat more limited joint rotation simply for structural integrity. They would be able to move mostly like human legs, save for the extreme articulation of the feet and slightly less flexibility in the hips. The knees were nigh identical, and he'd need to special order the titanic springs that would be loaded in the lower legs. In case of emergencies, the operating chamber could act as shelter for an entire standard team of 4. More commonly, it would be able to act as a shelter for 2, a puppeteer and a support specialist to handle secondary tasks. This improves the operative ability of the puppet for less material cost. But really, it was just to ensure he could wear his next-gen puppet armor and have a lot of legroom. The main reason the MK1 had to be so careful when walking and jumping was the legs. They had absolutely no suspension in them to absorb impacts. All the kinetic force of a jump went straight to the joints, and occasionally broke them. The MK2 would fix that with massive springs coiled around the central bone but sheathed beneath a wooden exoskeleton and other covering layers. This ate up a lot of space in the legs for weaponry, but he expected the less risky mobility to be worth the trade-off. HMP. Despite first impressions, you seem to know what you're doing. I won't have to hold your hand at least. Toyoko huffed, gently rolling the cockpit scroll closed as Ryoma finished reading the instruction manual for the massive circular saw. After the initial kerfuffle with the scrolls, she had transferred herself over to a desk and rapidly began to sort through the scrolls, thoroughly interrogating him on each and every design decision he had thus far made while he worked to familiarize himself with the fancy heavy-duty puppetry equipment. Can we hold hands anyways? He asked blandly, moving over to the massive press and inspecting it. Like most of the other big machines present, most of its operation was based on chakra strings instead of things like buttons or levers. This saved space, and made a few machines look quite alien to him, but the manuals were thorough enough for him to pick up on most of it quickly enough. It wasn't automation by any means, even if a windmill or two could pretty trivially be installed to facilitate something like that, or even just running a power line and changing many of the internal systems, but automation was pretty overrated anyways. Absolutely not. She snapped immediately, opening the next scroll. Immediately she furrowed her brows at the scroll before calling out with another question. What is densified wood? She was looking at the exoskeleton layer materials schematic. It seems like the MK2 would have both a skeleton and a exoskeleton, again for structural concerns, before being armored in a rather thin layer of steel and hemp. Wood treated in sodium sulfite, thoroughly washed in distilled water, and then subject to heat and pressure until it forms a significantly denser plate of material. Sodium sulfite. She interrogated again, staring at him with a slightly baffled expression. The white stuff they use to make paper out of wood. He simplified, an expression of recognition finally coming to her eyes. I see. He made a humming noise as he pulled back from the screw press they had. I'll need to request aid from the ninjutsu core to make it, I think. The press here isn't large enough for all the sections the design will need, nor is it something I can easily heat up for the process. She gave a sharp look at him for that. The ninjutsu core? She asked with a vaguely reproachful tone. I'll need help from specialists in several of the core to create it, really. Ryoma immediately answered, rubbing his chin as he stepped back to inspect the whole of the construction silo again. Shiki and sealing core to help me with the chakra storage, distribution, and various shiki. Ninjutsu to help me make a few of the components. Puppet core for the workspace and several of the smaller components. He raised a hand and counted on his fingers. I'll need several specialty parts from the boys in the armory and salvage operations. I'll need to ask someone with a summoning contract how to make a link with an object to deploy the thing. I'll probably need to inform the guys in Intel about all of this so they can help me organize the entire operation. He nodded firmly, turning back to look at his supervisor. This isn't a one-man job, it's looking more like a 10 to 30 person job to get everything assembled and functioning. She stared for a few moments more, before her eyes narrowed in suspicion. Surely you don't expect the puppetry core to pay for all this? Course not. Ryoma gave her an irritated look before turning back to the general space. I got 20 million in the bank, I can afford it. T20 me Supervisor Chan practically choked, making him hide a little smile. Why the hell were you living in an apartment like that then? It's because I live in an apartment like that I have so much saved up, Supervisor Chan. He waggled a finger in a condescending manner. Do you know how much a proper kyojutsu like this costs? I'm probably going to be broke halfway through and need to beg Lord Kazakage for a loan of 10 million more to finish it. Kyojutsu? She asked suddenly. The word was just him making a portmanteau of the words kyojin, giant, and kugutsu, puppet. Pretty lazy on his part, but if it worked then it worked. Well, I can't exactly call it a puppet armor anymore, can I? It's way too big. Even for a super heavy class puppet, it's too big. He shrugged. The other names I had in mind were just Great Dragoon or Werewalker. She considered those names for a few moments, before giving a sharp nod. Kyojutsu is the superior name. First time she had just agreed with him outright. He was beginning to get a read on her personality, and so far she was looking like the kind of girl who would be a lot of fun to rile up. I'm surprised you heard me down there. He responded blandly, smirking at the immediate glare that overtook her face. He'd finish familiarizing himself with the space before bringing in the steel beams to start construction. Not that he'd get much done on day one, but the process was going to be a long one no matter what he did. If he had to guess, anywhere from 6 months to 2 years to get it done. In for a penny, and all that. Sunagakure. Ryoma, Jonin. Last week I gave an overview of all the facilities and systems available to take advantage of in the village. We also went over basics about navigating the bureaucracy of ninja work and constructive mindsets. I see a few new faces in the class who weren't present last week. Either see me after class or ask one of your classmates if you want a review of what was covered in specific. Show of hands, who took advantage of at least one of the things I mentioned last week. The daily rations, your clearance in Intel, and so on. He called out over the class, once more rolling out scrolls upon the desk. Unlike last week, these weren't dummy scrolls used to make him look more prepared than he was, these were actual scrolls full of actual preparations. About half the kids in the class sent hands up, which was a relatively good sign. The other group of kids looks distinctly bashful about having a lowered hand. Ryoma nodded. Alright, keep your hand up if you took advantage of at least 2 of the things I mentioned last week. Everyone else, drop them. Seeing everyone except 2 people sheepishly drop their hands was more in line with his expectations. It looked like Mesh Poncho Boy and Blue Hair Red Kimono Girl were the 2 who were actually the most serious about this whole ninja thing. He gave another little nod and pointed at Poncho Boy. Poncho, what did you take advantage of and why? Poncho Boy frowned at that, before dropping his hand and answering. I started picking up daily rations and went to the Intel building to ask about available jutsu. They told me I need to be a chunin to get anything above D rank from them. That's the standard clearance regulation I mentioned. Ryoma explained with a nod. Jutsu will be available based on rank, D rank for genin, C rank for chunin, and B rank for jonin. A rank and higher jutsu are only available at the behest of an official master or by lease of the Kazakage. That sucks. Poncho Boy complained with a groan, ignoring the slightly scandalized looks from the genin around him. I was hoping to get something good. Ryoma gave a little amused huff. That's another lesson to lead into, I suppose. He turned his head to address the entire class. Who here knows what the rank of a jutsu actually means? A few moments of quiet consideration before the pink-haired boy spoke up. Power, ain't it? Nope. Ryoma shook his hand in denial. He was about to tell the kid to raise his hand next time before giving up on that. It was their own time they were wasting if they were all clamoring at once. Difficulty to learn, right sensei? That kid who wanted to be a wind specialist spoke up, short brown hair, brown eyes, and bulky goggles around his neck. He scratched his neck as he answered. Ryoma shrugged. More or less correct. More specifically, it refers to the level of skill required to shape the chakra correctly for the jutsu to function. Many jutsu of E or D rank require a great deal of technical, physical skill to perform but don't involve enough chakra manipulation to rank them any higher. All of you should be capable of the 3 basic genjutsu: clone, transformation, and substitution. Ah, the girl with blue hair in a red kimono made a noise at that. She hadn't dropped her hand from earlier yet either, so Ryoma just raised a brow and waited for her to continue. She made a sheepish expression before steeling her resolve and speaking. Sensei, aren't they classified as ninjutsu? I thought that genjutsu was strictly limited to jutsu that insert chakra into a target's system to manipulate their senses. Ah, right. That was a thing, wasn't it? Ryoma gave a little wiggle with his hand. You are technically correct, but adhering to technicalities is not particularly useful in the field, in my experience. Genjutsu. Illusionary techniques. If the image of a person you see is produced by a clone or a genjutsu, nothing much changes. You are still seeing an insubstantial image an enemy has used chakra to produce in hopes of distracting you. He shrugged. They're functionally identical save for your means of freeing yourself either by cycling chakra or by attacking the clone. That's a coin you are going to have to flip every time you are in that situation anyways, so saying one isn't a genjutsu is just being pedantic. If it produces an illusory thing, it's probably safe to treat it as a genjutsu. In fact, you know what the easiest genjutsu in the world is? Ryoma asked with a little smirk. She shook her head. It's the E-rank genjutsu, lying. There were a few laughs, a few giggles, and a few looks of enlightenment at that. Ryoma raised his hands and gave them a hold on now gesture. I'm being rather serious here, it's probably one of my most reliable techniques. I've taken down people I shouldn't have stood a chance against with that one. He snapped his fingers, remembering that he was on a tangent. Which brings me back to my previous point, the rank of a jutsu has nothing to do with how useful it is. Wait, what? Really? That doesn't sound right. Wah. The kids were a riot, hey? He raised his hand and waited for them to settle down. After a few moments, they stopped having dramatic reactions to his declaration and gave him the quiet he needed to speak again. I personally know 5 D-rank jutsu. Ignoring for a moment, he learned one of them right before this lesson. Body flicker, sand transformation, air convection, dust cloud, and explosion. Body flicker allows for rapid overland movement, making it ideal for tactical repositioning. Sand transformation layers the body in sand and lets you change its color, serving as both basic armor and a disguise. Air convection cycles the air around you to protect you from heat, airborne hazards, and slightly weaken incoming projectiles. Dust cloud throws up a great deal of sand and dust into the air around me, granting visual concealment. Explosion generates an explosion on a point I focus upon. All of these are merely D-rank techniques. Any of you are cleared to head down to Intel, pick up a scroll, and start learning them. They have collectively saved my life on numerous occasions. There was a nice, ambient aura of interest in the classroom as he spoke. He tilted his head to the side as he continued. During my most recent mission, I used 4 of them almost constantly, in all the ways that I just mentioned. I predict that I'll still be using them by the time I retire from active service, simply because they're so useful to me. Are they super difficult to learn? No. Are they flashy ninjutsu that wins a battle on their own? No. Are they secret techniques carefully hidden away? No. They're fairly standard techniques that do particular things, but can be devastatingly effective in competent hands. They're like kunao, if you want to think of it that way. Sensei, which one do you use most often? The girl with the frosty sash asked with a nervous but determined look on her face. It was hard to remember all these names. Sand transformation. He declared confidently, reaching up to tap at his vest. I'm a firm believer in defense. I'm currently under 2 layers of armor right now, this vest, my bracers, and greaves, and he unzipped the vest a tad and pulled away at the white scarf around his neck and lower face to reveal his upper chest. The layer of mesh armor, thin steel wires sewn into a cloth shirt and pants. This mesh armor. I normally enter battles with a layer of sand covering my body as well. He was currently wearing a white scarf to hide his lower face. He'd head over to the ANBU HQ and ask if it was okay for him to keep wearing the veil later. No reason to not be safe about it, and all that. The classroom looked pretty interested in his mesh armor, glancing back and forth from him and Poncho Boy. Ryoma zipped up his flak vest again and returned his scarf to where it had been before continuing. As you might be able to imagine, many attacks cease to be effective against you when you are wearing as much armor as I am. Most ninja need to pull out massive weapons or special jutsu to do much damage. Sensei, doesn't it make more sense to just dodge the attacks? If you're wearing armor, aren't you slower and taking more hits anyways? Orange-haired girl asked curiously, leaning forwards on her desk. The ideal amount of armor is always as much as you can carry without slowing yourself down too much. Ryoma declared confidently. I'm a little bit less agile than an unclad ninja, sure, but the amount of agility I lose is marginal compared to the amount of durability I gain. He shrugged. You might decide differently as a ninja, it's up to the individual to determine how much they want to sacrifice mobility in exchange for armor. I'm not your dad after all. Wow, you're not. Pink-haired seduction specialist let out at that, a mock surprised tone and giggles in the back of her throat. Ryoma rolled his eyes with an amused huff as the class laughed. I'm not old enough to be your dad, Joker. He waved a hand dismissively. He then remembered that he was doing a thing and pointed at blue hair, red kimono. She had been diligently keeping her hand up this entire time. Serious girl. You used 2 of the things I mentioned from last week. What were they and why did you use them? Finally, with a relieved slump in her arm, she dropped it and answered. Yes, sensei. I first went to the armory and salvage division to exchange my old weaponry for a new set. Very sensible. He nodded and rolled a hand for her to continue. She then reached up a hand and scratched her cheek before continuing. I then went to Intel to request information about you, sensei. He raised a brow. He supposed it was normal to be curious about the person teaching you. She probably could have just asked though. Most of the information was above my clearance but... She hesitated for a few moments, before blurting out. Are you really a jonin at only 15, sensei? There were a few moments of quiet at that, before the rest of the class caught up with the declaration and started going wild. 15. No way. Wait, that's like totally in our age group. Whoa. That's crazy. Oh wow. And so on. It was hard to make out any particular voice or question over the clamor of a bunch of kids getting riled up like this, so he just raised a hand and waited for them to quiet down again. He really wasn't sure why they were getting all astonished over this. Kakashi was a chunin by 6. Sasori was a chunin at 8. Itake was chunin by 10. Chunin by 13 and jonin by 15 was nothing special. After a good while, they quieted down again. Serious girl looked thoroughly embarrassed to have caused such a loud commotion. Ryoma shrugged. Yab. He answered before moving on to the lesson he had actually planned today. Those examples are pretty good, both you and Poncho Boy over there get a thumbs up. He gave a lazy thumbs up for emphasis, before dropping his hand. For everyone else I'd strongly recommend taking advantage of all the systems I mentioned. Like I said, they exist to help and facilitate you being a ninja. They're a waste of money if no one is using them. Independent study is going to be your most reliable means of proactive growth as a ninja. The lessons here can only help so much, you need to take initiative too. He slapped the back of his hand into the palm of the other. With that in mind I'm going to be teaching you all how to make explosive tags today. He already knew how to make the tags, but he made sure to learn how to perform the actual jutsu in preparation for this. Hard to teach if you don't know, and all that. It wasn't that hard, but the technique had quite a few limitations he'd need to work around to make it less risky. There was a significant ripple of excitement at that, mostly from the boys. Ryoma smirked under his scarf and started the lecture. Explosive tags are perhaps one of the most common and useful tools in a ninja's arsenal. They are technically a jutsu shiki of the D-rank explosion jutsu, a earth release technique that creates an explosion on a point proportional to the amount of chakra invested into the technique. It requires a great deal of concentration to explode a target at range, but the explosion can also damage the user, so most people simply use the technique in its shiki form and never bother with the actual jutsu. In a shiki form, the explosion already has a tag for the user's chakra to arrive at, thus allowing the ninja to both detonate a target and stay safely beyond the range of the explosion. There are many more advanced variants of this technique known of, but they're more of an Uegakure specialty than a Sunagakure specialty. The only hand seal is rat, owing to the relatively inefficient simplicity of the technique. Asking the ANBU questions was pretty easy overall, mostly because it was the same process for asking the guys in Intel questions. They were really one and the same at their core. The Sunagakure Security Division was composed of quite a few subsections and smaller teams that all collectively directly served the Kazak. Intelligence, analysis, policing, torture and interrogation, imprisonment and more were all subcomponents of the part of Suna that made sure Suna functioned as a city-state of supernatural mercenaries. This was both the boring administrative parts and the rooting out spies, traitors, and dissidents parts. That included the ANBU, the special forces that held nominal authority over all other groups because of their direct service to the Kazak. If the ANBU showed up at your door, they were there because the Kazak himself ordered them to be, and they were probably speaking with his voice at the moment. Not every village used their ANBU the same way, but most villages had them, or at least a close equivalent to such. For Suna, the ANBU were secret police with a license to kill. He knocked on the door of the Security Division building, waiting patiently for the sensor ninja deep inside the building to check his chakra signature, verify who he was, and then send word to the people at the door to let him in. After a few moments, the massive sandstone doors swung open near silently and allowed him to walk in. Inside there was a fairly substantial greeting room with a handful of guards and a rounded desk space in the center. The desk was made of yet more sandstone, polished this time, and covered in snacks, cups of tea and coffee, and a few loose papers. There were 3 chairs at the circular desk, each occupied by a familiar face. He raised his hand in greeting. The 3 men at the desk gave him a wave back with little smiles on their faces. Well, if it ain't Ryoma again. Weren't you just here yesterday? The first one, Gan, asked while leaning forwards. He had red face paint that came down from his eyes. His face propped up on one hand and a lazy grin on his face. Ryoma shrugged. I forgot to ask one of my questions, sorry about that. Nah, don't worry, it's what we're here for. I thought we were here to pick up easy paychecks. The second one, Ban, asked while leaned back in his chair and feet kicked up on top of the desk. He had green face paint that curled across his chin. Sure as shit ain't here for the free coffee, tastes like ass. The third one, Yan, answered at once with a scowl, sipping at his drink and reading through a book. He had blue face paint that came down from his forehead and across his nose. The other two chuckled at that before Gan nodded his head. What ya got today, Ryo-man? Gan asked. Ryoma shook his head and clarified. This one is actually for the ANBU. All three of the men turned towards him with raised brows. ANBU, hey? One of those questions then. Gan pushed himself up from his slouch and reached over to press a button on the bulky radio system mounted upon the sandstone. Several relatively chunky cables came from this radio and trailed into the ground, disappearing into the stone. Hey, we got 40-064 here with a question for you boys. We good to send him over? A few moments of waiting passed. A green light at the end of the radio turned on. Gan nodded, pressing the radio button again. Confirmation received, we'll send him over. He leaned back and pointed a thumb at the staircase in the back of the room. Go ahead and head on down, you remember the way, right? Ryoma nodded, walking around the desk and making his way towards the staircase. He was smoothly joined by one of the guards along the way. Thank you. No problem. Gan called back, returning to his comfortable slouch. Ryoma nodded at the guard, who nodded sharply in turn as they moved down the staircase and into basement floor 1. From there it was a walk to the back of a long hallway lined with doors, then a knock on the left-hand door. He wasn't sure what most of the doors led to, but at least one led to the questioning and detainment cells. He had been blindfolded last time he was led into them. His knuckles rapped against the door frame. After a few moments more, the doorknob turned on its own with a click and swung open, revealing a rather normal-looking office complete with desks and a single man patiently seated and waiting for him. It was the ANBU equivalent of a secretary, more or less. Either that or their acting captain, Ryoma wasn't sure which. Ryoma walked inside before sitting down, letting the door behind him swing close all ominously as he did. The ANBU, showing remarkable dedication to the bit, raised a hand and flashed the identification request sign language. He was completely covered, a black jumpsuit with armored plates and a turban veil combo that hid everything except the eyes. The eyes which were in turn covered by black-tinted desert goggles. Ryoma, Jonin, 40-064. He recited dutifully, again. It was a bit of a pain to learn the sign language, but it was needed if you wanted to communicate with the ANBU when they weren't interrogating you, that is. The ANBU nodded, flashing another set of hand signs. You intelligence request. Ryoma nodded, reaching up to tap at his lower face. I've been wearing one of those white veils for about 2 years now, one of the ANBU keeping an eye on me during the Third Shinobi War handed it to me and I didn't think much of it. I only just recently found out that it's supposed to mark you as ANBU. The ANBU tilted his head, and even through the full face concealment it was easy to tell what he was thinking. Ryoma shrugged helplessly. I don't really have any excuses here, I just didn't know. My question is, I've been wearing it for 2 years now and no one has said anything to me. Is it okay for me to keep wearing it? The ANBU considered that question for a moment, before pushing back and turning to the filing cabinets on the back wall. He sorted through folders for a few minutes, before pulling out a file, unsealing another folder and sorting through it, before pulling out a file and unsealing another folder and so on. Eventually he got to what Ryoma assumed was his own file and read through it. After all the rigmarole, the ANBU nodded to himself and looked up, giving a thumbs up. It's fine. Ryoma asked again for clarification. The ANBU nodded again, emphasizing the thumbs up before dropping the hand and starting to reseal everything again. Oh, good. That was my only question, sorry for taking up your time. The ANBU nodded, finally putting everything away again before reaching out a hand and letting a chakra string connect to the door. A complicated internal lock mechanism unlatched itself before letting the door swing open again. Ryoma stood and performed a polite bow. Thank you for answering. I'll head out now. The ANBU nodded a final time as Ryoma walked through the door, letting it shut ominously behind him and linking up with the guard again. The guard nodded, and the two of them left the building. The guys in intel waved as he left Gan in the middle of demolishing a stack of barbecue skewers. Good idea. Ryoma was getting pretty hungry. Sunagakure. Ryoma, Jonin. Getting an ANBU at your door very early in the morning was never a very good sign, and the paranoid part of his mind told him that there were no coincidences. The larger part of his mind told him he had already gone through his scared of the ANBU phase and that this was probably just a routine secret meeting. It had taken him about half a minute to get dressed, another half a minute to take a morning piss, and he was ready to follow the obscured figure patiently waiting in his kitchen. Ryoma gave a massive yawn as he followed behind the masked man, eyes bleary at having to be awake at 5 in the morning. The masked man glanced over at him briefly as they hopped over and across rooftops, before reaching into a vest pocket and pulling out a pill. Ryoma caught it as the ANBU flipped it over and made a hand sign. Dash extract, which was sign language code for a caffeine pill. He probably could have figured that out on his own, just by looking at it and the numerical code etched in the back, but he was still feeling a bit mentally sluggish. Ryoma nodded gratefully before munching down and swallowing the offered chalky tablet. The chances of it being poison and this ANBU being an enemy in disguise trying to kidnap or kill him wasn't zero, but it wasn't all that high either. In the time it took for them to reach the central HQ, Ryoma could already feel the energizing power of the caffeine running through his veins. Thank you, faceless ANBU escort, he will remember this kindness but not who to direct it towards. The doors were opened and he was led into the deeper chambers of the HQ, through spiraling hallways and down a few staircases until reaching a space normally reserved for ninja of rather high rank. Several guards were stationed, each holding a long iron banded staff and looking straight ahead, motionless and stern. The ANBU paused in front of a red door, granite instead of sandstone, before stepping back and turning to nod at him. Ryoma could take the hint. He reached up to lightly slap himself in the face, knocking the lingering sleep out of himself. Once done, he stepped forwards and pushed open the doors, eyes roaming as he entered the chamber. It was one of the smaller meeting chambers, with a round conference table in the center and flanked by sturdy flat walls. Overall a fairly uninteresting room save for the people inside it. The Kazakage was present, as was Captain Gentai, as well as honored elders Cho and Ebizo, another ANBU who bore a bold captain on his face veil, as well as two other people he didn't recognize. From their uniforms, apparent veterancy, he guessed these were other corps and division captains. Not all though, there were 12 seats in the Sunagakure Council, one for the Kazakage, one for the head of ANBU, another for the head of logistics, and 9 more for the various corps. There were 7 people here, not including himself, and 2 of them were supposed to be retired. That meant this wasn't a council meeting, this was something that was probably more secret but less important. Ryoma stopped after entering the room and shutting the doors behind him, turning and dropping into a proper bow. Lord Kazakage, honored elders, councillors. At ease, Jonin. Kazakage Raza inclined his head, the wide-brimmed Kazakage hat slightly obscuring his eyes. Ryoma fell into a relaxed stance, wrists brought together behind his back and standing straight up. You were called about your most recent contribution to puppetry. The relevant subject matter experts have some questions for you, and a demonstration will be required afterwards. He stared blankly at the Kazakage for a few moments, brows slightly furrowed in confusion. Lord Kazakage, the MK2 isn't complete enough to demonstrate anything. I don't even have springs yet. The replacement limbs. The Kazakage clarified. Special Jonin Mari has already been interviewed pertaining to her experience with the object. Ah. My mistake. Ryoma tilted his head forwards, still slightly confused. He wasn't sure if there were any real questions to be had about it. Everything he could think of was in the scroll he prepared. Though the chances of everyone present having actually read the scroll was probably low. Still, everything else they would probably want to know could have come from Mari or Cho right over there. The magic of bureaucracy making redundant meetings out of brief letters. What would the gathered like to know? The replacement arm. What are the limits of replacement? Can only arms be replaced in this manner or can legs be replaced as well? The only other old woman in the room, not Cho but one with dark brown hair and light brown eyes, asked him quickly. This was something answered in the scroll. Theoretically speaking, almost everything save a handful of vital organs could be replaced. Ryoma answered calmly. I don't have the required medical expertise to tell you what those organs are, but so long as you maintain the ability to produce chakra strings from your tenketsu, a sealed jar containing the brain, heart, and maybe a few other things would be more than enough. The skeleton, muscular system, eyes, ears, and vocal cords at minimum. I'm not certain how well other senses would be preserved in such a manner, however. Eyes and ears? She immediately asked, her old and scratchy voice maintaining an even tempo and tone. You can maintain vision and hearing through a puppet. Ryoma didn't attempt to hide his mild confusion, glancing over at Cho before turning back to the woman and answering. Cho looked distinctly blank at the moment. The vision for certain. I've been using such to gain omnidirectional awareness on my puppet armor for several years now. I know it's a technique that Sasori learned well before me as well. He laughed at me when I requested advice related to improving visual fidelity. The ears I know are possible, again from him, but I haven't had a need to develop such a skill myself yet. Clarify, what do you mean by visual fidelity? The sight gained through a puppet's eye is poor, rather blurry. It's enough to discern color, shape, and motion, but reading text and fine detail is exceedingly difficult except at very close ranges. I haven't been able to meaningfully improve the visual quality with wood and paint thus far. I theorize that a glass eye may be superior, but I haven't had the time to test this. The example limb provided to Special Jonin Mari was attached with a padded base and a series of leather straps. What can be done to improve the limb-body connection? That would require medical knowledge that I don't have to answer with any confidence. I have no further questions. The woman declared, leaning back and allowing another old person to lean forwards. This time it was Captain Gentai. Your earlier statement, so long as the ability to produce chakra strings from your tenketsu is maintained, as well as your clarification that other limbs are possible to replace. Together they imply that chakra strings can be produced and maintained from any tenketsu. The standard technique for producing chakra strings necessitates the use of tenketsu in the fingers. Can you clarify that this is indeed possible? Gentai was as loud and direct as ever, face still set in his standard glare and scowl. Ryoma was pretty sure he was just asking for the room here, because Gentai would have absolutely read through his report and saw that this question was answered there too. Ryoma nodded and raised one foot across the other leg, letting the gathered see the accumulation of vibrant green chakra at the base before it stretched out and grabbed at his straw hat, pulling it off and putting it back on in a slightly clumsy tip of the hat. Chakra strings through the solace of my feet is how I operated the MK1 puppet armor's legs and balance. It's difficult to perform, and I'm less practiced with them overall, but they are possible. I can only reliably produce and maintain one string from each foot, not a full set of 10. With it he allowed the string to dissipate before dropping his foot back to the floor. Gentai nodded at that before immediately jumping into another stern question. In the scroll that outlined the process and its potential uses, the topic of integrated weaponry and techniques was addressed. Can you clarify the term integrated weaponry and techniques? Ryoma raised a brow, before bringing his hands around for a visual demonstration. He raised his left arm and used his right to pat at the bracer. It's as it sounds, presuming an individual had to replace their limb with a puppet limb for whatever reason, there is little preventing them from operating the limb like a puppet in miniature. Puppets usually contain one or more weapons hidden within their structure, and there is no reason a puppet limb cannot do the same. He outlined a rectangle on his forearm. The structure is maintained by the outer shell of the puppet limb, the interior could easily be filled with anything that can fit within a forearm. A blade, a spool of ninja wire, a kunai or senbon launcher, and so on. Even assuming that one wished to avoid compromising structural integrity or additional weight, a jutsu shiki somewhere on the limb's outer facing is equally possible. He dropped his arms before continuing. With the inability to perform hand seals, the most pragmatic option would be to load such weapons or shiki upon the limb to partially compensate for the lost ability. Elaborate upon the inability to perform hand seals. The old and weathered tone of the ANBU captain called out, low and smoothed with age. A male by the voice, and pretty intimidating with the orange tint to his small lens goggles. Hand seals require chakra to move through the tenketsu of the hand. A puppet hand does not have the requisite tenketsu required. He then performed a small and professional shrug. It's possible that artificial structures could be built to replicate the tenketsu, but the most efficient solution would probably be to simply saturate the hand of a corpse in non-stiffening preservatives and use it. This would allow the user's chakra to flow through the appropriate tenketsu required to perform hand seals once more. As expected of professional ninja, not one of them blinked at the suggestion to use the hand of a corpse as a prosthetic. The ANBU captain nodded. I have no further questions. The Kazak's eyes wandered over the gathered for a few seconds more, then he nodded and turned back to Ryoma. He stood from his desk as he spoke. If there are no further questions, we will proceed to the theater chamber for the demonstration. All the gathered ninja rose from the table and organized themselves into neat lines, the Kazakage taking the lead and gesturing for him to do the same. Soon they were back to walking in the winding halls. Jonin Ryoma, you will be demonstrating the entire process of creating a set of puppet limbs when we reach the theater chamber. Raza stated plainly, hands folded behind his back as he walked. An appropriate beneficiary has already been made aware of the situation and is currently waiting for your presence. A full set, Lord Kazakage. Ryoma asked for clarification. A full set and a single beneficiary would mean there was some poor bastard missing all 4 limbs. Assuming that they lost those limbs in an actual battle, then the fact that they survived long enough to actually be recovered strained believability. Most of the time, a ninja who loses a limb will die very quickly afterwards. There were vanishingly few ninja who actually lived long enough to return home a cripple. So unless they lost the limbs in a training accident or exceptional circumstances. Raza tilted his head forwards shallowly. 38 to 102 participated in a battle in the northern land of rivers during the last month before IWA announced a cessation of hostilities and an abandonment of their ambitions in the land of grass. The battle spilled over into the land of rain, whereupon the gathered ninja were met with Hanzo the salamander. Hanzo had the kind of name that chilled the room whenever it was spoken aloud. The Kazakage continued after a moment, as they rounded and began down another staircase. The battle lasted exactly 1 minute longer. At the 54-second mark, 38 to 102 was captured in the mouth of one of his summoned salamanders. At the 60-second mark, Hanzo ordered his summon to spit her out, commended the handful of survivors on their ability, and left. The remaining ninja mutually agreed to cease the battle indecisively and leave. In the 6 seconds she was captured, the corrosive venom of the salamander had rendered her hairless, caused extensive chemical burns all over her body, and rendered her limbless. She was stabilized by a present medical ninja and returned to Sunagakure for intensive care. She has since recovered from the chemical damage, save for the missing limbs. Raza glanced over at him, tone as calm and flat as someone discussing the weather. Her repeated requests for assisted suicide have been postponed until after the full details of her encounter with Hanzo the salamander could be extracted and may be summarily rejected if partial functionality can be restored through puppet limbs. What a distinctly horrifying story. Ryoma's tone was relatively bland as he replied. With all due respect, Lord Kazakage, you could have simply said Hanzo and I would have understood. He felt bad for the lady, of course in that sort of abstract way that people feel bad about tragedies happening on the other side of the world. It was difficult to get all that worked up over someone who he didn't know about until a couple seconds ago. Raza gave a mildly amused exhale through his nose. You will be compensated 55,000 ryo for the demonstration. A middle-of-the-road C rank then. Made sense, this qualified as a mission that had little to no chance of combat with enemy ninja. Ryoma would have done this for free, but he was hardly going to refuse extra money. Understood, Lord Kazakage. They stopped before a door, upon which the words theater chamber was prominently displayed. Raza nodded at it. Enter and wait for my word to begin. The rest of us will proceed to the viewing room. Ryoma nodded and pushed the door open, moving inside as the rest of moved on through the halls. Inside was a large and mostly featureless chamber, with black-tinted glass on one side of the room overlooking the chamber. The middle had been filled with tables, little puppetry workstations, a few scrolls, and a single bed. Upon the bed was doubtlessly the beneficiary. He could tell because she was basically a nugget. Legs and arms both ending in well-bandaged stumps midway through the biceps and thighs. Short black hair, pale gold eyes, and somewhat drained and lifeless expression. Except the creepy, highly focused stare she was silently leveling upon him. That seemed pretty lifelike. Well, he supposed he'd be pretty focused too if he was a nugget and got told he might get some limbs back. It wouldn't be polite for him to get bothered by it. He nodded calmly at her before turning his head towards the black-tinted glass and waiting. The room smelled like rocks, salt, pine wood, and whatever chemical they had used to clean it. After a few moments, the Kazakage's voice came through one of the speakers installed in the corner of the room. You will find all required tools and material in the room, more can be brought in upon request. You will find all relevant medical details in the scroll on the central desk next to the patient. You may begin when ready. Ryoma nodded, walking forwards and deciding to just ignore the woman's stare as he picked up the mentioned scroll and started reading. There was a lot of information he didn't need, of course, but most relevantly was a diagram and exact measurements about her pre-maiming proportions. That was important, he needed that to make correct scale limbs. He nodded and set the scroll down, before thinking of something. He hesitated for a moment before turning back to the woman on the bed. Do you know how to produce a chakra string? She stared for a few long seconds, just enough to make the silence uncomfortable, before her lips parted and a dry voice came out. I did. You did? What, did you forget? He pushed aside his irritation and continued. Do you know how to produce a chakra string from tenketsu other than your fingers? He asked blandly, reaching up to pat himself in the arm. Another long period of her staring. No. He huffed. You're going to need to figure it out. Here he reached into his vest pocket, tapped a storage seal, and pulled out a kunai. He set it down on the bed next to her, underneath her left arm stump. It's going to take me a while to make your limbs, in the meanwhile practice with this kunai. Produce a chakra string from the base of the amputation and move it to the other side of your bed. Then produce a chakra string at the base of that stump and move it down to your legs. Repeat the process until I'm done. There, she could be working on that while he was working. Best case scenario she figured it out before he was done, and at the very least she wouldn't be staring at him the whole time. With the kunai placed and her gaze utterly fixed on it, Ryoma walked back to start work. He glanced at the list of measurements again, then started looking for the wood and saws. He made sure to stretch and twist, cracking his back and limbs with loud pops, before taking hold of the wood and bringing it back to the table. As he set it down, he glanced at the measurements again. Most important part, really, he'd be glancing at it constantly before he started cutting anything. Sunagakure. Raza, 4th Kazakage. Exactly as simple as the report claimed. Elder Ebizo mused, staring through the one-way glass and into the theater chamber. His hands folded together and hidden within the sleeves of his loose black robes. Ryoma boy did not exaggerate that. In the theater chamber, Jonin Ryoma was in the final stages of assembling the first of 4 limbs. The process involved taking several blocks of wood, cutting them down to the correct sizes, sanding them until smooth, applying a protective lacquer, and then putting everything together with semi-standard joints. At many points he would pause to test the fit or joints, often puppeting it himself to ensure everything connected smoothly, but that was purely a quality control measure. The last step was simply attaching a padded interior and the leather straps that would secure the limb in place. There were no hidden components attached, no shiki, no seals, not even an interior section. Blocks of wood, metal joints, protective varnish, and leather straps, that was the sum total components required to construct the replacement limb. Straps cut into place, Ryoma carried the limb over to the bed and attached it to Tsubame's stump. His movements were quick, efficient, and not all that concerned with making sure she was comfortable. Here, stay still, I need to put this on you. They heard him say, slightly muffled through the wall and speakers. His bedside manner is lacking. Medical Captain Aoi grumbled. Old and stern, with brown hair tied back in a bun and red sash over her waist. She hasn't managed to extend a chakra string far enough to move the kunai yet. Elder Cho commented with a focused expression. I suppose that's not needed if the limb is attached, is it? Quietly, they watched him secure the wooden limb to her body. A few moments later the arm began to twitch. Over the course of the next minute or so, the arm jerkily began to twist and rotate, forming a vague approximation of normal movement with great concentration. Slowly, carefully, the arm reached down and grabbed the kunai by the handle. The kunai was carried up to hover before Tsubame's field of vision, where it was clutched motionlessly. Got it? Neat. Gonna go finish the rest now. Ryoma stepped back and went back to work, sounding polite but bored by what he had just done. Moments after he had turned around, tears began to spill down Tsubame's expressionless face, silently drenching her cheeks and spilling down onto her pillow. A lot like Sasori, hey? Elder Ebizo asked with a dry tone. Tsubame gently set the kunai down on the other side of her body, and silently moved her arm in slow but increasingly complicated motions. Maybe a bit too much like him. Elder Cho muttered belligerently. Elder Cho, did you know this was possible? Raza asked, calmly but pointedly, staring at the slowly rotating limb. I've had a few thoughts about it, certainly. Elder Cho replied, closing her eyes and face scrunching up. I was thinking that if my arthritis gets any worse, I'd just cut my hand off and replace it. It's not like I'd need my ninjutsu anymore now that I'm retired. Elder Ebizo sent her a disgruntled look, which she ignored. But it remained a theoretical. Raza asked for clarification. She nodded. Never tested it myself, not yet. She thought it over for a few moments more, before grunting. And I certainly didn't consider it to the point of replacing my whole body. I'm not certain what I'd need to keep in order to pull something like that off. But you could do it. Medical Captain Aoi asked sharply, giving the slightly older woman a focused stare. Cho returned the stare with one of her own. A human body is merely one puppet, and not a very complicated one at that. I can operate the entire Chikamatsu collection at once, operating myself would be easy. She sighed, before returning her gaze to the room beyond the glass. The hardest part would be the container for my vitals. The Chikamatsu collection. A series of 10 masterwork puppets created by the original inventor of puppetry, Manza Iman Chikamatsu, Elder Chiyo's mentor in the art. The eyes didn't surprise you. Raza observed plainly. Elder Cho gave another grunt. HMP. One of the secrets of the Chikamatsu collection is the ability to see through the eyes of your puppets, but it's not a technique I was ever able to replicate with other eyes. I intended to teach it to Sasori when I retired, but... You weren't able to replicate it with other eyes? Is that correct, honored Elder Cho? Puppetry Captain Gentai asked in a firm and polite tone, raising his hand and lightly chopping it in emphasis. Quiet down, blabbermouth. I can hear you. Cho scolded, smacking at his hand before answering. And no, I wasn't able to replicate it with other puppet eyes, and I wasn't about to disassemble any of the Chikamatsu collection to figure out what the secret was. And Jonin Ryoma replicated the technique with wood and paint. Security Commander Teiko growled, his calm voice rumbling with irritation at one's underlings. I will have to update his file again. My subordinates failed to mention this ability. Negligence or ignorance, which is a form of negligence. Perhaps a different technique is required for each eye material. Elder Ebizo mused. What's Ryoma boy's natural affinity again? Earth. The ANBU captain rumbled. With a developed affinity for wind. Are wood and paint earth-aligned materials? Logistics Commander Robin mused, reaching a hand up to scratch at his goatee. That doesn't sound quite right. The report outlines the technique as Jonin Ryoma knows it. He considers it a category called Kanjutsu. Gentai proclaimed with a firm nod. An unorthodox category based around ninjutsu that expand the senses. I will attempt to replicate the technique and report my findings. Limbs, eyes, ears. How many ninja can be brought back into active service with such replacements? Raza glanced at his security and logistics commanders, making sure they knew he was addressing them. Maybe 11. Robin replied with a hum. I've a few working in desk work right now, and they'll need to train up a replacement before taking missions again, but I'm sure they'll jump on the chance to get back to field work if you ask, Lord Kazakage. An indeterminate amount. They would need to be recalled from their cover. Teiko's orange goggles glinted in the light of the audience chamber. I would advise careful consideration before that is done. Crippled ninja disguised as beggars, destitutes, and prostitutes, distributed throughout the elemental nations in key locations and acting as long-term informants. A relatively standard tactic, as far as Raza was aware. I'll take that under consideration. Raza stated bluntly, hands crossed behind his back. The ability to gain more rumor and random sightings in a handful of locations was of questionable utility compared to the ability to press crippled shinobi back into active, standard service. Gentai, assemble a puppetry team to develop replacement limbs and eyes as an ongoing mission, a team that does not include Jonin Ryoma. You will contact Captains Arata and Kakuhan about integration of Shiki and seals into these replacements, explicitly under my orders. Yes, Lord Kazakage. Gentai saluted, clicking the heels of his boots together as he did. Honored Elder Cho, I request that you work with Medical Captain Aoi to develop a full-body replacement method. Raza continued, turning to side-eye the elder puppeteer. If you decide against it, I will simply request Gentai form another team for the sake of this project. HRGN. I'm retired, you know, brat. Elder Cho leveled an unimpressed look towards him. Raza returned the look with a flat stare of his own. Eventually she closed her eyes and huffed. Give me a week to think it over. Acceptable. He turned his head towards Aoi. Medical Captain, either yourself or a dedicated team on this project. I'll handle it myself. Buddha knows the next generation isn't worth a thing. Aoi huffed, closing her eyes. A moment later she threw her wrinkled head back and cackled. Besides, I could use a hot young body again, ahihiha. Wretched old prune. Elder Cho grumbled hypocritically. You couldn't lure a man when you were young either. Your jealousy is noted, old sponge. Raza leveled a stare at both women, getting them to quiet down before turning back to the glass. Ryoma was fitting the second limb onto the leather harness, looking slightly perturbed by the dampness of the pillow and the steady stream of silent tears that flowed down Sub-Aim's face. This perturbed expression only intensified as the newly fitted arms were used to lock around him in a crushing hug, her face buried into the crook of his neck and unsteady thank yous coming clear through the microphones. Somewhat awkwardly, he brought his hands down to return the hug, his eyes moving over to them on the other side of the glass. He looks confused. Logistics Commander Robin observed dryly. He's like Sasori, nothing he's doing here is special to him. He figured it out long ago and never thought to share, because it wasn't that difficult for him. And if it's not difficult, then everyone else surely figured it out a long time ago. Elder Cho sighed. My grandson was a bad influence on him. That was the biggest problem with the Jonin, he was just a bit too much like Sasori. Teiko, once this observation period is concluded, offer 38 to 102 an open position near him. Bodyguard or something along those lines. Her limbs and techniques with him might be improved over time by the proximity. The unspoken duty was that she'd be watching him to ensure he didn't defect. Teiko's orange goggles glinted again as he nodded shallowly. It will be done, Lord Kazakage. In the theater chamber, Ryoma slowly extracted himself from the crying woman and got back to work, brows furrowed. Might be prudent to have explosive tags applied to the limbs as well. Elder Ebizo commented. No need to let them slip into enemy hands, even as simple as they are, especially as simple as they are. A wise suggestion, honored Elder Ebizo. Special Jonin Mari took the news of Karura's death as well as he could have reasonably hoped for. Professionally, with only a few tears and no apparent grudge towards himself. He walked through the outer terrace of the central HQ and across the narrow bridge of sandstone that led towards the security center's outer lip. He made sure to redact any individuals involved in the sealing safe for himself. It would not do to have his ninja feuding under his nose. Any blame for her death should fall squarely upon his shoulders. He was the one who approved of the procedure in the end. From the outer lip, he walked down the stairs towards the back of the building, where the suppression chamber was located. Mari's only request was the right to take on babysitting duties for Gaara, citing that it was only right for her to help her friend's children. Raza didn't have it in himself to argue against that, and having another agent other than Yashimaru willing to watch Gaara without himself around would only be beneficial. Even with this, he made sure to give precise instructions about how to handle his son, and how to best escape the crushing sand of the demon. He stopped at the door, seeing it unlocked. His eyes narrowed as black rings formed around them. The metal hinges pushed the door open for him, revealing the chamber within. Currently empty. He entered the chamber, the rings of black around his eyes disappearing as the chakra-suppressing seals surrounded him. A crib, a few blankets, a handful of toys, and nothing more. He walked out of the chamber, raising his hands into a seal and closing one eye as he moved. Sand rose from the ground, swirling together and compressing into the shape of a perfectly rounded glass eye. The eye sped upwards, spinning around rapidly to take in the surroundings. If Mari had tried to escape with the Jinchuriki, then he'd have to exe. There she was, sitting in the shade of one of the central HQ's leafy acacia trees with Gaara in the crook of her arm, napping in the filtered light of the sun. The other arm was missing from her shoulder. Small piles of sand, scraps of wood and metal, and torn cloth littered the small garden. His scowl lightened as he changed directions, walking towards the garden and passing by a handful of ninja in the noon air. They saluted as he passed by, but would quickly retreat into buildings and away from the hot desert winds. Even early into spring, the sun was relentless with its glare. A gentle, wordless lullaby drifted over those winds, growing steadily clearer as he approached the exterior garden. He dispelled the sand eye as he rounded the corner, letting the jutsu fall apart and drift away on the breeze. He could see the garden with his own eyes now. The HQ garden served mostly as a place to put clients who complained about being cooped inside constantly as they waited for their contracts to be approved and sent on their way. A small section of ground filled with soil transplanted from the land of rivers and planted with several acacia trees to keep it well shaded. The ground was covered mostly in heat-tolerant flowers and well-groomed pebbles, with a single well in the center which was capped by a roof to dispel yet more heat. Karura liked visiting the garden, keeping meticulous care of the various trees and shrubs. Raza almost couldn't bear to look at it anymore. He pushed away his distractions and focused again on what was currently important. His gaze fixed on the form of the special Jonin and the Jinchuriki. She was, as he observed earlier, currently missing her replacement arm. The scattered fragments of the limb decorated the garden and mixed in with small piles of sand. Gaara was nested into the crook of her arm as she leaned back against the base of one of the trees, humming a gentle lullaby. Her sleeves had been torn off, revealing her arm and the stump where an arm used to be. There was a gentle but unnatural breeze surrounding her, indicating that she was maintaining a wind jutsu. Her eyes cracked open as he approached, then opened all the way to greet him. "Ah, Lord Raer Kazakage. Are you done with that meat whatever?" She spoke gently, not rising to bow. "I'd rise to salute but, I think I might have trouble with that ahead." He stared down at her for a few moments, glancing over at a pile of sand and scrap wood, before turning back to her. "The demon's sand almost crushed you." "Oh, Yagara got a bit fussy because he was hot and got my arm," she explained in an apologetic tone. "BB but it's okay. I can go bother Ryoa. A guy about getting another one." She smiled brightly, eyes closed and nodding confidently. She was not especially diligent about maintaining operational security, he observed dryly. "I can take you off the list of candidates to watch my son, if you..." "No." She bounced up, eyes wide and expression worried. Gaara fidgeted, immediately bringing her attention back to him before she could continue. "Oh sorry baby I didn't mean to be loud shush Yishu, okay? Mari's sorry." Raza watched, slowly letting the black rings around his eyes dissipate again. Mari calmed his son down again, giving his head a gentle nuzzle with her forehead, and humming a delicate tune. His chest hurt. He looked away, focusing on the piles of sand and debris. "Please don't, Lord Kazakage, he's a really sweet baby he didn't mean it I understand." She quietly pleaded. "I can just get another arm, it's fine I don't mind losing it. Your ability to care for him will be severely limited with a single arm." He pointed out, turning his gaze to the neighboring acacia tree. "I already figured out how to get around that, Lord Kazakage. Please look." He forced his flat gaze back to the woman holding his son. She smiled brightly at him, a string of chakra reaching down and connecting with the pile of torn cloth that used to serve as her sleeves. The cloth rose, tying itself around the base of her stump and shaping itself into the vague form of an arm, fingers composed of torn sections at the end, which reached into her vest and pulled out a bottle of nutrient-enriched baby formula. With arm made of cloth, she shook it around briefly, an overly pleased smile on her face. "See? I'm still totally capable. Please praise me a lot, Lord Kazakage." In truth, Raza was already tired of thinking about replacement limbs, something he had been doing all of today so far. "I see." She giggled, cloth hand raising to cover her mouth. "Hee I suppose it's hard to impress you, Lord Kazakage." A hot whisper into his ear. His dumbfounded hands roaming across pale flesh. "When a woman is trying to impress you, you should be suitably odd, Mr. Kazakage." "I am impressed." He blurted out, not sure of what he should say. He blinked, returning to the present. His gut clenched and rolled in uncomfortable ways. Mari started at him with a wide-eyed expression, before collapsing into nervous giggles with a wide smile on her face. She stopped low to whisper to his son. Hear that, Gara? I impressed your daddy. He likes my cool cloth arm. He must have said that aloud, lost briefly in memories. How pathetic of him. You are maintaining a wind ninjutsu. How? Mari looked up from Gara and grinned again. Gara helped me. See, watch. Slowly she transferred him to the crook of the cloth arm, before gently holding up a hand in front of him. The wind around her dissipated as she teased out a little hand. She held his hand against her palm, curling her fingers into half of a hand seal. The wind around her kicked up again, and she lowered her hand to let Gara grab around her pinky. See? Easy as that. She smiled at him again, a little laugh in her tone. He's such a smart baby helping Auntie Mari like that. Yes he is. She stopped low to nuzzle him again, and Roz's heart twisted upon itself. That's good. He stated plainly, turning away and making his way out of the garden. I'll leave him in your care for the moment. Return him to my office before 6 in the afternoon. Yes Rosa Lord. Kaze Casa. PFT Lord Rozakage. The last thing he heard before leaving earshot was the special Jonin quietly cursing to herself, and then apologizing to Gara for saying a naughty word. Rosa stumbled once, bracing himself against the sandstone wall and staring at the floor. He pulled himself together shortly after. Sunagakure. Ryoma, Jonin. You're still wearing it. Supervisor Chan grumbled at him as they walked through the streets, towards the entertainment district. She had shown up at his door again, saying that Captain Gentai asked her to pick him up for karaoke night. He wasn't expecting an escort, but he didn't really mind it either. Yab. Asked the guys in security if it was alright, they gave me a thumbs up. He explained casually, eyes roaming around to memorize the route. HMP. Then I won't say another word about it if you asked. She huffed, arms crossed in front of her chest and head raised high. She had a peculiar way of walking, with her upper torso so straight that it leaned back and her legs kicking up relatively high with each step. It was like she was trying to burn extra calories or something, each boot fall resulting in a quiet but noticeable click as her heels hit the paved road. Cocklick, 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 cocklick. That's a cute little character trait. Ryoma commented with a half smile and a lazy gaze. She turned a slightly baffled eye towards him. Biwa? What the heck are you talking about? Her arms spread out in front of her, again as if to shield her body from his gaze. The goofy little heel clicks you do when you walk. He pointed down at her tall boots, still making the noise he was talking about. Gee goofy. That's just how I walk. There's nothing goofy about it. She pulled back slightly, glancing down at her boots before turning back up to him. He shook a hand at her. You can't pull a fast one on me. I've studied this exact thing for at least 30 years now. I know the difference between a normal walk and a goofy walk, and that's most certainly a very goofy walk. It's downright silly. Humorous, even. You've studied the difference between funny walks and normal walks for 30 years. She asked in a dry and annoyed manner. Yerp. Ryoma nodded at once, eyes closed and face scrunched up for emphasis. 40-064. You're 1 year younger than me. She glared. You're not 30 years old. Judging by her tone, she really wanted to call him an idiot. I never said anything about being 30 years old. That would be ridiculous. Don't put words in my mouth. You couldn't have studied something for 30 years without being at least that old. Nuh-uh. He denied it in a very serious and mature manner. I learned it fast. Supervisor Chan's face was flushed and scrunched up in frustration, staring up at him with eyes narrowed into little slits and nose all scrunched up. She turned towards again, growling in frustration and speeding her pace. Her fluffy black hair bounced as she broke into a power walk to get ahead of him. Notably, she was still walking in that goofy heel-clicking way. Cocklick, cocklick, cocklick. He let out an amused exhale and increased his pace fractionally, his long legs letting him easily keep pace with the short power walker. Shortly after the karaoke place came into view, looking a lot like any other building in Suna but with a large sign saying Kobayashi Karaoke Hall and the picture of a drunken songbird. Honestly not bad, top-tier advertisement mascot. Supervisor Chan glanced back at him in a short-tempered way, making sure he was behind her, before stepping forwards to push open the doors and enter. The interior was relatively dim, with walls and roof painted dark brown and floors painted white. Hello. Do you have a reservation? A bubbly girl at the door greeted them. Brown hair, brown eyes, and a cropped geisha dress on. 2 more of the puppeteer corps. Supervisor Chan stated plainly, politely nodding at the girl. The girl bounced, nodding, and stepping over to point at a section of the interior. Right that way. Greeting girl bounced, limbs practically made of springs with how energetic she was being with a relatively mundane task. Supervisor Chan nodded absent-mindedly, walking past and towards the room in question. Ryoma made sure to smile with his eyes and nod at the serving girl as he walked by. Never hurts to be polite to the customer service. She must be new. Supervisor Chan mumbled with a glance backwards. I've been here too many times before. Most know us already. Supervisor Chan loves karaoke, I see. Ryoma teased. My name is Toyoko. She snapped, face scrunching up at him. She was about to say something else, before thinking better of it and pushing the door open. This was accompanied by a little frustrated huff. As soon as the door opened, the sounds of laughter and commentary could be heard. Swear to it. As soon as they realized I was under them, boom. Eyes boggled out of their heads. They looked like this boomp. Ha ha ha. You're exaggerating. I'm serious. Waump. Captain, your daughter is here. She brings a boy with her. A feminine voice drawled. The inside of the room seemed relatively stereotypical for a karaoke place. A sort of C-shaped couch surrounding a short table covered in drinks and snacks. 2 projectors were mounted above, pointing at either side of the walls and displaying a select your song menu. Sitting around the table were a number of what Ryoma presumed were his fellow puppeteers. Captain Gentai was present, sitting on the corner and legs bunched up tremendously to allow the giant of a man to sit in the normal man-sized seats. The only difference between his current and normal outfits was that his flak vest was currently unzipped. Sitting next to him was a woman with well-tanned skin and dark pink hair tied back into a long braid. She wore a long-sleeved variant of the Suna flak vest, open to reveal a chest bound in bandages and exposed stomach, which ended in a tight black pants that went all the way down to sandaled feet. As the voice was feminine, Ryoma was assuming this was the one who spoke last. On the other side of the table, a lanky man with long white hair and a crooked grin sat. He wore the Sunagakure headband down enough to cover his eyebrows with an extension that came back to cover the top of his head entirely. His flak vest was worn loosely over his shoulders, body covered by a tight black body glove that came up far enough to cover the bottom of his chin. The last present at the table was a bulky man who was well into the last stages of balding. A total disappearance of any hair on the top of his head, all that remained was a section of shortly shaved hair that ringed around the sides just above his ears. This bald dome was embraced with the elaborate tattoo of a scorpion plastered upon it. He was dressed in a similar black body glove as the previous man, save that his was covered in a layer of old-fashioned samurai armor with a tan coat folded up and draped across his lap. Their laughs trailed off and their gazes turned towards the two of them with curious expressions and toothy smiles. Gentai nodded sharply. Toyo, Jonin Ryoma. I'm glad that you've arrived. Despite his bombastic claim, his face was still locked into a serious glare and scowl. HMP. You didn't tell me what a hassle he was, Papa. Supervisor Chen click-stepped her way over, Gentai and the woman stepping out to allow her to slide past and take a seat. So she was the captain's daughter, hey? Neat. Ryoma meandered his way over as Captain Gentai raised his brows. A hassle? Jonin Ryoma has been diligent and reserved in all my interactions with him. She's telling the truth. I've been a troublemaker, a rabble-rouser, and all around entirely too rambunctious for my own good around her. Ryoma shook his head in faux regret. She called me a dog the other day and I started barking. She did. That didn't happen. You liar. Toyoko slammed her hands on the table, pushing herself up and pointing dramatically at him. I never said so much as one rude thing to you. She hissed, slapping herself on the chest. You didn't take your shoes off when you entered my apartment. Ryoma smirked, giving her a side eye. She froze, staring at him with a shocked expression. He sighed and shrugged. After I invited you in and cooked breakfast for you two, it's just heartbreaking really. That, beehole, that's not. She raised her hands and fumbled through words before the heavy laughter and soft giggles of the strangers present cut her off. She practically melted into her chair, retracting in on herself in a seethingly embarrassed manner. I see. Gentai announced with a firm nod. It's good to see you getting along well. His daughter let out a miserable whine as she planted her forehead on her knees. Hey now, Ryoma right. The bald man declared, sticking a hand out for him to take, a grin on his face. Ryoma took it, shaking the man's hand with a firm and curt motion. Nichibatsu, call me Nikki. Captain told us about you. Oh? What did he say? Ryoma asked with a raised brow. You were that kid Ol Sasori hung around, before he turned traitor anyhow. He laughed. Heard you did pretty well for yourself last war, Jonin in 3 years ain't shabby at all. Ryoma huffed in an amused fashion. I spent a lot of time in the academy. Hee that only accounts for so much. Here, let me stand up so you can scoot on in. Nika huffed, pushing up and standing so that the lanky man next to him could follow. Ryoma scooted his way over, taking a seat next to the scandalized-looking Toyoko with a grin. The lanky man offered his own hand, which Ryoma took. Tsuyumaru, anyone who can get little Toyo all flustered like that is good in my book. I'm not flustered. She growled in a flustered manner. It's a lot of fun. Ryoma nodded to confirm the statement, releasing the hand and turning towards the last stranger. The pink-haired woman leaned forwards, offering a graceful hand with a smirk. Yukata Sakura, darling, glad you could join us. Glad to be here, I suppose. Ryoma drawled, shaking the hand with a nod before letting go and leaning back. He was probably just going to call her Yukata. He thought of someone else when the name Sakura was mentioned and it would just get confusing if he didn't keep them separate. I wasn't keeping anyone waiting, was I? We do not begin until 1900. This gives time for any other member of the puppeteer corps who wishes to join karaoke night to arrive. Gentai explained with a firm nod. Most usually find themselves preoccupied with their various projects. It's only us Jonin that usually show up to these things. Nikki explained with a rumbling tone. Used to Ol Sasori joined us from time to time, but the Chunin? They're convinced they don't have the time to waste on a little socializing. Haha. You're looking at every Jonin in the puppeteer corps, kid. Tsuyumaru huffed, leaning back and crossing his legs. Except Toyo there, and Tora who's on a mission right now. What was he doing again? Something about wiping out a bandit band. Yukata asked, rubbing her chin with a thumb. Vagrant types. Something like that. The pickings have been getting real thin ever since the war ended. Nika sighed in a rueful manner. Used to I was getting a new elimination job every time I finished the last. I haven't had a good raid in months now. He reached down and poured himself a saucer of sake, throwing it back before pouring another, this time sliding the sake jaw over to him on a chakra string. Go on and pour yourself a glass, Ryoma, ain't no need to stand on ceremony here. Ryoma exhaled through his nose, making his veil kick up a bit as he took hold of the jar. He went ahead and poured 2 saucers, pushing the other over to Supervisor Chan and setting the jar down. Every jonin but one, hey? For some reason I thought we'd have more. He commented, reaching up to take off the veil so he could drink. Used to there were maybe twice as many of us before the third war started. Tsuyumaru let out a rolling chuckle. Pretty sure one of them was your teacher. You were Jin's brat, weren't you? For maybe a year, yet. Jin, his Jonin sensei, and another puppeteer, a freaky-looking bald guy with an unusually thick neck and unnatural smile plastered on his face most of the time. His puppet of choice was one that looked like a baby, that could make baby noises and had a concealed knife inside. Nothing else. Ryoma wasn't sure why he never upgraded it past that. Ryoma also wasn't exactly sure what he had learned from the man while assigned to his team, mostly just a bunch of random Buddhist sayings and directions to the poison market. The most substantive thing Ryoma got was the man's own straw hat before he ran into Jiraiya the Toad Sage and got obliterated. Honestly, he wasn't sure what he was expecting from a Jonin sensei. He supposed that was about the best he could have hoped for. The sake gently burned down his throat, filling his chest with the distinct warmth of alcohol. The taste, like the taste of all alcohol, was kinda weird and he wasn't really a fan. He wasn't much of a drinking kind of guy. Ah, that's right, he ran right into the Toad Sage, didn't he? Nick amused with a half grin. Ah, well, easy come and easy go. He'd probably say one of them idioms and throw back a bottle if he were here. The invitation is open to any but the Genin and Chunin rarely show. They're too nervous to perform in front of their superiors. Yukata smiled, Strings reaching out to pour herself a cap and bring it to her lips. As if karaoke is indicative of their abilities in the field, they're silly little ones like that. I'd bet most of them are better with karaoke than they are with puppetry. Tsuyumaru laughed. I didn't see any sasaras hanging around in the most recent batches, let's just say that. You don't need to be sassary to paint the sands red. Nikki waved a bombastic hand. Besides, kids are great killers. You just need to give them a chance. He pointed a thumb back at himself. Just look at me, I was a kid once and my kill count is in the triple digits. Gahaha. You've been bragging about hitting 300 for months now, Nichibatsu, when will you give it a rest? Yukata sighed, changing the orientation of her crossed legs. Now there, I never mentioned my kill count. That was you. Haha. Hey, now what's the new kid's count? Tsuyumaru asked with a tilted head. Ryoma, you keep track of your kills, or is that just something Nika here has been insisting we do? Ryoma took another sip, considering the question for a moment, smacking his lips in thought. His brows furrowed, before he shook his head. I'd have to check my file again, I don't remember. That's a great sign. Nika laughed. If you're already at that point, Captain, what's the kid's count? I know you read all our files. Gentai nodded firmly. Over the course of his 3-year career, Jonin Ryoma is directly responsible for the death of 206 enemy shinobi. Everyone at the table stilled and paid closer attention to the captain as he spoke. And has directly participated in the deaths of 462 more. Ryoma licked his teeth, trying his best to remember. A lot of the Third War was a bit fuzzy to him, a combination of strain, constant missions, and the faint high of chakra pills made it hard to keep track of the little details. That sounds about right, probably. He slowly nodded, scowling in consideration. A lot of those were incidental. Holy damn. Nichibatsu roared with a huge smile. Why the hell are you pouring your own drinks? Toyo, get this field cutter another. Ahaha. He raised an amused brow, glancing over at the unusually quiet Supervisor Chan. She glanced at him, before coughing into her fist with a scowl and pouring another drink into his saucer. The lack of grumbling and growling felt a bit strange. Thanks. He said as an aside, making her nod stiffly and set the jar down. That's 668. Tsuyumaru declared, a finger tapping on his chin and an impressed whistle in his tone. That's about 1 kill every 1.5 days. It sounds a lot more impressive than it is. Ryoma denied with a shake of his head. The Wood Dragoon is good at clearing battlefields, and bad at everything else. Most of those kills were just from frontline incidentals, shrapnel, and the like. Wood Dragoon. Is that your puppet? What does it look like? Yukata asked, uncrossing her legs, putting her hands in her lap, and leaning forwards. About 3 meters tall, humanoid, with a large ONI mask on the front. Ryoma waved a hand in front of him. Wait a minute. Supervisor Chan shot up, leaning forwards to look him in the eye. Well, as best as she could from her seated position. You're that guy. There was that nickname again. He reached a hand up to scratch at his cheek. I'm going to be honest with you, I didn't know I had that kind of reputation until someone told me about it last month. You didn't? She asked with a slightly baffled expression, waving a hand at him. Tha, that's. He shrugged helplessly. I don't go out that often. He explained with a slightly annoyed tone. I got work to do, and eating out is expensive. The table of Jonin puppeteers laughed at him for nearly a minute, something he endured with good humor and another drink. Karaoke night wasn't too bad, he'd probably come back a time or two. Sunagakure. Ryoma, Jonin. Jonin Ryoma. A familiar voice greeted him in a smooth tone. He turned his head slightly over and up to regard them, hands folded in his lap and legs loosely crossed. Mari's friend, Naguère, was standing to his right and looking down at his seated form. Her immense jugs secured to her shoulders with overlapping leather straps and hair hidden beneath a loose beige headdress. She carried 2 bags of what looked and smelled like takeout food. Mari's friend. He greeted, a little amused smirk hidden beneath his veil. Fancy meeting you here. This is the Ninjutsu Corps HQ. She replied blandly. Ryoma glanced around, looking at the glazed clay walls, the tall arched roof, the regular and bold electrical lighting, the patterned tile flooring, and the comfortable reception chair he was sitting in. You could tell just by looking that the Ninjutsu Corps had cash to burn, mostly because ninjutsu were both powerful and cost chakra to utilize, rather than money. The 8 Corps of Suna all received a set stipend from the central treasury and a small percentage of whatever their members earned from completing missions. Puppetry, shiki, sealing, medical, ninjutsu, genjutsu, barrier, weaponry all received the same base level stipend to keep existing, researching, and to pay for whatever facilities they needed to do both of those things. Anything more had to come from the paychecks of their members. Many of the Corps had either niche applications, so fewer applicants, or outstanding costs, so less liquid capital free to be used on whatever. The puppeteers had the manufacturing costs and renting out the space for the silos. The shiki and sealing Corps both used big oversized tools in their standard equipment loadouts. The medical Corps made a lot of money and spent a lot of money on their potions and poisons and laboratories, and so on. Most didn't have much in the way of disposable income. The Ninjutsu Corps didn't have any of these issues, no big costs or shortage of members, and consequently had some of the fanciest looking facilities in Suna. When one considered this, and added that both the current and previous Kazakage were former members of their particular Corps, you ended up with an incredibly arrogant bunch. Hence why when he swung by and requested a meeting for future business, the receptionist told him that he'd have to wait in the lobby until the captain could meet with him, no specific time given. This was frustrating, because several people had requested meetings similar to him and had been allowed to enter immediately. So it is. Ryoma commented, turning back to her. He tried to think of a funny follow-up to that, but couldn't quite manage to come up with anything in time. Thinking was a bit difficult through the persistent irritation that was building up behind his eyes. Those were called headaches, he was pretty sure. Hello. Her eyes trailed up and down along his body once, before glancing up at the receptionist pretending to be working, and back to him. What brings you here, Jonin Ryoma? She asked plainly, sounding like she was already pretty sure about the answer but asking to confirm anyways. Well. Ryoma leaned back and put on a falsely chipper tone. I had swung by to request a meeting, or if nothing else scheduled one for the future, to get a quote for a commission for custom work with the Ninjutsu Corps. He made sure to smile toothily, even if it couldn't be seen, and shake his head. It's just the darndest thing though, because I showed up 4 hours ago and have seen at least 3 unscheduled visits show up and processed while I waited. He stretched long, letting bones crack and pop as he did. It's enough to frustrate me, Miss Naguère, it's enough to make me grumble and squint. Heck, I might just lodge a formal letter of complaint to the Lord Kazakage and include very strong language. His tone conveyed a great deal more irritation than his words. She nodded slowly. I see. Are you intending to maintain secrecy about this commission? She asked directly, tilting her head. He reached into his pocket to pull out the scroll in question detailing the process he needed to put wood through to densify it, and the amount that he would need for it, and tossed it over to her carelessly. He realized immediately after that both of her hands were currently occupied, and reached out a string too. She caught it in her mouth, flawlessly, smoothly lowering the bags in her hands down to the ground before taking the scroll out of her teeth and gently patting it against her clothes. Then, as if she hadn't just done something incredibly odd, she took the scroll in both hands to unfurl and read through it. Ryoma wasn't really sure what his expression was at the moment. His raised finger slowly lowered before his hand dropped entirely, returning to his side. She rolled it up again and handed it back to him, then bent at the knees to pick up her takeout bags again. I see. Would you like my independent referral to a specialist? He considered that for about half a second, nodding as he pushed up from the chair. If you wouldn't mind, I'd love to take you up on that offer. He gave a little half grin, tucking the scroll away and bowing his head in thanks. She nodded again. Please follow me. She spoke, turning to start walking down a side hall. The captain will see you, know, the receptionist tried to call out, only to be interrupted by Ryoma's polite but firm refusal. Fuck off. He called out, waving a dismissive hand over his shoulder as he followed Naguère down the side hall and towards another equally fancy section of the HQ. He could hear the receptionist trail off awkwardly behind him, and briefly felt bad about being rude to her before deciding that he was too annoyed to care. He made a mental note to not ask the ninjutsu captain for anything ever again. You have someone in mind already? He asked, sighing and doing his best to shake off his ambient frustrations. I am capable of one step of the process. I am aware of one other who is capable of another one of the detailed steps, and I trust that she will know others who are capable of the last two. One of those steps is ultimately optional, mind you. I don't really need it to get the material I'm looking for. Ryoma made sure to clarify. Naguère nodded. I saw that. She stopped in front of a door that read Vice Captain, provoking a raised brow and glance from him. Not that she seemed to notice or heed either. Naguère set one bag of food down again, knocking on the door with the back of her knuckles, and calling out, Vice Captain, I've returned with lunch and a guest. Come in. A female voice called out from inside, making Naguère nod, open the door, then reach down to take up her other bag again. She pushed the door open with one of her massive jugs, the one slung next to her hips, and stepped inside. Ryoma followed politely, step hitching once as he saw who was on the other side of the door. Dark, seaweed green hair tied back in a smooth bun, kept in place with a long bone needle. Uneven orange bangs that framed the sides of her face. A long, sleeveless black top secured around her waist with a white obi. Faded amber eyes, fair skin, and light purple lipstick. She was certainly attractive, for sure, with a pretty face and rather shapely figure. However, what she was very much secondary to who she was. Ryoma recognized this woman, the same way he might recognize Kazakage Raza, and for very similar reasons. Pakura of the Scorch, hero of the Hidden Sand, one of the 2 S-rank ninjas left in Suna, sat behind the desk. He hadn't known she was the vice-captain of the ninjutsu corps. That wasn't very important compared to the fact that she was Pakura and therefore wielder of the Scorch Release, the creative name for super hot fire that magically dehydrated things into mummies by proximity. Ninja ranks were an imprecise science. It was tricky to get any clear delineation between what rank a ninja should be and why, the reasonings varying wildly from person to person and rankings riddled with exceptions and edge cases. Theoretically it was a measure of a ninja's overall threat and force projection capacity, practically it was an argument about who could beat up who. Most of the time, earning the coveted status of S-rank required a particularly noteworthy feat that others could point to and say that's it, they're S-rank for sure. Pakura's feat was fighting Han of the Steam, a ninja of IWA, to a standstill in the middle of the largest battle on the Suna IWA front during the Third Ninja War. This alone didn't sound all that impressive until one learned that Han of the Steam was a Jinchuriki, had a massive primordial chakra demon sealed inside of him, and had been wearing that chakra demon's form and trying to trample the Suna forces while Pakura had fought him. A Jinchuriki who could do that was so far beyond Ryoma's league it wasn't even funny, so a woman who could actively brawl with one and not die was similarly intimidating. He wasn't sure how exactly she did it. He wasn't present on that battlefield when it went down, but he was relatively certain that she had used her magic dehydration fire to hard counter the giant steam demon. Currently, she was looking into one of the bags of takeout with a curious eye. They gave us a lot of sauce, hey. I asked for extra. Nagare explained calmly, sitting down on the other side of the desk and taking out a pair of chopsticks. Their mayonnaise is very good. This is a lot of mayonnaise. Yes. I see. Ryoma couldn't quite put his finger on it, but he was starting to think that Nagare and Pakura were rather similar. The hero of Suna pulled out her dish, a basket tray of fried fish covered in a frankly unreasonable amount of mayo, and set it aside to look up at him. Who is this, Nagare? Jonin Ryoma of the Puppeteer Corps. Nagare explained, pulling out her own tray of fried fish drowned in mayo, setting it to the side and starting to neatly fold the takeout bag up for disposal. He has been waiting in the reception for a meeting with Captain Udakabe. I offered a direct referral. Ah. Pakura nodded, taking a large bite of her mayo-slathered fried fish and turning towards him. It had to be a large bite too, because the quantity of mayo on the fried fillet was enough to slightly increase the bulk of the actual food. The sight of mayo spilling a bit over her lips and onto her chin was somewhat distracting. Not too distracting though, because mayo was gross and Ryoma didn't like it anywhere near his food. She had clearly intended to speak earlier, but had to work through her bite of food slightly longer than anticipated. She raised a hand apologetically before slightly covering her mouth, cheeks distended, and turning slightly to the side to finish. Ryoma raised a brow, glancing over at Nagare to see her politely gorging herself on the fish and mayo. The room was dominated by the sounds of quiet but furious chewing for a few long awkward moments. Ryoma reached up to scratch at his neck, politely looking away and waiting to be properly addressed. Finally, a swallow. My apologies. Pakura said, provoking him to turn back. The fish is more chewy than I was expecting. He reached up to gesture at the corner of his mouth. You got some mayo here. She nodded, reaching over to take a napkin and wiping at the corners of her lips before carefully scrunching it up and gently dropping it into a trash bin. I am Pakura, Vice Captain of the Ninjutsu Corps. What is the nature of this meeting? Ryoma reached into his vest and pulled out the scroll, stepping forwards to gently hand it over. There's a process I need to perform on wood to densify it, but the puppetry corps doesn't have the right tools for it. I was hoping to commission specialists of the Ninjutsu Corps to make it for me, at least 5,000 pounds of raw material in the form of debarked logs. He shrugged. At the very least, I'd like an estimate for how much you'd charge for it so I can judge if I can afford it or not. If I can't, I'll just have to use untreated wood. Pakura listened carefully to his words, nodding slowly before unfurling the scroll across the table in front of her. As she read, she leaned to the side and took another large bite of the mayo fish, chewing thoughtfully and making sure her mouth wasn't over the scroll. A drop of mayo fell onto the front of her dress, a spot of white against black, which he did his best to ignore. Eventually, she swallowed and wiped her lips off again. I will need at least 3 others for this. Those capable of general elemental manipulation are not usually skilled enough to perform the processes outlined here. I have 2 in mind, including Nagare, but one is currently on a mission. So 4 mission payments then? Ryoma asked, scratching at his chin with a thoughtful expression. Better than he had feared, worse than he had hoped. Do you have a general price point in mind? No more than a C-rank mission, but you will be required to provide the sodium sulfite and unprocessed wood. We will be able to begin as soon as the last of 4 return from their mission. I do not anticipate them taking longer than a month to return. C-rank meant anywhere from 30,000 to 100,000 ryo. Worst case scenario was he had to wait a month and shell out 400,000 to get the wood he needed to layer over the metal skeleton frame and make the wooden muscle. That would be the analogous component here, but it didn't operate anything like meat muscle, so it didn't feel quite right to say. Again, worse than he had hoped, better than he had feared. Random delays like that were part of his initial calculation of 6 months to 2 years, and he wasn't at all surprised by it. Ryoma nodded, ignoring the distracting sounds of Nagare chowing down on her second large mayo fish. That sounds agreeable to me. Please send word when you can get started. I'll pay the standard half up front and half upon completion. I suppose, being a puppeteer, you will need to make a purchase like this several times throughout your career. She asked in a relatively blunt manner. Why not simply develop the ninjutsu or machinery required to perform this process yourself? Ryoma raised his brows before shrugging. Of course an S-ranker would say why not just develop the 2 to 3 elemental manipulation talents yourself. There's a reason that they were an S-ranker. By the time I could create the tools to create the material to build my tools, I could have just paid the professionals to make the material so I could build my tools several times over. I can always get more money, I can never get more time. A thoughtful, contemplative look crossed her eyes. I suppose so. Is there anything else, Jonin Ryoma? She rolled up the scroll again and handed it back to him. Now that's it from me. He waved off, putting the scroll away with his other hand. Naturally, even if the secret scroll wasn't actually that big of a secret or important, Ninja had a cultural impetus to return them and politely maintain the illusion that they weren't constantly stealing ideas from each other. If he had put it in a folder or something, it might have been stolen before the day was over. But because he put it in a scroll, the ninja brain defaulted to clan secrets of an ally and thus hesitated to just take and read it. Or something like that. It was a theory in progress at the moment. He turned to leave, before pausing and turning back to the hero of the hidden sand. Actually, thinking about it, I do have a question. If you don't mind me asking. She nodded, letting her orange bangs bounce again. He raised a hand to gesture at them. What's with the orange bangs and green hair? Is that just a fashion thing or? Pakura visibly slouched and groaned. No, that's a ugh. She raised a hand to hold a lockout, glaring ruefully at it. They're a consequence of scorch release. It's been turning my hair orange, going from the tips and working their way up. I've been trying to dye them but they turn the dye into steam before it has the chance to work. She shook her head, dropping the bang and tapping herself on the shoulders. They remove the color from all my clothes too. I've had to get this top re-dyed a half-dozen times by now. Hey. Ryoma replied intelligently. Makes sense. Sorry to hear that. She waved him off. It's fine, I just have to live with it now. Maybe I'll start wearing white in a few years. She let out an annoyed huff and leaned back in her chair. I had a look and everything too: black primary, light purple secondary, dark green tertiary. If it was all the way orange now I could just get a new look, but it's only changing my bangs. She threw her hands up with a glare at nothing and a scowl on her lips. She leaned forwards and took an angry bite of her chewy mayo fish, clearly working through her frustration with food. He nodded. All right then, I won't take up any more of your time. Thank you for the quote. She nodded as he turned towards Nagare, who was now licking mayo off her lips with an expressionless face. And thank you for the referral, Miss Nagare. She nodded at him, her serious expression at odds with the pinky in her lips and the rapid use of a napkin to remove the saliva from her fingers. He waved and moved out the door, shutting it behind him gently and making his way back towards the door. Ugh, he could still smell the mayo. Who the heck asks for extra mayo? Sunagakure. Ryoma, Jonin. Do you want some pocky? The voice of Toyoko came out in a stilted, slightly unsure manner. Ryoma looked up from his current activity, applying a terrifying amount of heat and weld material to steel. He reached up, pushing his newest puppet off his face and looked at her with his actual eyes. The puppet was something he threw together for this purpose. It had the general appearance of a helmet, mostly because it was a helmet. Part of the new puppet armor he was putting together. A rounded combination of padding and metal plates with a sort of crown or blindfold that segmented to allow a visor section to push back independently of the rest. Upon the crown blindfold was a series of puppet eyes. It was basically just a normal full enclosure helmet that was ringed in false eyes, allowing him to see all around without compromising its ability to protect his face, provided he had a chakra string to link to it. Currently he was operating it with a pinky, welding the massive metal skeleton segments of his planned puppet mech together like he was British. The flaw he hadn't initially accounted for was how hard it was to breathe with his face fully enclosed. He'd need to install some kind of rebreather or filter into the lower half of the visor. Maybe simplify the design by putting ears on ball joints and mounting eyes at the tips, the same omnidirectionality and the ability to peek around corners. It would look a bit silly, but if it worked then it was worth it. All of this to say he was sweating and breathing a bit hard as he pulled the visor back. Pocky? He asked with a bland curiosity, eyes squinting from the sudden light. Another thing he hadn't accounted for. Toyoko, his one and only tiny observer, was currently glaring at him from her supervisorial throne. She coughed into her gloved hand, glancing away and speaking again. Pocky. I have been led to understand it is quite popular at the moment. It is only polite to offer a share. With it she shook the little red box in her other hand, displaying rows of the chocolate-covered candy sticks inside. He raised his brows, reaching a hand up to turn the scary arc welder off and gently setting it down. In front of him was a large cage in a state of partial assembly. Steel ordered from the logistics division, bolted together, and in the process of being welded as a finisher. The shape was somewhat boxy, with an interior that curved a bit like elbow pasta. The intent was for the pilot to slip in through the back and settle down into the chair. A space behind the head for the central chakra storage and a console region for the planned battery-powered radio communicator and speaker system. He briefly debated telling her that he didn't really like sweets, but decided against it. If she wanted to be nice and share her snacks, he could be nice and graciously accept. Ryoma shrugged, reaching up to pull the puppet helm off completely and setting it down. Sure, I'll steal some pocky if you're offering. He walked over, reaching down into a cooler to pull out his chilled canteen, then making his way over to Toyoko's supervisorial desk, the desk he used to hold all his plans and drafts that she was looking through. A little string from his pinky reached out, snagging a pocky stick from the box and bringing it over to his lips. It's not stealing if it's being offered, Jonin Ryoma. Toyoko glared, taking a stick of pocky for herself and immediately munching down. The box of pocky returned to her vest pocket and she took another efficient bite, the chocolate stick rapidly disappearing into her mouth. Ryoma, holding the stick between his lips and making sure to suck the chocolate off before biting, replied at once. No, see, I'm a dastardly ninja who does many horrible crimes, so it's only natural that I steal things. It would be odd if I didn't. HMP. Toyoko huffed, taking another bite and turning her nose up slightly. You are a ninja of Sunagakure. Dastardly deeds and horrible acts are what lesser ninja might indulge in, but you are held to a higher standard. Ryoma took a swig of his cold water, sucking a bit more chocolate off the stick and thinking that statement over. After a period of consideration, he came to a conclusion. He was a little bit too stunned by the statement to keep the bit going. He turned to look down at her, half seated on the table and pocky hanging from his lips. You do know what ninja do, right? She recoiled slightly, an offended expression in her face and tone. Of course I do. We operate beyond the authority of any daimyo, a nation of warrior clans united by the strength of Lord First for the sake of the enduring dream of win freedom from any authority but our own. He wasn't sure what exactly he had been expecting her answer to be. We're ninja. A mercenary army of chakra wielders that provides violence on behalf of anyone who is willing to pay us. He replied bluntly, raising a brow. Our entire way of life is predicated around accepting money in exchange for doing things normal people would consider horrible. Toyoko scoffed and rolled her eyes, wiggling her hands at him. You shouldn't mistake the day-to-day of our lifestyle for our purpose. The words of our very founder contradict you. We live, train, and fight for the sake of this dream, not for something as crude as money. That's what lesser villages focus on. A raised index finger emphasized her declaration. The ideals you fight for don't change what you do. Ryoma refuted immediately, lips twitching downwards. Her face scrunched up at him as he continued. If you accept money for murder, you are still accepting money for murder. It doesn't matter why you decided to. It absolutely does. Someone who kills for a purpose is a professional, a warrior with honor and reason. Someone who kills for the thrill or for no reason at all is just a crazed axeman. She rose from the chair, slapping her hands on the table and trying to lean intimidatingly towards him. She was too short for this to be in any way effective. Everyone has a purpose for everything they do, even if those purposes are shallow or stupid. Ryoma shook his head, looking back towards the partially welded frame and taking another sip of his canteen. Killing for the thrill of it. That's not a very good reason, but it's still a reason. Killing for money? As valid as any other answer. Killing to protect your loved ones? Sure, why not? Killing for a dream? That'll get you moving like anything else would. He waved a hand at nothing in particular. You might think those reasons are good or bad, but that's a moral judgment, not an objective assessment. It's fine to do that, but that's not the same. Things were quiet in the work silo for a long few moments. What's your reason, Jonin Ryoma? Toyoko asked with a serious tone, staring holes into the side of his head. She straightened up and crossed her arms over her chest. Money. Ryoma considered that for a few moments, before shaking his head. Nah, not money. He reached up to take the pocky out of his lips, licking them to make sure no chocolate was left on before talking again. How could he explain this? I suppose there's just nowhere I'd rather be. He eventually settled on. Nowhere you'd rather be. She repeated his words. Good job, supervisor, that was a very clever reply. Then again, he wasn't exactly writing poetry here either. I could have been a civilian doing civilian things. I like fishing, so maybe a fisherman somewhere. Ryoma leaned back some more, resting on his hands and making a little fishing gesture. I could have gone into logistics or security and got a cushy job pushing paperwork or drunk people around. I'd probably be way safer doing any of those things, with a longer life and more of a chance to have kids with some large-breasted woman who likes me well enough. He could have hopped on a boat and sailed away, far away from these lands and away from anything that might influence the future. Far away from the apocalyptic events he knew could come his way in a decade or two. Everything would probably turn out fine if he did so. Toyoko made a little HMH sound at the last sentence, making him exhale in an amused fashion and glance over at her. She met his gaze briefly, before looking away and raising her hands to cover her chest. He smirked, rolled his eyes, and turned away again. Where was he? He stopped looking at anything in the room, his vision instead going to images of people he had never met and places he had never been. The most powerful people to have ever lived clashing in a battle that shakes the planet. Madmen and heroes beating each other to death for the sake of their incompatible ideals. A betrayal, and the revival of a vengeful goddess. Concentric rings on fields of purple and red. White horns. A shattered window through reality itself. A tree so tall that it sticks in God's eye. Eventually, he found his voice again. In the end, I decided I wanted to be there right in the middle of battle. I want to fight, and I want to win. You just want to kill for the sake of it. Toyoko had a distinctly bothered and judgmental tone in her voice as she spoke. He supposed that he had gave the wrong impression earlier, with his talks of reasons not mattering. Ryoma firmly shook his head in denial, waving a hand to emphasize his point. No, not kill. I don't particularly care if my enemy lives or dies, I just. He trailed off, suddenly returning to himself and realizing what he was saying. He threw his head back and laughed. Haha. Look at me ramble on. Talking like I'm some kind of shounen protagonist. His laughter wound down into rueful chuckles, turning to glance over at Toyoko. Her expression was focused like a cat staring at a bird it couldn't reach. You know, I think you're probably the first person to ask me that. He teased with a crooked grin. She blinked, pulling back slightly. Ask you, about your reason for being a ninja. She replied slowly, eyebrows scrunched together. Ryoma gave an amused, rolling, horse-like snort. Yab. I don't think I remember anyone asking me why I wanted to be a ninja before. Congratulations for entering a very special club, the hearing Ryoma blabber about pointless things club. She scowled suddenly, an expression that let him clearly see the family resemblance between herself and Captain Gentai. It's not pointless. A ninja's reasons are incredibly important. Toyoko made a cute little gesticulation with her hands to emphasize her point. He tilted his head away, eyes squinting down at her in a teasing manner. It doesn't change that I perform dirty deeds for dirt cheap. Dirt cheap. She recoiled. He smiled and turned away. Filthy acts at a reasonable price. You're a ninja of Sunagakure. Take pride in your warrior heritage. Your service isn't filthy. Maximum rampage for minimum Ryo. She slouched, propping her chin upon her palm with a pout on her face, clearly giving up on trying to stop him. Ryoma wasn't done though, and continued to list off lines of a joke he only half remembered. Amoral activities at affordable costs. Serial offenses on special offer. Nefarious behavior for near bottom line. He paused, taking a moment to think of any more. Toyoko perked up slightly. He crushed that hope. Discounted destruction. He almost sang. She fell forwards against the desk, face resting against her arms. You can at least charge more. She muttered grumpily. Calling yourself cheap is just an insult. He chuckled, reaching down to poke her on the head before pushing up and away. She made a little aggravated grunt as he did, but didn't raise her head. He had enough time to cool off, it was time to get back to war. A knock on the silo door. He blinked and Toyoko raised her face from her arms. He walked over and reached out a finger to open up the door, staying a reasonable distance away. A rather nondescript ninja was on the other side of the door, wearing the Suna headband, an armband with the Logistics Corps logo, and a massive scroll on his back. The ninja blinked, raising a hand and waving. Silo 3, Jonin Ryoma. He called out questioningly. That's me. Ryoma nodded, stepping slightly closer. The ninja nodded, pulling the scroll off his back and stepping into the silo. I got a delivery from the Logistics Corporate for you, those springs you ordered. Ah, great, set them down wherever. The massive scroll was unfurled to reveal a large bulk storage array, a hand was placed on the seal, and a large puff of smoke followed. The good ventilation and fans in the silo cleared the smoke out quickly enough, revealing the two gargantuan coil springs that were intended to be installed in the legs of the Kyojutsu puppet. It was hard to describe just how big they were, both taller and wider than he was, with a hoop thickness bigger than his arms, maybe even his legs. A set of twin springs that would absorb the multi-thousand-pound frame of the massive puppet. The logistics ninja nodded, rolling up the scroll again and slinging it over his back. That should be it for now, we're still working on those massive steel sheets you needed. Ryoma nodded gratefully, trying his best to ignore how much all these materials were costing his savings. Thanks for the work. I know processing an order for this much metal all at once isn't easy. The logistics ninja shrugged. It's what we're here for. He glanced at the massive springs again before swallowing and turning back to him. I'd be careful with these things, they honestly kind of scare me. The springs? Ryoma asked for clarification, receiving a nod. We did a weight test to make sure they were in working order before I brought them over. It's these things can absorb a lot of force, and they're really damn heavy, it makes me nervous just knowing they exist, you know? If you pushed one all the way closed and let it loose, it'd probably knock a building down. He raised a hand to rub the back of his neck, under the white flaps of his heat-shielding headdress. Hey, I'll keep that in mind. Thanks again. Ryoma waved, the logistics nin nodding and waving back as he left. The door closed behind the delivery guy, and Ryoma turned towards the springs. He reached out a hand and connected a chakra string to lift. It didn't budge. He frowned, connecting a second chakra string and slowly lifted the massive spring up and into a standing position near the far wall. It was hard to describe what telekinetic strain felt like, it wasn't really anything like physical strain. Kinda like picturing something in your head and maintaining the image while doing something else, but not quite that either. It was one of those things you got better with practice, just like everything else in the world. He moved the other spring over before walking back to his welding spot and taking up his prototype puppet helm again with a sigh. Back to welding bits together. By the end of the day, the skeleton had been welded together completely and left standing in the middle of the room. It was currently making large, slow, careful steps around the slightly cramped interior, testing the welds and the suspension. Sure enough, the immense springs made intimidating groans with every floor-shaking step, giving the frame's gait a subtle bounce. Just as his diagrams outlined, it looked like a decapitated human skeleton with a slightly unusual ribcage. The lower spine was also highly reduced and centralized, rather than in the back of the frame. The other, smaller details were off too, but that's just because the human body was a thing that evolved rather than being designed. For the most part it was pretty similar, so long as you didn't look too close at any one segment. Well, that's about as much progress as I can make right now. Ryoma declared with furrowed brows, cutting off chakra strings slowly and seeing how few he needed to manage the weight of the naked frame. So far it was looking like the answer was 6. I can work on the other components but I can't add anything more to the frame until the ninjutsu core gets back to me about the wood. 6 strings to manage the skeleton was slightly concerning. It wasn't a particularly complicated design by any means, it was purely the mass and bulk that required all this additional telekinetic leverage. That was a full half of all the strings he had, total, on just this alone. Each spring of the leg took just a little bit more than 1 string to handle, so that was 3 between the pair. The rest of the frame took the other 3, not having any single component nearly as heavy as those springs were. He had been partially expecting this having a good deal of weight centered in the legs would keep the frame stable, but he had slightly underestimated how heavy they would actually end up being. Material differences from theoretical steel density and how the logistics core actually forged it, maybe? He flinched slightly as the immense metal skeleton stepped just a bit too hard, cracking the reinforced stone ground with a distinct crunching noise. Even with the suspension, all the weight of the frame concentrated on those feet was near the limit for what this floor could handle. His initial estimates for weight were in the 5 to 10,000 pounds range. This was shaping up to be more like 15,000 by the end. Could he improve the limb design to save weight without sacrificing durability? Maybe one of those hollow bone designs reinforced with cross patterns, the kind that birds had. Everything he could shave off to make it lighter. How long are you expecting that to take? Toyoko asked, putting the papers and drafts on the table back into the design scroll for him. Her hands were busy with that, but her gaze was fixed upon the 5-meter metal behemoth that was taking substantial effort on his part to operate. They told me no more than a month to start. Ryoma shook his head, slowly returning the massive metal skeleton to the center of the silo and slowly, carefully lowering it into a seated position. The immense hands chipped the ground and the pelvis scraped long grooves as it descended. One of the specialists they need to make it is on a mission right now. Unfortunate. Toyoko declared, planting her hands on her hips as she walked over, the design scroll in her hand. You will be working on the design of the seals and shiki, then. Probably. He let out a long exhale, slowly disconnecting strings from the frame and allowing it to rest fully upon the ground. I'll need to arrange a meeting with them about it probably tomorrow. Do you have a name for it? Toyoko asked suddenly, staring at the massive metal skeleton. He raised a brow. The Mark II. Yes, it needs a name. He scratched the side of his head, glancing over. I was thinking of calling it Great Dragoon. The Mark I was the Wood Dragoon and this is bigger, so. Your naming sense could be improved somewhat. He let out an amused scoff. You're being so rude and evil to me. What did I do to deserve this? She opened to protest, before closing it and staring at him with a grumpy expression. After a few moments, she tried again. My father suggested that I invite you to join me in my evening meals at a local restaurant. She spoke a sentence that clearly implied an invitation but didn't actually speak one. To encourage your social development and camaraderie with the other members of the puppeteer corps. Ryoma raised his brows, noticing the clear change in subject. Yeah, that sounded like Captain Gentai all right. It wasn't like he had much better to do at the moment. He shrugged. Sure. Sunagakure. Ryoma, Jonin. One of the most important things you learn under a proper Jonin sensei is how to take and operate during a mission. As we can't exactly skip this, I will be taking everyone who wants to go on a proper and official mission. It was something he came up with after finishing the other parts of the Mark II. The shiki and seals had been commissioned and purchased already, the object summoning technique on a scroll courtesy of the guys from Intel, and the ninjutsu corps still waiting on their ninja to get back. He had pretty much nothing else to do in terms of work, so taking a field trip like this wasn't going to be taking him away from anything. He had discussed the matter with Toyoko, who had grumpily agreed with his assessment. He had then proposed the idea to the Lord Kazak, who demanded he justify the idea with a very intimidating blank look on his face. After Ryoma had laid out all his reasoning, he got a stamp of approval, told he'd be joined by another Jonin, and was given a suitable mission to take the kids on. He was starting to think that the Kazakage just liked glowering at people. It was also in that meeting that he learned that Mari was close enough to the Lord Kazakage to hold his infant son, a baby with distinct red hair and a secret demon sealed inside of him. She had waved at him with a neat cloth puppet arm while he was leaving. Good to see that she was experimenting, he supposed. His announcement was met with excited mutterings and cheers from the gathered mercenary children. He raised a hand and waved it down, clearly communicating that he still had more to say. After a few moments, the kids quieted down and allowed him to continue. Now, all of this has already been discussed with the Lord Kazakage, and a suitable mission has been reserved to teach you all the basics. We'll be meeting at the main gates tomorrow at 0600, so prepare for that. Wait, Sensei, who gets to go first? The orange-haired girl, Himeko, or something, asked, throwing her hand up to ask but not waiting for him to call upon her. He tilted his head. Everyone? Everyone who wants to come along. That is, this mission is for practice, so the money being split 20 ways doesn't really matter. Why, you can do that. The frosty sash girl, Hayako, called out. Take more than 4, Her confidence evaporated as she continued speaking. It was easier to remember the kids with quirks, everyone else tended to fade into the background of his recognition. Judging from the agitated rumblings of the class, she was speaking a question that everyone was currently thinking. Ryoma shrugged. It's not typical, no, but there's no actual limit to how large any particular team can be. The standard is a 4-man cell, as that has proven most consistent so far, but larger and smaller teams have been assembled before. The reason most don't organize into larger teams is because splitting the pay more than 4 ways means you don't usually make all that much profit by the end. He reached up to scratch the side of his neck. For the sake of this mission, I'll be organizing everyone into 4-man groups with their own team leaders and acting as field commander. The trip there and back shouldn't take longer than about 10 days, so everyone who wants to come should prepare for at least 20 days in case of emergency or delays. What's the mission, sensei? The pink-haired Shounen boy asked with a competitive look on his face. His name was Bazo, which was a very funny name and therefore one that was easy to remember. I bet it's wiping out bandits. Heimko Haimeo? Heim Orange Girl said excitedly. Assassination. The pink-haired seducer wannabe guessed, fists shaking up and down as she pumped herself up. Her name, Mao, was easy to remember because she had little cat accessories on at all times. Defending a fortress. The kid with the straight sword and sandy blonde hair tried, reaching up to scratch the bridge of his nose. June or John or something like that, a JN-type name. He let them get the guesses out of their system, reaching into his vest to pull out the appropriate mission scroll and unraveling it on top of the desk. They continued to ramble for a few moments before realizing that he wasn't going to talk until after they had stopped, and quieting down in short order. Ryoma nodded. Our mission will be grocery shopping. The staggered reactions were pretty amusing to watch. He chuckled at their disappointment before reaching forwards to tap the scroll. We will be traveling to the land of rivers with a large sum of money. Once we have arrived we will go to a number of long-term business partners and buy rice. Once we have the rice we will come back to Suna and hand it off to the logistics division. He looked up. This is a C-rank mission that will pay 100,000 ryo in total. I will be forfeiting my share, so divided about 20 ways means about 5,000 ryo per person. Actually there were more like 25 kids here now, counting again. He was being paid a D-rank mission for every teaching session he held, so it wasn't like he was losing too much here. As expected though, the kids heard 100,000 cut down into 5,000 for each of them and started complaining. 5,000. That's so little. We might as well not even show up. He raised a hand, cutting them off again. Like I said, people don't normally organize into such large teams for a reason. He lowered his hand slowly as he continued. This is a relatively low-risk mission so I can demonstrate the process. The point is to teach you all how to take a mission, not to earn a lot of money. You do not have to participate if you don't think it's worth doing. They were still grumbling, so he smacked the desk to emphasize his next point. Just like these remedial lessons, none of you have to be here if you don't think it's worth your time. You are free to organize yourselves into teams and take missions on your own if you want. He glowered over them for a few moments longer, letting his mild annoyance get across in his gaze. Only after they had been sufficiently scowled at did he let up, leaning back slightly and relaxing his gaze. Now, everyone who intends to come, stand up. We'll need to organize sub-teams. About half of them stood up immediately, and a few sent their hands up instead. He pointed at blue-haired serious girl, Shikako. She was consistently patient in asking questions, so she was easy to remember. Go ahead. She dropped her hand. What if one is uncertain about if they are going on this mission, sensei? You have until tomorrow morning to decide. He stated bluntly. 6 am, main gates, 20 days worth of supplies. We can organize you into teams along the way if needed, but the mission isn't waiting around for you if you have cold feet. I understand, sensei. She replied with a firm nod, standing up and joining the others in the definitely going group. That was about 2/3 of the class, about 18 people in total. An awkward number, he was honestly hoping for an interval of 4 to make things easy. Ah well. Here's the most fun part of planning a team theory crafting. He called out with an amused tone, the kids blinking at the unfamiliar term. He reached into his vest again, pulling out a storage scroll and unsealing its contents. A stack of folders appeared on his desk. I have your profiles here, listing off all of your strengths and weaknesses as shinobi, redacted down to genin level permission by the guys in Intel. This information was collected during your academy training, so don't be surprised if there's a lot of poor or subpar in here. That's according to professional levels. Most of you are doing more or less fine for genin. Profiles. Pink-haired Bazo recoiled. Everyone in the village has one. Ryoma waved a hand. Everyone from the Kazakage to myself to the neighborhood pets, we all have one, and it's a good resource for things like this. It's this kind of stuff that initial team compositions are formed and that large, multifaceted missions are planned around. All of you are genin, so all of you will have permission to see everything in these files. If it's redacted, then you don't have permission to know it yet. He picked up a folder, Azuko apparently, and lightly slapped it with the back of his other hand for emphasis. Today, we'll be using these to plan out team compositions, strategies, and synergies between yourselves. 2 ninja of different abilities working together is usually more effective than 2 ninja with the same specialty trying to do the same thing. A raised hand from the green-haired girl. She never talked, so he never ended up learning her name. He pointed at it. Sensei, what do you mean by synergies? She asked, tilting her head with an oblivious expression. He scratched his neck. Did they not teach this kind of stuff in the academy? He mused to himself, not remembering one way or the other. It was something he knew from the beginning, so keeping track of if it was taught to others or not was hard to recall. He shook his head. Well, they did teach you about elemental weaknesses, right? How water can extinguish fire and stuff like that. A large number of nods and understanding expressions. He nodded and kept going. Well, the same thing applies in reverse. You can use one elemental technique for the sake of empowering a technique of a different element. Wah. Really? That's like super cute. HN. I see. Ryoma supposed it was new information for these kids, but he wasn't sure why they were getting so excited about it. He hadn't even said anything except this is a thing, yo yet. He gave them a second before continuing. The most common example is fire and wind. Fire chakra tends to devour and empower itself using wind chakra. This means it's usually a bad idea to defend against fire ninjutsu using a wind ninjutsu, but it also means that if your ally shoots out a fire ninjutsu and you shoot out a wind ninjutsu, you can create a firestorm far more powerful than either of you are capable of alone. The same is true for most ninjutsu. Wind chakra can cut through lightning chakra, scattering it. But lightning chakra can also stiffen a target up, helping wind cut through it. Each of the elements facilitates the power of the other elements in their own ways, no two do it the same way. He shrugged. I'm not a ninjutsu expert by any means, so you'd have to go to a professional to get anything more than a surface level explanation here, but it's something I regularly take advantage of in my own battles. HMP. A cheap way for weaker ninja to seem strong. The bold declaration came from the black-haired girl. Ryoma glanced down at the file in his hands again. Azuko. Even 1,000 beetles can't overcome a dragon, sensei. Good on her for not being malicious when it came to her arrogant declarations, he supposed. The number one killer of legendary ninja throughout history is larger numbers of vastly weaker ninja. He pointed out dryly, making the girl flinch back with a scandalized look. He raised his hand and started counting on his fingers for emphasis. The second Hokage? Died to Kinkaka Force. The third Reikage? Died to allegedly 10,000 ninja. The entire Uzumaki clan? A strike force coalition of no less than 3 great ninja villages. He dropped his hand. If you look through the history books, this is a trend that goes back to the very beginning. Would anyone like to guess the reason? There was silence for a few long moments as the kids considered that. They get overwhelmed by mass jutsu. Frosty Sash Hayako tried nervously. They can't dodge everything, I guess. Poncho Boy Soma crossed his arms over his chest and scowled. They get tired kicking so much ass. Pink-haired Bizo shrugged. Ryoma pointed at him. You're not actually far off. Wait, really? Bizo sounded surprised that he got an answer right. Ryoma nodded and explained. Fundamentally, high-level combat is ruled by chakra capacity. Already looks of understanding started to form on faces. Chakra is the lifeblood of any ninja, any samurai, any monk, or priest or shaman or anyone. Chakra is what we use to move quickly, to avoid harm, to defeat our enemies, to sense danger. The moment you run out of chakra, even discounting the effects of chakra exhaustion, you are no longer capable of using it to fight and defend yourself. High-level ninja can be killed by a large number of low-level ninja, even sufficient numbers of normal soldiers, because no one alive has unlimited chakra. Even the mightiest cage will eventually run out of chakra and thereby become incredibly vulnerable. Edo Tensei, which summoned zombies with unlimited chakra, was a statistical outlier and thus not included in this subset. Does this mean that the legendary ninja are not legendary ninja? That they are weaker than mass numbers of normal or average ninja? No. That would be silly to claim. They are still vastly more powerful than your run-of-the-mill chunin with a katana and a dream. But a chunin with a katana can still execute a legend drained of chakra. You will eventually run out of chakra, and once you do, you're probably dead. This is where your strongest asset as a ninja comes in your judgment. He pointed at all of them for emphasis again. Your ability to maximize the effectiveness of your abilities, your ability to work with people for most effective synergy, your ability to look at an opponent or situation and determine if you can afford what it takes to defeat them, and retreating if you can't. This isn't a skill anyone can teach you, it's something that only practice and experience can give. To wrap this back around to what we were doing, I want everyone to give a self-assessment about their abilities. Their strengths and weaknesses. I will then read off your profiles as a point of comparison. Once we've gone around, we'll start the fun part of thinking up combination strategies. Ryoma glanced down at the folder again, before deciding that in profile order was as good as any other way to handle this. Azuko, you're up first. He called out, opening the folder and turning to the girl in question. The black-haired, yellow-eyed girl rose and splayed a confident hand across her chest in a confident self-referential manner. I am Azuko. I'm talented with all shinobi arts and have learned fire ninjutsu. I have no real weaknesses. Her head was tilted back with confidence and poise. Ryoma raised a brow, glancing down at her profile. He skipped over the details that didn't matter, like her registration number and physical characteristics. Azuko. Physical capabilities very low. Chakra capacity low. Demonstrates basic proficiency with the Academy 3 Jutsu. Demonstrates low proficiency with throwing weapons. Demonstrates very low proficiency with hand-to-hand and close combat weapons. Demonstrates very low proficiency with fire ninjutsu. The other remedial students, proving that they were still kids, showed no mercy in laughing at their peer. The look of outrage and crushing despair on her face was both amusing and pitiable, so he added a line to comfort her. This is pretty good for a fresh graduate. That was enough to get everyone else nervous too. Ryoma chuckled and moved to the next profile. Bizo. You're up next. He had been one of the loudest laughing a moment earlier. Currently, he was sweating. Sunagakure. Beiki, Jonin. The mission given unto him was rather unorthodox. Joining a fellow Jonin in escorting a large number of genin into a neighboring country was a premise that normally ended with suicide missions. In this case, the veritable platoon of low-ranking ninja were not being used as war fodder, but instead receiving an example of how to conduct missions properly. His first question had been, is this not the responsibility of their Jonin sensei, which had been answered in short order. These were remedial genin, ones that had graduated but had been rejected as prospective students. They did not have a Jonin sensei. With that in mind, the logic of the mission was apparent. Even if they could not receive the full benefits of a Jonin education, taking time to show them a single example of the mission process would diminish the amount of trouble they'd cause or time they'd waste. It was far more reasonable to ask a Jonin to simply escort them once rather than taking on a full-time team. But bringing a full class of 20 or so at a single time, that he could not see sufficient reason for. Taking them all at once would massively increase their profiles, as well as spread the efforts of the Jonin escort too thin to defend them. That was the two duties of the Jonin sensei, after all, to educate genin about the systems of missions and threat assessment, and to protect them long enough to become full-fledged Chunin. Anything more was left to their individual discretion. Asking a single Jonin to defend 20 or so genin was unreasonable, too many points of failure at such a point. Which, Beiki supposed, is why the Lord Kazakage asked him to join this mission. One Jonin would be hard-pressed to defend 20 hapless genin, but it was just about a correct duty for 2 Jonin. Troublesome, but within his abilities. The journey was expected to take 10 days and begin at 0600. Naturally he prepared 15 days of supplies and showed up at the gates at 5:30. He was pleasantly surprised to see several of the genin already present, standing and waiting along with his fellow Jonin for the mission. More pleasantly, he recognized this ninja. The conical straw hat and white veil was distinctive enough to pick him out in a crowd. Beiki raised his hand in greeting as he approached. The other Jonin returned the wave, stepping forwards to greet him. Yo. I don't suppose you are my partner for the trip to Rivers. I am. Beiki greeted with a small professional nod. Ryoma, correct? User of those disposable insect puppets. He held his hand out for a shake, which was returned. A gauntlet hand closed around his bare palm, and 3 firm shakes were exchanged. I am, and I think you are Beiki, right? Wind blades. Ryoma raised his finger and waved it in faint recognition. I think we met at some point, but I don't remember where. Battle of Katakuri River, a year before the war ended. Beiki offered to help the memory of his peer. It was in that battle that he lost his left eye, and was offered a white veil to cover it. A distinct and unwritten honor that he shared with the Jonin before him. It's good to see you've been promoted since. I believe you were part of the Chunin group back then. I only got promoted once the war ended. Ryoma shook his head, making his white veil whip around slightly. Good to see a familiar face for this. The sentiment is shared. Beiki nodded, glancing over at the small crowd of genin looking curiously over at them. They certainly had the look of remedial students, it was in their bearing and expressions. There was supposed to be about 20, yes. There were 11 currently present. About that we'll wait till 6 and then move out. Ryoma shook his head. I was planning on getting them organized into 4-man teams and acting as field commander for the duration of this mission, with you as my second. Is that acceptable, or would you want to take command? Either of them had to do it, the difference was mostly intellectual. In spite of thinking that, Beiki had little desire to be potentially responsible for the deaths of so many genin should the mission come across unforeseen troubles. That's acceptable, I'll take second in command. Ryoma glanced over at the genin, then nodded and addressed them. Bonus lesson for being here early. When going on a mission, especially a mission with someone you aren't entirely familiar with, it's important to get a sense of your allies. Their strengths, weaknesses, and preferences in combat. It's equally important that they get a good sense of your own strengths, weaknesses, and habits. He tilted his head. Not to say that you need to tell them about all your super secret jutsu that I'm sure all of you have. The sarcasm was applied liberally in the later half of the sentence. Beiki restrained the urge to smirk amusedly. But your commonly used skills and habits at minimum. As an example. Ryoma turned back towards him. I'm a puppeteer specialized in close-range combat with a fair amount of wind and earth ninjutsu for support. I'm capable in hand-to-hand, but not exceptional. Please tell me if any of my weapons scratch you so I can give you the antidote. The poison isn't lethal, but it is a fast-acting paralytic. A reasonably broad set of abilities in his fellow Jonin, but Beiki was familiar with most from their last encounter. He almost certainly had something more hidden away. Beiki nodded and replied in the same spirit, keeping his own trump cards hidden in the same manner. I specialize in close-quarters combat, typically wielding paired kunao. I'm knowledgeable with wind and earth ninjutsu, and make regular use of both. I am a recognized practitioner of wind dragon style. Ryoma nodded, reaching up to rub his chin underneath the white veil. I see. I'm not familiar with wind dragon style. A taijutsu. Beiki nodded, feeling slightly abashed. Taijutsu wasn't something to truly specialize in, it was a backup, a skill to rely upon if strategy or equipment had failed and the enemy was upon you. They were ninja, after all, not samurai. Being proficient in a taijutsu like this was indicative of Beiki's long hours practicing his fail-safe skill. A rather old-fashioned taijutsu from the imperial era, I've been told. My mother was insistent that I attend a dojo in my youth. He replied stiffly, raising a hand and flattening his palm. It focuses on wide chopping and slashing motions with the hands and legs. Usually while layered with wind chakra. Ryoma's eyes indicated understanding. Ah, I see. I don't suppose you can point me in the direction of this dojo? I've been wanting to improve my hand-to-hand for some time now. Beiki blinked, frowning as he reached up to scratch the side of his cheek. I see. Unfortunately, the dojo shut down some years ago. The master died relatively early into the war. Ah, unfortunate. Ryoma shook his head. Well, I'd love to exchange taijutsu pointers with you, but not right now, perhaps after the mission. A potentially intriguing prospect, to admit that so openly was indicative of good confidence. Beiki inclined his head. Perhaps. I'll consider the prospect. Ryoma nodded. Fair. As a general rule, I prefer to serve as vanguard and absorb enemy attention long enough for my allies to capitalize on the distraction. Back to the exchange of information. As a puppeteer? Peculiar. I specialize in duels against lone enemies. I am capable in a mass combat scenario, but I'm most comfortable when facing targets that have been separated from their allies. He tilted his head to the side. From the sounds of it, we shouldn't have any conflict in strategy. Sounds like it. I'll absorb attention by default while you eliminate key targets then. Agreeable. It was good to be working with a fellow professional. Beiki had to work with a few chunin during his last mission, and they were decidedly frustrating. He glanced at the gaggle of children, now increased to 14 members, and restrained the urge to deepen his frown. Ryoma turned towards the genin, pointing a thumb at himself and Beiki. See that? That's a good example of how to introduce yourself and throw a basic strategy together. It's always better to have something resembling a plan before combat comes, opposed to needing to come up with a plan on the spot. Not to say that you shouldn't think on your feet too, but it's almost never bad to prepare something beforehand. This mission shouldn't be terribly difficult, but Beiki certainly wasn't looking forward to it. He remembered full well what his peers were like as genin, and most did not survive the war. Those that survived were those that persevered. You have the funds from the logistics division, correct? For the purchases? Beiki asked just to be sure. Ryoma nodded, reaching up to pat his vest. Picked it up an hour ago, along with the bulk storage scrolls. Beiki nodded. Excellent. I'm ready to leave whenever, Field Commander. It was almost like being back in the war again, saying those words. Made him feel strangely nostalgic. 14 minutes left, then we're heading out. Ryoma inclined his head, letting the straw hat fall over his eyes. We'll sort them into teams as we walk. I had them go through a strategy meeting about that yesterday. Land of Wind. Beiki, Jonin. As previously discussed, everyone organize into teams of 4. Ryoma spoke in a consistently flat tone, flat and dry like a desert plain. It was easy enough to hear him through the cool wind of the early morning and over the unobstructed plains, even despite his position in the back of the group. Jun, Azuko, Hayako, Zakuza. Your team 1, led by Jun. The 4 genin in question were already relatively close to one another, but grouped themselves off slightly more in response to the command. A blonde boy with a straight sword, a black-haired girl in yellow and red, a black-haired girl in blue and white, and a brown-haired boy with red face paint similar to Beiki's own. The black-haired girl wearing yellow and red made a slightly frustrated huff at that, but didn't complain further. Takumai, Haru, Himeno, Kanda. Your team 2, led by Kanda. A tall black-haired boy with ridiculous attire, a well-bandaged boy carrying a large box on his back, a thin girl with black hair that hung over her eyes, and an orange-haired girl carrying an overly large backpack. Beiki was professional enough to restrain the rather scathing critiques in his thoughts. Bazo, Shikako, Mao, Yoshimi. Your team 3, led by Shikako. A scowling pink-haired boy with wrapped knuckles, a focused blue-haired girl with a red kimono, a giggling pink-haired girl carrying 2 katanas, and a green-haired girl wearing a spiked collar. The blue-haired girl gave a little salute. I'll do my best, Field Commander. You'll do great, Chiko. The pink-haired girl declared, shaking the other girls by the shoulders. Even Bozo here listens to you. You need your ears shaken out, airhead bitch. Oh. Will you? Here, let me get my earwax cleaner. Not right now, Pinky. Ryoma interrupted with a dry voice. We're still walking. They quieted down again, letting his fellow Jonin continue. Rin, Taka, you. You're on team 4, led by Rin. A black-haired boy with a dyed blue strip in his hair, a black-haired girl with her hair tied in twin tails, a tall girl with her hair cropped off at the shoulders, and a girl with sandy blonde hair and snake-like slits for pupils. They glanced at each other in a somewhat uncertain manner, not doing much in particular in response to their assignment. Mikuru, Soma, Riku, Tomomi. Your team 5, led by Soma. A blonde-haired girl holding an iron-banded staff, a sandy blonde-haired boy with a mesh short cloak, a plain-looking boy with a sleepy expression, and a brown-haired girl with freckles in a baggy jacket. They nodded with various levels of professionalism, the mesh-cloaked boy taking a forwards position in their little formation. The veiled Jonin looked over them for a few moments longer, before nodding slightly. We'll stop for lunch at noon, and stop to make camp for the night at 10. From there we'll sleep till 6 in the morning, 1 member from each team on guard rotation for 2 hours apiece. We'll have an inventory check at lunch to see what everyone brought along. Wait, Sensei. You mean we're going to be walking through the early evening? Isn't that the hottest part of the day? Shouldn't we seek shelter? The girl with the blue sash asked nervously, her tone echoing the slightly nervous faces of other genin present. Ryoma stared at her for a few moments, expression unreadable through his veil and hat. How many of you know the D-rank wind ninjutsu, convection air? Show of hands. He raised his own hand. Beiki decided to be cooperative, raising his own hand. Not one genin raised their hands. They glanced around at each other, expressions uncertain. Beiki felt a great deal of ambient dread wash over him, like seeing a sandstorm on the horizon. Judging by Ryoma's blank stare, his fellow Jonin was feeling much the same. Right. I suppose we'll be practicing that for the early part of the trip. The hand seals are bird, hare, horse, ram, dog. The jutsu produces a gentle cycling flow of wind around you, the airflow is enough to keep you significantly cooler, as well as pushing away airborne hazards like gas and asbestos. What's asbestos? Fire rat hair. It latches onto and shreds your lungs if you inhale it, so a jutsu like this is fairly useful. Whoa. You fought a fire rat, sensei. Start practicing, kid, otherwise you are going to be baking in the sun later. If you get tired, stop and wait for your reserves to recover before continuing. We don't need to deal with anyone suffering chakra exhaustion this early into the mission. Soon, all the genin were quietly practicing the new technique, most with clumsy fingers and no results. Ryoma looked up from them, currently walking backwards, and locked eyes with Beiki from over their heads. Beiki imagined his eye looked very similar at the moment, unimpressed but not surprised. They were, after all, just genin. Sensei, Mr. Beiki, you said you met before. The blue-haired girl asked after the inventory check and lunch. It was overall fairly substandard, with the general trend being that the genin packed too many extraneous supplies and too few essentials. They also underutilized storage scrolls, but Beiki wasn't too surprised by that. Storage scrolls were rather expensive for a newly graduated genin, even if they usually ended up returning their investment 1,000-fold in time. Beiki glanced at the acting field commander, raising a brow in a silent question of if they were going to talk about it. Ryoma gave a little shrug. Beiki turned back to the blue-haired girl and nodded. That's correct, we met during the Battle of Katakuri River. I may have met him prior, but that's the first time I remember meeting him. Battle of Katakuri River? That was during the Third War, wasn't it? The boy with sandy hair and the mesh poncho asked with a little thoughtful frown. What was it like? Beiki's hand twitched towards his face, and the socket where his eye used to be. His resting frown deepened, and his eye drifted towards the distant sands. Messy. He eventually answered. Exceedingly messy. Neither we nor the ninja of Konoha had been expecting to run into each other. The crossing at Katakuri River was chosen specifically because it was unlikely anyone would be using it. Ryoma added with eyes hidden by his straw hat. Out of the way, nothing important nearby, just close enough to rain to be uncomfortable. There were several more obvious crossing points further downstream and along other rivers we could have taken. That was why Katakuri River was chosen. The ninja of Konoha were thinking the same thing, apparently. Beiki grumbled, closing his good eye. It was the middle of the night, and a storm had rolled down from rain. We ran into Konoha in the least optimal position for either group. Both sides had the same objective: infiltration behind enemy lines of control and establishment of a forward operating bunker. Meeting each other like that turned that mission into a week-long battle that ended in constant stalemates. I wasn't present until the last day of the battle. Ryoma declared with a tired tone. I had been part of a different battle just south, the battle that was supposed to be the distraction for Katakuri. I can't attest for how Katakuri was during the previous 6 days, but the last day was chaotic, disorganized. It was sloppy, exceedingly so. Beiki declared, shaking his head. Both the mission leader and mission second died on the first day. Everything after was ad hoc as we waited for general orders from field command. I believe the same was true for Konoha. I'm pretty sure we're going to be making jokes about Katakuri in a few years. Ryoma drawled. Going to be? Beiki smirked ruefully. We were making jokes about it while the battle was going on. Ryoma snorted in a rolling manner, a clearly amused hum in his throat. That reminds me, though, this goes for everyone present. If anyone steps anywhere within 10 miles of the border with rain, we're leaving you behind. The light tone belied a grim sternness. What? Why? Yeah. Why, sensei? Oh, wow. Beiki glanced at the boy wielding the straight sword, who had consistently made that noise in response to several things so far. Ryoma's reply was blunt. Simple. If any of us get close to Hanzo, we'll die. Beiki grimly agreed with the assessment. Borders of river. Hayako, genin. She thought that being a ninja would be her ticket to not being such a scaredy cat all the time, but everything she learns just gives her something new to be worried about. She had been so worried about what she would need for this mission that she had packed way too much, and when the bag check came she learned that a lot of what she packed probably wouldn't be useful. So now she was worried about being slowed down by all the extra stuff she was carrying, but she couldn't just dump it either, because what if she needed it later? That, and it would be mean to leave trash around. So now she was stuck with too much stuff, a lot of which might not be useful, and on her first ever mission. She had messed up before the mission had even started. No wonder her first sensei rejected her. She let out a long sigh, reaching up to rub her forehead of sweat. The heat of the desert was even worse than their teachers in the academy had told them. They had gotten more used to it by now, but there were a few that passed out on the first day. Hey sensei, we're buying up rice, right? Don't we have our own farms? Riku asked, sleepy eyes focused just enough to squint forwards while he walked. Not big fields or anything, but I've helped with the planter boxes before. How much food do you think a hidden village actually eats? Sensei answered from the front of the line, glancing back and looking down at Riku. His wide-brimmed straw hat kept his face and shoulders in shadows, and his white veil fluttered in the scant breeze of that cooling wind ninjutsu. He had shown them how to do it, but she was still having trouble. The only one who managed to pull it off over the last few days was June, and he had an affinity for wind. Hayako could barely manage water, wind was too much for her. She sent a furtive glance over at the boy with sandy blonde hair that was currently being kicked up by a small and inconsistently strong breeze. His face was scrunched up in concentration, and his hands locked in the seal for bird. Too focused to notice Azuko blatantly dominating the space next to him, practically lounging in the cool swirling air. Hayako swallowed nervously, glancing back down at the sand as she angled her walking just to be a little bit closer to him in the refreshing breeze he was maintaining. If it was for a practical reason like this, then surely it was okay to be this close, right? She played with the hem of her blue sash, unsure of where to put her hands. A lot. Riku asked, reaching up to scratch his head. Sensei didn't look too impressed, but then again he never really did. His eyes were always calm. He was probably bored by all their stupid questions. An understatement, but yes. Sunagakure has maybe around 10,000 people living in it, and 10,000 people require an enormous amount of food to sustain. He waved a little hand. Even if Suna was right on the coastline and we could fish all we wanted to, we'd still be an importer of food. Even if Suna was surrounded by miles of fertile farmland, we'd still be an importer of food. Even if every tree in Suna was a fruit tree and every root was something you could dig up and snack on, we'd still be an importer of food. A city requires such an enormous quantity of food that you can't sustain it without all of those combined, and even then you're only 1 or 2 bad harvests away from another famine. The first thing any city has to deal with is how they're going to feed everyone present, and the easiest answer is bulk grains. It's why money is based on rice. Rice is a crop you can grow a large amount of, easily weigh and divide out for taxation reasons, and store for up to a decade at a time. It's a crop that can build up a surplus during fertile periods, and thus keep everyone fed during lean periods. Hence why we buy up as much of it as we can. Suna exists where it exists for security reasons, but it makes us somewhat vulnerable to starvation if we don't stay on top of the issue. Sensei did this occasionally, going into long-winded explanations about the world and how it worked, things that they were never taught in Ninja Academy and she had never really thought of before. She supposed she knew that a village required a lot of food, but hearing the conditions required to sustain one made it clear in ways it wasn't before. Solid instead of abstract. Wait, don't we have farms and rivers? Rin, with her pretty face scrunched up in mild confusion, interjected. It was part of that deal with the first Hokage, wasn't it? Suna received 30 square miles and they've been harassing us over it ever since. Yab. Sensei nodded. It's in one of the most productive spots in the land of rivers too, right on a Jisai river. It's not enough to keep Suna fed on its own, but it is enough to put us in a substantially more comfortable position. Wait, if it's in the most productive spot, then why hasn't the daimyo of river done anything? Surely they'd want to take it for themselves. Soma asked with a suspicious note in his voice, the hood of his armored poncho pulled up and partially covering his forehead. He was always ready for the worst-case scenario. He was the one who told the rest of them about remedial lessons. I know this one, Sensei. Shikako called out, her blue hair swishing slightly as she raised her hand. Naturally, she was completely fearless when it came to things like this. Hayako didn't understand how she could have possibly been rejected, she was too good at this. May I answer? Go ahead. The land of rivers doesn't have a daimyo, the area is controlled by a collection of regional lords, clans, and bandit gangs. This lack of daimyo means that protection of the region usually falls upon Tanagakure, who occasionally calls upon Sunagakure for aid. It is this alliance that pulled Sunagakure into the Third Ninja War. The rough and low tones of the other jonin present answered at that. It's more complicated than that. He shook his head. Originally there was an uneasy understanding that Suna would retaliate only if any enemy ninja entered our allied territories. However, after the disappearance of Lord Third, many search teams were deployed. One such search team grew overzealous and entered into Konoha-controlled territory. He let out a low and frustrated exhale. This was seen as the opening of hostilities by Konohagakure, who took it as license to make maneuvers into rivers, which in turn provoked Tanagakure to call upon our aid in an official defensive capacity and marked our proper entry into the war. Wait, so just because one group made a mistake, the whole village had to go to war? She cried out, stomach making little flip-flops at the thought. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Sensei called out from the front of the group, shrugging again. If not them, then it would have probably been someone else. If not that situation, it probably would have been a different one. He glanced back at her with those steady, bored eyes. It's easy to get caught up in the details, but who, where, and how doesn't usually actually matter. There was a third ninja war already in progress, Suna would have almost certainly gotten involved at some point for some reason. But isn't it important to know who to blame? Bazo asked in his usual way, growly and grumpy. He had quieted down a lot ever since being rejected by his jonin sensei, much more thoughtful and dark. We'll just let them get away with that shit. The most important thing is surviving. Sensei refuted, turning his gaze towards him. How and why you get into a fight doesn't matter. What matters is that you come out the other side still breathing. Everything else is a bonus. A ninja is one who endures. Beiki sensei declared, repeating a truism that Hayako was pretty sure she had heard before. It is in our title Shinobi no Mono, the people who endure. If you outlive your opponent, you've won. Sensei finished the lesson with another one of his catchphrases. Pretty sure you said that before, Sensei. Himio declared, tilting her head and letting her orange locks fall to one side. I'll say it as many times as I need to get it through your heads. He grumbled. You're all new ninja. None of you need to worry about being super dangerous or successful this early on. You just need to worry about staying alive, you'll figure out the rest as you go along. That was strangely comforting to hear, because Hayako absolutely didn't have anything figured out right now. Hey, wait a minute. Jun muttered quietly, glancing to either side of himself. Hayako almost jumped to get away. Azuko pretended to just notice. Hey now. Why are you walking so close? Are you trying to pull something? She accused their team leader with a hint of red on her cheeks, leaning forwards with a scowl and finger pointed at his chin. Jun let out a nervous laugh, raising his hands defensively and leaning back. Hayako wished she had the confidence to lie as boldly as that. Zakuza rolled his eyes. As much as his forehead was soaked in sweat, his expression was steadfast. We're here. Sensei called out well into the land of rivers, the greenery around being more than Hayako had ever seen in her life. The air was humid and cool, and the clouds rolled in great intimidating blankets over the sky. The wind was gentle and infrequent, and empty of sand or grit. All around her the sounds of insects and birds could be heard, a drone that started yesterday and had never stopped. The desert sands turned into dry grasslands first, and then into progressively greener fields and forests, each one with some kind of creek or stream coursing through like immense veins of clear blood. Soon the rolling grasslands turned into rolling farmlands, gentle terraces filled with water and the tiny sprigs of green rice shoots. Farmers watched them as they moved along roads of packed earth and stone, the men with polite suspicion, the woman with nervous glances, and the children with excitable waves and laughs. She wasn't sure what she had been expecting from the land of rivers, but this was surpassing whatever that was. They looked around for a few moments, seeing nothing in particular. There was a river that ran through this section of rolling grasses, and an arched bridge that stretched across it. The bridge was made of wood painted in red and brown, and had its posts decorated with little statues and tokens. A bridge? Tamaimi asked, reaching up and scratching at her freckled face. Shinkyo Bridge. Sensei answered, brushing off his pants and glancing around idly. Supposedly built by one of the Buddhas, more importantly it's the exact center of the land of rivers and the pre-designated meeting place with Tani. We'll be using it as a center of operations for the duration of the mission. A meeting with Tani? Soma asked, pulling back slightly and glancing around. Surely you didn't think we'd be stomping around the territory of an ally without telling them, right? Sensei replied blandly, shaking his head and turning ahead again. No, a messenger hawk was sent before we left explaining the mission. We'll be meeting in person to confirm our presence and then you'll be sent off on your submissions. There were a few moments of silence at that. Silence and the sound of rolling river water. Nowhere in sight. Beiki-sensei observed dryly, looking around from his position at the back of the group. Seems like it. Ryoma-sensei agreed, rolling his head to crack his neck before clapping his hands together. He turned around to address them more directly. Alright kids, we're setting up camp for the night over there. He pointed a thumb to the side, at a mostly empty clearing next to the road. As in, I'll brief everyone about what their submissions are, wait for the Tani group to actually show their faces. Once they get here, all of you will run off to accomplish your submissions while Beiki and I actually set up the camp and start fishing up dinner for when you get back. Why you going to be fishing while we actually do the missions? Bazo growled out, raising a clenched fist. Sensei looked over to him and raised his brows, barely visible behind the veil and hat. This is supposed to be a learning experience for you all. Beiki and I are here to intervene if you run into trouble. That means we need to be on standby and ready to run out and help if any of you call in saying there's an enemy ninja present. He tilted his head. I can always just break out another batch of Suna rations, if you'd prefer that over fresh fish tonight. They gave a collective shudder at the thought. GK point taken. Bazo growled sheepishly, looking away. I figured. There are 5 key sellers, 1 for each team. Ryoma-sensei began, pointing at a map of the land of rivers laid out across a wooden stump. Upon the map was a number of rivers, roads, and locations marked. It was a bit hard to see from her current position. The map was being shown to the team leaders first with everyone else slightly behind. They'll be along these 5 rivers, Tsubaki, Uemi, Asageo, Kainshan, Sakurasu. He pointed at 5 locations on the map, one's marked in red ink. Beiki here has the scrolls of information about each target, the region you will be looking in, their base of operations, their physical appearance and mannerisms, and the price that we've historically purchased from them before it. Each team will be given a target and the corresponding scroll's information and the scroll containing their budget for purchase. Our goal is to maximize our cost-to-benefit ratio, right Sensei? Shikako asked smartly. The most rice for the least price. Absolutely not. He swiftly refuted, making the blue-haired girl tense up and shudder nervously. He continued without skipping a beat. We don't want to risk damaging our reputation with any of these sellers, thus leading to troubles buying from them in the future. Don't try to haggle too much with any of them. All we need is for you all to bring the money, make sure that the product is acceptable, purchase as much of the product off them as you have the budget for, and bring it back in the storage scrolls provided. Sensei's eyes trailed over them, looking at every team leader in the eyes directly. Don't try to be clever here, it's not necessary. If any of them are trying to massively over or undercharge you, you need to send word back to us and let either Beiki or myself handle it. Furthermore, if any of you encounter any hostilities at all, bandits or missing nin or similar, you are to make a tactical retreat back to this location. He reached into his vest and pulled out another scroll, tapping it to unleash 5 tubular objects. These are high-power flare launchers. We'll be able to see them from up to 5 kilometers away. If you do encounter hostilities and make a tactical retreat, fire a flare as soon as you are within about 5 kilometers of this location. Either Beiki or myself will move as fast as possible to support you. What if it's some weakling we can easily crush? Azuko asked, planting her hands on her hips and cocking it to the side. The most basic ninja tactic to ever exist is pretend to be weaker than you are. Ryoma-sensei's voice was dry and unimpressed. I'm fairly certain that the first thing they teach you in the academy, right after learning what chakra is. But what if they are actually weak? She tried again, somewhat lamely. Well, I'm giving a direct order as field commander right now, Genin. Ryoma-sensei's voice got scary for a half-second there, making Hayako flinch back and behind Jun's back. If you encounter any hostilities, you are to fall back and deploy a flare once you reach 5 kilometers of this location. Does everyone understand? Everyone snapped into salutes, nervous expressions on their faces. Yes, Commander. His dark eyes trailed over them searchingly for a few moments, before he exhaled through his nose and returned to the map. That said, you'll be free to pick targets that you think you'll be suitable for. Team Leader 1, which target do you think your team is suitable for? June recoiled slightly, blinking and hesitating briefly. Oh, He raised a hand and rubbed the back of his neck, looking down at the map. Well, he cut himself off and glanced at the other teams present, clearly thinking it over again. Can we look at the target information as a group and decide? A rolling, amused snort. Good answer, you may. Ryoma-sensei had a clearly approving note in his voice as Beiki-sensei placed the scrolls on the stump and unrolled them, allowing everyone to get a clear view of the targets. With that, Ryoma-sensei stood up and stepped back. I'll let the team leaders discuss among themselves about which targets their teams are suitable for. I'll be talking with the Tani delegation. Hayako blinked, tilting her head over to peer through the groups of her fellow genin. There at the edge of the river, a team of 3 unfamiliar ninja lounged, leaning against the railing in casual stances. Her face flushed red and her eyes turned back down to the map. The ninja from Tani, they didn't wear much clothes. A lot of fishnet and little else. She glanced up again to confirm, recoiling again and slapping her hands over her eyes. Team leaders, I don't hear you discussing anything right now. Sensei mercilessly called out as he walked towards the unfamiliar ninja. Soma coughed into his fist. Right, let's focus on the mission. Hayako snuck another glance, face burning red. Borders of river. Mao, Genin. Hey bozo, do you think I could pull off the fishnet look like those Tani nins? They were like total hotties. She asked as they jogged through the unfamiliar roads of the land of rivers. It was completely different from the roads in Suna. There was like, all kinds of plants growing around the edges of the walking space, and the road itself was just really hard dirt instead of stone. We live in a desert, you dumb bitch. You'd get burns. Bozo reminded her in his classic grumpy way, face all scrunched up and eyes focused ahead as they moved. He liked to pretend that they hadn't known each other for forever, but they totally did. She considered that for a moment, looking down at her cute little kimono top and thinking. She reached up to shake out her top, letting loose sand fall out on the road as they moved. The sand was trapped between her kimono top and her comfy bodysuit underneath, so she didn't feel it at all. Yeah, the fishnets wouldn't help with the sand at all, would it? She sadly concluded, her dreams of wearing fishnets and making all the cute boys fall over when she showed up ending unsatisfactorily. It'd get everywhere and I'd be itchy all day. Bozo let out a low grumble in response, meaning that he didn't really have anything to respond with, but he didn't want to just say nothing. She smiled brightly to reassure him, before letting her thoughts drift to the next idle thought in line. Hey Chico, how close are we to this place? Remember that you are supposed to call me team leader while we're on a mission, Mao. Chico glanced back and inclined her head slightly, her dark blue hair bouncing around as they jogged onwards. Mao let out a casual giggle, raising a hand to rub the back of her neck sheepishly. Hee sorry cheek team leader. It's hard to remember. It's all right. Chico nodded, before tilting her head forwards in her signature Chico lecture mode. The Asajo River site was said to be 30 kilometers away from the field camp. I've been setting a 10 km/h pace, so it should only take 3 hours to get there. But we've been running for like 3 hours already. Mao complained, her wooden sandals making funny clop-clop noises as she jogged. Which means we're almost there, Mao. Shimai answered from the side. Mao turned to regard her with a wide-eyed blink. The green-haired, spiked collar girl looked like a cactus that pulled up its roots and started walking around. Her long face and dry expression only emphasized this even more. It was really funny to imagine, so Mao liked her despite not knowing her very well. Anyone who could do such a good plant impression was a good person. Her actual name was longer, but it was tricky. Mao kept forgetting if it was Yoshimi or Yoshimi. Indeed. We are almost at our destination. Chico continued in that super serious way she used whenever she thought an adult might be watching. Oh. Mao replied dumbly, before letting out a little laugh. Why didn't you say that earlier, Chico leader? I was about to. She clarified blandly. Oh, sorry about that. It's all right. They were quiet for a few more minutes, Mao looking around with a curious eye as they dashed down the road. As a ninja, she had to keep a sharp eye out for traps and ambushes, but all she could see at the moment was branches, leaves, and spring blossoms. They were really pretty though, shades of purple and blue that swayed in the gentle breezes of Riverland. The smells were fragrant and stuffed up her nose in ways she'd normally need to find a garden for back in Suna. Are most missions like this, do you think? Shimai asked suddenly. Not all there's war missions and stuff, but do you think most missions are this way? What way? Mao asked curiously, tilting her head to the side and letting her left bun of pink hair point to the ground. I dunno, kinda relaxed. Shimai rolled her shoulders and shrugged. Nothing much has happened yet. It's boring. Bozo grumbled. The word you're looking for is boring. Yeah, I suppose. Shimai reached up to rub under her spiked collar. I mean, I'm grateful for it. If most missions are laid back like this, that just makes it easier on me. But I suppose I was expecting more already. I'll confess, I was anticipating greater excitement as well. Chiko offered with a little shake of her head. Of course, it is preferable that we can achieve our objectives with no difficulty. There is no need to waste strength on unprofitable activities. We're still being handled with the kitty gloves. Bozo growled. Like we never left the damn academy. Well. Shimai started, somewhat awkwardly. If it gives me a bit more time to learn jutsu, I'm not going to be too upset about it. I was already feeling kinda stressed about graduation. There's nothing that can be done for it. Chiko declared. We'll become strong ninja in time, for right now we need to focus on the mission. Bozo grumbled at that, but didn't disagree. We're almost at the mission location. Chiko continued. Inventory checks are in order. Yoshimi, do you still have the payment ready? I do. Bozo. Do you still have the storage scrolls ready? Got 'em. Mao. Has anyone approached our flank? She gave a little salute as they made a long hop across a fallen log in the middle of the road. None so far, Chiko leader. As soon as she said that, she glanced behind herself again just to be sure. Yab. Nothing. She gave a victorious grunt, turning around and slamming into Bozo's back. Oof. Fucking. She and Bozo tumbled to the ground in a tangle of limbs, taking a few seconds to disengage and push up. Pinkies need to stick together, but not this close. Dumb bitch. Watch where you're going. I was watching the flank. I'm sorry. Idiot. Why'd you stop? Quickly get up. Chiko ordered, helping to disentangle them. Look. Mao shook her head out as Bozo pulled himself away, turning her gaze in the direction that her team leader had indicated. She paused, half sitting on the ground as she took in the sight. Smoke. She asked with furrowed brows. Tall columns of rising black ash over the distant treeline and beyond another stretch of river and bridge. A bit difficult to make out in the dying light of the evening sun, but still present enough to tell. Coming straight from our target location. Shimai added with a nervous tone in her voice, which made Mao nervous too as her brain rapidly worked out why her teammate was nervous right now. That much smoke, that ain't no spring bonfire. Bozo added with a grim tone of voice. Mao glanced over to him, swallowing nervously at his deeper than usual scowl. I don't know what they're burning right now, but it's a whole lot of whatever it is. That's totally bad, right? Mao added worriedly, not quite certain of what her teammates were getting at yet. Bozo glanced over at her, before turning forwards again. Could be that much fire in one place, could be some weird festival, but I doubt it. If I had to bet on it, our target location is on fire right now. But we need to get the rice. Mao said in a panic. If it's burned to the ground, we'll have to go back empty-handed. Sensei would like totally flip out at us, won't he? He also told us to turn back the moment we encountered hostilities. Shimai countered with her eyebrows furrowed, tugging at the hems of her baggy shirt. This isn't a good sign, not good at all. What do we do, team leader? Bozo turned to Chiko as asked directly. Chiko was staring forward silently, Mao could only see her back from her current position. After a few moments, Chiko inclined her head. A fire of this size, I don't believe it qualifies as hostilities by itself. It could be a natural disaster or accident. If we turned back because of it, I don't think it falls under the conditions that Sensei gave to us for retreat. She shook her head. We do not have authorization from the field commander to retreat, we move forwards. Bozo stared at her for a few more moments, before giving a sharp nod. Alright, you heard her, girlies. We keep going. Standard protocols for encountering unknowns: evacuate civilians if possible. If any hostilities present themselves, alert the team. We will retreat immediately after. Keep at least one other member of the team in your awareness at all times. Mao swallowed, placing her hands on the hilts of her paired waikaizushi. I was right. Bozo growled as they leapt over a section of broken terrain, a section where a forest used to be, but now only the charred skeleton of trees and a field of hot ash remained. Ahead of them, there was something akin to a fortress compound, the roofs of which were currently burning brightly in the evening light. A short wall of wooden pillars, river stones, and packed clay surrounded a village worth of buildings in roughly the same style that sat upon the banks of the river itself. The buildings inside would have been downright cute if they weren't currently ablaze, with walls curling up from the heat and wood crackling louder than anything else in the night. Mao shuddered nervously as they leapt over a fallen log still glowing a faint orange around his white and black charring. The wind is blowing up from the south right now, same direction that the fire would have spread from the forest. This was deliberate. Bozo continued, drawing out a pair of kunao as they performed another jump. That's not enough evidence to conclude deliberate action. Chiko refuted. It is, however, still a concern. The compound would have been a 5-minute walk away, there's absolutely no reason to start a fire there. Bozo argued, bouncing shallowly to jump short and springboarding up and over the heat-cracked exterior walls. Mao twirled to avoid the plume of ash and followed, worried eyes glancing around rapidly as she looked for danger. The underbrush was clear for miles leading to here. Shimai added, drawing one of her own kunao in the process of kicking off the wall and landing next to them. She swallowed nervously, eyes darting around like Mao's were. A fire this big, that doesn't happen by accident, team leader. Chiko was quiet for a moment, scanning the compound and the burning buildings. We'll do one sweep of the area before leaving, I don't think we can complete our mission in these conditions. No shit. Bozo growled. Fanning out or staying together? Pairs, I'll go with Yoshimi. You and Mao go together along the riverside. We'll meet at the other side. Got it. Come on, airhead. See can do. Mao nervously saluted with her sword hilt, leaping after her fellow pink-haired genin as they moved to the next rooftop and started an aggressive eye probing of the area around. A whole lot of burning and devastation, hot coals and ash, and not much else. Mao shivered, jumping again to follow close behind Bozo. This is like totally not good. She muttered, eyes darting over to the charred remains of fishing boats on the riverbank. Stay quiet. Bozo hissed at her. There could be an enemy around any freaking corner. He leapt again, kunai raised defensively as he landed on another section of charred housing. The wall beneath his feet groaned and cracked ominously, making them both stiffen up. A tense grimace overtook his face as he waved for her to follow. She soon did, landing slightly behind and receiving less of a noise to herald her presence as a reward. Beads of sweat began to roll down her forehead as they took in another section of ruined buildings. Is it just me or is it like totally too hot in here? She tugged at the collar of her bodysuit, lungs filled with stressful inhales. Bozo stopped short at that, shoulders tensing for a few moments before he spun to face her. We're in the middle of a recently burned town, you dumbass. Of course it's hot here. She opened her mouth to defend herself, nothing coming out. After a few moments she closed it again and pulled her swords up defensively. I am sorry. He glared for a few moments longer, before letting out a small exhale. It's fine, just stay quiet. I don't trust this place. Mao nodded quickly, glad that Bozo didn't ever stay angry for too long. They leapt again and again and again. Each time lingering among the ash and soot of another burned rooftop only long enough to verify that nothing was moving. She was glad her socks were already black, otherwise they'd be completely ruined by the stains of ash and charcoal they were moving through. They moved again, this time landing on the last building where the flames had actually died down. The buildings ahead were all still burning. Licks of orange fire coming up and off each and forming a field of hot trees. Bozo glared at them for a few moments more, glancing around and looking for an appropriate path forwards. Distantly, faintly, Mao could hear something. Like someone chopping wood. Her brows furrowed and she reached forwards to tug on Bozo's sleeve. He turned a harsh and slightly startled eye towards her. What? He whispered harshly. Mao raised a hand to her ear. Bozo's brows furrowed deeper, his head tilting and breath slowing as he listened. Chop. Chop chop. Chop. Chop chop chop. Chop, chop. His eyes widened, and Mao let out a startled yelp as he tackled her off the roof. A few moments of weightlessness later, they hit the ash of the street below and rolled, kicking up a great deal of blinding smoke. Mao coughed as she pushed herself up, tugged forwards by a hand holding onto her wrist. Cuh cough, what that cuh? She began to ask as Bozo almost physically dragged her through the cloud of ash and away. She couldn't see anything clearly yet, she didn't have time to protect her eyes from the dust. A moment later, a roar of fire engulfed the building behind them. Her hackles rose and her heart began to race, pulling through the choking ash and rounding a corner. There's an enemy. Bozo whispered, teeth gritted. Clear your eyes quickly. We have to get back to Chicago. Mao rubbed as much of the soot away as she could, blinking rapidly and letting the little tears get the ash out of her vision. She glanced around to reorient herself, finding themselves in an alleyway, Bozo peeking around the corner with every muscle tensed. He pulled back after a moment, gesturing to her to keep moving forwards, pointing at the junction in the alley and forwards. Mao nodded worriedly, stepping lightly and letting Bozo pass her. She hesitated, chancing her own peek around the side of the building and towards the building they were just on. A tall man with a long, dark purple coat stood among the reignited cinders of the building, a long black blade clutched loosely in one hand and a white sword strapped to his back. His hair was short and spiky, a dark brown that barely shifted in the new breeze created by the fires in front of him. His eyes were practically pinpricks, with how small they were on his face, and there was an unfamiliar symbol emblazoned on his shoulder. A tiny smirk grew on his face, and his stance shifted. Mao's eyes widened. She could see his eyes that meant, move. She was pulled back, practically hurled by Bozo's strong grip. They rose into the air, landing on the rooftops again and rolling briefly. That he could see her too. A wave of fire washed through the alleyway, hot enough to turn water into steam and strong enough to shake the charred remains of the building they were on. Mao pushed herself up fearfully, immediately grabbed again by the wrist and tugged forwards. Dumb bitch. I said move, not turn around and look for yourself. Bozo yelled at her as they jumped again, leaping away from the waves of fire rolling below their feet. You fucking idiot. You dumbass. You moron. I'm sorry. She wailed, blinking more soot from her eyes. I'm sorry. Let's just go. Let's go now. Too late for that. A scary voice called out from behind them. Bozo immediately turned to hurl his kunai. Mao glanced back in time to see the brown-haired stranger wave his long black sword and bat it away. I was wondering if I had heard that right, little rat scuttling around. Shame for you two, because this job needs me not leaving witnesses. Fuck off and die. Bozo immediately hissed, tossing another kunai. Ping, the stranger smacked it away again, blurring forwards. Mao let out another yelp as she was thrown forward, smashing into another roof and rolling briefly. She pushed herself up, breathing too fast to be useful and eyes darting around in a panic to orient herself. There be Bozo. She cried, pushing herself up and getting into her best stance. He was being clutched in the hand of the stranger, held up by the throat and clawing ineffectually at the hand. Get to Chikakeo ga. He hissed through gritted teeth, the stranger's grip tightening. So there's more of you, huh? I guess I got to clean them up too after you. The stranger mused, raising his sword. Ah well. Part of the job. Chiko go. She wanted to ask, what about him? She pushed up with tears in her eyes and legs tensed, mouth opening. Her question was cut short by a horrified gasp and the sick squelching sound of a sword punching through cloth and flesh. Bozo let out a strangled yell of pain. Red liquid steamed as it splashed across the rooftops. Sorry kid, you never really stood a chance. The stranger shook his head. Bozo started, coughing up red on his arm. What's that? The stranger raised his brows. Fu you. Bozo's hands were clasped in a seal. The stranger's eyes widened. His grip slackened, his sword pulled back. The pair of them were engulfed in an explosion. Mao wanted to wake up from this nightmare already. Borders of river. Mao, Jenin. Go. The words echoed around in her head. Again and again and again. The world pulled sharply into head-pounding quiet. Muffled, distant, and altogether too slow. Go. Something sharp and black flashed through the air, making her eyes trail to follow. A hushed whistle of steel cutting through the air, followed by the distinct muted sound of chopping wood. A long black sword planted itself into the charred wood of the roof beams between her feet, wobbling as it stuck fast. She had been kneeling there a moment ago. If she had still been, she would be dead. Dead. Dead like. Something red and hot splashed across her face and chest. It smelled like copper. Her eyes trailed to her hands in front. They were dyed inconsistent red now, red and dark. Go. Her gaze trailed up, at the cloud of black ash that covered the rooftops in front of her. A figure was in the ash, quietly screaming and clutching at their face and chest. They sounded terribly angry, but she couldn't make out any of the words. Chunks of red were falling around. They splashed against the roofing beams and steamed, some heavier pieces rolling and falling off to the ground below, kicking up little waves of dust. Ah, that's right. Go. This was a genjutsu, wasn't it? Just like they taught in the academy. She raised her hands together and made the right hand seal, sluggish as everything seemed to move at the moment. She made her chakras circulate, and made the enunciation. Release. But nothing changed. Her hands and feet felt cold and numb and filled with something like sandpaper. But her head and chest were hot, terribly, unbearably hot. Her eyes drifted down again, to the red that painted her front, to the black sword covered in something that looked too much like red oil. The angry screams grew louder and louder, and the crackles of distant fire began to return to her ears. Go. The sword. Bozo bo 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 ba baba baza. Bozo. Bozo had disarmed the enemy for her. She couldn't let him down. Go to Shikako. Her hands surged forwards to take hold of the long black sword, straight with a short guard and a long handle, the tip of the blade embedded with a large greenish-blue gemstone. The numb and cold of her hands vanished as heat rushed through her limbs, and she strained. A moment later she stumbled, the sword coming free from the charcoal. She turned and threw herself forwards in an unplanned leap, reaching the next rooftop and stumbling into a sprint. Her sandals made crunch-crunch noises as she raced over the hot, burnt wood. She didn't like this noise. She jumped again, rolling onto the next rooftop and away towards the other side away from the water. A distant roar of outrage sounded out behind her somewhere distant and yet too close. Why you fucking are you running off with my fucking sword you brat? A harsh, wet, sputtering cough followed. She blinked hard, face scrunched up in agitation, the dust was making her eyes water. The sound of metal whistling through the air came from behind. She ran across another section of rooftops, jumping at the end and trying to duck. She tripped, one foot slamming into the other and sending her rolling forwards. She fell onto her face, rolling and skidding briefly, sword hugged tight against her body with both hands. The metal whistled over her head and stopped against the next roof, thunk 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 thunk. Shuriken impacting wood, just like the throwing training in the academy. She let out a whine as she threw herself up, stumbling into another almost aimless run and jump across the hot rooftops. Kyug. You be brat. Absolutely not, you get back here w ko-org. Cao ko word. Go. She ran harder, stumbles smoothing out into a steady forwards gait. Her gaze roamed the distance, her own breathing drowning out the screams behind her. The crunching noise of her footsteps were replaced by the sound of something like drums. Ba dum, ba dum, ba dum. She jumped and jumped again, kicking off a section of partially topped roofing and towards more stable grounds. She landed into a long slide as blurring white steel raced over her head. Brown hair tied back, furious bloodshot eyes, cheeks ragged and bloody revealing bony teeth beneath, a purple coat painted in red and black. His hand was holding a white blade, painted red and the pinky torn off in a ragged mess. Her eyes locked with the stranger's for an instant that dragged on timelessly. She swallowed, the slide continuing as the stranger tripped with the weight of his swing and topped over the side of the roof. A stumbling, uneasy gait that moved drunkenly across the charred roofs. A roar of fury immediately followed his fall, as did the sound of snapping logs, the sounds echoing over the distant flames and rolling across the soot-stained riverbanks. She pushed up stumbling once as the entire building was rocked by some immense and rancorous blow, and then jumping over to the neighboring building. There, in the distance, the movement of familiar colors and shapes over blackened, hellish rooftops. They kicked up black clouds of ash twinged with little hot cinders as they leapt, the same that she was. Go. Mao report, what's going? Chiko began with a worried shout, leaping over another set of rooftops to get closer. Mao cut her off. We need to go. She shouted, desperately trying to get the words out as fast as she could. Her eyes watered more ash. She did not stop her running pace, leaping across another ash-choked alleyway and onto the roofs adjacent to them. Crunch crunch crunch. Bibazo needs us to go. We need to go right now. We what? Mao, what's going on? Shimai began, before another boom echoed and a building began to collapse behind her in the direction of the stranger. Allghut hike a fish, girl. Soon, Chiko and Shimai were running apace with her, over rooftops and away from the riverbanks. Their expressions were panicked, and frequent glances were thrown back as they hopped over charred pillars and walls and reached the packed earth roads again. Where's Bazo? We need to get him. Shimai got out through harsh breathing, arms flipping up and down rapidly as her legs pumped to carry her forwards. Go. Mao. Chiko got out, voice clipped and choked up as she raced along the road. Where's Bazo? Go. He needs us to go. Mao repeated, face hot and wet, clutching the immense black sword to her chest as she ran. Her sandals made clop 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 noises as they returned to the road. He needs, she had to sniff in the middle of her words, the road in front of her becoming blurry. He needs us to go. Clop clop clop. They did not respond for a few moments, little choked noises coming from their throats and sharp inhales of breath. Stop running. Give me my sword. Mao, the sword, why do you have it? Chiko snapped, throwing a tense look behind them again as they raced forwards. Bazo disarmed him. Mao all but wailed as she explained, face scrunched up and breathing unsteady. He was going to kill us and Bazo got his sword away, he's the one who burned the rice with it. A boom echoed behind them, followed by the distinct sound of a rock wall being reduced to rubble. Mao flinched forwards, clutching the sword tight enough to make her palms bleed. He'll kill us if we give it to him. Said no survivors. We can't let him have it. Go. We have to go. She repeated, something hot and wet rolling down her face and dropping off her chin, angry that she couldn't find the right words to explain. She was too stupid. Stupid. Stupid Mao. Chiko's fists clenched up, and her face scrunched in frustration and fear. Mao wanted to tell her that she was crying but she couldn't get the words out. Chiko's eyes closed as she choked out order. Full retreat. Make clones, have them follow behind us. Ill set the pace. Mao pulled her hands together, doing her best to not slip and fall, sword bouncing between her chest and her arms as she called Chakra up. 3 puffs of smoke followed, and 3 clones appeared behind them, one of each girl. Chiko clone immediately slowed her pace, maintaining a slower run as they raced forwards. Why, Yoshimi, get out the explosive tags and start charging them. Chiko ordered, ponytail swishing as she reached into her bag and started to pull out coils of ninja wire and kunai. Yoshimi glanced over, her own face twisted up with a fearful expression, before giving a sharp nod and reaching into her pouches. In the distance behind them, the loud pop of a clone being dispelled by force sounded out. A roar of outrage echoed through the trilines, followed by 2 more rapid pops of clones being ripped apart like balloons. The girls flinched as the flow of chakra suddenly cut off, an elastic effect that twinged against their foreheads painfully. Again. Chiko immediately ordered, holding her tools with her arms and throwing her hands together in a seal. Yoshimi and Mao soon followed. Another trio of poofs as clones came into existence behind them and slowed their pace. Chiko followed this by leaping, turning midair to toss 2 kunai in short succession, and then turning again to land and keep running. The kunai planted themselves into trees on opposite sides of the road and suspended a tight length of ninja wire between them, diagonally across the road. We'll do this until we get low on chakra, then leave a substitution of ourselves exhausted. Chiko hissed, getting out another set of throwing weapons and ninja wire as they moved. The substitution will be that bunch of explosive seals that Yoshimi is charging. Will trigger it the moment we hear that pop. I just want my sword. I'll even let you go. Mao's face twisted as she choked out. He's lying. He's not gonna. He didn't. Team leader. Shimai muttered fearfully, breath coming out in short clips. We're an hour and a half away from the flare point. See, can we get there? Why, be before. Chiko didn't reply for a long few moments, only the sound of her heavy breathing and the tensing of wire came out. After a few long moments, she spoke. I'll figure out his pace with the clone's eye. If he's too fast, I'll give the flare launcher to you and stay behind. Mao's eyes screwed tight, closing up as she focused on running. Go. This is bullshit. Shimai choked out, almost growling as she spoke. Why the fuck, why the did we even enter that stupid fucking village? She didn't raise her voice, hissing out the words hatefully and charging another explosive seal before tucking it under one arm. It was stupid. We knew that someone had burned it. Why the fuck did we go in? A trio of pops and another furious roar came from behind them. Again. Chiko ordered with gritted teeth. A trio of poofs, and clones appeared behind them, slowing their pace. Chiko tossed out 2 more lengths of wire suspended on blades, and they continued their running. Bibazo got him with a boom. Mao forced out, head slumping forwards as she ran. He got him. He should be slow. We can all go together. Can we? Shimai hissed at her, water building up in the corner of her glaring eyes as she charged another explosive tag. Are you sure about that? The twang of wire snapping echoed through the air behind them. The 3 genin flinched at the harsh sound. Chiko's face tightened in concentration. A few moments later, another set of pops sounded out. He outpaces us by 1.1 meters per second. Chiko announced grimly, the sound echoing like a terrible gong in Mao's ears. Assuming he's not holding back and reserving his chakra for a sprint, if we can keep distracting him with our clones and traps, we can make it. Shimai almost spoke again, before being cut off by Chico's tense hiss. Another set of clones. They obeyed. Another set of clones appeared behind them, and their paces slowed. He's not going to keep falling for this. Shimai hissed, immediately going back to charging explosive tags. Sooner or later he's just going to skip over them and keep running for us. He can't afford to. Chico shook her head with gritted teeth. If we swap places with our clones and he skips over us, we'll have ample time to hide with transformation. He'll never find us unless he has a sensory jutsu, and he doesn't because he keeps checking the clones. He's locked and he has to attack the clones every time to make sure. And because he has to keep checking the clones, we have to keep making them. Do you know that? Shimai hissed. I have to. Chico snapped back, tears in her eyes. I have to, otherwise we're dead. After a brief time spent glaring, she bit down on her lip and turned away. Get the explosives into 3 balls and get ready to perform a substitution. Our chances will improve if we manage to hurt him at all. Mao's breaths were already coming out in harsh clips. Shimai was muttering harsh and terrified curses to herself. How much longer do we have to run? Mao asked fearfully, too hot and too cold at the same time. Another hour and 20 minutes. Chico declared with eyes fixed forwards, tone blunt and daunted. Go. The echo kept her legs pumping, even when they really wanted to stop. Her body burned. Burned, 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 burned. She couldn't breathe, inhale, exhale, her lungs didn't want to work properly. Her vision swam, and spun and twisted around. Nothing seemed to work right. The effort of moving it was like the worst day in the academy multiplied by a dozen. Go. But she kept running. Tdha Chico's own breaths were labored almost to an incomprehensible level. Sweat pouring down her face and soaking her shirt. Bag of supplies long abandoned as another improvised trap. Tha marker F field command told us to make. Tha 5 kilo. Just ahead. Flare Ruhdet. Shimai struggled to get out, the launch slung over her shoulder and her own pace staggered. They had stopped hearing anything from their chaser a while ago. Mao wasn't sure when. It was hard to keep track of anything as her body screamed at her to stop doing anything. Go. But she couldn't. There. Chico gasped out, a staggered finger pointing out. The mark on the roadside, a little pile of rocks, the topmost one engraved with the Suna symbol and flipped over. Sensei's very specific instructions about how they should assemble a marker for the 5-kilometer point. Mao didn't know why he wanted them like that, but he was smarter than her. He wanted them to shoot the flare and then he'd come and save them. It would be okay, they could all go. Her feet collided, sending her toppling forwards on her face, rolling along the packed dirt lifelessly. She was staring at something pale white, speckled with grey. It was awfully pretty. Pretty and free. Why Yoshimi? Deploy. Chico wheezed, sliding to a stop and staggering over to Mao. Shimai almost fell forwards herself, throwing the flare down and fingers fumbling with the attached lighter. Oh, hello Chico. Mao stared up at the girl, body screaming at her to lay down and rest. She needed to go. She staggered to her feet, planting the sword in the ground and using it to push herself up. Her face was puffy and dry. She was covered in soot. She wanted to go home and take a bath. Mao's face scrunched up. A hot hiss thwump noise sounded out near Shimai, the flare rocketing up into the night sky and screaming to life, a red glare washing over everything in the area and sending the trees and road into sharp relief. Distantly, Mao thought she could hear a voice, but the scream of the flare prevented her from making out the words. Chico let out a panicked wheeze, hands coming up in a sloppy, exhausted stance. Mao and Shimai followed her gaze, before letting out panicked wheezes of their own. In the stark red glare, a walking corpse glared at them down the road, a gleaming white blade in one hand. His face was ravaged by tears, his clothes were torn and scorched, and both hands were missing fingers. His shoulders were slumped, but his breathing was steady. And his eyes were terrifyingly focused. A flare. The stranger said all too calmly. Why how made me ruin all this why, just to send out a flare? His head tilted to the side. How long do Wai Hao think it's going to take for me to kill Wai Hao, precisely? Chico straightened up her defensive posture. Mao staggered up and tried to heft the too heavy sword in front of her. Shimai raised her own hands, stance swaying unsteadily. The stranger let his head return to its prior position. Silently, he started walking forwards. Chico threw herself forwards with a breathless cry. The white sword flashed and a sound like a gong followed as the stranger carelessly batted her to the side in a minimum effort rotation of his hand. Chico skidded along the ground and smacked into the little pile of rocks, sending them tumbling. The stranger kept walking forwards, towards her. Go. Mao took a step back, sword wobbling. The stranger's eyes were furiously calm as he approached, raising his sword in a far more deliberate motion. Why how could have shaved us an hour, by Trat. She raised her sword trying to block. A casual twirl of his wrist, and the sword flat smacked into her hands before drawing up and back to hit the hilt of the black blade. She let out a pained yelp and let go, sword knocked up into the air. She fell back, landing on the ground and half crawling away. She couldn't cry anymore, she was too thirsty. The stranger caught it with his other hand in a smooth motion. There was a shifting sound behind her. Silently, hatefully, he began to swung down. His eyes glanced up, then immediately widened. The black sword twisted into a block, a gauntlet fist sheathed in howling wind smashed into the tip. The blue-green gem shattered. A second fist swung up, smashing into the stranger's hands and tearing them apart. The black sword spun in the air and landed with a thunk in the earth of the road. Reverse summoning technique. Ryoma-sensei growled, arms sheathed in roaring blades of wind. Mao was never happier to stare at her creepy sensei's back. Land of River. Ryoma, Jonin. The burning red glare of a flare in the distance told him two things. 1. That one of the teams had come across a situation they felt unequipped to handle, and 2. That they were wise enough to listen to his instructions and retreat. Judging by the direction, that was Team 3 specifically. He set his fishing rod down and focused, sending a specific mental command in that direction. I'll handle it. Hold down the base while I'm gone, second. He nodded in Bakey's direction. Bakey turned his very serious eye towards him and nodded sharply. A few seconds later, his mental command finally reached the sand clone at that marker, and he was enveloped in chakra-laden smoke. The distributed nature of this mission meant that Ryoma couldn't necessarily join each and every genin team and make sure they didn't kill themselves stumbling into an explosion or something. That also wasn't really the point of this mission. This mission, as absolutely simple as it was designed to get them used to operating in their own four-man teams and doing missions. After Ryoma's time as a remedial teacher was done, that's all they'd be doing. He wasn't going to be there in the future, because he wasn't their Jonin sensei. Having said that, he didn't just leave them off on their own. He gave them each one of the flares the wood dragoon used, told them to leave specific markers at the 5-kilometer point along the road, and made sure to give very clear and specific orders about retreating at the first sign of danger to fire them off. Now, if he ran over to them after that, it might take him, maybe 6 or 7 minutes, assuming he was cycling his chakra appropriately. Other ninja could go faster, but Ryoma really needed to do more long-distance running. Now, he could try operating a sand clone at that distance to support them, but the problem came from the distance lag of operating a sand clone. The further a sand clone was from him, the longer it took for his orders to reach it, and the longer it took for information to return from the sand clone and reach him. At 5 kilometers, he was looking at a several-second delay between all actions and reactions, which would make the already fairly mediocre sand clone even less useful than normal. This was where his newest jutsu came in. Summoning technique was a C-rank jutsu that allowed the ninja to form a contract with something, offer a little blood and chakra, then call that thing to them. It was a semi-common technique, one that he had the clearance to learn from the guys in Intel, and was used to great effect by a great many ninja. Most of the time it was used to summon giant animals over to punch a big monster in the face, but you could form a contract with just about anything, including people and objects. After the MK2 was done, Ryoma was going to form a contract with it and use that to summon it to battlefields in the future. In the meanwhile, there was no reason he couldn't start incorporating it into his toolbox and tactics. The first idea he had tested was forming a contract with and summoning himself. It was a bit finicky, and it took a bit of work to manage, but he figured it out eventually. Trying to summon himself while he was in place created a puff of chakra smoke and nothing else. He was already present, so summoning himself to the location, nothing but fanfare, really. Summoning a sand clone was possible, but of questionable utility. He wasn't exactly sure how he could take advantage of that yet while accounting for the existing limitations of sand clones, but there was probably some utility there. Using a sand clone to summon himself to a different location, on the other hand, was a massively more intriguing prospect. He had to give them a little bit of his blood ahead of time, and they usually didn't have enough chakra to stick around after doing it. He was also fairly sure that it required more and more chakra the farther he wanted to summon something, which meant that sand clones would be unable to summon him after a certain distance. He also wouldn't know the precise situation that he would be summoning himself into, and there was a decently long delay between when he sent the command to summon himself and when the clone received it to perform the technique. That was still all completely worth dealing with, because the ability to move himself 5 kilometers in seconds instead of minutes was a tactical advantage that could not, in any circumstances, be underestimated. Ryoma turned a 6 or 7 minute reinforcement delay into about 15 seconds. His sand clone dissolved behind him, and the smoke around obscured a night lit by a glaring red sun. It took him less than a second to process the important details of the scene. 2 allied genin on the ground. 1 allied genin slowly leaping to attack. Heavily injured unknown raising a black sword with a glowing gem in the blade, staring down at allied genin. His chakra cycled, his legs moved, his arms were covered in spiraling wind chakra. The unknown noticed him, remaining eye glaring lidlessly up as its sword moved to block. Decapitation strike no longer feasible, Ryoma adjusted his target. His fist smashed into the gem of the black blade, holding for a half moment before shattering as the wind chakra around his gauntlet fist splintered it. The glowing shards spread out around as Ryoma took another step and swung his other fist. The hostile barely had time to move as Ryoma's left hook smashed into its hands. Idly, he noticed that the hand was already missing some fingers, which made it really easy to knock the sword out of his grip and send it spiraling up and away. Mysterious glowing orb in the sword, broken. Sword, removed. Hostile is partially disarmed and disoriented. Further with vocalization. Reverse summoning technique. He declared, taking another step forwards and throwing out a sharp right jab. His gauntlet fist and white sword made a ringing noise as they clashed. The upper left arm had a large bloody chunk torn out of it, exposing the bone beneath. Useful, don't you think? His taunt was more effective than he was expecting, because the injured hostile let out an immediate, inarticulate shriek of rage. The hostile pulled back and swung, blade bouncing off Ryoma's heavy bracer. Then he swung again, again being deflected by a raised metal bracer sheathed in wind chakra. Then again. Then again and again and again and again. A furious, desperate, utterly senseless forwards assault from a half-dead ninja doing his best to let loose a very deep well of frustration. Sparks and soon chips of metal began to fly off his gauntlets as the assault continued. Ryoma grit his teeth, taking a step back and letting one foot hover briefly. In ideal circumstances, he'd move to capture and take this guy alive, but his rush to protect the genin didn't leave him time to pull a bolter with paralytic Senbon out. Maybe he should start carrying on like a shoulder pet? Something to improve in the future. The hostile, still screaming, swung again. He was interrupted for a brief moment, as a chakra string caught his foot and tugged it forwards harshly. The connection snapped a moment later, the hostile cycling his chakra almost instantly in response to the loss of control, but it was too late. Ryoma stepped forwards and punched down. His gauntlet fist, covered in shredding wind, smashed into the hostile's nose. The hostile bounced off the paved stones of the road, face caving inwards with the sickening crunch of collapsing bone and a dozen sounds of a knife cutting through gelatinous meat. Red splattered across his front as the body hit the ground. He fell into a second punch, just to be certain that the target was properly disabled. His gauntlet fist smashed into the cratered face like a drill, tearing through blood, bone, and brain matter until reaching the road and cracking the tiles with the weight of impact. The tearing whines ripped the head apart, akin to blending something without a container, splattering him even further with red gore. The legs kicked up then fell with dull thumps. The body continued to twitch sporadically for a few moments. Ryoma sighed and rose from his kneel, briefly shaking his hand out. Punching a rock was hardly a pleasant experience. He stared at the body for a few seconds longer, to make sure it wasn't about to pull something sneaky on him. Slowly he pulled out his storage scroll, tapping a bloody finger on an open slot and sealing the corpse away, most of the gore going with it. He sent a wary eye around him before returning to the genin. Team 3 was Shikako, Bazo, Mao, Yoshimi. Mao and Yoshimi were here and up. Shikako was slumped against the road marker he told them to make. Status report. He announced declaratively, fingers reaching out strings and grabbing the rest of the battlefield salvage to sort out later the shards of that gemstone and both the swords in this case. He made his way over to Shikako as he tucked the scroll away, checking her pulse, lightly checking for broken ribs, and giving her a once-over to make sure she wasn't bleeding or foaming at the mouth. Broken ribs, heavy bruising, and absolutely caked in sweat. 2 strings connected to her body, lifting her gently into the air and close enough for him to catch her again. He blinked, frowned and turned back to the active genin. Genin, status report. One was unconscious already. Yoshimi had fallen forwards on her face, rear in the air in a manner that would be comical if this wasn't currently a serious matter. Mao, face thoroughly stained in soot, blood, and tears, exhaustively pushed herself to her feet. Su. She stumbled exhaustedly, raising her hand up in a sloppy salute. Sensei. We could not complete our mission. He could already tell that wasn't very important at the moment. He stepped over, checking over Yoshimi for injuries as he replied. Soaked in sweat, no other injuries he could immediately detect. Chakra exhaustion? Where is Genin Bazo? Bazo is. Mao struggled out, eyes too exhausted to summon forth any more tears. He frowned, stepping over to regard her more formally. She was clearly stressed out, and from the enemy, their exhaustion, and his absence, Ryoma could probably guess why. Bazo, none needed us to go. She gave a choking hiccup, her shoulders shaking and her face ducking low. Her hands came up to rub against her eyes. Bazo needed us to go. We needed to go. He saved us. He glanced up in the night, the red glare of the flare having faded by now, revealing only black sky for miles. He frowned, weighed the costs, and made a decision. Can you keep moving? He asked quickly. The pink-haired genin nodded, stepping forwards and immediately collapsing. Ryoma caught her as she fell, hefting the girl up on his back and wrapping her arms around his neck. That's a no, for future reference. He declared dryly, bringing the other 2 girls closer to him, hefting Yoshimi with one arm and leaving Shikako suspended by his strings. He immediately started a quick, bounding pace along the road and back towards field base. It was fairly easy to tell by context clues that something very bad had happened to the last genin in Team 3, it was also easy to make the judgment call to cut his losses and bring these 3 back to camp. 3 genin that were alive were more important than 1 genin who might still be alive. He'd wait for all genin teams to get back before heading out to investigate that site. That would be the next morning at the earliest. Bazo would almost certainly be dead by that time, if he wasn't already. With the rest of the team unconscious, and the hostile dead, it would be several hours before Ryoma was able to start figuring out what the fuck had happened here. He made a note to give the next general remedial lesson on chakra pills and the benefits of using them. He emerged through the treelines and into sight of the base camp several minutes later, taking in the sight. The campfire was merrily crackling, a long line of fish fillets set up on a wire mesh above the flame, and the smell of salt, pepper, ginger, and wasabi filled the air. Teams 1, 2, and 4 had all already returned and were having a grand ol' time by the fire. Most curious was the sounds of very young children giggling, which activated the parts of his brain that told him to be on guard. The sounds were too high-pitched and incoherent to be any of the genin, and the sounds of cooing and baby talk coming from them told him that they had brought kids back to camp, something to address in a moment. Beiki was the first to greet him. Field Commander. He announced, giving the rest of the genin a heads up about his presence. They turned to salute him, many freezing as they saw how thoroughly he was stained in gore and the 3 bodies he was carrying. Which one was the medic? Genin Himeno, get over here. Ryoma ordered, ignoring the standard greeting as he laid out the unconscious girls on a flat, clear, and defensible section of the campground. Broken ribs and heavy bruising on Chikako, general exhaustion in all three. Get to work on it. At once, Field Commander. The orange-haired girl hefted her immense backpack and ran over her stance, and the speed of her steps reminding him strongly of a baby duck. He watched her long enough to make sure she was getting to work, then turned to Beiki. Any other flares? He asked quickly and sharply. Beiki relaxed his salute, bringing his hands down to fold across his lower back. None so far. Team 1 returned in your absence. Team 5 remains afield. Ryoma glanced over at the team in question, ignoring the generally shocked and stunned expressions on their faces. I see. He acknowledged quickly, moving on to the next thing on the list. Team 3 was under assault by an unknown assailant, already injured when I arrived. Genin Bazo was not among them, and their words lead me to believe that he is already dead. They collapsed from exhaustion before I could question them further. I see. Missing in action, suspected Kia then. Beiki's frown deepened as he gave a nod of acknowledgement. Should I investigate the scene? Ryoma shook his head. Not until Team 5 gets back. One of us will need to remain to defend the rest if they send up a flare. Team 5 was deployed to the farthest mission location. It will likely be several more hours before the return. Beiki's statement was not quite a question, but Ryoma understood what he was getting at even without that. If he is alive and injured, waiting that long will almost certainly mean he dies regardless. His reply was brief. I know. Their eyes met, looks of understanding passing between them, and Beiki nodded. I understand, Field Commander. Ryoma sighed, shaking his head and turning over to look near the campfires. Specifically at the toddlers, one with white hair and one with brown hair, clinging onto the pants of. What was that one's name? June. That was it. I see unfamiliar faces among our genin. Ryoma spoke in a dry tone, asking a question without asking a question. Beiki stepped forwards to stand next to him as he replied in a low voice. Team 1 claims they were offered a 10% discount on the rice if they took the children back with them to Suna. Bastards of some Ronin, as I understand it. I told them I would leave the ultimate decision with you. Ryoma considered that for a moment, before letting out a long sigh. He reached up to shrug off his bloody clothes and flak vest, revealing his bare mesh to the world. If they were paid to take them, I can't fault them for it. Besides, I was brought back to Suna the same way. Oh? You were a peach boy. The common slang for orphan a ninja found and brought back to the village. Ryoma wasn't exactly sure why it was called that, however. Yab. He said, walking forwards and kneeling, looking the toddlers in the eyes. The white-haired toddler stared at him curiously for a few moments, then stuck his entire fist into his mouth. The brown-haired toddler reached forwards and slapped his straw hat, tilting it downwards and to the side, obscuring his vision. Yep, these were kids all right. Ryoma sighed and readjusted his hat, raising from his kneel and shrugging his blood-stained coat and vest back on. Congratulations, kid, you're a dad now. What? June recoiled at those words in a very amusing manner. You're responsible for getting them back to Suna. The logistics division will know where to put them after, got it? Gee, got it. I'll do my best, Field Commander. Down 1 genin and up 2 orphans. That wasn't exactly an even trade, but it was better than nothing. Land of River. Ryoma, Jonin. Team 5 returned in the middle of the night, soaked to the bone, their share of rice clutched in a scroll and nervous glances being thrown over their shoulders. They were the ones that he was most concerned about, having gone nearest to the border with the Land of Rain. The team leader said he almost set off the flare and pulled back when the bridge beneath them fell through, but a tense and careful investigation revealed the culprit to be shoddy maintenance of the support struts. They left a sign saying as much and moved along an alternative route off the road, which caused their delayed return. They were further slowed by a storm that rolled down from rain, but experienced no further troubles. That was certainly nice to hear, because Ryoma was already anticipating the headache of needing to deal with the paperwork of a single death, let alone multiple. Beiki had been deployed immediately afterwards to go check out Team 3's target location and perform standing post-battlefield cleanup. That meant picking up any bodies, clearing out any evidence of Suna involvement, and picking up any salvageable trinkets and bits that might be in the location. Ninja were downright scavengers that way, picking up basically everything they could get their hands on if they got to a battlefield first. This was partly why ninja wars were so invisible to the normal population, because the only evidence of a ninja battle is usually the shattered terrain or burns, and there's any number of other potential reasons for stuff like that. This was especially notable in particularly rural areas, where villages went months or years without contact with other villages. If a tree falls in the woods, and no one is around to hear it, does anyone know a ninja knocked it over? Would anyone know to blame a ninja specifically over animal clans, natural disasters, or demons? The elemental nations, for as much as they pretended to be peaceful, was a place where sometimes places were wiped off the face of the earth, and no one will ever figure out why. There was a reason most of the population tended to stick near the cities and roads, where the daimyos, samurai, and ashiguru were in abundance to fend off anything that tries anything funny. Sensei. He responded idly, reeling in another catfish, string looping around his arm and chakra strings filling his fingers and helping to pull it in. The fish got big here. This catfish was 5 feet long and several hundred pounds by the look and feel of it. Ryoma was glad he was using a metal wire as his line, anything weaker would have snapped a while ago. All 3 of them, they're awake now. The little orange-haired medic gave a weary bow in his direction, the morning essentially silent save the chirping of birds, song of cicadas, and the thrashing of the monster at the end of his reel. Thank you. He forgot her name again. Jenin, go ahead and get some sleep. He gave a little groan of exertion, tugged forward suddenly by a tremendous pull. His arms shook slightly as he held on, just long enough for the fish to give some slack and let him make another loop around his arm across the thumb and the elbow. It had been a long time since he had gone fishing, he forgot how much he enjoyed it. I'll see them in a moment. Yes sir. She recited, before wandering off back to whatever tent she and her team was using. Ryoma held the line for a few moments more then called out to the water. He gave this maybe a 50% chance of success. Hey catfish. You mind calling it a draw for today? I have something to do. He stopped his pulling and let the line slacken appropriately. The line loosened further as the head of a catfish slowly poked its way up out of the river, looking up at him with its wide face and beady eyes. After a moment, it spoke. Draw. It called out in a deep rumble, a dumb tone in its voice. The hook hung out of its immense lip. Looks like he got it right then. Ryoma nodded, uncoiling the ninja wire around his arm to give it more slack. Yeah, shame I know. Here, let me come down and get the hook out of your lip. He walked off the side of the bridge, falling for a couple seconds as he gathered chakra in his feet. His soles collided with the rushing water dipping in and letting him drop for a few moments as he focused and then bringing him back to the surface. Walking on a flowing river was a bit trickier, seems like. He made sure to stabilize himself before stepping forwards and over to the mostly still catfish. The catfish flicked its whiskers back and forth as he knelt down beside it. The hook was a fair bit into its jaws. Ryoma frowned and spoke. It's a decent ways in there, I'll try to get it out without hurting you too badly. Alright. The catfish mumbled as he gripped it by the lip and grabbed the hook, wiggling it a bit and trying to maneuver around the barb. After a few seconds of working at it, Ryoma managed to slip the hook free and out of the immense fish's mouth. There you go. He wrapped the rest of his line up around his arm, then reached down and patted the fish on the head. I'll try to catch and eat you some other time, if I'm ever in the area, alright. It's okay if I lose. If I win, I'll pull you in and swallow you. The fish rumbled, nodding against his hand before pulling away and continuing. See you later, fisherman. A few moments later, it was gone into the river, its immense and slimy shape fading into the darkness of the churning waters. Ryoma washed his hand off with a blank expression, standing up and making his way carefully back to the shoreline. Fish were somehow much creepier when they could talk. The last one, the one they ate, congratulated them on the fine match as they pulled it up. Awake hey? How are the ribs treating you? Ryoma asked as he stepped over to the medical tent and shrugged off the length of ninja wire. Really it was just his own tent repurposed as an ad hoc medical center, one of those big pavilion tents that took less than a minute to set up with chakra strings. He liked it for the space, but didn't actually use it that often. A ninja quickly learns how to go the occasional night without sleep for the good of the mission. After a moment with no reply, he turned to look at the injured team more directly. The team leader was laying back on her back, blankly staring up at the ceiling. The pink and green-haired teammates were sitting up, one with her legs pulled up to her chest and the other sitting slumped and cross-legged. A general mood of despair was upon them. He supposed losing a teammate for the first time would do that. He didn't remember what he looked like the first time, but it probably wasn't that much better. The best thing to do would be to get them back into the mission mindset for a moment. Team 3. I need a full report. What led to the situation you were in when reinforcements arrived? He made sure to use his stern voice, grabbing a fold-out chair and pulling it over, plopping himself down in it and bringing the tips of his fingers together in front of him. That got them to pull themselves up a bit, eyes rising to meet his gaze before dropping a bit. The team leader. Shikako, that's her name, she spoke. It's my fault sir. Do it properly, Jenin. Ryoma interrupted her little session of self-loathing with another stern word. The pink and green-haired girls flinched at that. She swallowed, inclining her head and starting again. Team 3 traveled along the road as orders specified, reaching the 5-kilometer mark and leaving the outlined marker before traveling forwards at standard pace. Some time before actually reaching the mission location, we spotted a large amount of smoke rising in the distance, at the mission site. Was there smoke? He supposed the trilene might have obscured it too much for him to notice. It was the smoke indicated unknown variables at the mission location, but as there was no immediate evidence of hostiles I made the decision to press forwards and investigate. That's within the letter of what he outlined, but not the spirit. He supposed he was too specific when he said hostiles instead of something like indications of danger. It was just enough confusion for them to decide to push forwards. Still within reason here, he supposed, though judging by the tone he imagined that was going to change soon. The lack of underbrush in the vicinity and the direction of the wind indicated that the fire was potentially deliberate, though I felt there was insufficient evidence to actually claim such. We moved forwards despite the protests of the team, and reached the mission location. Technically correct, neither of those factors alone is sufficient evidence to determine enemy action. It should have been enough to start ringing their sense of danger, but that was only something that could be honed with time and experience. The team leader hesitated for a moment, face scrunching up in well-rooted frustration. The mission location was burned, as the smoke indicated, the compound complex was clearly and deliberately set aflame, the fires at the very end still burning and the woodland around the complex untouched. There were no bodies or sounds of evacuation, which I considered odd. I determined that our mission was impossible to complete with the current state of the mission location. Good. All of this well within reason. He supposed they were ambushed on their way out. I made the decision to perform a single sweep reconnaissance of the area, to find and evacuate any potential survivors, before we would return. Ryoma stared at her, expression well hidden behind his veil. Welp. That would certainly do it. He deliberately withheld the urge to sigh, instead giving a tiny incline to indicate she should continue. She gave a mighty sniff, face twisted and glaring up at the ceiling, clearly very angry at herself. We split into 2 teams, myself with Yoshimi and Bazo with Mao. The reconnaissance proceeded uneventfully for a time, then an explosion caught our attention. We moved to investigate, finding Mao holding a black sword running in our direction, calling for retreat. The unknown enemy toppled a building behind us and we quickly began to flee. When we did, her hands balled up into fists, shaking with rage. Mao informed us of Bazo's efforts, in disarming and distracting the enemy. Mao, that one was the pink-haired one, pretty sure. He turned an eye towards the girl in question, who was curled up, knees tucked under her chin, and tiny tears accumulating in her eyes. We began to flee, using they. Ryoma raised a hand, cutting the girl off. Save the rest for the written report. There was something akin to a headache building up between and behind his eyes. Expressing his immense frustration with the genin wouldn't be constructive here, they needed something a bit more cut and dry than a rant. Yes, Field Commander. He stared at them for a few moments longer, then sighed and pulled up, leaning back in his chair. Tell me the moment you think you should have retreated with hindsight to guide you. As soon as we saw the smoke. She declared at once. He shook his head. Not necessarily. Getting a visual on the mission location wasn't an inherently bad idea. Even if just to confirm the situation, I'd say the moment you got within range, was able to get an eye on the mission location, and able to confirm that your mission was impossible, that's the moment you should have pulled out. Ideally you'd get this visual at range and under cover, and leave without anyone being the wiser about your presence. Ryoma raised a hand and wobbled it. Balancing the need to gather intel and stay undetected is an important skill, and it's one you'll just have to learn with experience. There's really no amount of education in a classroom that can give you a good sense for it. Yes, Field Commander. Geez, already back to repeating lines, huh? Beiki was sent out earlier to investigate the mission location. If Bazo is dead, then Beiki will retrieve his body. Ryoma shifted his weight. Making a decision like that, it was an error, but I don't imagine any official punishment is warranted in this case. So long as you demonstrate sufficient understanding of the mistake made in the written report. But both the team leader and the green-haired girl started at that, both cut off by a sharp raising of his finger. He glared at them for a few moments, before lowering the finger again. This was supposed to be a low-risk, low-stakes mission to get you all acquainted with field work. The fact that you made strategic errors was, to some extent, fully anticipated. The fact that your strategic errors happened to coincide with the field work of an unknown hostile is simply bad luck. They looked pretty forlorn about that, which provoked another sigh from him. He planted his hands on his knees and continued. You made mistakes in this case, but there's a secret that only experience can teach you. Do you want to know what that is? They looked up at him with generally dismal expressions. He nodded. You will never stop making mistakes. Every mission, every deed, every action, you will always make mistakes when doing anything. Your mistakes will get smaller, will get less frequent, and sometimes not even be your fault to begin with, but you will never stop making those mistakes. He raised his hand and pulled his index and thumb together. Sometimes those mistakes get so small and inconsequential that you can't even notice them. A mistake so minor that most people would look at your work and call it perfect. He dropped the hand again. But it's not perfect, not actually. The mistakes are still there, even if you can't see them anymore. You'll never have a perfect mission, no matter how much you try. Your goal should be to learn from all of them. All of them that you notice until your mistakes get so little that you can't notice them anymore. He shook his head. Sometimes even when you make no mistakes that you can notice, no mistakes that matter, you can still fail. That's just the way of things, and sometimes a mission is doomed from the start. All you can do is do your best to survive it, and prepare for the next mission as best you can. He nodded at them. You survived this mission. Bazo doesn't seem to have. Your job now is to figure out why and how you can stop it from happening again. It's my fault. Mao muttered, face coiled in on itself and half pressed into her knees. I gave a lesson on this yesterday, kid. Ryoma deadpanned. Figuring out who's to blame isn't important. What is important is surviving. That didn't seem to help her much. So he tilted his head, pushed up from his chair, stepped over, and kneeled down. He made sure to stare at all 3 of them, silently, before continuing. It gets easier. He declared, catching their attention again. Does it? Mao muttered forlornly, a twinge of hope in her voice. It does. He declared quietly. The third ninja war, even going into it, I was fully expecting it to be bad. My expectations somehow fell short of the real thing anyways. How bad? Shikako asked, sounding almost afraid of what she was about to hear. Ryoma considered for a moment how best to answer. As you know, the Suna Ninja Academy outputs several class groups of around 30 per year. I was in class group Jackal. He paused for a moment, then continued. Of the 31 members of class group Jackal, including my genin team, I was the only one who survived longer than 1 year. A trio of horrified looks came over their faces. He continued calmly. At a certain point, hearing news of their passing stopped being terribly unfortunate and started being uneventful. I attended their brief funerals, of course, it was the socially correct thing to do, but I can't say that I spent much time mourning their passing. They were dead, and crying over it wasn't going to help anything. At a certain point, I stopped asking why and started asking if I could see the written reports of the mission that killed them. There was silence in the tent for a long while. That didn't help at all. Mao almost wailed. Yeah, that sounds about right. Do you want a hug? He asked quietly. She nodded miserably, unfurling to reach her arms out like a sloth. He pulled his student into his arms and let her quietly sob into his vest. He extended his other arm out, pulling the green-haired Yoshimi, that's her name, into the hug, and she soon started to shake too. I'd bring you in, but your ribs are. Yet. Shikako nodded, laying back and staring at the ceiling of his tent. Thank you for the thought, sensei. Do you want a hug after your ribs are healed? He asked, rubbing circles into the backs of the two sobbing girls clinging to him. Yes, I'd like that, sensei. Ryoma made a note of that, alongside letting Mao have the black sword. The old ninja right of spoils meant it was hers now, and trying to claim it from her would get the Kazakage giving him a pointed look. Sunagakure. Ryoma, Jonin. Mari was in the Kazakage's office again, holding a red-haired baby and happily waving at him as he entered with Beiki and 5 genin. The little silent giggle she gave when she saw the kids indicated amusement at his expense. He would have returned fire, but he was setting an example right now. He came to a stop before the desk and raised his hand in a salute. Beiki snapped into one immediately after, and the kids took a bit longer to realize that they should be doing the same. The Lord Kazakage set his pocky stick down in a little glass tray. Field Commander Ryoma. Report. The mission was an overall success, with an 80% fulfillment of the primary objective and the collection of 4 items of significance. Complications arose when Sub-Team 3 encountered an unknown enemy at their target location, suffering 1 fatality before backup arrived. Target location 3 was destroyed by the unknown enemy, making completion of the sub-objective impossible in that region. The items of note recovered are 2 recruited orphans, 1 sword suspected to be chakra metal, and the body of the unknown enemy. The body of the Kyogenin was recovered successfully. He tilted his head slightly before continuing. The sword of suspected chakra metal, used by the unknown enemy, was disarmed and collected by Genin Mao. In accordance with the tradition of trophy taking, it has been entrusted to her. The orphans and bodies have already been delivered to the appropriate departments in the logistics division. Fragments of a gem embedded in the sword's blade were recovered, and I do not know what you want me to do with them. Mari's expression was significantly less cheery when the mention of a slain genin came up. The Lord Kazakage raised his brows, leaning forwards a bit in his chair and tapping on the desk. Show me. Ryoma reached into his vest and pulled out a little scroll, stepping forwards to set it on the desk, unfurling it, and letting a tiny puff of smoke burst out from it. The Kazakage stared for a few moments, before reaching forwards to pick up one of the shards of gemstone and raising it up to his eye for inspection. No known significance. He declared, setting the fragment of the gem back down and winding up for some kind of drawling explanation. The Suna vaults contain a great deal of waste minerals, most of which were pulled up from the sand while I shifted for gold dust. The pile of this particular mineral is 2 kilos already. He leaned back and waved his hand. Make a necklace of it, or something, that would be more valuable than selling broken fragments of a crystal. Understood, Lord Kazakage. He pressed a finger to activate the storage seal again, then rolled up the paper and tucked it away. Outline the details of this enemy. The Kazakage ordered, taking another bite of his pocky with slightly furrowed brows. Roughly my height, slightly stockier build, brown hair, black eyes, preference for sword use. He was injured by the time I arrived to provide backup, thanks to the efforts of Team 3. I prioritized their safety and disabled him destructively. Ryoma raised a hand to rub at the back of his neck, through the cloth. This had the unfortunate side effect of mulching the upper half of his head. The Lord Kazakage stared for a few moments, before raising a brow. Mulching, you say? Yes, Lord Kazakage. Very well. Do you have the written reports prepared? Yes, Lord Kazakage. Ryoma replied, reaching into his vest to pull out the report in question, before setting it down on the table and stepping aside. Beiki stepped up to set his own report down, followed by the leaders of the genin teams. Ryoma exchanged a look with Mari as they almost bumped into each other trying to figure out what order they should be setting their reports down in. Mari grinned cheekily at him. Eventually the kids had stumbled their way into placing a series of report scrolls on the table and stepped back, returning to their spots with nervous expressions and strained postures. They were very clearly nervous about being in the same office as their supreme military commander. Which was silly, it's not like the Kazakage was going to order their execution for stepping a bit out of line. He had more important stuff to worry about than making sure every little genin knew to respect him. The Kazakage waited a moment, taking another bite of his pocky as the genin tried to get organized. Then, eyes still closed, he continued. Field Commander Ryoma, you are officially relieved of your command. Everyone except Jonin Ryoma, you are dismissed. Beiki and the genin gave salutes before walking out, the genin following Beiki like a bunch of stressed baby ducks as they exited the door and pulled it shut behind them. Mari giggled openly, which was soon followed by the noise of the baby giggling, and Ryoma let out a long-suffering sigh. Hee, how's teaching treating you, Ryoma? Mari asked, leaning forwards while letting the baby play with her pinky. It wasn't hard to tell why they were remedial. Ryoma replied dryly, making her almost double over in laughter. The Lord Kazakage gave a barely amused exhale through his nose. Ryoma gave a weary nod towards his supreme leader. Lord Kazakage, what did you need me for? I needed to notify you about your change in living conditions. He stated bluntly, something that was slightly concerning to hear. My living conditions. Ryoma asked with a cautious tone in his voice. Preliminary evaluations of the puppet limbs have been successful within expectations. Preliminary evaluations of your Kyojutsu, the super heavy puppet Great Dragoon, have been promising if unproven. The Kazakage reached into his desk and pulled out a folder, tossing it forwards to slap upon his desk. In light of your contributions to the field of puppetry, we're assigning Jonin Sub-Aim to be your permanent guard and aide. Ryoma felt distinctly whelmed, expression hidden behind his mask as he took up the folder and flipped it open to start looking. That seems a little much, Lord Kazakage. A Jonin could be doing a lot of work more important than helping me do chores, surely. Jonin Sub-Aim was recently crippled and outfitted with new puppet limbs. That rang a familiar note in Ryoma's head, making him glance up and look more directly at the Lord Kazakage as he continued speaking. As the current expert in the field, it is anticipated that she will benefit from proximity to you in your work. He glanced down at the profile in the folder. Sure enough, the picture was of that one ninja who had her limbs melted off by Hanzo. He inclined his head to the side. Puppeteers are known for going on creative tangents. It is hoped that your tangents will result in more effective puppet limb designs, facilitated by proximity to our most affected ninja. If you can return majority function to her as a combatant, even gradually, it will be considered a great success. Ah. Yeah, that made more sense. You want to keep her around me so I get distracted and occasionally make her a new weapon limb for the village to copy. Ryoma summarized dryly, to which the Kazakage nodded shamelessly. Ryoma sighed, reaching up to scratch his cheek. Yeah, I can't exactly fault the logic there. To this end, Jonin Sub-Aim will be assigned to you as bodyguard and aide on an indefinite duration mission. Expect a roommate. Ryoma frowned, looking up from the profile. There's a problem, Lord Kazakage. He slowly raised an eyebrow, one of the most distinctively intimidating gestures Ryoma had ever experienced before. That is. My apartment is barely big enough for myself, let alone another person. He quickly explained, waving an apologetic hand. I don't think a roommate would fit, not in an uncomfortable manner, at least. Oh, that's right. Mari chipped in thoughtfully. You live in that dingy apartment full of random scrap. It's not dingy. Ryoma refuted with a vaguely offended tone. It's perfectly serviceable, cozy even. He still lives in the Peach Boy apartments, Lord Razakage. Mari helped, giving an aside and smiling at the man, before flinching at herself. Shoot. You call him Razakage? Ryoma asked with a wry smile under his veil. The Lord Kazakage reached into his desk and started looking through folders. Shut it. I'm good at speaking. Ryoma rolled his eyes, amused, before turning back to their supreme commander. In any case, I have enough savings to potentially get a larger living space, but I've never needed to before, and I worry that if I do it now I won't have enough funds left to complete the Great Dragoon Kyojutsu. He gave a little shrug. I can get a larger space if you order it, but my current living conditions are inadequate for two, and I won't be as effective as a combatant until the Great Dragoon is complete. 3 years ago, a property on the northeastern exterior of the walls defaulted on its loan payments and was seized as a result. The Kazakage began, tossing another folder upon the desk and towards him. The property has sat unused since it will serve adequately for your needs. Payment for the property will be taken as a percentage of future mission payments. Ryoma raised his brows, reaching forwards and opening the second folder. What was the property being used for? He asked curiously, glancing through the folder for the relevant details. Land was incredibly cheap here in Suna, especially land outside of the walls, mostly because it was pretty much all just sand. Sand was worthless for pretty much everything except using the space to put other more important things in. Things like buildings where people could actually live. It wasn't that much of a surprise that the Kazakage had spare property deeds laying about to sell off like this, especially property deeds on the exterior of the walls and where no one wanted to live. An inn. Ryoma kept reading for a few seconds before the words of the Kazakage actually processed. An incredulous expression came over his face and his gaze went up. An inn? He asked with a baffled tone of voice. An inn. The Kazakage repeated, leaning back and taking another chomp of his pocky. Supposedly, the previous owners sought to cater to the wealthy who came to Sunagakure for business, providing them a space mostly free of common folk. We live in a desert. Ryoma deadpanned. The location was chosen specifically because no one else wants to live here. Nobles do their business almost exclusively by messenger hawk. I did not say I agreed with their reasoning. Ryoma let out a huff, not quite amused or frustrated, mostly just marveling at the rationale. The property has a connection to the electrical grid, water access, and temperature regulation. The Kazakage continued. It has space for the inn managers and 10 guest rooms, and an artificial onsen currently drained. There is a secondary building for maintenance and storage. The complex has more than enough space for yourself, Jonin Sub-Aim, and your puppetry needs. I see. How much extra mission tax am I looking at for this? Ryoma asked with pressed lips, flipping through pages. No more than 10%. Ryoma considered that for a moment, nodding his head back and forth in consideration. That wasn't too bad. It could be much, much worse. Do I have the option to pay it off directly? Should I have the additional liquid capital? You do. All right. Ryoma huffed, closing the folders and placing them back on the table. I can't complain about any of this. It's more than generous. I'll get my stuff packed up for the move. It's not like he hated the idea of living in a big house outside of the hustle and bustle of Suna proper, but it would probably make him pretty paranoid of enemy action for a while there. Is there anything else you need of me, Lord Kazakage? No, that will be all, Jonin Ryoma. Jonin Sub-Aim will be waiting for you at the property. Tell me when you get the place fixed up, Ryo. Mari waggled a finger at him. I have to throw you a new house party. Note to self, do not tell Mari where I live. Ryoma said aloud, staring directly at her. She stuck her tongue out at him, provoking a roll of his eyes as he turned towards the door. You hear that Gara Ryo is a bad boy who acts bratty. You need to make sure you don't act like him, okay? A baby laughed at him as he left. Ryoma lived a life defined by silver linings. On one hand, he was now being forced to move and go in debt for a property outside of the walls. On the other, the payment plan was pretty dang generous and the price was rock bottom for the property size. Maybe he'd get sub-aim to keep the place clean and orderly. Maids were good culture. End of Arc 2. Arc 3 Chapter 31. Sunagakure. Ryoma, Jonin. Read this, and tell me what you think of it. It was amazing what prolonged contact could do to ease underlying tensions. 3 years of being an active Jonin meant far more regular communication with his overall military commander, and that meant it was hard to stay tense and nervous around the man. At least, not as much as he used to. Raza slid a scroll across the desk towards him, and Ryoma scooped it up for initial inspections. It was a pretty damn fancy scroll, with golden caps, silk body and the faint scent of something like perfume wafting from it. Most notable was the official wind symbol emblazoned on its outer surface. Official communication from the capital. He would have asked if he was allowed to see this, but the Kazakage had just commanded him to read it. It would be pretty stupid to assume otherwise. He rolled open the scroll and began to skim through the contents. Introduction of self and titles, declaration of communication, indication of intended receiver, congratulatory text about their military alliance with Konoha, prose about wind and sand, reduced coffers. He stopped, narrowing his eyes and reading through the scroll more carefully, making sure that he was getting the correct message through the layers of court speech and random poetry. After a few moments, he looked up with brows furrowed. The daimyo is reducing our funding. So it seems. Raza replied blandly, taking a casual munch of his pocky stick. I was under the impression that he funded us through the distribution of high payment missions and he cut those off a few years ago. Ryoma continued, eyes going back down to trail over the scroll again. Both methods were used and you are correct. This is a second round of budget cuts being declared in light of our declared intent to cooperate with Konoha in the future. Raza leaned back in his chair, looking up at the ceiling. I see. Ryoma acknowledged, turning the implications over in his mind while he chewed on the end of his necklace. A bad habit he had picked up from all the times Toyoko shared Pocky with him. After a few more moments. You would like to hear my thoughts on the matter. He wasn't really sure why, but that wasn't really his position to ask why anyways. About anything in specific or my general thoughts? Your general thoughts, for now. Well. He began slowly, starting his reply as he assembled a more accurate mental picture of Suna's geopolitical future using this new information. Without this budget cut, I would have predicted another 9 or so years at the current rate of income and outcome before Suna was forced to take more drastic action. 12 emergency economic measures would have been put into place at the halfway mark and bought more time. Raza corrected, chewing on the tip of the Pocky stick like a cigarette. Common snacks, common habits, and all that. Drastic action would have been taken some time before then, most likely. Ryoma nodded to acknowledge the reply, and then continued. 33% more time then, with those measures. That means this. He glanced at the values again and almost cringed. A full 29% budget cut. Averages back out to, maybe 8 or 9 years. I'd have to sit down to do all the related math. 8 years, 6 months. The Kazakage explained, closing his eyes. It wasn't surprising that the Kazakage already had the figures ready, either himself or one of the top brass calculators had probably worked all this out within the hour that this message arrived. Ryoma's involvement here was probably some sort of test scouting for an upcoming role or mission they had planned. It's obviously not good. Ryoma commented dryly, reaching up to fiddle with the crystal shard like a toothpick, scratching his teeth and gums with the sharp bit at the end. And I suspect that the daimyo isn't going to just increase our budget again if we ask nicely. He probably has increased security hanging around now too, just in case of a potentially violent reprisal on our parts. Further, while I'm sure we're capable of turning the palace into a crater, the hit to our reputation would probably make us the first missing nin village in history. I figure we'd want to avoid that. He paused, rolling the shard pick across his lips and then frowning. That alliance with Konoha, I doubt that the daimyo actually cares all that much. He was probably just looking for a plausible excuse to cut our funding. Packing up and moving to a different country is probably too expensive at this point too, and a good deal of our jutsu is specialized for desert living. Ryoma shook his head. Either we find a way to replace the daimyo, or we find a strong enough source of secondary revenue, and we'll have to do it within 8.5 years. The council will have to come up with something for that. What would you do? The Kazakage interrupted, cracking open his eyes and fixing a focused stare at him. Ryoma paused, meeting the gaze. Not just tactical, he was being scouted for his strategic abilities here. Probably for a position in the planning department, if he had to guess, which would probably be fine. He'd request a transfer out after a few months. He let out a little hum, glancing down at the scroll. Well, I'd preface my statement that I don't believe I'm fully qualified for this kind of decision-making, Lord Kazakage. Raza exhaled in a slightly amused manner, shaking out another stick of Pocky and biting down on the end to pull it out. Continue. He ordered through teeth. I actually drafted a series of plans for this a few years ago. The Kazakage paused briefly, turning back to him and raising a brow. Ryoma nodded and shrugged. It was a hobby. He explained before continuing. I didn't make any plans for potentially replacing the daimyo, both because that would be treasonous of me and I don't know enough about the man or his palace defenses to start drafting something like that up, but I did outline a series of plans for acquiring secondary revenue without needing to dip into civilian industry. Raza nodded, chewing on his pocky stick. Ryoma picked at his teeth with the crystal again. In summary, there's 3 options and all of them have problems. They all involve establishing satellite locations in neighboring lands, which would mean spreading out our military power across a wider region. Sunagakure is nominally the least populated great ninja village, so this would normally be a terrible idea, but our great village neighbors are both discouraged from attacking us right now. Konoha because they just declared cooperative intent, and IWA because they're still recovering from the Third Ninja War. He rolled a hand thoughtfully, frowning again. I'm sorry, do you have a map handy? Black rings encircled the Kazakage size, and a creeping mist of black dust rose from the sides of the table and shaped themselves on the desktop. After a moment, they formed a nigh-perfect map of the 5 great nations, complete with little sigils marking every country and land within. That took no hand seals or visible effort on his part. The Kazakage was a bit of a show-off, sometimes. Ryoma took the crystal out of his mouth and used it to start pointing. Thank you. Our first option is Claw Country, followed by Fang Country and maybe the Land of Mountains if we really want to press up. Satellite locations operated by Suna Ninja would each only give mild increases in revenue with how poor those countries are, so they'd have to run on a pretty tight budget. They'd also need to negotiate with the local daimyo for the right to work there, or stay hidden from them, and potentially for a small budget from each. Our desert-based jutsu would likewise be less effective there, so specialists not reliant on traditional Suna arts or high budgets are the best option there. All of these expansions would be hotly contested by IWA, so we'd need to discourage them from attacking us further. An all-out attack on their home base might scatter them, but that would probably just provoke another ninja war, and one Konoha would be unlikely to support us in. We still have Pakura, so we have a known counter-agent for Jinchuriki Han Itsurashi that we'd have to be leery of. He shook his head. That and their Tsuchikage best scenario is discouraging them from resisting us at all, but I have no idea how that could be accomplished. Overall probably second in priority. Only feasible thanks to the beating IWA took during the last war. He let the crystal flow over to the next spot on the map. Our next option is the Land of Rivers. Decentralized, fertile, and covered in competing factions. Konoha is unlikely to strongly resist us if we attempt to expand our influence into the region provided we make clear our reasons and stay on our side of the border. They might just help us if we ask, the problem is. He tapped on the symbol for valley in the region. The region is already occupied by our long-term allies in Sunagakure. Expanding into it would mean either direct vassalization of Teni or wiping them out, and either way we betray them. Their current trust in us would afford us first strike capabilities, and all that would remain afterwards is stragglers who weren't present in their village at the time of the attack. Those stragglers could be a problem for decades to come, but Suna would be able to deal with it. He exhaled. From there we could simply insert a Suna ninja as one of the many competing factions and then have them unite the region with Suna and potentially Konoha support. This is the most lucrative option by far, eliminating the cost of purchasing bulk foodstuffs entirely, expanding our ninja business to cover a new territory, and allowing us to siphon wealth from our puppet as we need it. The problem is that we'd have to stab one of our long-term allies in the back, and that sends a pretty terrible message about our reliability if anyone ever finds out about it. Overall, first in priority. He moved the stick down a bit on the iron sand map to tap on a series of islands, before leaning back and picking at his teeth again. The third option is expanding down into Sea Country. It has all the same issues with expanding up into Fang and Claw but worse and less profitable. We'd have to move farther, figure out strategies for oceanic combat, get less revenue thanks to it being poorer, and deal with Kiri. They'd certainly resist our expansion down there, and we don't have as much intel for battling them as we do for IWA or Konoha. It's the riskiest and least profitable option, but Kiri is far enough away from it that they might just let us expand down there if we ask nicely enough for it. He raised his eyes to look directly at the Kazakage. Overall, third in priority. The Kazakage chewed on his pocky for a moment, staring back at him. After a moment, he spoke again. Those are all of your thoughts. In summary, I can provide the drafts if you give me the time to head home and come back. Anything further would require greater intel than I have. Nothing on T Country. Ryoma shrugged. Traditionally the mission domain of Konoha, we'd have to ask them about the matter first before making any moves if we want to maintain this alliance long term. It's another valid option for a satellite location if we get a statement of non-interference from them, which I doubt considering we're trying to take over their business there. He wiggled his hands about. There's not really a good option here. Not unless we want to establish something like a naval division to hunt pirates and confiscate their goods. I don't think we'd get much more than pocket change doing that, but it might buy us enough time for the current daimyo to eat a bad shrimp and die. I see. Produce those documents for me by the end of the day. Yes, Lord Kazakage. Is there anything else? No, that will be all. You are dismissed. Tell Mari I said hello. Noted. He waved a hand behind him as he made his way out of the office, stepping through the doorway with metallic tinks and meeting with a familiar woman on the other side. She moved to walk in step with him, steps making their own wooden clack noises. She wore a black one-piece dress top tied off at the waist with a large bow, limbs covered in a black layer that gave the impression of long gloves and stockings. The truth was that she wasn't wearing anything on those limbs. The black was just to make it pass casual inspection easier. Was your meeting with Lord Kazakage productive? Sub-Aim asked lightly, short black hair flipping around with her distinct gait. I suppose. Do we still have hot pot leftovers? No. Hataru ate the last of it at 0300, while you were asleep. Ryoma hummed, picking at his teeth some more. We better buy some more groceries before we go back then. What would you like to eat tonight? She asked as they moved through the entryway and out to the roofed streets of Sunagakure. Am I allowed to swing by the ration distribution center and pick up my share? He asked with a dry tone. Absolutely not. She bluntly denied. Pick something else. He huffed. Then I have no strong opinion, choose something and it'll probably be fine. Fried fish with tartar sauce. I have one strong opinion, it is against that option. How do you know that you dislike it? You've never eaten tartar sauce. I don't have to try it to know I don't want it. Some things are just self-evident. I've never been killed before, I know I don't want to be killed. You won't die if you eat tartar sauce. What would you do if I ate tartar sauce and then died because of it? I'd request seppuku from the Lord Kazak to atone for my failure. Her tone indicated just how unlikely she thought that outcome would be. Well, I certainly don't want you to die, so for your sake, I will have to refuse to eat tartar sauce. The risk is too great. Ryoma nodded with exaggerated confidence, his armor clanking as he did. It was a bit hard to be a noisy ninja, but not impossible. For my sake. Sub-aim repeated with a bland look on her face. Yerp. I'd be terribly sad if you died, so sad that I might have to kill myself over it. This scenario began with the presumption of your death. How would you kill yourself if you were already dead? Easy. He declared, then said nothing more, instead just staring at her briefly and restraining the urge to smirk. After a moment he turned away, making for the food market they regularly frequented. You explained nothing. She pointed out with an unimpressed expression. You aren't a real ninja if death stops you from doing what you want. He explained with an easy humor, rolling a hand. That would include every ninja who has ever died before. Not every ninja. Nuh-uh. She didn't seem too enthused with his childish rebuttal. Let's eat grilled vegetables and okonomiyaki tonight. She suggested with a piercing stare. That's a sudden return to the topic at hand. He pointed out with an amused smile, looking down at her with a side eye. Is that dish agreeable with you? She asked, stepping into the garden store doorway and reaching for a reusable grocery basket. Sure, sure. He waved off. We'll pick up some melon juice too, we're probably running low. We are. I checked the fridge before we left this morning. Ah, that's good then. Any other business in Suna today? I think Toyoko mentioned something about coming over today during the last karaoke night. Puppet core business of some sort. Business. Sub-aim repeated blandly. Something like that. I didn't ask what. Ryoma shrugged, reaching over and picking up a zucchini for inspection. Yep, this sure was a zucchini. He handed it over to Sub-aim so that she could inspect it. After a few moments, she apparently decided that it was no good, and put it back among its others before picking up another, different zucchini and inspecting it. It was eventually decided to pass inspection and placed in the hand basket. To Ryoma's eyes, they were perfectly identical. He wasn't sure why the second one passed and the first one didn't. He picked up another zucchini and handed it over without bothering to inspect. Sub-aim distractedly looked at it, immediately deemed it substandard, and put it back before looking for another and inspecting it. He smirked, reaching into the basket and pulling out the first zucchini again, handing it over for her to inspect. She looked it over for a few seconds, then shook her head and put it back among the other vegetables. The basket was now down to one zucchini. She inspected a different one and eventually put it in the basket. Ryoma wondered how long he could keep this bit going. He pulled out another good zucchini with a little smirk and handed it over for inspection. It too returned among the other zucchini. He smirked as she added a new vegetable to the basket. A few moments later, she checked the basket, realized that she only had 2 vegetables inside, and glared at him. What? He asked with a half grin. I'm just trying to help here, is this one any good? He held up a previous good zucchini, offering it to her. She snatched it from his hand, face scrunched up at him. Stop that. Stop what? You know what? I have no idea what you're talking about. Your tone seems to be implying that I'm doing something nefarious or mischievous, and a professional ninja like me would never do something like that. That would be ridiculous. Your habitual pranking would be cute on a child, far less so when the perpetrator is supposed to be an adult. I'm just an itty-bitty bobby. I will request spanking permissions from the Lord Kazakage. Kinky of you, Suba-chan. I'm going to get strange feelings if the unscrupulous older woman in my house touches me inappropriately. I might grow up all wrong. You're already grown, Ryoma-san. You didn't deny the unscrupulous part. I'm going to buy some beer while we're here. And now she's bringing alcohol into my house. I'm in danger. He placed his hands on his cheeks and wiggled his hips. Oh no. She didn't dignify his antics with a response, leaving him alone in the aisle and walking off without a word. After a moment, he chuckled, dropping the gesture and following after her. A position in ops and command wouldn't be too bad, he supposed. So long as it wasn't too important. He'd get stressed out if he was told to manage a big operation on his own. Sunagakure. Ryoma, Jonin. The inn he was forced to buy turned out to be a decent investment. A large property where he could fit all his work shopping materials and modify more or less how he wished, a fantastically useful thing to have. It was built as a large L shape braced up against one of the massive scattered rocks that jutted up from the sands. It was placed in such a way to be shaded during the morning, and warmed during the evening. The building and rocks worked together to keep the gap in the center, the drained onsen, shaded during as much of the day as possible. The building itself was 2 stories, with communal and utility rooms on the ground floor and bedrooms on the second floor. The exterior was thick, rounded rock walls kept in a sloped roof with long awnings to block even more of the outrageously hot sun. This kept the interior at an even lower average temperature, which made it pretty cold at night. He opened the door with a raised finger, letting himself and his assigned minder inside. A second raised finger kept the trap string taut and prevented the mechanism from triggering as they passed through. I will start dinner. Ryoma glanced over at the quadruple amputee, her puppet limbs covered in grocery bags and her features blank. All right. He replied blandly. Do you want my help or? No. She shook her head, making her way down the hall and towards the kitchen. I will be sufficient. He knew better than to try to argue, even for the sake of helping her out. Sub-Aim had an independent streak a mile wide, wanting to do as much as possible on her own. She'd just be in a sour mood if he tried to press the issue about helping her. It made sense, he'd probably be traumatized in a similar way if he lost all his limbs to super acid salamander saliva. So instead he shrugged and made his way in the opposite direction. There were 8 bedrooms on the second floor, 2 on the ground floor. The 2 on the ground floor were the first things he renovated after moving in. He reached out with another pair of fingers, opening a door and disabling the trap inside with one smooth action. The room beyond was his new workshop, being about as large as his entire old apartment had been, vaguely divided with a trio of supports in the center line of the room. One side contained rows of shelves, boxes, and spare parts. The other side contained several workstations, tools, clamps, and so on. He stepped over to the boxy station in the center of the room, latches along his armor coming undone and plates folding out and away from his body. A few seconds of clamps being undone and parts disconnecting, and he was able to step out of his combat exoskeleton. An extended pinky kept it upright while he got out, and a moment later it was sealed into a scroll. He didn't need the framed station to get out of it, but the frame was still useful for keeping it upright while he worked on it. His Mk3 puppet armor, one of 2. The wood dragoon was useful, but he had an entire book full of its problems, and when it came time to upgrade he had 2 primary paths he could take with it. One was to scale it up, making it even larger to give him more space inside the cockpit and more room to fit more weapons. The other was to scale it down, make it a properly form-fitting puppet. Naturally, he simply decided to do both. The Mk2 puppet armor went large, and the Mk3 went small. Both designs had their benefits and drawbacks, and he found a new problem to address and revise every few months, usually immediately after a mission. He briefly considered sitting down to make another bolter. It wouldn't take him more than a few minutes with his new assembly line. He left the workshop, closing the door behind him and moving to the stairs. He shook his veil out and tied it up over his face again as he walked. He unsealed a pair of sandals and slipped them on as he hopped his way up the stairs. There were a few rooms that he wasn't doing anything with, the bedrooms. Upon the suggestion of Toyoko, he opened them for low-cost rent. Most people were not interested, simply because the inn was on the outside of the walls and therefore theoretically slightly more vulnerable to enemy attacks. 2 were, however, both of which were ninja that he apparently went to the academy with, but didn't remember them at all. He had to check their profiles, and sure enough, there was a few years of overlap between his time at the academy and their own attendance. The power of being forgettable was pretty scary. He knocked on the first door, one hand in the pocket of his slack underlayer. Yo! He called out. Faintly, from within, a voice called back. 1 second. Footsteps followed, the doorknob turned, and then swung inwards to reveal the slightly tired, squinting expression of a black-haired male. Yet. Sato was pretty much always in a sour mood, a no-core genin from the same age bracket as himself with a knack for water release and a tendency to complain. He was diligent about paying his rent on time though, and that was more than enough. Ryoma pointed a thumb back at the stairs. Sub-Aim is cooking now, so dinner is probably going to be ready soon. Sato yawned and shook his head. Right. Thanks for telling me. He grumbled, reaching up to rub his face with one hand before letting it slide off. What time is it? Evening chakra exhaustion. Something like that, last mission was rough. Sato growled, shaking his head. It was never mind. He cut himself off. Ryoma raised a brow, waiting for him to continue and standing in a slightly awkward silence before shrugging. That's it from me. He walked away, towards the door at the end of the hall. Behind him, the door gently closed as Sato slowly pulled himself back into wakefulness. The next and only other inhabitant of the Ryoma Inn stayed in the room right next to his. The corner room was his own, largest overall, and big enough for him to fit all his nothing inside. Sub-Aim insisted on sleeping in what was probably a closet, and nothing he could say would deter her. That would normally be something of an issue, but this inn was designed for noble guests, so even the closet was big enough to fit a bed and some personal belongings by itself. The room immediately next to the corner room was somewhat smaller, that is to say, still pretty huge. He raised his hand to knock, only to be cut short as the doorknob twisted and swung open on his own. Another ninja about his age, a girl wearing a long, concealing white jacket and hood over a form-fitting black bodysuit that came from her ankles and wrists to the bridge of her nose. Large, round glasses covered her ever-nervous eyes, partially covered by twisting locks of greasy hair. Hey. She greeted, glancing down to the floor and then to the side. I heard you, talking to Sato-san, about, dinner. She lost steam near the end of the sentence, partially closing the door behind herself and pulling her long jacket tightly around her torso. Hataru was a fellow member of the puppetry corps, a chunin as of 1 or 2 years ago. Her most notable feature was her timid demeanor and habit of getting sucked into her puppetry work for long periods. These long periods of working meant long periods without bathing, evidenced by the distinct odor of sweat and greasy hair that clung to her on occasions. Occasions such as right now. He raised a brow. Been hard at work? He asked mildly. She gave a harsh flinch at that. And no, I mean yes I have been but not as not. She stopped herself, then just defaulted to a quiet utterance. Yet. He stared down at her for a few seconds longer, before slowly nodding. Right. Dinner soon, if you want to shower and change before. It was perhaps the politest way he could tell her that she was pretty rank at the moment. She flinched again. Why yet? I'll go, do that. She pulled back into the room, cracking the door open just enough to slip her lower half into it again. I need to go get some clean, bye. The door closed quickly after, leaving him standing alone in the hall. He exhaled in brief, mild amusement, shaking his head and making his way back downstairs, towards the kitchen. EDA? He asked at the doorway, looking into the kitchen where Tsubame was at work, knife rapidly dicing through vegetables with a stoic expression. 19 minutes. Do not set the table, I will do that. He gave the side of her head an unimpressed expression, before rolling his eyes. Right, I'm going to deliver a scroll to the Kazakage. Please do not leave the building while I'm cooking. He waved a hand over his shoulder as he left the kitchen. I'll use a sand clone, I'll be in the workshop. We're back. His sand clone called out at the doorway, before promptly dissolving. A short distance away, Ryoma stood up from his workshop floor and made his way towards the kitchen. Tsubame's voice called out from the kitchen. A short woman with dark black hair and a prim white uniform walked through the front door, giving him an unimpressed look as she slid her boots off and linked up with him in the hallway. I ran into Toyoko on the way, so I walked back with her. Your clone did something you did not inform me of. The short puppeteer squinted up at him as they moved through the kitchen door and towards the dining room. She turned her head and nodded shallowly as they walked through the kitchen. Hello Jonin Tsubame. Chunin Yuki. The quadruple amputee returned with a shallow greeting of her own, stacking plates on her arms from the countertop. Ryoma pushed the door open into the dining room, a long table with many chairs lined up along either side. Originally the table was much shorter and the chairs were nothing more than kneel pillows, but Ryoma didn't feel like being a traditionalist when he was trying to eat and had them replaced. Hataru and Sato were already there, Hataru looking and smelling significantly better than she did before and still mostly retracted in on herself, Sato looking significantly more awake and chugging down a glass bottle of chilled fruit juice. Ryoma rounded the table, walking over to sit down across from Sato and went through a series of stretches to pop his joints. Stretch complete, he slackened back in his chair just in time for Tsubame to slide a plate of something in front of him. It was kinda like a loaded pancake with a side of various grilled vegetables. Thanks for the meal. He raised a thumb at his minder, who nodded and took a seat next to him. Thanks for the meal. The others repeated, clapping their hands together and then breaking their chopsticks apart. Ryoma wasn't really sure how he was going to eat this with chopsticks, but resolved to try. A transformation later, and he could take his mask off without visibly changing. Why is Yuki-san here? Tsubame asked with a blank look on her face. Ryoma chewed and swallowed a mouthful of the vegetables, before glancing over to the short woman sitting next to him. She finished chewing and swallowed. I came on behalf of several younger members of the puppetry corps. They would like to use bolter-style puppets and request your advice in their construction and operation. Hataru jumped slightly at that, eyes locking upon them from across the table. Hey. He replied mildly, taking another large bite of hot vegetable. He chewed for a few moments, then swallowed. Do they want tips in person or would some of my notes work? That is left to your own discretion. The short woman nodded with a scowling face, effect slightly ruined by the little smear of delicious vegetable sauce against the corner of her mouth. Either would be sufficient. I'll give you one of my old journals, the one about my bolter process. They can read through that. He took another bite. Oh Hataru exclaimed, reaching her hand out and opening and closing it in hesitation. He raised a brow in her direction. I would also, like to read through it, if that's, okay. Yes. He replied with a tilt to his head. Why wouldn't it be? Because most ninja don't share their secret techniques, Mr. Prodigy. That was Sato's most annoying nickname for him. The black-haired genin squinted at him somewhat irritably, taking a bite of his pancake thing after. Ryoma gave him a flat stare. I think I'll be safe from enemy action from sharing a journal from a few years ago. Besides, a bolter was so cheap and disposable that it didn't matter if the enemy knew exactly how it worked, it was still going to do everything he needed a bolter to do. Shoot things and then explode. I didn't say you would. Sato grumbled through a mouthful, closing his eyes and taking another bite. I just said what was normal. It would be prudent to write a more accurate scroll of bolter techniques, Jonin Ryoma. Toyoko spoke, staring up at him with a pointed look. She took another bite as he huffed and followed her example. Calling them bolter techniques implies it's more complicated than it really is. He complained, leaning back in the chair. Fine, I'll get something written up tonight. You need regular sleep. Tsubame stated bluntly, face blank as she stared at him. I would recommend reserving the writing for tomorrow. Ryoma grumbled to nothing, taking another bite of his food. He was beset on all sides here, besieged from every angle. Can I still read the journal? Yes. I'll grab it for you after I'm done eating. They ate in silence for a minute or so, eventually interrupted by Sato speaking up again. Ryoma, I have a favor to ask. He stated with a scowl, like the words coming out of his mouth tasted bad. Rent is due on the 7th, right? Right. Ryoma nodded, scraping the bits of food together on his plate to start scooping them up into his mouth. I'm not gonna be able to cover it on the last mission's pay the client stiffed us. Sato glared to the side. Would you mind bringing me along on your next B or A rank mission? I'll pay you back, I swear. Ryoma considered it for a moment. Sato was only a genin for a reason, but if he really wanted to go on a higher rank mission then... Yeah, that's fine. He shrugged, swallowing the last bite and setting his chopsticks down across the plate. We'll check into the mission board tomorrow, and see if there's anything available in that bracket. If not, you can just pay me back when you can. I really... Sato pulled back, brows furrowing. Did you think I was going to kick you out for one missed payment? Ryoma stated bluntly back, raising a brow. Yeah, I did. Sato replied with a scowl, reaching up to scratch the side of his head. That would be normal, at least. Missing one payment isn't a big deal. Ryoma shook his head, leaning back in his chair. He grabbed at his necklace, bringing a jagged shard of crystal up to pick at his teeth. You're a ninja, you can just pay me back later. Right. Sato nodded, frowning. He looked down at the table. Right. Thanks. No problem. Ryoma waved off, taking the plate and walking towards the kitchen. Let me see if I can find that old journal. I think it's in the workshop somewhere. Several minutes later, he determined that it was not, in fact, in the workshop. It was actually in the back of his old bulk storage scroll. Jonin Ryoma here for another mission. The woman at the desk greeted cheerfully. Ryoma didn't know her name off the top of his head, but she was the chunin responsible for managing the front desk of the Central Command Center of Sunagakure. All ninja went to her for the list of currently available missions, unless they were being assigned to something specific by the Kazak. A somewhat older lady with long black hair, pale skin, and exceptionally well manicured everything. She had full, thick, dark eyelashes, dark red lipstick, a faint dusting of blusher, and paired her chunin vest with a highly fashionable modification to the Sunagakure dress uniform. Her most notable feature was her slightly obnoxious amount of golden jewelry. The most desk ninja to ever desk ninja. Yeah, give me the B rank list to look at, if you would. He rolled a casual hand. He remembered her being pretty dismissive of him overall for the longest time, up until the point where he started wearing the silly necklace of crystal shards. Maybe she just didn't respect people without neat necklaces. She smiled politely, bending forwards to grab at the list under the desk, a motion that naturally emphasized her modest bust and the excessive amount of jewelry around it. After a moment of wiggling, she retrieved the folder and handed it up to him. He stepped to the side, allowing others to walk up and talk to her if they wanted while he flipped through the list of missions idly. Lord Kazakage. The desk ninja chirped happily in greeting. Ryoma glanced up, locking eyes with his supreme commander, who was holding a cup of coffee with several pocky sticks sticking out, partially submerged in the liquid. The other hand held a bag of takeout. He raised a hand in greeting. Lord Kazakage. Ryoma. The Kazakage replied shortly, glancing at the folder in his hands, before jerking his head towards the stairs. Follow me to my office if you are looking for a mission, I have one for you. With that he turned and walked away. Ryoma blinked, gently handing the folder back to the desk ninja and moving to follow. Faintly behind him, he heard the desk ninja huff in frustration.